In this chaotic world, Yunjin never imagined he would traverse time, yet his journey did not lead him to the past or a different realm, but to the future. In the year 2500 AD, a meteorite descended upon Earth, reviving the planet's spiritual energy. Those who could awaken their spiritual roots could embark on the path of cultivation. After 7 centuries of integration between modern society and the cultivation system, Earth finally entered a new era. Yet humanity faced unprecedented challenges. The moon had been ensnared by extraterrestrial forces, rendering any spacecraft unable to approach. Thus, Earth found itself under alien surveillance. That meteorite might have been a mere gift from these beings should humanity fail to reach a level of interstellar exploration through technology or cultivation. The aliens might very well deem Earth a primitive civilization and erase it from existence. However, after 7 centuries in this new era, the strongest of humanity had only just surpassed half the speed of the first cosmic velocity. I'm back. Come at me, I'm right here. Oh, I'm jumping away again. Come hit me, you fool. Yunja observed the foolish antics before him, recognizing this line from a film in his past, now presented in reality, and understanding how infuriating it truly was. Damn it. Yunja, how dare you? Oh. Yunja stepped forward and seized the other's hair, delivering a flurry of kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone saw it. It was Fong Tang who insisted my brother hit him. I've never encountered such a request in my life. The crowd erupted in chatter, soon realizing that Fong Tang had been thoroughly beaten. Yunja, you dare strike me? Just you wait. Today marked the demolition of Yunja's family restaurant. His parents were en route back to the capital. With funds not yet received, Fong Tang had arrived with a group, intending to seal the establishment, which Yunja vehemently opposed. Moreover, the current society was vastly different from before. Private brawls were strictly prohibited, and the first to strike would incur significant medical expenses. Fong Tang's earlier taunt had been fully recorded by Yunja's sister, Yun Xiaoling, on her phone, forcing him to begrudgingly retreat. Brother, what if the Fong family brings a bulldozer? A smile crept across Yunja's lips as he ruffled his sister's hair. Don't worry, let them come. Upon his rebirth, Yunja awakened his spiritual roots, which primarily enhanced his speed and strength, along with 2 unique abilities: remote spiritual interference and a personal storage space. In this world, he feared nothing, for he was sent by aliens. As long as his family was unharmed, he acted without restraint. He recalled a dream following a car accident, in which an alien informed him he was part of an experiment, tasked with saving the universe by being reborn in the future. Perhaps it was related to that alien on the moon, though he was still uncertain about how to fulfill this mission. If the alien did not seek him out, he would eventually have to venture near the moon to find him. Eventually, Fong Tang indeed arrived with a bulldozer. He had been dispatched by his father, Fong Biao, to oversee the demolition, but his demolition order was ineffective, leading him to attempt a forcible teardown. Yunja harangued the demolition order, protected by law. If you obstruct it, you'll be breaking the law. Yunja replied nonchalantly. Then go ahead and demolish it. Dig it up, just don't hit anyone. Fong Tang commanded as the bulldozer slowly approached the restaurant. Brother, Yunja shielded his sister, flicking his finger, causing the bulldozer scoop to detach. Fong Tang, infuriated, yelled, What are you doing? Didn't you check before coming? Fong Tang, it seems fate doesn't want you to demolish this. You'd better transfer the demolition funds. Yunja chuckled. Yunja, we'll see about that. Fong Tang retreated once more, prompting Xiaoling to inquire. What should we do, brother? With me here, there's nothing to worry about. Returning to the restaurant, Yunja awaited the perfect opportunity. In the dead of night, Yunja and his sister, Yun Xiaoling, departed the restaurant. Outside, the area lay desolate. The buildings along the street had been largely cleared. Yet Yunja's parents had not received the funds, and he was determined not to allow the place to be demolished without a fight. Before long, the thunderous roar of machinery echoed as a large group rapidly approached. Brother, what should we do? Xiaoling asked. Don't worry, just record everything. As Fong Tang and his entourage arrived beneath Yunja's building, he immediately ordered, demolish it. Ignore the people inside. Why? Fong, young master, are you trying to take lives? Yunja and Xiaoling emerged, prompting Fong Tang to brandish a gun with a sinister grin. Ha! Yunja, you're quite arrogant today, daring to strike me. Wasn't that your request? Yunja replied coolly. Recalling his earlier humiliation, Fong Tang barked, "Capture both of them." Two henchmen charged forward, but the ensuing scene left the onlookers astonished. Yunja moved with lightning speed, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, incapacitating the two in an instant. Yunja, you know martial arts? Consider yourself fortunate I didn't retaliate earlier. Yunja remarked coolly. Fong Tang, his expression darkening, pointed the gun at Yunja. So what if you know martial arts? My gun is faster. Fong Tang, do you dare shoot? Your family will face the consequences. What of it? My father is the brother-in-law of the city's discipline director. We've surrounded this place who will know it was us. As he spoke, Fong Tang waved the gun menacingly. Yunja, if you come over and take a beating, I might spare your sister. Fong Tang, I wager your gun is empty. Yunja's words elicited laughter from Fong Tang, who roared, Ha! Yunja, if I hadn't wanted to beat you to a pulp, you'd be dead already, since you wish for death. Then an awkward silence enveloped the scene as Fong Tang repeatedly pulled the trigger, with no response. Use this, young Master Fong. One of the henchmen retrieved a submachine gun from the vehicle, causing Fong Tang's expression to darken. Yunja, I plan to injure you first now you've made it easy for me. I bet your submachine gun will jam. Fong Tang, furious, realized that Yunja would soon be riddled with bullets. Yunja, you're gonna die, As the gun jammed, Fong Tang's expression twisted in rage. Drive over and take him down. Having gathered sufficient evidence, Yunja swiftly led Shaoling away from the scene. He had already stored the restaurant's crucial items within his spiritual root space, while the apartment his parents purchased in the city was their true home. His actions today were solely aimed at procuring evidence against the Fong family. Chapter 2. Campus bully Yunja has now fully comprehended this world. Although the legal system is well established, the disparity between the rich and the poor remains staggering. This is primarily due to the entrenchment of social classes, compounded by cultivators who suppress any societal instability. Consequently, it is the ordinary citizens who suffer the most. After all, human desires only grow more insatiable as society advances. In the past, people merely sought to have enough to eat, but now the majority crave ultimate pleasure. Once material needs are satisfied, spiritual desires emerge, often at any cost. Thus, for those at the bottom, the only way to rise is through knowledge or the path of cultivation. The next day, Yunja's parents finally returned. Dad, the tavern has been forcibly demolished. Yun Xiaoling, still in elementary school, felt wronged and was on the verge of tears upon seeing her parents. Yun Qihong replied, There's nothing we can do about this. Everyone on that street was demolished. Rest assured, I will retrieve every penny of the compensation for you. In the dead of night, the young master of the Fong family attempted to demolish residences while armed, intending to harm the citizens. Not long after Yunja disseminated the evidence online, a headline news report rapidly ascended to the forefront of major media outlets. The city's disciplinary office promptly responded that day. Yunja, a martial artist, challenged Fong's son to a race between bullets and martial prowess that night. The result was that Yunja was faster. Consequently, Yunja's awakening of his spiritual roots thrust him into the limelight. This news quickly spread throughout Huayang City, with many cultivators speculating whether Yunja could be a high-level martial artist, as low-tier martial artists could never surpass bullets. As the holiday concluded, Yunja prepared to return to school. However, on this day, numerous media personnel gathered at the school gate, eager for Yunja to prove himself. Initially, Yunja thought this evidence would pressure the Fong family, but he was taken aback by the unreliability of the media. Officials could easily fabricate stories and let matters slide. Reluctantly, he donned a mask and returned to school. He pondered why, despite possessing spiritual power, the state had not yet sent anyone to escort him. This was Yunja's first day back in school since his rebirth, and it was at the prestigious high school his parents had invested so much in. Although only one semester remained, he was keen to relive the intensity of the impending examinations. Upon entering the classroom, many students approached Yunja, exclaiming, Wow, Yunja, I heard you can cultivate. That's a rarity in the capital. Can you teach us? Clearing his throat, Yunja retorted, Settle down. If you want to learn, it will cost you 10,000. He took his seat at the back of the class, instantly extinguishing their enthusiasm. Since his parents purchased property in the city, their savings had dwindled. Unless the compensation from the demolition arrived, they would need to seek employment, especially with the major exams approaching, which would also incur expenses. As for how a mediocre student like him could gain admission to university, he need not concern himself. Yunja, have you truly awakened your spiritual roots? Is there a secret to it? A note was passed to him, and Yunja smiled slightly, thinking, finally, a bite. Of course, after returning the note, he contemplated that Mu Yanran had excellent grades and likely a remarkable background. If he could cultivate a good relationship with her, she might aid him during the examinations. Though he lacked the ability to see through things, his vision was remarkably keen. If he could arrange matters, his results should not be poor. The impending exams loomed large. In his previous life, he had performed poorly, but in this life, he must strive to provide peace of mind for his family. Due to Yunja's previous reputation for being honest, Mu Yin naturally approached him after class, asking, Yunja, could you teach me how to quickly awaken my spiritual roots? Are you sure you want to discuss it now? How about after school at my place? Familiar words resurfaced, and Yunja found himself increasingly enamored with this world. Yet, trouble soon followed. Yunja, come with us. A group of ruffians surrounded his desk. Qinlong, what do you want? Mu Yin inquired. Sister Yinran, this kid Yunja has offended our people. We must have an explanation, Qinlong declared. Confused, Yunja asked, aren't you afraid of me awakening my spiritual roots? Haha. So what if you have spiritual roots? Go ahead and hit me, you fool. Come on. Are you sure? Do you dare? I'll tell you. If you lay a finger on me, you'll be expelled immediately. Boom. Qinlong was sent tumbling out the classroom door, and his lackeys hurried to help him up. You all heard it. This guy insisted I hit him. I've never encountered such a demand in my life. The scene left the entire class in shock. And the homeroom teacher quickly arrived, asking, what happened? Who was fighting? Yunja from your class hit me, claiming his martial skills make him superior. Teacher, you must expel him. At this moment, blood trickled from Qinlong's forehead, and the homeroom teacher inquired, Yunja, you're usually quite honest. Did you do this? Yunja replied, Teacher, I am innocent. This person suddenly charged at me demanding I hit him. Surely you all heard him. At this moment, the classmates remained silent. They did not wish to get involved. Yunja, even if provoked verbally, it's unacceptable. Does his insult cost you a piece of flesh? Come with me to the disciplinary office. The homeroom teacher left, and Yunja lamented, Sister Yanran, if I get expelled, I won't be able to teach you. Mu Yanran began to worry about Yunja and Appo's predicament and quickly picked up her phone to call. Yunja, you should know the consequences of fighting. Qinlong is clearly injured. How will you explain this? The head of the disciplinary office, Lai Chaowen, and the homeroom teacher were present. Yunja responded, what is there to explain? The back door has surveillance. You can check it easily. Since it was not exam season, the surveillance was usually turned off. The homeroom teacher turned to Qinlong and asked, what were you doing in our class? I heard Yunja was skilled in martial arts and came to seek guidance. Lai Chaowen sighed, all right, Yunja, just call home and pay Qinlong 1,000 for medical expenses. Although students have legal privileges, you are nearly adults. When Qinlong heard the mention of medical expenses, he felt triumphant until he heard Yunja say, in that case, expel me. I believe this pathetic school does not suit my development. What did you say? Lai Chaowen was astounded. This school was the best in Huafeng City. And Yunja's parents had spent a fortune to enroll him. If the school indiscriminately demands compensation from others, then I see no reason to remain here. After all, if someone like Qinlong can attend, it is a source of shame for me. Ha ha ha. Yunja, how dare you slander Huafeng High School? You are finished. Chapter 3. Relationship fees. Remember to inform Fongtang that if he intends to provoke me, he should come at me with something substantial. You lot are merely here to deliver groceries. Halt. Just as Yunja was about to leave, Lai Chaowen called out to him, saying, Yunja, you must be aware that relying on the prowess of a martial artist to gain entry into university is quite disgraceful, for it casts you as a simple-minded brute. Lai's admonition would be better left unsaid, especially since Yunja turned away, asserting, you are in no position to lecture me. Lai Chaowen, feeling helpless, suddenly received a phone call and immediately rushed to intercept Yunja. Yunja, the principal is already aware of this matter. You should stay. Very well. Please extend my gratitude to the principal. By this time, classes had commenced, and upon returning to the classroom, Yunja found Mu Yin smiling at him. After class, he approached Qinlong's group, stating, did you not say you needed something from me? You certainly have guts. Follow me. Qinlong swiftly sent messages to his lackeys as they proceeded to the male restroom on campus. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, Yunju inquired, do you have any cigarettes? Qinlong and his cohorts were baffled by the question, menacingly replying, Yunja, we shall not make it difficult for you. Simply allow us to beat you up. Should you dare to resist with martial arts, we shall escalate this matter and risk expulsion for all involved. Very well. Bring it on. Yunja suspected this was all Fong Tang's scheme, for Fong Tang had gained notoriety as a local ruffian after graduating last year. Attack. A swarm of lackeys surged forward, but Yunja merely smirked, executing a flying kick that sent the first two assailants sprawling. However, Qin Long seemed to have anticipated his resistance and produced a dagger. Now that the weapons are out, young Master Fong has promised us a handsome reward for eliminating you. They shouted. Several lackeys brandished their knives, feigning thrusts at him. Yunja was taken aback that Fong Tang had chosen to confront him directly, and his expression darkened. If Fong Tang intended to eliminate him, then there was no longer any need for restraint. Even in his past life, facing a life-threatening situation justified a lethal response. Quickly. Kill him. The incoming blade aligned perfectly with Yunja's intentions. He merely exerted a slight amount of spiritual energy to disrupt the attack, causing all the knives to clatter to the ground. He swiftly seized one and plunged it into the abdomen of a nearby lackey. Ugh! The lackey clutched his stomach in agony and collapsed, causing the others to hesitate. Cease. Lai Chaowen, the director of the disciplinary office, had been monitoring the situation via surveillance and arrived promptly, only to find he was too late. Quick, get him to the hospital. Lai Chaowen obstructed Yunja, his expression grave. If you intend to enter society in the future, you will not amount to anything good. It was then that they realized the knives in their hands and immediately discarded them. Yunja, equally displeased, recognized that despite being an obvious martial artist, these individuals dared to trouble him, indicating the necessity of instilling some fear in them. When confronted by overwhelming force, one could respond in two ways, either retreat and tolerate, or confront head-on. A mere token resistance would invite relentless probing. Thus, he resolved to teach Fong Tang a lesson next time. In the disciplinary office, the police inquired, "Are you aware that wielding a deadly weapon to inflict harm constitutes a crime?" Yunja's parents, upon seeing his injuries, expressed their outrage. "It is well known that our son is skilled in martial arts." The other party clearly attempted to provoke him into action. Qin Long interjected. "Review the surveillance footage." Yunja flaunted his martial prowess in the restroom, and when we were outmatched, we had no choice but to retaliate with knives. But Yunja ended up injuring ergo. Qin Long. Who would believe such a tale? Lai Chaowen thought to himself, nearly slapping him in frustration had the parents not been present. The police diligently documented their statements and then remarked, "To provide a better and superior learning environment for the students, we recommend expelling all malevolent influences and allowing society to deal with them." Lai Chaowen added, "It is my failure in discipline, but Qin Long's actions were organized aggression. Those responsible will certainly be expelled. However, Yunja has never committed any wrongdoing at this school. He should be permitted to participate in the upcoming examinations. All that you have stated has been recorded. Since you are all minors, we will not be arresting you. However, should you commit offenses as adults, you will face cumulative penalties. We shall take our leave now. If the disciplinary office issues a fine, ensure that the guardian pays it promptly." The police departed, leaving Yunja bewildered. The matter resulted in a fine, and it was from the disciplinary office, no less. Lai Chaowen stated, "You violated school regulations by engaging in organized, armed aggression against another. The school will expel you, and tuition fees will not be refunded. Return your student IDs and leave." At that moment, several parents pleaded, "Director Lai, grant us another opportunity. My son was led astray." "Indeed, my son is usually very well behaved." Qin Long protested, "Director Lai, I refuse to accept this. Why should Yunja not be expelled?" Lai Chaowen retorted sternly, "You all assaulted one individual. He had the right to defend himself. Surely, you have heard of the law." "Humph. Yunja, we shall see what happens." Once Qin Long and his group departed, Yunja expressed his gratitude to Director Lai, saying, "Thank you, Director. Please extend my thanks to the principal once more." "Thank you, Director. This is a small token of our appreciation." Yunja's parents quickly expressed their gratitude and presented a stack of red envelopes, causing Yunja to tremble in disbelief as Lai Chaowen nonchalantly tucked the envelopes into his pocket. After exchanging a few more words, Yunja's parents left. And Lai Chaowen remarked, "Yunja, now that you have awakened your spiritual roots, it would be wise to remain low-key. It is possible that someone in higher authority has already taken notice of you. Is that so?" Yunja pondered the validity of this statement, recognizing that those with spiritual roots eventually relocate to the capital, as mandated by the state, to serve the nation. "That is certain. I have reported your situation, and I believe someone will reach out to you soon." Just then, a middle-aged man entered the disciplinary office, and Yunja realized it was Principal Kong Huoming. This old fox had remained in the shadows until now. Did he have an ulterior motive? Lai Chaowen quickly retrieved the red envelopes from his pocket and presented them to the principal, saying, "Principal, this is a relationship fee from Yunja's parents. Rest assured, I shall ensure this matter is handled, allowing Yunja to pass the foundational assessment. However, the results of the major examination are beyond my control." Principal Kang Woming pocketed the envelopes, and Yunja, with a respectful demeanor, asked, "Thank you, Principal. Might I inquire when the higher authorities will arrive?" Principal Kang replied, "Matters concerning cultivators are not for us mere mortals to comprehend. By the way, Yunja, could you demonstrate your unique martial abilities? You may even have the potential for cultivation." Chapter 4, Psychic Powers Principle. I am uncertain how to demonstrate my abilities. I merely know that I possess remarkable speed and strength. Upon noticing Yunja's reluctance to divulge more, Kang Homing refrained from further inquiry and called him back to class. Upon returning, Yunja spotted Mu Yin and flashing him a smile, stirring a cascade of emotions within him. At this moment, he recalled the principal's words, indicating that among warriors there also exist cultivators. If all proceeds without incident, it seems I must indeed be one of them. However, the notion of spiritual interference was unfamiliar to him until now. Perhaps only by venturing to the capital would he gain clarity. During the break, Mu Yin approached Yunja once more, inquiring, "Yunja, are you injured? Perhaps you should take a leave and rest." "No need," he replied. "Warriors heal swiftly." Then, "Could you teach me martial arts?" she asked eagerly. "Which style would you like to learn?" "Of course, the kind that enables me to strike effectively." "When?" Let me think. How about we visit the nearby martial arts academy during the break? It's run by my uncle. Wouldn't it be better to learn at your home?" Hearing this, Mu Yin blushed and playfully nudged Yunja. "Why not suggest going to your place instead?" They bantered for quite some time before ultimately agreeing to meet at the martial arts academy beside the school this weekend for a sparring session. After school, Yunja returned home, only to receive distressing news. His sister, Yin Xiaoling, had gone missing after classes. Rage surged within him. It was evident that Fong Tang's people were to blame. His hesitation in dealing with them stemmed from a fear of endangering his family. Resolving this, he promptly contacted the principal to obtain the Fong family's contact number. "Fong Tang, did you take my sister Xiaoling?" "Oh, it's you, Yunja. Why are you calling?" "The demolition funds are still under review." "I'll ask once more. Did you take Xiaoling? What do you intend to do?" "I intend nothing. How could I know if your sister is missing? Let us make a deal. Aren't you just looking to beat me up? Name the location, and I'll gladly oblige." In the deep of night, the brilliant stars adorned the city streets with an enchanting beauty. Yet, in a desolate area marked for demolition, devoid of streetlights, a sense of melancholy lingered. Yunja arrived alone, initially intending to wait quietly until after the examinations to journey to the capital and begin his cultivation, with hopes of one day inquiring about the so-called alien residing on the moon. Originally, he believed that remaining low-key was prudent until he grew stronger. However, Fong Tang had dared to involve his family. If he yielded now, anyone could threaten him with his loved ones in the future. In this world of cultivation, it was survival of the fittest. He could not allow himself to be manipulated. Ha ha ha. "Yunja, you finally arrived." Fong Tang's entourage numbered no fewer than 50. With memories of his past life, Yunja harbored a deep disdain for such factions that operated in both light and shadow. Thus, he resolved to confront them decisively. "Where's Xiaoling? Brother, save me." At that moment, Yun Xiaoling was bound, and Yunja thought to himself, in a society governed by law, how could such malevolent forces still exist, abducting even elementary school children? "Since I'm here, I implore you, young Master Fong, release her." "Yunja, are you ready? The moment you strike back, I will end her." Xiaoling trembled at these words, and Yunja calmly replied, "I am ready. Attack." The henchmen, not foolish, immediately drew their firearms. One advised, "Young master, I suggest we break his legs first." "Indeed, he is too fast. What if he escapes?" Hearing their conversation ignited Yunja's fury. "Fong Tang, I had no intention of killing anyone, but you chose to threaten my family." With that, a short blade flew forth at blinding speed, plunging into Fong Tang's abdomen. Yunja swiftly summoned his spiritual energy and dashed towards them. The jammed submachine guns failed to fire a single shot. A cacophony of agonized screams erupted as Yunja swept aside several of Fong Tang's henchmen and shielded Xiaoling as they fled the scene. "He is not human. He is a demon." Fong Tang writhed in agony on the ground, witnessing a remote-controlled flying knife slicing through their ranks, an act beyond mere martial prowess. "Xiaoling, wait for me over there." Yunja guided her to a safe spot, fully intending to settle the score with Fong Tang. "Brother, please be careful." Yunja's figure, like a specter, returned to the ruins, just as Fong Tang prepared to escape in a vehicle. An apparition swiftly obstructed his path. Charge ahead, run him over. At the command, the henchman slammed on the accelerator. Boom. Cars were sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing down. Witnessing this, other vehicles hastily sped away. While Yunja harnessed his spiritual energy to ignite the fuel tanks, flames engulfing the scene amidst the shrieks of despair. Yunja approached Fong Tang's car, sneering, no surprise. It's a luxury vehicle. It flipped a few times and remains intact. Yunja, spare me. I will compensate you. 1 million. In no time. Fong Tang transferred 1 million yuan to Yunja, yet unexpectedly, Yunja pried open the car window with his bare hands, yanking Fong Tang out. Young Master Fong, I had no desire to kill you, but you instigated trouble, and why did you involve my family? Yunja's expression shifted rapidly, culminating in a furious roar. He then raised his right hand, gripping Fong Tang's throat. Remember to be a good person in your next life. Your minions will suffer for your actions. No. Yunja, you are a cultivator. I was wrong. With that, Fong Tang was suffocated to death, and Yunja ignited the luxury car, resulting in the demise of all 50 men who had come here. After resolving the situation, Yunja felt no burden weigh upon him. After all, once someone resorts to threatening family, it is best to eliminate the threat entirely. Brother, the one who captured me was Fong Tang. It was someone named Xiaolong. Yunja took Xiaoling's hand, reassuring her, do not worry. After today, no one will dare to capture you again. Brother. Xiaoling clung to him, weeping. Yunja gently stroked her hair. It's all right. Just stay indoors for a while. After Yunja and others departed, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in armor arrived, sensing a formidable psychic presence. Who else in Huaxia possesses such strength? After the elder left, another group clad in black suits and sunglasses appeared, exuding an air of mystery. Ensure you follow closely, but do not raise any alarms. Chapter 5, Black and White intertwined. The following day, the headlines naturally reported on the incident. The absence of surveillance evidence left the entire Huayang city in shock. Yunja handed money to his parents, cautioning them to refrain from going out, fully aware that trouble would come knocking on their door. He nonchalantly proceeded to school, only to encounter Mu Yin and at the entrance. Yunja, my father asks if you were responsible for this incident? Guess. Come on, just tell me. The school has sent someone, and they are currently discussing it with my father, looking for you. Oh, I see. As Yunja prepared to enter, Mu Yanren stopped him. First, tell me if you did it, and I'll send him a message. Yes, let's go. With that, Yunja took her hand, leaving her momentarily astonished by his casualness. My father says it's best for you to leave with your family. Fong Biao's greatest affection lies with his eldest son, and they will certainly target your family. Yanran, I have yet to teach you martial arts. How can you leave? Humph. You should call me Sister Yanran. Mu Yanran shook off Yunja's hand. Suddenly, a group of armed forces swiftly surrounded him. What do you want? Mu Yanran shielded Yunja, but he stepped forward. It's fine. Don't worry. The leading officer declared, Yunja, I am the captain of the Huayang City Guard. We have confirmed that last night's explosion near the demolition zone is related to you. Please cooperate with us for an investigation. Of course. The captain raised his hand, and 2 guards quickly approached to place handcuffs on Yunja. However, as they attempted to shackle his feet, Yunja protested, I am merely a suspect, not a criminal. You have no authority to bind my feet. You are correct, but given the gravity of this matter, we cannot rule out the possibility of a suspect fleeing and committing further harm. Therefore, it has been mandated that foot shackles may be applied. Mandated? Which authority are you referring to? You have not provided any evidence of suspicion yet suddenly wish to detain me for investigation. Such authority is quite impressive. Enough. Put on the handcuffs and let's go. At that moment, a group emerged from the school, and Yunja recognized the principal and the director, with the others presumably being Fong Tang's family. Recalling the middle-aged man he had just spoken to, he inquired loudly, Who are you to command the guard? I am the father of the victim. Fong Biao retorted. Being the victim's father grants you the power to command the guard? Are you an official? Yunja's words dripped with frustration. Fong Biao did not answer directly, but addressed Officer Lu Yi beside him. Recently, my daughter Tang Tang was at this man and Oppo's restaurant executing a demolition task when a conflict erupted. He, relying on his martial prowess, assaulted my daughter. Officer Lu Yi reassured. Rest assured, surveillance shows the suspect left his home last night. Once the truth is uncovered, justice will be served for the Fong family. Take him away. Principal. Yunja was teaching me martial arts last night. How could he possibly commit murder? Mu Yin felt an inexplicable anxiety rise within her as she watched Yunja being taken away. The principal glanced at the distant figures, his lips curling in a cryptic smile. In the realm of the celestial, even the most formidable local tyrant is nothing more than an insignificant insect before a cultivator. Let us go. The guards gestured for Yunja to follow, to which he responded with a smile. Remember, do not heed orders that are not from your superiors. If one day you are harmed, it would serve you right. The guards trembled slightly, while Fang Biao narrowed his eyes, filled with suspicion. He had investigated Yunja's past, and this seemingly honest individual had suddenly become so astute. Seated in the police car, Yunja observed the scenery outside, which bore little difference from cities in his previous life, save for the absence of railways and the peculiar sight of numerous aircraft flying overhead. However, instead of heading into the city, the police car diverted to the scene of the incident, where personnel began collecting Yunja's fingerprints for evidence. Yet, Yunja was not merely a martial artist in the eyes of others. Aside from the vehicle he had destroyed belonging to Fong Tang, the rest were nearly reduced to charred remains, untouched. After several rounds of searching with no leads, the guards inquired, "What were you doing out last night?" "Just shopping." "Where did you go?" "I forgot. I just walked straight ahead and returned when I got tired." The police continued to press him with questions, hoping to find a breakthrough in his words, but nothing of substance emerged. Fang Biao had already concluded that Fong Tang was indeed harmed by Yunja, as one of Fong Tang's subordinates had explained the events to him. Yet, since it was his child's wrongdoing that had led to this, he could only devise a plan to eliminate Yunja for revenge. "I have matters to attend to. I'll head back first." "Thank you, Officer Liu." "Please, Mr. Fong." As Fang Biao departed, Yunja called out, "Have you finished your investigation? If you can't find anything, you must release me and compensate for my lost time." "Apologies. Suspects cannot leave for 24 hours post-capture. You must accompany us to the station." "Very well, let us go." "Get out. You'll take that vehicle." Yunja questioned. "Why should I ride in a private car when you are the ones apprehending me?" Officer Liu was at a loss, knowing that Yunja was not one to be easily subdued, so he drove the police car himself. However, instead of heading to the police station, the car stopped near an abandoned factory. Yunja instantly realized the intent was to turn against him. "Get out. Didn't you say you were taking me to the police station? Where is it?" "Officer Liu, you stay in the car. Let him remain outside." Fang Biao appeared, accompanied by a group of armed thugs who quickly surrounded the police car. Just as Officer Liu was about to exit, Yunja swiftly harnessed his spiritual energy to shatter the handcuffs, seizing Liu. "Officer Liu, quite impressive. By day, you are the boss in the station. By night, a brother on the streets. Let us see if they truly regard you as a brother. Let go of me." The scene before them shocked everyone present, and Fang Biao felt a surge of frustration. He quickly addressed Yunja, "Let him go, and I will let you leave." Yunja burst into laughter. "Ha! Leave? Today? I have no intention of departing." "Ugh!" Blood trickled from Liu's mouth. Fang Biao hastily implored, "Yunja, what do you want?" "What do I want? Why don't you ask yourself what you truly desire?" At that moment, Yunja grasped the unsettling reality that the forces of darkness were intertwined with the police in such a way. It was time for a change. After all, I am an extraterrestrial sent here for a purpose. Chapter 6, The Super God Academy? In any realm, the law of the jungle prevails. Once there were tigers, and later, capitalists. Since I have arrived in this world, I should harbor no reservations. Anyone who threatens my family must face a merciless end. Liu never anticipated that after living so securely within the police precinct for so long, even having once sheltered dark forces, he would meet an untimely demise at the hands of a junior, without ever having been judged by the law. Fang Biao was astounded. He had not expected Yunja to disregard the norms and eliminate the only lifeline. Director Liu. "Fang, your son harmed my family. I took his life. If you wish to protect your family, and you and your little brothers." Yunja paused, advancing slowly. Step by step, he could no longer wait. A significant act was imperative. If this world is governed by law, then personal responsibility does not extend to family. At that moment, a distance away, an elder scrutinized the unfolding events. For others, it may have seemed like mere entertainment, but for him, he needed to discern the identity of the individual who had appeared here the previous night. A group of individuals lurked in the shadows, seemingly waiting for the elder to act, but in truth, they were sent to engage with Yunja. They suspected the elder belonged to the Foremost Cultivation Alliance, but his formidable aura deterred them from making their presence known, for the world of cultivation is often fraught with unexpected fatalities. Suddenly, as Yunja prepared to act, a thunderous noise reverberated in his mind. All present collapsed, leaving him standing alone. What was happening? The National Security Bureau. A cadre of middle-aged men in suits approached. Instinctively, Yunja mused, the Super God Academy? Would you accept an opportunity to save the world? Of course. As they shook hands, Yunja quickly discerned the probing nature of the other party. Mr. Yun, shall we find a quieter place to converse? I have some private matters. At that moment, the space around Feng Biao began to shift. The bodies of those present started to emit smoke before melting away, vanishing without a trace. They were dead, leaving this world silently. Yunja did not anticipate the decisiveness of these individuals. Had they turned against him, he would likely not have needed to lift a finger. The path of cultivation is one that values swiftness, precision, and ruthlessness. Allowing enemies a moment to breathe could lead to one's own undoing. Regaining his composure, Yunja inquired about the distinction between cultivators and martial artists. Learning that cultivators are divided into martial artists and mentalists. Mentalists cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe and can remotely interfere or even control through mental power. In contrast, martial artists rarely ascend in rank without unique opportunities or medicinal aids, although they typically possess greater physical strength due to rigorous training that compensates for innate deficiencies. Yunja harbored a lingering question. Possessing a storage space of his own, he hesitated to pursue the matter further, fearing he might be subjected to experimentation. By the way, may I visit the moon? What? Realizing it was perhaps too premature to pose such a query, he added, I heard the moon has been claimed by aliens. I wish to see for myself. Today, a throng of esteemed guests arrived at Yunja's home, including personnel from the National Security Bureau and high-ranking officials from the city. The entire neighborhood was abuzz, as residents opened their doors to learn that a cultivator had emerged from their midst. Indeed, cultivators are rare globally. Positioned a tier above martial artists, which brought pride to Yunja's parents and lifted the shadows from his sister's previous captivity. At that moment, city officials intended to escort the Yun family to the finest restaurant in town, but Yunja had no intention of indulging them, especially since the National Security Bureau wished to expedite their departure to avert any unforeseen complications. Above the neighborhood, a new model fighter jet hovered, while Yunja's family shared their final farewells with relatives. Casting a glance at the officials, Yunja accepted their offered rewards, as he would not return to this place again. After all, he had only been in this world for a few days, and he felt nothing but disdain for a realm riddled with dark forces. As for Feng Biao and his associates, Yunja witnessed the might of cultivators. They had all vanished, leaving no trace, their fates indifferent to the world. It was simple. The National Security Bureau had unraveled the chain of events. Persecuting the families of cultivators was a capital offense, especially with irrefutable evidence. As for the dark forces behind Feng Biao, Yunja had no desire to involve himself. Brother, Yun Shaoling grasped Yunja's arm, her face alight with joy. Are we really going to fly soon? Indeed, we shall not be boarding an ordinary aircraft. It is a fighter jet. Yunja, your classmates have arrived. Go bid them farewell. At that moment, Principal Kong Huaming and the Director of Education appeared, prompting Yunja to greet them eagerly. Yunja, I never imagined you would truly be a cultivator. Do you remember to visit your alma mater? Of course. Yunja held little affection for his former school. Even as memories of his past life intertwined with reality, he found his high school days preferable, when he could bond with classmates and secretly admire his crush. Now, he yearned solely for cultivation, eager to explore the vastness of the universe. Yunja, a familiar voice called, and he quickly spotted Mu Yanran, accompanied by a middle-aged man, presumably her father, and an elder clad in armor, his face obscured by flowing white hair. This reminded Yunja of the armored warriors of his previous life. Was he a martial artist? At that moment, the National Security Bureau personnel approached Yunja, urging, Yunja, it's time to depart. Understood. Mu Yanran hurried forward, presenting a metal piece. Take this. What is it? A token of contact. As Yunja reached for it, a National Security Bureau agent swiftly snatched it away. After a moment of examination, he realized it was merely an ordinary metal piece, inscribed with Mu Yanran's contact information and birthday, akin to a memento exchanged between lovers. However, their actions irked Yunja. It was clear they viewed him as a subordinate. While obeying orders was his duty, he had no desire to serve anyone's command. What he sought was not honor, but transcendent power, the ability to conquer the cosmos and gaze down upon all beings. Let us go. As the National Security Bureau returned the metal piece to Yunja, the fighter jet gradually opened, a beam of light illuminating the crowd, gently pulling them upward. Wow, we're flying, Yun Shaoling exclaimed, her excitement causing her to cling tightly to her brother's shoulder. On board the aircraft, Yunja scrutinized the metal piece, unable to discern any peculiarities. Yet, thoughts of the elder lingered, leading him to believe this token was somehow connected to that enigmatic figure. He yearned to reach out to Mu Yin and to discern the true circumstances. However, the recent actions of the National Security Bureau instilled a sense of discontent within him. This was due to the fact that, while enumerating Fang Biao's incriminating evidence, the agents had already unveiled his communication records with others. This implication was dire. Every conversation he had would be under scrutiny, signifying a complete absence of privacy. Chapter 7. The Three Taboo of Cultivation. In the span of 700 years since the new century, the capital of Huaxia has transformed into a sanctuary for cultivators. In an effort to prevent these practitioners from wielding undue influence in the mortal realm, the government has established comprehensive laws tailored for cultivators. One such stipulation mandates that the families of cultivators must reside within the capital, and cultivators themselves are prohibited from practicing or living in cities outside this jurisdiction. Upon their arrival in the capital, Yunze and his family were temporarily accommodated in a hotel. After completing the necessary registration procedures, there was no further assistance provided. Officials from the National Security Bureau informed him that once the new cohort of students enrolled at the capital university, Yunja would join the academy as a cultivator. During this interim period, their existence would be confined to the capital. As for Yunja's sister, she would need to find a local school for her education. As this process unfolded, Yunja grew increasingly disillusioned with the arrangements made by the National Security Bureau. However, he recognized that as merely one among many cultivators, he did not warrant special treatment. With a sum of money acquired through favorable means, the family rented an apartment nearby and arranged for Shaoling's schoolings, leaving Yunja with the intention to explore his surroundings, for idleness bred restlessness. "Ah, young man, we meet again." In a CAF, an elderly gentleman with white hair naturally took a seat across from Yunja. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Yunja offered a respectful bow, finally getting a clear view of the elder's visage. He appeared quite stern, his features exuding a regal air reminiscent of an emperor from ancient dramas, combining an aura of concealed depth with that of a venerable master. "This is merely a locator. The reason I sought you out is to discuss a matter of utmost importance." The elder continued directly. "You must join the world's foremost alliance of cultivators." "Very well." Yunja responded without a moment's hesitation, for he had already gathered that the National Security Bureau's presence did not preclude the existence of an alliance. As they shook hands, the elder expressed his satisfaction and handed Yunja a badge. "After your university graduation, I will come to fetch you." "Thank you, Elder Mu." The elder appeared to have accomplished a significant task and proceeded to engage in straightforward conversation. It turned out he was the grandfather of Mu Yanran, the scion of the most prominent capitalist family in eastern China, and held a distinguished position as the third elder in the foremost alliance of cultivators, a leading global organization. "May I inquire why you wish for a novice like me to join the first alliance, esteemed elder?" "Ah, because your mental prowess is exceptionally strong, surpassing even the world's greatest, Tesla." Yunja nearly choked on his coffee, astonished by the suggestion that his innate abilities had reached such heights. "Tesla? Who is that? A foreigner?" However, do not let this inflate your ego. Mental prowess alone does not equate to martial strength. It is primarily useful for ambushes and offers little advantage against fully armed warriors. "I understand. I have one more question. Since childhood, I have dreamed of exploring the moon. That dream, I advise you to set aside for the time being." Elder Mu swiftly interrupted, then conveyed telepathically, "There are indeed extraterrestrials residing on the moon. And this knowledge involves a secret. In due time, as you ascend to a higher level of cultivation, you will come to understand. For now, such knowledge will only incite unnecessary panic." Panicked? Yunja comprehended that the alien who had brought him here posed a threat to Earth. "Yunja, are you aware of the three great taboos of cultivation?" Elder Mu sipped his coffee, revealing a knowing smile. "First, the taboo of emotions. Second, the taboo of inner demons. Third, the taboo of a heart devoid of purpose. Emotions," he elaborated, "pertain to the warmth and coldness of human existence, familial bonds, romantic love, and so forth. Since familial love is everlasting, one should not dwell on romantic entanglements. Should one fail to handle emotions properly, inner demons may arise, leading one astray from the original intent of cultivation. Cultivation is not about superiority. It is a pursuit for resources, benefits, and longevity, an endeavor to transcend the limits of the physical body. The path is long and may also be solitary, for many spend years in seclusion. Given your formidable mental prowess, focus on enhancing your physical training. I believe you will soon emerge as a powerful cultivator." "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Mu. If you seek further knowledge, Remember to visit the library at the capital university. There, you will find the answers you seek. As he observed the elder gradually departing, Yunja felt a sense of relief wash over him. In the following days, Yunja became well acquainted with the capital's environment and decided to visit Capital University in advance, as it would be his home for the next 4 years. On the verdant avenue of Capital University, luxury cars glided gracefully by. Among the occupants were wealthy scions, heirs of cultivating families, and the daughters of affluent clans alongside corporate magnates. In the capital, nearly everyone had the opportunity to cultivate. Aside from the innate spiritual roots required for mentalists, the affluent could procure spiritual herbs to become warriors. Upon reaching 18, those from well-off families would invest considerable sums in spiritual herbs to pave the way for their children's cultivation. Yunja's ambitions extended beyond Earth. If cultivators pursued immortality, he must expedite his growth, ensuring his family could also enjoy longevity. Hey, step aside. Suddenly, a luxury vehicle hovered midair before gently landing, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Why aren't you on the sidewalk? A fashionable woman, her expression concealed behind sunglasses, revealed nothing of her emotions. But her striking figure beneath a cropped jacket was undeniable. Yunja quickly averted his gaze and continued forward. What class are you in? Her voice called from behind. But Yunja ignored her, vanishing like a wraith from the crowd's view. Presenting his credentials from the National Security Bureau, Yunja gained smooth entry into the library. The new century? As he perused the volumes, Yunja finally gained a fresh understanding of the origins of this world, while gradually grasping the cultivation system of warriors. Cultivation, at its core, involves harnessing and refining the natural energy of the universe to enhance one's spiritual roots. When these roots reach a certain threshold, a transformation occurs. This is what is referred to as ascension. The most rudimentary stage is known as the foundation establishment period, wherein one hones the physical body and absorbs the energies of the cosmos until a breakthrough forms spiritual power within, thus earning the title of warrior. Upon reaching an advanced level, warriors may find themselves at an impasse, necessitating the cultivation of mental prowess to progress further. The former pertains to physical training, while the latter is a realm of cerebral development. Only through mastering the mind can one enhance their spirit, reflexes, and memory. With the advancement of modern technology, any physical ailment except for the brain can be remedied by human ingenuity. The brain is the foundation of life and the key to cultivating mental prowess for achieving longevity. Cultivating mental prowess is straightforward, regular practice suffices. Yet it is noteworthy that the current strongest individual on Earth, Tesla, has only achieved the 12th stage. Coupled with the foundational skills of martial arts, he can accelerate to speeds surpassing the first cosmic velocity. Well, I wonder if he can survive in space for an extended period. Chapter 8. Teacher Tongtong Physics serves as the cornerstone of natural science, and Yunja has devoted considerable time to its study, pondering an ultimate question: is the end of science truly theology? Why do renowned scientists often turn to theological inquiries in their later years? The concept of God might also represent a form of advanced intelligence. For an entire semester, Yunja immersed himself in theoretical knowledge. On a sweltering summer day, the air in the capital felt particularly refreshing. A taxi stopped at the entrance of Capital University, and a young man emerged from the back seat, empty-handed. Today marked the commencement of the new student orientation period at Capital University, where elite students from across the nation arrived, hauling hefty suitcases. Luxurious cars lined the university entrance. As a cultivator, Yunja gained admission through a special enrollment program. He brought no personal belongings, as he possessed a storage space of his own. Navigating through the throngs of students, he successfully completed his registration and then made his way to his dormitory. The room was unoccupied, which was unsurprising, for those admitted in such a manner would not typically reside on campus. After finalizing all necessary procedures, he prepared to attend his class the following day. The vast lecture hall was devoid of students when Yunja chose a seat at the front, awaiting the arrival of the counselor who would deliver the introductory address, followed by the freshman orientation ceremony. Gradually, more students filtered into the classroom. Yunja noticed that many appeared weary, seemingly having had a restless night, and they all gravitated toward the back of the room. Soon, Yunja found himself isolated at the front. In his previous life, he would have instinctively joined the others at the back, but now, being exceptional, he resolved to maintain his role as a diligent student, all in pursuit of his dreams. Suddenly, the classroom door was forcefully shattered, and a figure clad in a white blouse appeared at the entrance. A hush enveloped the room. Yunja surmised that she must be the counselor, Tang Xintong, and as she swiftly approached the podium, he was taken aback. The counselor was none other than the stylish woman he had nearly collided with on that fateful day. Although slightly embarrassed, it did not significantly affect Yunja's demeanor. I will be your counselor for the next 4 years. If any of you find me unappealing, feel free to approach the administration for a transfer. She placed a stack of documents on the podium and surveyed the room. I will now call the roll. Yunja, present, echoed his voice throughout the hall. The counselor scrutinized him for a moment, as if recalling something. From today onward, you will be the class monitor. Come up and take attendance. All right. As Yunja stepped onto the stage, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. He mused to himself, surely. There is no such thing as a seductress in the real world, or perhaps my resolve is simply too weak. Tang Xintong then gracefully descended from the podium and took the seat he had just vacated. This perplexed him. With so many empty seats available, why had she chosen his? As he cast a glance at the podium, he noticed the male students' spirits seemed to lift, their gazes fixated on the front. Let us begin. Tang Xintong picked up her phone and began to scroll through it, prompting Yunja to realize that this teacher was likely regarded as a goddess by many. Indeed, her beauty was sufficient to rival that of a major star. Li Fei, present. Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu. Note it down. Next. The counselor then exited the classroom. After Yunja completed the roll call, she did not return, and the class began to murmur amongst themselves. With his spiritual energy enhancing his senses, he could overhear their conversations. Wow, isn't she the fairy that briefly appeared online? Indeed. I heard she surpassed her mentor shortly after graduating, her mental prowess exceeding the 10th level. Coughing softly, Yunja acknowledged the responsibilities of being class monitor, which would undoubtedly lead to numerous challenges. Fortunately, he did not require extensive training. He turned his attention to his classmates. Everyone, please be quiet. And refrain from speaking ill of the mentalists. The room fell silent as everyone regarded Yunja. It was not long before several staff members arrived to reinstall the classroom door, prompting some disdainful remarks from the students. Haha, who do you think you are? Teacher Tongtong appointing you as class monitor is nothing to brag about. Such a grand title for you, class monitor. If you have the guts, come and confront me. Haha. Yunja rubbed his forehead, pondering how people could be so insufferable, seemingly oblivious to the dangers of the cultivation world, or perhaps they simply underestimated him. Boom. Just as he contemplated how to teach them a lesson, the door was once again shattered, and Counselor Tang Xintong entered, leading a drowsy young man. Take your seats. She directed the young man to sit in Yunja and Appo's, previous spot. He mumbled sleepily, Sis, let me catch a few more Z and Appo's, S. At this point, Yunja understood that this young man was Tang Feiyu, the counselor and Appo's brother, suggesting that his university life would likely be quite relaxed. Tang Xintong glanced at Yunja and said, they were all in the same class before enrollment. Appointing you as class monitor is meant to help you integrate with them. Are you capable of that? Of course. Yunja had previously learned that those who entered Capital University through special channels often enjoyed a relatively carefree existence, as most were privileged offspring who already had well-established training systems. Their attendance at university was merely to supplement their cultural education. Prior to this, they had participated in what they referred to as preliminary class training. For cultivators, there were generally more males than females, as most goddesses could not endure prolonged physical training. Thus, many of the students arrived at the classroom in a state of exhaustion. All right, it is time to alleviate the counselor's burdens. Tang Xintong once again took her seat in Yunja and Appo's spot. He glanced at his quiet classmates, feeling exasperated. Teacher Tongtong, how can an outsider manage us? Indeed, Teacher Tongtong. Just look at how hard we trained yesterday. Tang Xintong remained seated, engrossed in her phone. Indeed, she seemed disinterested in managing the situation, as if she did not particularly enjoy her job. Before long, staff members arrived to install a new door. Step outside. We won't be installing a door for this classroom anymore. All right. Once the two workers departed, another staff member in work attire entered and casually took a seat beside Tang Feiyu. Hey, little bro, why is your sister in such a foul mood? Tang Feiyu replied lazily, Li Tao, this is school. Are you sure this is the right time to pursue my sister? For love, I would forsake all principles. Li Tao removed his work jacket, revealing a sharp new suit. He then approached Tang Xintong's seat, knelt on one knee, and slowly opened a gleaming new ring box. Its dazzling light instantly captivating the entire classroom. Wow, is that the legendary ocean heart worth $1 billion? Maya, my titanium alloy eyes have been blinded by the brilliance. Chapter 9, Silence. The classroom was filled with murmurs, all eyes fixated on Li Tao. For everyone present, this was destined to be an extraordinarily romantic proposal. Music. The classroom and Appo's speaker system erupted with melodies as Li Tao knelt on one knee, producing a bouquet of vibrant red flowers as if by magic. With a dreamy gaze, he began to serenade, "I have always wanted to tell you. You bring me joy beyond imagination." As the song played, a projection of Tang Xintong and Apos' photos began to flicker on the wall, a grand spotlight illuminating her with brilliant colors. Indeed, on this very first day of freshman orientation, in front of all the new students, Li Tao orchestrated a romantic proposal in the classroom of Capital University, inciting envy among many female classmates. "Wow, young Master Li is so passionate. Yes, I heard he has severed all ties with female acquaintances, save for his mother." Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the romantic atmosphere. The music ceased, the projection flickered, and the speaker emitted a harsh cacophony, stirring irritation among the students. What was supposed to be a beautiful moment, even if unsuccessful, turned into chaos that left many, especially Li Tao, restless. His expression mirrored that of someone who had just been sullied by misfortune. He could tolerate failure and disdain, but he could not abide the destruction of his precious moment, especially one spent proposing to his beloved. Unbeknownst to him, the person before him wore a subtle smile, seemingly anticipating a spectacle. "Do you understand the meaning of respect, Junior? Your teacher has not spoken, so what gives you the right to interrupt?" At that moment, several security personnel entered, blocking the doorway. Li Tao slowly approached Yunjia, and the atmosphere in the room shifted palpably, restoring silence. "The counselor appointed me as class monitor, making me the authority in this classroom. Why are you here?" Yunjia spoke, his tone laced with disdain. "Clap, clap, clap. Well, well," Li Tao applauded, then turned to Tang Xintong with a smile. "Tong Tong, I shall overlook your student's interruption. Please accept this ocean heart, a testament to the god of love." Tang Xintong regained her composure, picking up her phone to browse information, ignoring the unfolding drama, and the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Yet, Li Tao, seasoned in the art of awkwardness, refused to be deterred from his romantic pursuit. Music. The romantic tunes resumed, casting a layer of starlight projection across the windows, and colorful bubbles danced with the light, enveloping the classroom in an air of romance once more. Now, the classroom resonated with sweet instrumental melodies, as Li Tao quietly began to express his affections. "Tong Tong, do you remember our first meeting under the phoenix tree in autumn?" At this moment, the ambience was more enchanting and surreal than ever before. Even Yunjia, standing at the podium, hesitated to disrupt such a magical atmosphere. In a previous life, surely no one would reject such a declaration of love. Silence. The command shattered everything once more. "If you do not erupt in silence, you shall perish in it. Who are you to disrupt us?" Li Tao's expression was stoic, his eyes piercing as he directed his gaze at the podium, seemingly aiming to overpower this audacious interloper with his commanding presence. "I am the class monitor appointed by Teacher Tong Tong. Since you do not belong to this class, kindly take your leave," Yunjia asserted, organizing the documents on the podium before slowly approaching Tang Xintong's desk, placing the files before her. Throughout this exchange, their minds clashed repeatedly, and while Yunjia maintained a defensive stance, Li Tao gradually perceived that Yunjia was not to be underestimated. Could he be from a hidden family, seeking experience? Haha, so you are the esteemed class monitor, how delightful. Li Tao paused, extending his hand for a handshake, striving to display his charm before his goddess. Yunjia, taken aback, recognized the unusual restraint of this remarkable young man, indicating a wealth of prior experiences. Yet, he chose to ignore the gesture, maintaining a stern demeanor. "I must insist that you leave. Disrupting Capital University's classes would not reflect well on you." "Oh, but why do you think Teacher Tong Tong has asked me to leave?" Li Tao retracted his hand, producing a document to present to Tang Xintong, earnestly stating, "From this moment forth, I am your student, and I implore you to discipline me, perhaps even strike me to ensure I remember my lessons. We too are your students." Several of Li Tao's companions stepped forward, presenting their enrollment documents. No way, for love, they actually came to enroll as students. Wow, the enrollment proof from Capital University. Even the principal lacks the authority to issue that, right? Tang Xintong collected all the documents and left her seat to approach the podium. Consequently, Li Tao and his entourage occupied the front row. Tang Feiyu glared at Yunjia. "Monitor, you're far too dull. Are you not worried about everyone isolating you? At least Teacher Tong Tong won't isolate me." As Yunjia sat there, he suddenly questioned why he had referred to her as Teacher Tong Tong. Was there a hint of jealousy in his subconscious? Tang Xintong stood at the podium, her phone in hand, remaining silent for a moment before finally addressing the class. The face-to-face WeChat group has been established. For any matters, please notify the class through the group. You all should head to the playground for the orientation ceremony. The monitor and I need to speak. Oh no. What will young Master Li do now? Yes. It appears that Brother Tao's preferred personal mentor has been appropriated by that fellow. Watching Yunzhi and Tang Xintong exit the classroom, Li Tao clenched his fists. Taking several deep breaths, Tang Feiyu quickly approached to offer comfort. Brother Tao, don't worry, I will always support you. At that moment, Li Tao transformed into a figure of authority, crossing his legs as he declared, investigate that fellow's background for me. Shall we confront him after class? Indeed. Let us show him what we're made of. Most of the students had already headed towards the playground, while a few remained around Li Tao, strategizing on how to deal with the so-called class monitor. After all, the class monitor wielded considerable power in a cultivation class. Yet, Li Tao remained indifferent. His curiosity about Yunzhi's identity was merely passing. As long as it did not disrupt his university life with Tong Tong, it mattered not who he was. Silence. Chapter 10. As a tutor, the office was rather austere, furnished only with a desk and 2 opposing chairs, while the drawn curtains at the back perhaps indicated a place for the teacher's midday respite. However, it was somewhat perplexing why the vicinity of the teacher's office felt so desolate. Yunzhi received a cup of coffee, and Tang Xintong, busily tapping away at the keyboard, casually inquired about Yunzhi's past, such as his family background and when he became a martial artist. Given your affiliation with the National Security Bureau, coupled with your identity as a cultivator, you are exempt from physical education classes, yet you must not neglect your academic subjects. Whenever you find the time, remember to audit classes at other campuses. All right. You were the one who levitated my car with your mental power at the school entrance, weren't you? Yes. I apologize for that incident. Your mental prowess is formidable. Later, I shall take you for a test, Tang Xintong said, producing a form that detailed the conduct standards and the rules for earning and losing credits. Regarding the group in the class, they were once a cohesive unit, making it challenging for you to integrate with them. Thus, the ironclad rule remains. Any student whose credits fall to 0 will have their student ID confiscated and will be expelled from the class group. To alleviate the burdens of teacher Tang, Yunzhi felt compelled to assist. He accepted the form, a flutter of excitement stirring within him. This was intriguing. Anyone who misbehaved could be summarily expelled. The martial arts class diverged from the academic classes, necessitating an unwavering sense of justice. Yet, Yunzhi found it hard to comprehend how a woman like her had become a teacher, especially since she seemed disinterested in the role shouldn't she be in seclusion, refining her skills? As the coffee cup neared its end, Yunzhi thought it was time to head to the playground, but to his surprise, Tang Xintong continued to pour him more coffee. Teacher Tang, I can manage myself. From now on, I will oversee your academic credits. I will periodically administer exams. And should your credits reach 0, at this juncture, Tang Xintong's voice trailed off. I'm sorry, Teacher Tang. Yunzhi realized he had filled his cup to the brim, unable to resist stealing another glance at Tang Xintong. Teacher Tang, please call me teacher. Yes. At this, Yunzhi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his neck flushing. Go behind the curtain. What? I said, go behind the curtain. Tang Xintong halted her typing and shot an impatient glance at Yunzhi. Oh, all right. With that, Yunzhi rose and walked towards the curtain, his mind swirling with a flurry of expletives. He had believed he had earned her trust, but suddenly everything felt amiss. What could he do? It was difficult to resist her allure. But what did she want him to do behind the curtain? Behind the curtain were merely 2 sofas, a table laden with assorted fruits, and a side door, which might lead to a restroom or a lounge. Come in. Li Tao had been eavesdropping outside for quite some time. Upon hearing his goddess summon him, he rushed in with a bouquet of flowers, exuding gentlemanly charm. Tang Xintong, I wish to be class monitor as well. Considering my superior qualifications, you may choose to be a teacher, but, Li Gongzi, I have already submitted your expulsion application. Should the school refuse it, this position will be yours. Please don't do this, Tang Xintong. I will no longer pursue you. I merely wish to see you every day. I beg you. Please do not force my hand. With that, the door swung open, and Tang Xintong departed. Tang Xintong. Tang Xintong. As her voice faded, Yunzhi felt emboldened, stealthily opening the door. The partition indeed led to a restroom. Since he was there, he might as well take care of business. Exhaling with relief, as Yunzhi stepped out of the restroom, he spotted 2 individuals seated on the sofa, Tang Xintong and her brother, Tang Feiyu. Teacher. Yunzhi was taken aback by their sudden presence, the awkwardness escalating. Class monitor, My sister doesn't even allow me to use this restroom. Tang Feiyu's voice diminished as he seemed to anticipate the unfolding drama. Unfortunately, it did not transpire as he had hoped. Tang Xintong rose and gazed out the window, addressing Yunjia. Come here. Sure. This building is 50 meters from the one opposite. Can you shatter the window of the building across? Of course. Yunjia extended his spiritual energy and unleashed a tremor across the entire floor. Suddenly, the occupants of the building began to stir, with many teachers ushering students to evacuate. Closing the curtains, Tang Xintong was visibly astonished, as such mental prowess was beyond her capabilities. Yunjia, when you have the chance, help Feiyu strengthen his mental energy. All right. At that moment, Tang Feiyu scrutinized Yunjia as if he were a marvel. Class monitor, your mental energy is truly impressive. Yunjia was well aware of the methods to hone mental energy, having learned that one must endure the pressure exerted by others' mental forces to enhance one's own strength. Only through such trials could one aspire to become a mental master in the future. In fact, Yunjia was already a mental master among martial artists. But according to Elder Mu, his mental prowess surpassed that of a grandmaster. Then, Feiyu, shall we begin your training now? Yes. Tang Xintong interjected. Feiyu is currently in the mid-stage of foundation building. You should temporarily move into Yunjia's dormitory. Sister, I wish to stay at home. Yunjia, you should move in with Feiyu from now on. There is nothing pressing at school today. Yay. Being a tutor? Am I putting you at a disadvantage? And no. Whether it was guilt or something else, Yunjia found it increasingly difficult to refuse her request. Initially, he had come to university solely to catch up on academic subjects. But now he was becoming a tutor. He wondered if this role came with compensation. Perhaps he simply did not know himself well enough yet. As the two approached the elevator, Li Tao and a group of followers surrounded them. Where are you headed, little brother? Mind if I join? Just as the elevator doors began to close, Li Tao entered, flanked by his entourage. Ding, ding, ding. As more followers crammed into the elevator, the overload alarm blared, making the already cramped space feel oppressive. Get lost. One of the followers was shoved out, yet the alarm continued unabated. What is going on? Everyone exchanged glances. As the last of the followers exited, only 3 remained, but the alarm persisted. Little brother, this elevator must be broken. Let us take another. With that, Li Tao exited the elevator, and the alarm ceased. Tao Gu, I plan to train my mental energy with the class monitor later. Tang Feiyu had already received Yunjia's mental message. The elevator's pressure had been intentionally exerted by Yunjia to encourage Li Tao to leave. As they reached the school gate, Li Tao quickly surrounded them again with his entourage. Feiyu, have I been too harsh on you in the past? Your mental energy has always been something I trained you in, as per your father's wishes. But my sister wants the class monitor to teach me. I still want to listen to her. Tang Feiyu appeared conflicted, while Yunjia stepped forward, stating, Li Gongzi, we are all adults now. Every citizen has the right to make their own choices, and even a father cannot dictate that. As he watched the two depart in silence, Master Li's forehead throbbed with tension. He had endeavored to restrain his emotions, yet the sight of that insufferable class leader infuriated him. Not only had he disrupted his proposal, but he had also usurped precious moments with his beloved. Now, he had even encroached upon his livelihood. How detestable. Yunjia, I shall seek you out for a duel. Master, considering your status, is it wise to challenge Yunjia to a duel? Curse you. Li Tao exclaimed, delivering a furious kick to his subordinate. He took several deep breaths to compose himself. Why did this fellow become increasingly irksome? Shouldn't he be arranging matters for him now? I ought not to feel envy. He is not my rival in love. He has no grounds for my jealousy. Li Tao fought to keep his emotions in check. Gather a few people and make arrangements for him. Remember to maintain discretion. Understood. We shall prepare immediately. Li Tao adjusted his hairstyle and picked up his phone. Chapter 11. Dreams in a world where the cultivation system is not particularly well established. Mentalists have emerged as leading figures among the powerful. On an elevated bridge heading towards the capital city, Yunjia reclined lazily in the passenger seat, gradually becoming acquainted with Tang Feiyu. He found Tang Feiyu's character quite admirable. Not the stereotypical idle-rich kid. He could ascertain that Tang Feiyu was very obedient to his sister and was also a diligent individual. Class monitor. I live with only my sister. My mother works at the Ministry of State Security and comes home only 2 or 3 times a month. So please feel at ease when you visit my home. And your father? Yunjia realized he had perhaps pried too deeply. Tang Feiyu lightly pressed the accelerator and replied. He went missing during a space exploration mission. Rest assured, he has merely ventured to another planet and may return in due time. That is what I believe as well. Which is why I aspire to grow quickly and eventually journey into space to find him. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted from behind them. A wealthy young man wearing sunglasses drove past in a luxury car, accompanied by 4 beautiful women, who were dancing wildly to the DJ's music, chasing the thrill of speed and excitement. How reckless! Tang Feiyu gradually reduced their speed, allowing the other vehicle to overtake them. Hello, handsome. Oh yeah. At the moment of passing, 2 of the women made silly faces at their car, while another threw a bottle of clear liquid towards them. During this episode, Yunji discerned that the liquid was merely mineral water, so he refrained from retaliating, allowing it to splatter onto him. How absurd. Come join us, handsome. After the vehicle passed, it continued to cruise leisurely in front of Tang Feiyu's car. Zhangxia, keep your girl in check. Feiyu, my brother, it's been a while. Let's grab a drink. Get lost. I'm busy. As the other vehicle moved further away, Yunji instinctively asked, is that Zhangxia your high school classmate? Indeed. He is also the young master of the Zhang Corporation. Yunji had heard of the Zhang Corporation, a colossal port giant in the country, with assets amounting to at least hundreds of billions. It appeared that this capital city was indeed a haven for the affluent. In the eastern suburbs of the capital, the Garden District stood as a villa area, and it was Yunji's first time entering such an affluent neighborhood. It was remarkably tranquil, with exceptionally fresh air. We have arrived. Upon reaching a villa's entrance, Yunji spotted Zhangxia's vehicle parked ahead. What are you doing, Zhangxia? Feiyu. I have come to spend some leisure time with you. That's not possible. I need to train my mental powers today, so please leave. Tang Feiyu parked the car in the garage, and as they exited, they saw Zhangxia standing with a relatively normal-looking girl. While the other 3 vixens remained in the car, Zhangxia, I will say this once more. I am not available today, so please leave. Feiyu, you have quite the temper. Shanshan. At this moment, the relatively normal girl stepped forward. Feiyu, there is something I wish to discuss with you. He is my brother. Feel free to speak, Tang Feiyu replied, referring to Yunxia. The girl seemed hesitant, but under Zhangxia's prompting, she finally spoke. Feiyu, you may not have known, but Zhangxia is actually my brother. And then? I will be going to the United States next month and am uncertain when I will return. Safe travels. I won't see you off. Tang Feiyu forced a smile, while Yunxia silently followed him into the villa. The 3-story villa was adorned with a distinctly technological aesthetic. Upon entering, they encountered robots cleaning and machines cooking, perhaps a reflection of his father's career as a scientist. Unfortunately, Tang Feiyu's father had ventured into space when Tang Feiyu was very young and had never returned. Once home, Tang Feiyu collapsed onto the sofa. You might find it strange, but Zhangxia used to be my best friend. Then he introduced me to Shanshan, and just when we became close, he snatched her away, playing me like a child. Isn't that ridiculous? Such a friend deserves a good kick. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. Once I become a mentalist, I will find my father, no matter where he may be. I will join you. My dream is to explore the cosmos. Yunxia sat on the sofa, scrutinizing the villa's first floor, unknowingly igniting Tang Feiyu's enthusiasm. Really? That would be splendid. Tang Feiyu suddenly approached and grasped Yunxia's hands tightly. My sister is quite strict with me. Can you persuade her? Well, I will give it a try. Then let us commence training at once. Outside the villa, Zhangxia and Zhang Shanshan had not yet departed. Sister, I think it's best to leave this be. That boy is under strict supervision from his sister. She has already warned you, so don't pursue this further. But it's all your fault. You and your foolish ideas. I simply like him and will wait for his sister to return. Fine. But I fear that even when he comes of age, his sister will still be hovering over him. As evening approached, a red luxury car glided in, and stepping out was none other than Tang Feiyu's sister, Tang Xintong. Miss Tang, darling beauty, my sister has taken a liking to your brother. This is the fortune your brother earned from 1,000 years of cultivation in his past life. Quickly, let him out. Zhangxia, the heir of the corporation, was unyielding in the face of anyone, and although this beauty was formidable, he felt no need to bow down to her. As it concerned his sister's reputation, a brother must step forward. Come in. Tang Xintong cast a glance at the 3 vixens in the car before entering the room. In the secret chamber, Yunxia was currently channeling spiritual energy into Tang Feiyu while expanding his mental capacity. In every cultivation family, a private chamber is reserved for training purposes. Noticing the silence in the chamber, Tang Xintong led them into the living room, believing that since Tang Feiyu had reached adulthood, there was no need for such stringent supervision. Feiyu is training. You may return home for now. As the training concluded, the chamber door swung open, and Yunxia and Tang Feiyu emerged. How was it? I have become a novice mentalist now. Look, sister. Tang Feiyu glanced at Zhangxia, and with a flick of his mental power, Zhang Zhe suddenly levitated. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Oh, Tang Xintong observed as Zhang Zhe floated a meter above the ground for a mere 2 seconds before plummeting down. Not bad. Tang Feiyu approached Zhang Zhe. Did you see? I am now a mentalist. We are from different worlds now, so hurry along. Feiyu. Zhang Shanshan. Witnessing Tang Feiyu's achievement, felt a mix of joy and sorrow, and with pursed lips, she said, take care. Oh, hey, don't go. Zhang Zhe, displeased, glared at Tang Feiyu. Tang Feiyu, I have always considered you a brother and even introduced my sister to you, yet you treat her this way. Just wait. After they departed, Tang Xintong remarked, Feiyu, you have grown up. I will no longer oversee you, but you must understand the 3 taboos of cultivation. A cultivator cannot be with a mortal. I comprehend. Dear sister, Tang Feiyu turned to Yunjia, who had been silent. Class monitor, thanks to you this time, you shall henceforth be my personal tutor. That is only fitting. For reasons unknown, Yunjia felt a peculiar awkwardness upon seeing Tang Xintong, his gaze constantly drifting elsewhere, a fact not lost on Tang Xintong. Yunjia, do not feel estranged. I was originally assigned to you by the National Security Bureau as your instructor. After your university graduation, we shall be working together. All right. Yunjia now understood that his involvement in this position was indeed orchestrated by the National Security Bureau. However, he had secretly joined the Immortal Alliance. And this posed a dilemma. The Immortal Alliance was manageable, yet if they ultimately deemed him to be straddling 2 worlds, that would be troublesome. You all should retire early. We must attend class tomorrow. Sister, I have become a mentalist. I desire to indulge in some spirits. As you wish. Tang Xintong resided on the 2nd floor of the villa, while Tang Feiyu and Yunjia naturally occupied the 1st floor. That evening, the 3 gathered around the table for dinner. Sister, how could you bear to drink tonight? I am genuinely happy for you. You have taken another step closer to your dream. Yunjia, observing the sibling interaction, was uncertain whether to interject. Yet, one thing was clear. Tang Xintong exhibited a demeanor of icy aloofness toward outsiders, while she was genuinely attentive to her younger brother. Yunjia, since you are an innate mentalist, the National Security Bureau holds high hopes for you. However, considering you facilitated Feiyu's breakthrough today, your mental prowess must surpass that of a high-level mentalist. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps a master level. Yunjia took a sip of his drink, for he was uncertain of his own limits. He feared that after undergoing testing, he might be discovered and subjected to human experimentation. After all, the cultivation system in this world was not particularly refined. Your limits? Limits? What one thinks, one manifests. Yunjia silently closed his eyes and began to gradually extend his spiritual energy outward. 100 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The distance continued to expand. International Space Station above the Earth, countless space stations floated in the void, due to the presence of extraterrestrial beings. The skies above Earth were heavily fortified to counter any potential threats from alien life forms. Similarly, probes launched annually into the depths of the solar system like dumplings. And occasionally, manned spacecraft would venture forth, yet most would soon vanish into the vastness of the cosmos. At this moment, a subtle yet resilient mental force slowly traversed the atmosphere, heading toward the moon. Report, a powerful mental force has emerged from the Earth, rapidly heading toward the moon. Suddenly, the entire International Space Station plunged into a state of panic. For there indeed existed an extraterrestrial presence on the moon, setting aside the source of this mental force. What if it provoked the alien? That would incite widespread terror among humanity. Quickly, activate the mental force shockwave to intercept this energy. Received. Chapter 12. The alien little girl. The mental energy emitted from Earth was not directly destroyed by the Space Defense Center. Instead, they swiftly locked onto Yunjia's location. The setting, Yadong District's capital, East Suburb Garden. Immediate apprehension ensued. A sharp pain pierced Yunjia's mind as an enigmatic force surged toward his brain. Upon retracting his mental energy, he instantaneously perceived countless mental forces converging upon him. We are in trouble. As soon as he uttered those words, he fainted. In his dream, Yunjia found himself lying on a meadow, surrounded by an extraordinarily surreal environment. The sky above revealed the vastness of the cosmos, and the grass beneath glimmered with light. A gentle breeze caressed him, and warmth enveloped his body. Where is this place? This is the spiritual realm I have opened for you, a voice echoed. Suddenly, a little girl clad in a purple pleated dress appeared, her exquisite features and violet eyes evoking an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being, both enchanting and sinister. Capable of plunging one into the abyss of insatiable desire. Who are you? I am the alien you speak of, she replied. The little girl shrank in size and perched on Yunja's shoulder. What you are witnessing is the future of Earth, but what follows? She extended her arm, and a circle materialized before them, revealing a blue planet within. Countless warships continuously departed for Earth, transporting vast numbers of humans, while the environment on Earth grew increasingly terrifying. It had become a place of enslavement, where all were confined and treated as livestock. This is the future of Earth. Yunja could no longer bear to watch. His mind was already reeling from the bewilderment of traversing into the future, only to discover that this horror was orchestrated by the very being before him. As the creator god of Earth, I naturally do not wish for such events to unfold. You must strive diligently and not disappoint my expectations. With that, the little girl pointed her finger, and a beam of light penetrated Yunja's being, overwhelming his mind and nerves with divine power, which began to surge throughout his entire body. Do not resist. I shall enhance your physique. Otherwise, how will you ever leave the solar system? Soon, Yunja felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. His senses heightened as he perceived his pores expanding, blood flowing rapidly within, purging countless impurities from his body. He also sensed his mental energy ascending, his mind exceptionally clear, even able to discern satellites drifting beside distant planets. How do you feel? Thank you. Why are you helping me? Consider it a bond from a past life. Past life? The little girl fell silent, her violet eyes seemingly harboring untold stories. When Yunja awoke once more, he found himself in a hospital bed. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Tang Xintong entered, reaching out to touch his forehead, her sudden action catching him off guard. Teacher, I merely overexerted my mental energy. I am fine. Tang Xintong smiled brightly and handed him a report. What? My mental energy is this potent? This is merely the level detectable on Earth. I believe you can achieve even greater heights. For some reason, Yunja noted a change in Tang Xintong. She was no longer the aloof figure she once was but radiated warmth, her hand resting on the back of his. Could it be due to her training his brother in mental energy? Yunja tentatively grasped her hand, which she did not withdraw, but instead leaned closer. Just as he was about to kiss her, the environment shattered, and before him stood the little girl from his dream. Old habits die hard. You have not changed. What is happening? Was that merely an illusion? Of course, it was false, but the test results are genuine. Your mental energy has fully recovered. Now, focus on addressing Earth and Oppos, S matters. You have 1 year, after which you shall accompany me to fulfill your mission. Upon finishing her words, the little girl vanished. This action solidified Yunja's belief that everything was indeed real. In the afternoon, a group of individuals clad in black entered his hospital room, all unfamiliar faces. Unmistakably agents from the National Security Bureau. Hello, Yunja. I am Yu Tao, the director of the National Security Bureau. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, pleased to meet you. Yu Tao presented a report identical to the one the little girl had shown him. Due to your innate mental energy and exceptional memory, the state has permitted you to graduate early and commence work at the National Security Bureau. Here's your identification. Please keep it safe. Yunja was taken aback. Yet Yu Tao understood his astonishment and forcefully placed the identification in his hands. Joining the National Security Bureau and contributing to national security is an inescapable duty of every citizen. Your parents have already consented. If you prefer not to be too busy, I shall grant you a 3-day leave. Report to the National Security Bureau in the capital in 3 days. With that, the agents departed. Yunja remained dazed for a while before promptly leaving the hospital. As he attempted to return home, he discovered that his parents had already arranged for him to reside in a high-end state villa. Furthermore, his diploma had already been placed in their home. Breaking news: the aliens on the moon have departed, and various countries will soon dispatch warships to investigate. Yunja glanced at his phone, utterly bewildered. In just 1 day, so many events had transpired. The campus life he should have enjoyed was gone, the opportunity to tutor Tang Feiyu had vanished, and he was uncertain if he would ever encounter Teacher Tang again. His phone rang. It was Tang Xintong. Hello, Yunja. The National Security Bureau has informed you of everything, hasn't it? Yes, but Teacher Tang, forget about the tutoring. Since you wish to explore the moon, report to the National Security Bureau promptly. The state is preparing a lunar exploration plan. Do not miss this opportunity. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Must I report to the National Security Bureau now? But I still want to enjoy university. You have half a year. Prepare yourself quickly. The little girl's voice echoed in his mind, and Yunja finally understood that she had been concealed within his spiritual realm all along. Indeed. To prevent the world from being destroyed and to safeguard peace, I, as the alien, will dispatch you among the various cosmic factions to propagate the ideals of love and peace, embodying an adorable yet charming antagonist. Traversing the vicissitudes of life and reveling in the world. All right, I shall heed your words. In 1 year's time, one thing must be accomplished. Throughout history, the greatest unfilial act is to leave one's parents without descendants. At the very least, I must ensure my parents' peace of mind before embarking on my journey. Chapter 13. Private teacher at the entrance of Capital University, Yunji stood in the square, lost in thought for quite some time. He never anticipated that after merely a day of classes, he would find himself graduating. Such is the nature of this world. Those with extraordinary abilities are treated in a special manner. Perhaps it is the fear of his formidable strength juxtaposed with his immature psyche that drives him to hastily extricate himself from society. Suddenly, a large truck seemingly charged towards him with malicious intent. Caught off guard, Yunji swiftly concentrated his psychic energy, pushing his hands backward, and caught it barehanded. At that moment, the school security personnel rushed in to secure the scene, and the crowd began to swell. To intercept a truck with bare hands, was this even human? Surely. This was the work of a high-level martial artist. He emerged unscathed. After halting the truck, Yunji stepped forward and inquired, "Who sent you?" Two unruly youths emerged from the vehicle, bantering with one another. "My apologies, it's my first time driving. I hope we didn't harm the esteemed martial artist. I shall ask you one last time, who sent you?" Yunji's voice turned grave, prompting the two to exchange uncertain glances. Despite their trepidation, they forced smiles and replied, "What a joke. We were just passing by." Without further ado, a sudden surge of red light flashed from Yunji's eyes, causing their minds to short-circuit. He plunged his psychic energy directly into their brains, compelling them to divulge, "Who sent you to kill me?" "It was young Masterly," one of them stammered. "Which young Masterly?" "Li Tao of the Li Group." Boom. As news of the assassination attempt on a martial artist by the Li Group's heir spread rapidly, it sent shockwaves throughout the capital and soon across the nation. The audacity of young Master Li Tao to instigate such an attack raised questions about the secrets lurking behind the Li Group's commercial empire. How could they dare challenge a martial artist? As the news circulated, many speculated that young Master Li had lost his senses. Upon revealing his identification from the National Security Bureau, the situation escalated dramatically. The Bureau issued a statement declaring that the assailant must provide a reasonable explanation for his actions. In response, the Li Group announced that although Li Tao was indeed a member of the family, he held no position within the corporation. On that very day, Li Tao was apprehended for his brazen attack on the martial artist associated with the National Security Bureau. In the detention center, he lamented, "Come on, we were classmates. Can't we let this slide? Classmates? Then why did you intend to harm a fellow student? Had I not been a martial artist, I would have been finished." Li Tao felt a deep sense of regret. Openly provoking the martial artists of the National Security Bureau was an act only a fool would commit. Was he truly opposing the state? What must I do to be spared? Whatever punishment is necessary, I simply hope you won't trouble teacher Xintong again upon your release. With that, Yunji departed. For such a minor player, the law would surely take its course. The entire exchange was meticulously observed by the Bureau personnel. Upon returning to the National Security Bureau, Yunji settled into his sofa with a cup of tea. Despite his youthful appearance, he bore the demeanor of a superior. As the world's foremost being, transformed through special modifications, he felt no apprehension about threats to his safety. If not for his family, he would have yearned to leave Earth and delve into the mysteries of the universe. Before long, the sound of heavy high heels approached. It was her. Today, she radiated beauty, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, adorned with lace, her short black hair framing a visage accentuated by deep crimson lips, all exuding the allure of a mature woman. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Yunji quickly diverted his gaze, recalling the atmosphere they shared in the hospital. The only moment that stirred his heart. Tang Xintong, undeterred by the blush on his face, seated herself and declared, "The leadership is concerned about your youthful impetuosity. I have been assigned to continue as your private tutor, nurturing you for the future elite of our nation." "That is splendid." "Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I meant I can train Feiyu's psychic abilities again." "Indeed, that is the sentiment. The essence of youth often lies in feeling awkward in the presence of a girl. You are now a person of interest to many organizations. How can you still be thinking about Feiyu?" Tang Xintong handed him a document, stating, "If you still hold loyalty to your country, you must sign this agreement and issue a statement declaring your lifelong service to the state and its people. Regardless of past or present, I love this nation." This time, Yunji signed his name without hesitation. Tang Xintong appeared pleased by his decisiveness, taking the document as she exited. You will undergo zero-gravity training at the National Security Bureau for the next 3 days. I will take you to the training room shortly. Understood. As he watched her depart, the smile on Yunja's face grew wider. Indeed, having someone he cherished by his side would be the utmost delight. The flutter of his heart was truly captivating. Soon after, clad in sportswear, Tang Xintong led Yunja into the zero-gravity training room. Due to his exceptionally potent psychic abilities, Yunja effortlessly maintained his balance, while Tang Xintong required his assistance to improve. 3 days swiftly passed, and their relationship evolved from that of a mere teacher and student to colleagues. Being a key figure within the National Security Bureau, Tang Xintong quickly advanced to the master level with Yunja's guidance, while also supplementing her education with knowledge in physics and astronomy. At the East Suburb Villa, Tang Feiyu exclaimed, "Wow, class leader, you are amazing. You helped my sister's psychic abilities reach the master level. I heard you two are going to the moon tomorrow. What about me?" Yet, upon catching his sister's gaze, he immediately retracted his words. He could not help but feel overshadowed, especially since his sister had ceased teaching due to her work commitments, leaving him without any special treatment at school. Tang Xintong's decision to bring Yunja home was intentional. She understood his feelings towards her but chose not to confront them. Some truths, once acknowledged, could spoil the essence of their relationship. Yunja's visit primarily aimed to further train Tang Feiyu's psychic abilities, as the organization had recognized the situation. If feasible, the National Security Bureau hoped he could enhance the psychic training of many others. That evening, Tang Feiyu and Yunja once again descended into the underground training facility. "Class leader, I want to go to the moon too. Can you help me?" Yunja realized he had underestimated his determination. Chapter 14. The Dark Transformation of Xiaoling. After helping Feiyu hone his mental strength, Yunja gradually came to comprehend his own abilities. "I have genuinely become a cultivator. Could it be that you are my guiding force?" Yunja introspected, discovering that the petite girl lingered within his sea of consciousness, peacefully slumbering while emanating energy that seemed to be transforming her very essence. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Tang Xintong promptly documented it and forwarded her findings to the National Security Bureau. When Yutao reviewed Yunja's final report, the perpetually stern expression on his face finally softened into a smile. Humanity's panic, which had persisted for nearly half a century, was destined to conclude. That evening, Yunja returned home. After only a few days apart, Xiaoling gleefully danced with joy upon seeing her brother, while their parents beamed with happiness as the family dined together late into the night. Observing that they had received substantial subsidies from the government and found more suitable employment, Yunja felt a sense of relief. Yet, the thought of departing in 6 months stirred feelings of guilt within him. Perhaps it was time to find them a new anchor. He resolved silently, convinced that he could accomplish this in half a year. "Brother, what are you doing?" A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and Xiaoling peeked her head in. Seeing her brother awake, she rushed inside. "Brother, I can't sleep. Could you tell me a story like you used to?" "All right. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Yunja soon found himself particularly drowsy, and as he recounted the tale, he quickly drifted into slumber. However, he experienced a most peculiar nightmare. His sister Xiaoling had transformed into a villain intent on annihilating all lowly civilizations in the universe. Upon waking the next day, he discovered that Xiaoling was not by his side. She had likely left due to fatigue from last night. So he prepared to head to the National Security Bureau early. "Are you ready?" This marked Yunja's second encounter with Yutao, who donned military attire and sunglasses, exuding an air of cool confidence. "Ready, Commander. When do we depart?" Given the stature of the national leadership, Yunja spoke with a newfound politeness, even saluting as he finished. "Yes, we can leave now. Your parents went to the launch center early this morning. Let us go." "My parents?" Yunja was taken aback. He had assumed they would sleep in after the late family feast, yet they were even earlier than he had anticipated. Yutao placed a hand on Yunja's shoulder, stating, "After all, their son is soaring through the skies, exploring the cosmos. As parents, they naturally wish to witness it." "Thank you, nation." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two boarded a fighter jet and headed westward towards the National Space Launch Site. On board, Yunja encountered Tang Xintong again, though she remained silent, wearing an eye mask. "Teacher, do we have a specific plan for our trip to the moon?" "You need not concern yourself with the specifics, simply follow my instructions." "Oh." Suddenly, a phone call came in, sending Yunja into a frenzy. Xiaoling is missing from the launch site. Hurry, we must head there immediately." Upon disembarking the jet, despite the orderly operations of the various work groups, chaos ensued as Yunja's family frantically searched for the child. The National Security Bureau dispatched a large contingent to conduct a thorough search. This was a national launch site, devoid of other forces. Logically, no one would abduct an elementary school student. Utilizing his mental prowess, Yunja quickly scanned an area spanning hundreds of kilometers, yet found no trace of Xiaoling. Recalling the nightmare from the previous night, a chill swept through him. No, if Xiaoling is not found, I will not proceed with the exploration. Yunja resolutely distanced himself from the crowd, ascending alone into the heavens. Soon, he found himself in outer space. Before long, numerous nations with satellites detected a figure in space, unfazed by the vacuum or zero pressure, gazing down upon Earth like a deity. Who would have thought that a divine being resides within you? Suddenly, Yunja's consciousness was yanked into another realm, where the petite girl awakened alongside him, initiating a clash of minds. Sister, what has happened to you? Brother, didn't I tell you last night? Yunja's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld his sister, now utterly transformed, radiating an aura that promised to lead one into despair. It is the fallen angel clan. They have taken control of your sister. As the petite girl began to explain, Yunja's eyes blazed crimson. Gathering his strength, he charged forth. If you catch me, you will release my sister. Return my sister. Yunja lost all rationality. Without a doubt, the most important people in his life were his family. Yet, after pursuing through much of the solar system, the petite girl halted him. We cannot pursue any further. I sense a massive army of fallen angels approaching the solar system. What? Yunja forced himself to remain calm. To think that within mere days of becoming a warrior, Earth would face its first challenge from an extraterrestrial civilization. What shall we do? The bodies of Earth's inhabitants are far too fragile to withstand an assault from outer space, especially with so many civilians. The fallen angels are currently consolidating the lower civilizations of the universe, preparing to challenge the dominant civilizations of the galaxy. We must temporarily submit. Submit? Are you suggesting we allow them to dictate our lives and seize our wealth? Yunja did not seek glory for himself, but was determined to fight until death when faced with danger to his nation. It is not as dire as you imagine. You need only present yourself as Earth and Appos, as strongest champion, and accept their terms. There may yet be a chance for negotiation. The fallen angels currently require powerful allies and disdain enslaving a lower civilization. Furthermore, they are preparing for war. The wealth of Earth holds no value for them. Perhaps it is best to strive for a diplomatic resolution. A head-on confrontation is futile. After elaborating on numerous matters, the petite girl channeled energy to calm Yunja's spirit and guided him toward the approaching fallen angel army. Returning to the skies above Earth, Yunja swiftly employed his mental prowess to warn nations worldwide against launching any probes into space. Otherwise, he would take matters into his own hands. Seeing Yunja reappear above Earth, the subdued Xiaoling curiously returned, asking, Brother, why don't you come and capture me? Speak, what are you here on Earth for? Indeed, the deity within you must have informed you. I shall not be evasive. Since this is a negotiation, can you return my sister to me? Seeing his sister in such a malevolent state, Yunja's heart was tormented with anguish. At merely 10 years old, she had already drawn the attention of cosmic forces, destined for a life devoid of peace. Alas, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. Chapter 15. The eve of leaving Earth. Upon hearing this, Yunja chose to remain silent. After the little girl transformed into her physical form, she began to engage in a telepathic exchange with the other party. Although Yunja could sense the communication, he was utterly perplexed by the language being employed. Before long, he became acutely aware of a legion of fallen angel warriors materializing in the distant expanse. As he discerned their true form, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped him, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his legs felt unnaturally weak. Though they appeared human, these beings bore dark wings of black, gray, and purple hues, accompanied by colossal warships that loomed larger than planets, floating in the void of space. The warships were ablaze with light, surrounded by swarms of smaller vessels like bees around a hive. Was this the manifestation of advanced civilization? Even in confronting a single Earth, such an extraordinary display seemed unwarranted. In the absence of this deity, they could easily obliterate the entire solar system with mere soldiers. The little girl returned to Yunja's consciousness, continuing, The crisis has been temporarily averted. Let us return to Earth. Upon their return, Yunja incessantly questioned the little girl about the nature of the negotiations. For although the crisis had been momentarily resolved, it remained uncertain whether the threat had truly departed. A pervasive purple mist now enveloped the skies above Earth, rendering the world eerily surreal. Yet, this very phenomenon instilled within Yunja a profound respect for the deity residing within him, capable of commanding such a formidable civilization. The crisis on Earth has been momentarily alleviated. I have pledged to the fallen angels that I shall journey to their home planet in 3 days to assist them in unifying the banking system. You have 3 days to bid farewell to your family, she stated. But is Earth truly safe? Yunzhu inquired. Earth is now bound to the fallen angels' chariot. Should they succeed in unifying the banking system, the advancement of Earth's civilization will not be an issue. However, should they fail, Earth must brace itself for annihilation. Yunzhu felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. Without strength, words held no weight. Had it not been for the little girl's negotiations, Earth might have been enslaved as mere labor. Arriving at the National Security Bureau, Yunzhu presented a purple token to Yiqiu. Although the crisis on Earth is temporarily resolved, we have become a subordinate civilization of the fallen angels. This token symbolizes the authority to govern Earth on their behalf. Should any nation refuse to comply, divine retribution may be invoked. Yiqiu accepted the token, yet trepidation lingered in his heart. Recalling the images transmitted by satellites, he remembered Yunzhu confronting an evil girl, and now no nation dared to challenge this matter. As for Earth's future, in 3 days, I shall represent Earth in my journey to the fallen angels. Earth shall continue its course without panic. Should other civilizations arrive, remember to avoid conflict. This is a challenge for Earth's future, and victory will lead us into the realm of advanced civilization. With those words, Yunzhu prepared to return home, knowing he must spend his final moments with family. Yiqiu wished to say more, but Yunzhu had already vanished. Once home, Yunzhu reassured his sister that there was no immediate danger, which eased his parents' worries. However, the impending departure in 3 days filled them with both sorrow and anxiety. Yet, seeing their son's remarkable strength brought them more smiles of pride than fear. That night, as Yunzhu lay in bed, sleep eluded him, and he was lost in contemplation. Although the crisis on Earth had been temporarily averted, greater challenges loomed on the horizon. Even if the fallen angels could unify the galaxy, countless subordinate forces would undoubtedly emerge. How could Earth contend with such formidable adversaries? Having lived in isolation for eons, was it truly wise to integrate into the cosmic powers? Perhaps each individual harbored differing aspirations. Some wished to partake in the fruits of civilization, while others sought a tranquil existence away from it all. Yet Yunzhu could not afford such luxury. He aspired not only to partake in the bounty, but also to distribute it, not merely for Earth, but for his sister's future as well. Zhe, are you asleep? A knock interrupted his thoughts. It was Yunqing Hong. He quickly opened the door to find his parents holding a document, a proof of adoption. So, I was adopted by you. I always knew this child was extraordinary. Did you see? Yunqing Hong beamed at his wife, his smile growing ever more radiant as he recounted the past. Back when your mother and I were not yet married, you appeared unexpectedly at the restaurant, nearly causing a rift between us. Fortunately, I had a paternity test done, and after marrying your mother, we decided to adopt you. You were quite charming as a child, though you have become more reserved as you grew older. However, your care for your sister has been commendable. You often picked her up from school. The family conversed long into the night until dawn approached, and only then did his parents retreat to rest. To prepare them for the potential crises ahead, Yunzhu trained their mental prowess the following day until they surpassed the master level. With this, his parents now possessed perhaps the strongest mental prowess on Earth. Yunzhu then hurried to the National Security Bureau to finalize his arrangements. My parents have become martial artists solely for longevity. They wish to lead peaceful lives and require the necessary support. Of course, it was time for him to contribute to his country. Yiqiu, upon hearing this, wished to remind him that he should have done so long ago. The thought of this reckless youth departing in just 1 day spurred him to summon the younger generation he had organized. The entire day was spent preparing. And as Yunzhu intended to return home for farewells, he discovered that his parents had already been taken away by the National Security Bureau, wasting no time. It is time. I must depart. Yunzhu paused, observing the remaining mental practitioners who had not yet reached mastery, who could only express their regret with shaking heads. Yiqiu then produced a storage box, presenting it to Yunzhu. This contains rare spiritual herbs from Earth, helpful in restoring physical and mental energy. Please take it. I have no need for these. They are better suited for those in need, Yunzhu replied, casting one last glance at his parents before surveying the room and departing. He found himself wondering why Tang Xintong was absent today. As his student prepared for departure, her absence as a private teacher seemed inexplicable. After scanning the area, he focused his attention on Tang Xintong's residence. With Fei Yu away, he swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door. Tang Tang, it is Yunjia. After a prolonged silence, an unsettling feeling surged within him, compelling him to enter forcefully. Upon entry, he was immediately greeted by a strong scent of alcohol. Chapter 16. Strolling through the starry sky, damn it. Yunjia quickly dodged, for Tang Xintong's sleeping posture was quite poor, and she was not dressed. It would be disastrous if a young man like him were to barge into someone else's room and be discovered. The guilt surged within him as he recalled the moments he had unwittingly stolen glances. Outside the door, Yunjia squatted for a long time, unsure of what to do. Should he leave now? But when would he next see her? She was the only person who had ever captured his heart. If he let this opportunity slip away, he would lose all chances forever. He could not allow her to become a regret in his life. Rising to his feet, he was about to knock when the door suddenly swung open and Tang Xintong, clad in her pajamas, took a step back. What are you doing? Who let you in? Oh, Teacher Tong, I came to say goodbye. I will be leaving Earth for a while. Okay, take care. After saying this, Tang Xintong retreated into the washroom, seemingly intent on leaving Yunjia in suspense. Think carefully. This trip to the fallen angel's home planet will mean you won't return for at least 7 or 8 years. Don't make a hasty decision and let someone down. Prompted by the little girl's reminder, Yunjia dashed into the bathroom, wrapping his arms around Tang Xintong from behind. Teacher, I like you. If I return and you are still unmarried, I will marry you. Tang Xintong said nothing, her gaze fixed on her reflection in the mirror. At that moment, Yunjia realized his actions were impulsive and hurriedly released her, but in his haste, he accidentally tugged at her pajamas, causing them to slip off. I and Amp, Oppos, am sorry, teacher. Flustered, Yunjia stumbled to retrieve them, but sensing the potential for escalating trouble, he quickly exited the washroom. So you leave the choice to me and then walk away? Hearing the commotion from the washroom, Yunjia felt a flush of embarrassment. After a long pause, he replied, I'm sorry. After spending time together, I believe you understand my feelings. However, duty calls, and I do not wish to let you down. If I return and find you with someone else, I will take you back, no matter the cost. Taking a deep breath, he declared his resolve before launching himself out of the atmosphere. That last statement was meant to convey his determination, for the National Security Bureau was well aware of his intentions, and her lack of preparation to see him off was a sign that she was waiting for him to seek her out. Having completed his farewells, Yunjia swiftly followed the coordinates provided by the little girl. The absence of air was stifling. Naturally, after living beneath the atmosphere for so long, a vacuum environment was hardly bearable. However, your situation is relatively better for those powerful beings without divine assistance. Every second spent in a vacuum is a tremendous drain on physical and mental energy. As he glided past the sun, Yunjia lingered for a moment, scrutinizing the changes occurring within it while listening to the little girl and Amp, Oppos' explanations about the cosmos. The sun is an essential component of any star system. No planet capable of sustaining life can exist without it. You may wish to venture inside, but be warned, your physical body would be incinerated, leaving you to survive solely as a spiritual entity. Does the soul truly exist? One attains a soul through the cultivation of a spiritual consciousness. With the aid of one's divine essence, survival under extreme conditions is indeed possible, but should one encounter a black hole, even the divine would not endure for long. Along the journey, Yunjia explored the major celestial bodies within the solar system before formally departing from it. Ahead lay the renowned Kuiper Belt, an immense shield of countless rocks and asteroids encircling the solar system. In the distance, he could see some fiery walls, even walls composed of mysterious forces. This was the protection set by the divine upon leaving the solar system, its strength waning over the years. Why not set up another? My physical form has perished. If I were to unleash potent divine powers, the divine realm would sense it and deliver divine retribution. There's a divine realm? With the influx of knowledge, Yunjia's understanding of this enigmatic universe deepened, his curiosity growing. Ancient legends on Earth spoke of deities, and he was astonished to learn that the highest civilization in the universe was a place known as the divine realm, presumably home to many gods. Simultaneously, he grasped the transitions within the solar system. It turned out that among the 8 planets that once existed, 3 were suitable for human habitation. Yet, humanity and Oppos' selfishness and internal strife led to mutual destruction. The most recent cataclysm was the demise of Mars, while Earth was restored thanks to divine intervention. This realization dawned upon him. Life must continually absorb to grow. Only when faced with external threats do beings unite, from individuals to families, and from nations to star systems. Ultimately, the level of external threat dictates the response. On the smallest scale, individuals may kill for survival, while on a grander scale, nations may wage wars. Life is relentless, and the struggle never ceases. Leaving the Kuiper Belt behind, Yunja found himself on the edge of the Oort cloud, where a myriad of planets unfolded before his eyes. How wonderful it would be to traverse the universe with his beloved. He discovered planets made entirely of water, where oceans stretched infinitely, others composed of iron, gold, and even bricks. A torrential rain of sulfur fell from the sky, alongside an abundance of pure metals and rare elements. These would constitute immense wealth on Earth. Wait, that planet shines so brightly. That is what you humans refer to as Sirius. The mere thought of Sirius ignited an excitement within Yunja, prompting him to accelerate toward it. In the vast emptiness of space, he lost track of time. The little girl, eager for him to familiarize himself with the universe and Apos' structure, did not deter him, knowing he had informed the fallen angel legion that he needed 3 days on Earth and that reaching their home planet could take half a month. However, as time passed, she underestimated Yunja and Apos' obsession with exploring the cosmos. Quick, steer clear. Ahead lies a black hole. Yunja suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness and hastily retreated. What a joke. That was something even deities feared. One could only maintain an attitude of reverence. He attempted to probe with his spiritual energy, only to feel a sharp pain as his consciousness was swiftly consumed upon nearing it. Let us go. We should proceed to the fallen angel and Apos' home planet. Very well, we must face it eventually. Yunja did not linger, following the little girl's guidance as he set off at full speed toward the location of the fallen angel and Apos' home planet. After 3 days of travel, Yunja finally spotted a spacecraft navigating through space. Its peculiar markings and characteristics indicated that it was not a vessel belonging to the fallen angel legion. Driven by curiosity, he planned to approach for a closer look, only to realize he had invited trouble. Beep, beep, beep. The deafening sound of a superluminal wave bombarded Yunja and Apos' mental energy. Yet thanks to the suppression at their level, he easily dismantled it with the little girl's assistance. Do not use your mental energy to probe in outer space. It may be mistaken for a mental attack. They claim to be refugees from a civilization called Raura, hoping you will spare them. Refugees? Could it be their planet was destroyed? Investigate further. Perhaps you might gain insight into the recent events surrounding the banking system. Chapter 17. 100 million slaves. As Yunja effortlessly traversed the language of the Raura civilization, he found himself aboard their spaceship. It was an unremarkable spacecraft, reminiscent of those already realized on Earth. The unique positioning of Earth within the protective belt formed by the solar system, combined with the prolonged habitation of a young girl on the moon, had indefinitely postponed the plans for cosmic exploration. The Raura people bore a striking resemblance to humans, save for the stark differences in skin tone and facial features. On board, Captain Rakami warmly introduced Yunja to the intricacies of Raura civilization. However, upon mentioning their plight, their eyes ignited with fury. It is the fallen angel legion. They seek to enslave our kin. Captain Rakami and Apos' face flushed crimson with anger, his breathing becoming noticeably labored. Why? If they are an advanced civilization, do they not choose to compromise, to endure humiliation in anticipation of a resurgence? They offered no opportunity for negotiation, obliterating our home planet on their very first day. Had it not been for our auxiliary planets possessing spacecraft, our civilization would have perished long ago. Upon hearing this, the captain and Apos' attendants displayed profound sorrow, their tears flowing freely. Perhaps this is the lament of the weak, deprived even of the chance to surrender. Wait, the fallen angel legion possesses formidable strength. How could they have so easily released a single spaceship? Yunja inquired. Where are your kin? May I see them? Please. Follow me, Rakami replied. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered. The young girl, who had just completed the translation, quickly alerted Yunju to a potential issue. He too sensed the anxiety radiating from the attendants, as if they feared for his encounter with their kin. Following Captain Rakami to the ship and Apos' core, they navigated through a series of tightly secured doors until they arrived at a glass-encased chamber. Please. Rakami gestured for Yunja to enter, with divine assistance at his side. Yunja hesitated only briefly before stepping into the glass chamber. The sight that greeted him was horrifying. Below, a throng of Raura people huddled together, their faces devoid of color, most in a state of unconsciousness, with no space to move. More chillingly, their hands and feet were bound, and from above, numerous small apertures dripped green liquid, which the captives desperately lapped up to stave off thirst and hunger. This scene evoked memories of Earth and Apos, as colonizers in their transport of slaves. Cackling maniacally, Captain Rakami stood outside the glass, reveling in the chaos. They say you are a fool. This chamber is constructed from a special metal, impervious to mental energies below the 50-tier threshold. Once we reach our destination, your demise will be most gruesome. Unfazed, Yunja retorted, let us see, for upon arrival, I may yet save more souls. Do not indulge in foolish fantasies. The fallen angel race has divine beings among them, and other cosmic forces will surely intervene. Should I be restrained, you will indeed meet a tragic end. The thought of his sister being ensnared by divine interference struck Yunja with clarity. He swiftly summoned his mental energy, piercing the glass and targeting Captain Rakami directly. A resounding crash echoed as he shattered the glass, causing the attendants to recoil in horror, trembling on the ground. The power he wielded was evidently above the 50-tier threshold. What were they uttering? Pleas for mercy, surely? Should he stoop to their level? Ignoring their cries, Yunja made his way to the cockpit, compelling the pilot to set course for the fallen angel's home planet. Do not concern yourself with this matter. The trajectory of this vessel will lead us to the fallen angel and Apos' home world, yet it will take over a month of travel. And your coordinates have already been revealed. He pressed for information regarding the ship's destination. Through sheer mental domination, the crew had no opportunity for reticence. After thorough interrogation, it became clear that the vessel was headed for Liar's Star, a hub for the commerce of slaves, falling under the dominion of the Thunder Empire. Yunja recalled his prior research on the Thunder Empire, a neighboring power to the fallen angel race, governing thousands of star systems. To ensure the Rala people had adequate space to survive, he opened the cage, but was immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench as the captives surged forth, causing him to retreat into the air. The situation rapidly spiraled out of control as they wielded their iron chains, mercilessly slaying Captain Rakami and his attendants, ravenously devouring their flesh. Even the pilot met a grim fate. Eventually, the chaos subsided, and the liberated captives bowed before Yunja, seemingly in gratitude for their salvation. At that moment, Yunja discerned that these individuals were not entirely rational. Previously, he had not fully gauged his own strength. Yet Captain Rakami had attempted to ensnare him within a glass enclosure. Was there no consideration for mutual transparency or the possibility of intimidation? The captives, now bereft of their pilot, appeared to have no plan for their next move. Do not overestimate your own intelligence. If you and your kin were enslaved, would you not yearn to consume their flesh and don their skin? Yunja sensed that the young girl could perhaps fathom his thoughts. After soothing the group, he began inquiring about recent events. Soon, he learned from the slaves that the Rala civilization lay in a buffer zone between the Fallen Angel Legion and the Thunder Empire, a battleground for their clandestine rivalries. Recently, the Fallen Angel Legion had descended, and the Thunder Empire intervened under the pretense of protecting the Rala civilization, demanding in exchange 100 million slaves. How despicable! Our leaders have been bought off by the Thunder Empire. Once the slaves are delivered, the Fallen Angel Legion will certainly concoct further troubles. Indeed, our Rala population, though numerous, has long been infiltrated by these two powers. The ruling class is solely concerned with their own interests, draining us of our lifeblood, caught between two superpowers. Any allegiance to one would inevitably invite treachery from the other. There was no recourse. Planets could not be artificially relocated. A large population invariably brings about management challenges. And with both empires frequently engaging externally, internal strife must have been resolved or redirected outward. Although Yunja had not previously delved deeply into this sphere, he had perused numerous historical accounts, which often depicted the complexities of power struggles. It seemed that only by reaching the fallen angel's home planet would he uncover the truth. As for the fate of these 100 million lives, their paths were already set. He did not deem himself their emperor or savior, and their destinies would ultimately rest in the hands of fate. Having settled these matters, Yunja accelerated towards their destination. Chapter 18. The repository of divine consciousness. Every civilization possesses its own unique abilities. Without them, advancement would be unattainable. The civilization of the fallen angels is deemed Apos, fallen and Apos, not due to a penchant for degradation, but rather because of their extraordinary ability known as the Eye of the Fallen. This ability is not only captivating in its beauty, but also formidable in its power, allowing its wielder to channel mental energy through their eyes, causing adversaries and oppos minds to unravel instantaneously, plunging them into an abyss of despair. Yunja arrived at the periphery of the fallen star domain, refraining from venturing deeper, as he had a crucial task ahead, acquiring the repository of divine consciousness belonging to the young girl. This repository serves as an encyclopedia of knowledge for every deity, aiding them in recognizing and translating any language, as well as efficiently processing decisions. Yunya perceived this repository as akin to an artificially intelligent entity cultivated on Earth, albeit of a far superior caliber. It exists in the form of divine thought, a cumulative result of the deity's growth and long-term cultivation, and it facilitates resource sharing within the divine realm. Upon sharing the repository of consciousness, Yunja learned that the young girl was named Kai Linglong, the guardian of the goddess of light, not a true deity in the conventional sense, yet her repository possessed partial authority associated with the goddess of light. I am the envoy of Earth civilization. I am the vice commander of the 2nd Legion of the 1st star domain of the angel civilization, Farrand. On behalf of our great angel king, I extend a warm welcome to you. A middle-aged male angel approached, accompanied by subordinates, evoking a sense of envy in Yunja from afar. The elegance of advanced civilizations is undeniable. The wings of these fallen angels are remarkably convenient, enabling them to soar through the vacuum while radiating brilliant light as they perform various actions. Though the significance of these displays remains a mystery, they are undeniably beautiful. Were it not for their fallen status, they would embody the legendary angelic beings of Earth civilization. I have arrived as promised, and I hope to meet your esteemed deities soon. In this instance, the young girl conversed on behalf of Yunja, swiftly grasping the formidable nature of this civilization. They are a unified entity, with the Angel King as the supreme ruler who, while not directly involved in governance, commands the angelic legions throughout the star domain. Internally, they practice democratic autonomy, with all members venerating the god of angels, championing justice, and combating evil in their lifelong pursuit of universal peace. While Yunja wished to express that non-interference is commendable, the strength and unity of this civilization made it an undeniable reality. The Angel King is preparing to liberate the Thunder Star domain and will summon your envoy when time allows. You must be weary from your journey. Allow me to ensure your comfort, and tomorrow I shall guide you through the wonders of angel civilization. Yunja had never anticipated that as a newly adult student, he would represent Earth in exploring the grandeur of angel civilization. After inquiring about the possibility of taking photographs, he was filled with joy, eager to document every facet of this advanced civilization. In order to showcase the might of angel civilization, Farrand willingly assumed the role of Yunja and Oppos' guide, introducing him to their rich culture and technological advancements. This eagerness stemmed primarily from the Angel King's prior instruction to his subordinates. For Earth is also a realm under divine protection. Subjugation is permissible, but enmity is not an option. Thus, Farrand directly led Yunja to the bustling 1st star domain of angel civilization. Like Earth, this star domain comprises 8 planets, each evenly distributed around their sun, displaying a bluer hue than that of Earth. It is said that the angelic deity originated from the angel star within the 1st star domain, which serves as the capital of angel civilization. Please make your residence here for now. Thank you. Upon entering the 1st star domain, Yunja was utterly captivated by the sights before him. There were no towering steel structures or skyscrapers, only simple wooden huts, exotic flowers, rare beasts, and the enchanting allure of pristine forests. As for the administrative functions of the capital, Farrand explained simply that all governmental institutions of the angelic race reside in other star domains. This area solely accommodates high-ranking officials. Traveling between planets takes merely a few minutes. Indeed, the angelic race possesses the ability to traverse the atmosphere and thrive in the vacuum of space, rendering the construction of skyscrapers unnecessary. Their true existence lies in the skies. As the birthplace of the angelic deity, this area is preserved in its most primordial tranquility, having long since shifted its industry to other star domains. Should your envoy prefer urban living, the 2nd star domain is available for habitation. Perhaps I shall explore it tomorrow. I am elated to witness the splendor of angel civilization. Farrand guided Yunja towards the Soul Castle in the 1st star domain, where angels were frequently seen soaring in and out. Indeed, while Earthlings are bound to a 2-dimensional existence, the lives of the angelic race have already transitioned into 3 dimensions. Upon landing, Yunja beheld the towering statue of the angelic deity, a stark contrast to the Statue of Liberty, as this effigy genuinely symbolizes the faith of an entire nation. After arranging accommodations, Farrand introduced Yunja to a servant named Z before taking his leave, promising to return the following day. The angelic race observes many distinct customs, and Yunzhi was reminded to consult a Z before undertaking any actions, such as the prohibition against desecrating divine statues or touching another S wings. Understood. After such a long flight, I am weary and shall rest now. As Yunzhi settled in, Z prepared his bedding and quietly stood by, refraining from speaking. Unaccustomed to having a servant, Yunzhi requested Z to leave the room. However, he soon realized that the simplicity of this place was striking. The wooden chamber lacked electricity and modern bathing facilities. What is this? Yunzhi discovered numerous containers filled with a viscous blue liquid, housed within transparent glass vessels with faucets below. Shampoo? Toothpaste? This is a water source crystal. It will serve you for months. At the young girl and Appos, as prompting, Yunzhi quickly comprehended that the water source crystal is not a rare entity. A small fragment can generate a lake, a feat that Earth has yet to achieve on a mass scale. Yunzhi utilized his mental energy to explore the quaint establishment, finding that despite its modest size, it contained all necessary amenities, except for electricity. He resolved to experience more of angel civilization the following day. As Yunzhi pondered how to further understand angel civilization, Kai Linglong could no longer contain herself. You have acquired my repository of divine consciousness. What you do next is your decision. For matters you cannot resolve, contact me through the repository. I must now meet the angelic deity. Wait. Yunzhi felt emboldened by the presence of this divine messenger. What if he inadvertently committed a grave error and faced dire consequences? Negotiating with the angel civilization is my responsibility. Do not forget you are merely my vessel. More precisely, a unique representative within the world I have created. A focal point for future cultivation. They would not dare harm you. Take time to assimilate the repository of consciousness. Hearing these words, Yunzhi finally felt reassured. If he were indeed a key subject for cultivation, surely he would have the opportunity to become a messenger of the divine in the future. Would that not grant him an extraordinary lifespan? Chapter 19. The angelic civilization. From a young age, Yunzhi felt that his destiny was extraordinary. If he was not born of his parents, then who were his biological parents? Was he truly born for greatness? This line of thought led him to recall the monkey from Earth, whose innate nature caused chaos throughout the three realms, only to end up being accepted by the Buddhist sect. Could it be that he too might ultimately be embraced by the divine, a messenger of the gods? As long as I am spared from the trials and tribulations, and my nurturing Earth civilization remains unharmed, then I shall serve as a divine envoy. But who could determine such a fate? The cosmic powers are intricate, with numerous deities involved. Moreover, Kai Linglong is not the true supreme deity, possessing only partial authority within the repository of divine knowledge, a repository of data that would take him centuries to memorize. After a night of deep contemplation, he finally reached an understanding. My fate is mine to shape, not dictated by the heavens. I shall transcend to the divine. Just as he indulged in this self-declaration, he was startled to see a Z appear in the corner of the room, her large eyes wide open in terror. Didn't I tell you to go out? He exclaimed. Xu. A Z quickly made a hushing gesture and approached him, saying, Master, you must not speak of transcending. There are penalties for such words. Oh, I understand now. Please, leave. Yunzhi suddenly realized that the angelic civilization, being a higher civilization, would not allow anyone to easily transcend. However, Z did not leave. Instead, she produced a whip and, with a serious demeanor, stated, Master, you must first accept the punishment for your disrespect toward the gods. Yunzhi was taken aback. It dawned on him that Z was not human. Though she resembled an angelic being, her structure was distinctly different from that of Flandra and the others. A robot? I am the angelic intelligence steward, Master. Are you ready? Wait. You cannot waste time. She insisted. With a swift crack of the whip, pain surged through him. Yunzhi considered resisting, but the force of her strike was overwhelming, tearing into his flesh. Had he not previously enhanced his body, he would have surely met his end. Be good, Master. Z will apply medicine for you. At that moment, Yunzhi lay injured on the bed, waiting for his wounds to heal, while plotting his revenge against this adorable robot. Strangely, Z and Appos' technique felt more skilled than that of a human. Although Yunzhi had never experienced such service before, he felt her delicate hands gently caressing the wounds, igniting a sense of mischief within him. Master must not be lewd, Z cautioned as he playfully touched her arm, causing her to recoil and abruptly end their interaction. How dare you defy your master and Appos' command? Yunzhi, already filled with pent-up frustration, could no longer contain himself and lunged at Z. What was an angelic civilization and Appos' robot if not just a machine? To his surprise, Z did not evade him. Instead, she succumbed beneath him, her eyes glistening with innocence, stirring a conflicting sense of guilt within him. Feeling threatened, Xu activated her self-destruct protocol. A powerful wave of mental energy swept through the room, and in an instant, Xu and Apos' pupils dimmed, her breath and heartbeat ceased. How is this possible? What just happened? Flandra, who had been preparing to guide Yunja through the angelic civilization, rushed to the scene, having stationed security around Yunja and Apos' accommodations for safety. Upon arrival, he heard a bewildering confession. I'm sorry. I broke the robot. What do you mean you broke the robot? Flandra turned to Xu, who suddenly opened her eyes wide, seemingly startled, then quickly retreated to a corner. I apologize. I was just trying to amuse my master. You're functional again? Yunja exclaimed, realizing that the lifeless Xu had returned to life. He felt foolish for having assumed a robot could not possess a heartbeat or breath, after all, even if it could. It would be purely artificial and could be halted at will. Please excuse the inconvenience. Xu is a personal steward bestowed upon you by the Angel King, and it is quite normal for her to engage in playful antics with her master. If you find this unacceptable, I can request a replacement from the Angel King, considering you will eventually return to Earth. No, she is perfect as she is. Yunja recalled the recent punishment he endured at her hands, realizing he could not easily let this go. If you have time now, we can set off. Wait, I need to charge my phone. Determined not to miss capturing valuable moments, Yunja insisted on documenting every step of this extraordinary journey to bring back to Earth. Rest assured, our travels will be recorded in full video. Thank you, General Flandra. The angelic civilization comprises 4 domains and 18 stars. As Flandra guided Yunja through the various celestial realms, he provided insights into the civilization and Apos' rich history spanning 9,000 years. Observers could witness what constitutes a powerful civilization, free living assurances, where the Angel King covers all expenses for food, clothing, housing, and travel from birth, allowing each angelic citizen to pursue their life's worth without worry. Yunja was mesmerized by the angelic way of life. The notion that basic necessities could be provided without excessive wastefulness suggested a profound belief system. Indeed, it was possible to live a comfortable life without fret, yet still strive for one's dreams. In the outer regions of the first angel star domain, numerous angelic beings soared through the skies, engaging in competitions, celebrating birthdays, proposing romantically, and even teaching children about chemical reactions. Upon entering the second planet, Yunja noted the absence of skyscrapers, automobiles, or spaceships. Three-dimensional beings flew freely, akin to humans in a public square. Yet he pondered, what if crime or voyeurism occurred? The angelic civilization possesses acute spiritual awareness, enabling them to detect any illicit peering or infrared intrusion instantaneously. Therefore, should you wish to experience the lives of the angelic people, do refrain from recklessly employing your mental energy to pry. Of course, he replied. Next, Flandra led the group to the industrial sector, where an array of manufacturing and industrial zones showcase the stark differences in advanced civilization. From birth, each angelic citizen undergoes 3 years of cognitive education, followed by 3 years of experiential learning with their parents, who take them on journeys across various realms while imparting knowledge. This is succeeded by 1 to 2 years of interest-based education, after which they leave their parents upon reaching adulthood. Throughout this educational journey, parents receive various subsidies and rewards. Money merely allows them to choose larger homes, better food, and travel expenses, since complementary resources are only available on their home planet. Their earnings are primarily allocated towards future space travel, elevating their social standing, acquiring longevity elixirs for spiritual cultivation, or selflessly contributing due to their beliefs. Of course, one could also choose to live a life of mediocrity. In the event of criminal activity, free living assurances would be deducted based on the severity of the crime, lasting until the end of one's life. But who would willingly choose such a path? At the heart of the angelic civilization lies the emphasis on speed. We have successfully developed a spacecraft capable of traveling at light speed, and with the aid of the wormholes left by the deities, traversing the galaxy can be accomplished in merely 30 years. Indeed, in the angelic civilization, every individual cultivates their spiritual prowess, allowing them to live for a millennium or even longer. While this phenomenon may lead to a birth rate surpassing the death rate, the civilization enforces a strict regulation. One may only marry once in a lifetime, and procreation outside of marriage is prohibited. Moreover, the intensity of an individual's spiritual power significantly influences their lifespan, prompting most to exercise considerable caution when selecting a partner. Consequently, this leads to a proliferation of individuals leading aimless lives, with true warriors rarely contemplating parenthood. Furthermore, amid the current military expansion fueled by faith, a substantial number have chosen to enlist. As Flandre navigated the spaceship, Yunja was utterly bewildered. It was absurd. He had merely obtained a temporary university diploma, making it implausible for him to comprehend the intricacies of such matters. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to ask, like a fool, being of a lower status. Remaining silent would only be to his detriment. Behold, this is the silver magnetic interference device. It not only disrupts the electromagnetic systems of any warship, but also interferes with planetary magnetic fields and spiritual energy fields. How is this contrived? Flandre promptly gestured to a nearby associate, who provided Yunja with copies of the schematics and materials list. Star-cracking silver, frost iron, yellow mystic stone. How are these created? These can be found in outer space. General, most of this is classified and represents our millennia of research. Are we simply to give it away? After the tour, Flandre's entourage regarded Yunja with palpable disdain. Even in a primitive world, where deities exist, how could he dare to take the fruits of angelic civilization as labor? These are the arrangements of the angelic king. We need only comply, Flandre remarked, casting a glance at his subordinate before continuing. The resources surrounding Earth are scarce. Any development will take thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. Let us not forget our ultimate objective, to liberate the entire universe and promote the light of justice. Indeed, tomorrow, we will visit the Angelic Legion. Ensure that a full three-dimensional recording is made. Earth's inhabitants must witness the insurmountable chasm between our Angelic Legion and themselves. Through the knowledge gleaned from the repository of spiritual insights, Yunja swiftly began to assimilate the information contained within the schematics. He did not expect Earth to utilize this knowledge immediately. Rather, it could serve as a foundation for future galactic expansion. At present, however, he needed to master all of this. Ideally, he would procure some necessary materials to develop secret weapons for the state, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Yet, acquiring these materials proved to be a vexing endeavor, as being from a lower civilization. He possessed neither the means to purchase them nor the audacity to anticipate gifts from the angelic king. Master, would you like a Z to assist you with your bath? Yunja glanced at a Z, his eyes lighting up. This could be delightful. Come. Chapter 20. Legion of Angels on the following day. Flandre arrived at Yunja and Apo's chamber early, preparing for a visit to the Legion. This time, the group swiftly departed the first Angel Star domain aboard a fighter jet, gradually venturing towards the periphery. The core of angelic civilization comprises 9 realms and 81 stars, with countless affiliated civilizations basking under the protection of the angelic deities. Their cultures elevated, and their lifestyles enhanced. Through the glass window, Yunja observed the fighter jet bathed in the cosmic river, with suns, moons, and the luminous lights of cities dotting the starry expanse. He pondered the isolation of Earth under divine guardianship, whilst other civilizations had long integrated into the cosmic family. Their influence is intricately intertwined. Especially in terms of travel, it seemed an endless journey awaited. Was it not this very environment that nurtured the ambition of many? If not for the mundane necessities of life, who would hesitate to ponder whether to add an egg to instant noodles? If not for the daily struggles, who would not desire to be a traveler, soaring through the celestial expanse, etching their perfect memories in the tapestry of life? Take, for instance, the Geo civilization, which only a century ago underwent an electrical reform. Under the guidance of angelic civilization, it has since expanded to 3 realms and 20 stars, ranking among the foremost of angelic affiliates, alongside the Windleaf civilization. In truth, expediting Earth's development is a simple task. We could dispatch a team of 10 angels to assume leadership over Earth. Within 2 decades, we could facilitate interstellar travel for humanity, revolutionizing their way of life, even developing nearby Mars. After all, human life is singular and fleeting. How many elders yearn for longevity, and how many youths are yet to realize their potential? What do you think of this proposal, Your Excellency? Oh, there is no need for that. Yunja did not dismiss the idea lightly. The fate of Earth should not rest solely in his hands. Perhaps the people of Earth have grown accustomed to their seclusion, though perspectives may differ in ancient times. Sustenance alone was a source of joy. The regrets of life often stem from unfulfilled desires, do they not? Noticing Yunja and Apo's resolute refusal, Flandre refrained from pursuing the matter further and continued to introduce the affiliated forces. Soon, the fighter jet arrived at a unique zone. Here, countless rocks floated in space, each seemingly equipped with mechanical devices, while the planets ahead were notably dispersed. Upon retracting the jet's glass, Yunja was once again struck with awe. In a word, it was terrifying. This was not the sight of 1,000 banners obscuring the sun or a multitude of aircraft carriers. Instead, it was countless fleets of galactic warships. Viewed from a distance, this constituted a formidable defensive line stretching light years into the cosmos, the outermost defense system of angelic civilization. Any unfamiliar civilization attempting entry must first contend with this stellar bulwark. While there were few planets suitable for human habitation, massive warships, swift and agile, dominated the space. Additionally, an array of specialized vessels, transport ships, jamming ships, and escort ships swarmed around the flagship, operating tirelessly. Even more daunting was the fact that this represented only a single legion and Apos, might. Should the entirety of angelic civilization mobilize, the strength would be unimaginable. Yunja could hardly fathom the devastation that would unfold should a conflict erupt among advanced civilizations. It seemed a single planet could face obliteration at any moment. Flandra, noticing Yunja's labored breath, patted his shoulder and remarked, "I have heard that the strongest weapon on Earth is nuclear arms. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the angel's might shortly." Yunja remained silent, striving to control his emotions while observing whether the cameramen were capturing this spectacle. However, if such scenes were transmitted back to Earth, would they not incite tremendous pressure? Prepare for launch. This tour appeared meticulously orchestrated. As Flandra issued the command, a magnificent firework erupted in the distant heavens. Without warning or visible trajectory, a region of space exploded, not a single planet, but dozens collapsed in an instant, an overwhelming brightness illuminating vast areas of the galaxy. This display was not merely for Yunja, it was equally a spectacle for the Thunder Empire. If a civilization is born from a love of warfare, it is destined to remain inferior. The key to any civilization and Apos' advancement lies in conquering without bloodshed. Reflecting on his days within angelic civilization, Yunja found the scenes almost dreamlike. He wondered about the little girl. Had their discussions concluded? She had yet to return. Alone. He suddenly felt a profound sense of disquiet. This is the interstellar gamma ray, capable of penetrating any cosmic defense of current bank systems. Please follow me to the Tianhe-1. Flandra guided Yunja towards a colossal spacecraft, and for reasons unknown, an intense sense of pressure overwhelmed him. For this vessel was cloaked in an exceedingly deep black, akin to a black hole, reflecting not a glimmer of light. Yunja contemplated the speed of this vessel, which surpassed even the rapidity of thought. In the event of war, the advantage of a preemptive strike would be unmistakable. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. It is only natural to feel a bit overwhelmed upon witnessing this for the first time. Flandra chuckled as he pressed a button at the controls, and the warship surged forward into the interior of Tianhe-1. As the flagship of angelic civilization's most formidable fleet, Tianhe-1 possesses comprehensive capabilities. It is not only capable of offensive maneuvers but also excels in defense. When under attack, Tianhe-1 can swiftly respond, accommodating numerous other fleets for protection. Its unique exterior material is highly effective at absorbing damage from intense light rays and can, under specific conditions, penetrate local star domains to deploy its might. Flandra noted. Behind Tianhe-1, there are vessels numbered 2 through 9. Constructing each Tianhe warship requires over 300 years, with the 10th currently under construction. Naturally, there is also Angel 1, but that serves as a command ship, distinguished by its speed. Upon entering the command chamber of Tianhe-1, another breathtaking vista unfolded. Countless rocky asteroids stretched before them, each outfitted with special devices that could be deployed flexibly in the event of a confrontation. These would serve as the first line of defense against heavy fire, subsequently advancing to shield the Legion's progression. Interstellar warfare is three-dimensional. There are no geographical advantages. Only the strength of forces and the adept utilization of warships that propel advancement. The might of a civilization is primarily demonstrated through its internal strength, which fosters external power. To truly conquer an advanced civilization with comparable strength, one must penetrate its core. Civilizations grounded in faith need not fear revolutions or internal disintegration. Yunja approached a three-dimensional map and, upon observing the distribution of the Silver Core's power, quickly grasped the situation. The independent high-level civilization of the banking system comprises 8 entities, while lower-tier civilizations number in the trillions. According to Angelic Civilization and Apos' classification, they reside on the western periphery of the Milky Way, adjacent to the Thunder Empire and the Central Blue Domination Civilization. Upon seeing the solar system marked as Angelic Civilization, he did not feel encroached upon but rather experienced the comforting sensation of having a protector. As long as they do not interfere with his freedom, may it continue indefinitely. The Angelic King summons the envoy from Earth. Please proceed. Chapter 21. The heir of God having witnessed the civilization of angels and their legions. One now understands the vastness of the universe. As they journeyed towards the angelic palace, Kalen finally returned to Yunja's sea of consciousness. He was eager to comprehend the nature of the collaboration with the angelic civilization and the fate of his sister. Given that negotiations had already taken place with the divine beings, it was evident that Kaylin had reached some form of accord, considering that Earth was her creation. Such an agreement should pose no obstacle. Two options presented themselves. First, Earth would fall under the jurisdiction of the angelic race, maintaining internal autonomy, while the angelic deities would establish a wormhole between Earth and the angelic civilization, facilitating interstellar migration for Earth's inhabitants. Concurrently, I would remain in the angelic civilization to assist the angelic deities in fulfilling their mission. Second, Earth would sever all external connections yet remain a part of the angelic civilization. The choice was yours. Yunja pondered the implications should either of these options be relayed back to Earth. Discord among nations would inevitably ensue, with countless ordinary citizens unable to cultivate. The risks of the first option far outweighed those of the second. Considering his own repository of divine knowledge, along with the myriad technological insights garnered from the angelic civilization, he decisively chose the latter. This matter pertains to mortals. As the representative of Earth, it is your responsibility to convey this to the angelic deities. Upon arriving at the castle, Yunja felt as though he had traversed a century. Previously, he had been amidst the steel legions and bank battleships of the cosmic expanse, yet now stood before an ancient and unpretentious edifice. There was no grand welcome ceremony, nor were there elaborate displays of guards. Instead, the area was adorned with blooming flowers and melodious birdsong, a veritable haven for tranquility. Hastening forward, he reached a grand hall, where an astonishing sight awaited him. The opulent chamber was flanked by flying angelic officials, while at the center above loomed a golden statue of an angelic deity, gazing down upon him. It felt eerily reminiscent of a court assembly. The silence within the hall was palpable as the angelic officials silently flapped their wings, observing Yunja as he approached the dais. Yet, he did not see the figure of the angelic king. Why do I sense your unease? Have you never encountered grandeur before? Nay, it is because I am on the verge of making a decision for all of Earth, and I fear becoming its pariah. Do you not possess the answer already? Yunja fell silent, yet he could not bring himself to kneel. He stood there, suddenly struck by inspiration, and turned to the assembly of angelic officials, inquiring, "Where is your king?" When no response came, he took a deep breath and called out, "Where is your king? Enough with the clamor. I am here." Suddenly, all the officials descended to the ground, kneeling on one knee. "We welcome the angelic deity." A young girl appeared upon the high platform, running cheerfully towards Yunja, extending her hand. "So, have you made a decision?" Yunja was utterly dumbfounded. This was his sister. How had she become an angelic deity? "She is now the vessel of the angelic deity, just as you are my vessel. And you are conversing with the angelic deity." Kaylin's words left Yunja even more bewildered. His sister had indeed been tainted by the angelic deity. But how could she possibly have ascended to such a status? What of the angelic king? He has gone to the military. Now, answer him swiftly. I have decided on the second option. No civilization shall tread upon the solar system. No sooner had he spoken than a peculiar scroll materialized before him. The angelic deity proclaimed, "Excellent, then you shall incur the divine contract." Very well. Yunja recalled having seen the divine contract in the repository of divine knowledge. It was a pact bestowed by the deities. Violation would invoke divine retribution, binding and irrevocable, unless the deity fell. Upon signing the contract, all the angelic officials withdrew. "Brother." Suddenly, Kaylin leaped forward to embrace him. "Sister." As the siblings reunited, Yunja immediately began to inquire about her recent experiences. To his astonishment, he learned that his sister had been trained by the angelic deity, rendering her even more astute than himself. Yet, it made sense, for she had access to the repository of the angelic supreme deity, while he was merely a flawed version. Through their dialogue, Yunja finally grasped the situation. In the current universe, powers were vying for dominance. It was rumored that in ancient times, a cataclysmic battle among the gods had occurred, followed by an ambush by the demonic tribes, resulting in the fall of numerous deities and the scattering of their remnants throughout the cosmos. Over time, these remnants began to regain their consciousness. Originally, deities were forbidden from meddling in mortal affairs. Yet some remnants sought to cultivate successors and clandestinely infiltrated the mortal realm to find worthy heirs. After daring attempts, they discovered they were not met with divine punishment, leading them to speculate that something monumental had transpired in the divine realm, or perhaps it no longer existed. These deities, once united, planned to seek successors to rebuild the divine realm. Yet, bereft of physical forms and artifacts, they could only communicate through spiritual energy. Unable to discern the hierarchy among the divine beings, Consequently, the established order of the divine realm was thrown into disarray. Fortunately, the deities proved shrewd. They relied on the strength of their heirs to vanquish others, thereby gaining the fealty of other divine beings. This not only demonstrated the power of their repositories but also assured them that their future heirs would surpass them. Thus, in this vast universe, numerous heirs guided by divine beings engaged in the struggle among various factions, striving to amass strength and garner the support of more divine heirs. All efforts were directed towards one goal, to return to the divine realm and uncover the truth of what transpired there, and whether it still existed within the cosmos. I understand now. Thank you. Brother, let us embark together. Yunja recognized that neither he nor his sister was truly suited to be divine heirs. Yet, the words of the angelic deity resonated profoundly, for her interest lay in the repository of the Goddess of Light. The Goddess of Light, being the supreme deity of the divine realm, wielded the power of illumination and was, in fact, the superior of the angelic deity. Though Kaylin was not the supreme deity, she served as the guardian of the statue of the Goddess of Light. Thus, in the eyes of the angelic deity, she would not be looked down upon. Rather, there was a desire to glean more information about the divine realm through her. However, the prospect of traveling through the cosmos to seek out divine heirs loomed uncertainly in the future. The expanse of the universe measured time in years, and life within the divine realm promised not only immortality but also the preservation of the soul for eternity. When shall we set forth? Seeing Yunja's apprehensions dissipate, Kaylin took his arm and declared, "There is no time like the present. We can depart now." In an instant, two streaks of starlight swiftly departed from the angelic domain. Chapter 22, The Land of Wind. In a hazy vision, a disc-shaped celestial domain appeared before the two siblings. They exchanged glances, communicating through their spiritual consciousness and the vast knowledge of the God of Light, discovering that this area, encircling 7 celestial bodies, concealed the remnants of 8 divine souls. Suddenly, a powerful wave of consciousness surged forth, causing Yunja to experience a sharp pain in his head before losing consciousness. Years later, on a desolate beach, a wandering youth wandered aimlessly with a wooden spear in hand. In an instant, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly thrust the spear to the side. Today, he would feast on fish. Indeed, he was Yunja. After awakening from the encounter with that divine consciousness, he found himself inexplicably in this place. His sister vanished, and Kai Ling long lost within the sea of consciousness. He had hoped that his formidable mental power would allow him to thrive in this seemingly primitive society, yet the grotesque primitive inhabitants in the distance disregarded his mental attacks. In his quest to find his lost sister, he was compelled to wander and travel. Fortunately, his spatial ring remained functional, allowing him to store ample food. What was that? He lifted his gaze to see a diminutive figure clad in peculiar attire gliding towards the shore. Rushing over, he discovered it was a little girl. She appeared oddly enchanting. Her size comparable to that of an infant, yet her facial features and hair bore the semblance of a young maiden, particularly her eyeliner and nose, reminiscent of a tiny sprite. Was this truly the original inhabitant of this world? As night fell, Yunja ignited a fire beside a plant that burned spontaneously, preparing roasted fish. The little girl, seemingly attracted by an enticing aroma, soared into the air with a whoosh. "Wow, it smells delightful." Without waiting for Yunja to speak, she seized the roasted fish and began to eat leisurely. "Thank you for the dinner. How do you speak Chinese?" "Oh no. Are you from this world?" Upon hearing this, the little girl appeared momentarily stunned, her eyes widening. "An outsider? Are you not from this world?" Observing her innocent face and reflecting on his years of wandering, Yunja chose to trust this little girl. "Indeed. I merely passed through this planet and became separated from my sister, a powerless wanderer." "I see. Then I can assist you," she chirped with enthusiasm. Her name was Ling Long, a sprite of the Snow Kingdom. She had intended to travel but lost her powers while passing over the Wind Kingdom, resulting in her descent here. She informed him that this celestial domain was called the 7-God Star Domain, where each planet formed its own kingdom, each with its guardian deity. The kingdom where Yunja currently resided was known as the Land of Wind, which revered freedom. As a gesture of gratitude for saving her, Linglong willingly agreed to be his guide for a while, embarking on a journey together. The most formidable entity in this world was the Wind God. If he wished to find his sister, it would be best to establish contact with the Wind God, as the deity could lead him to any corner of this realm. As they walked, Linglong elaborated on the world's intricacies. Unfortunately, the Wind God did not govern the kingdoms. Rather, he yearned for freedom, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Thus, it was crucial to find a way to reach the capital of the Wind Kingdom, where the Wind God's representative might be able to assist him. Passing by a primitive tribe, Yunja paused. These were humans tainted by the abyss, common in the wilds of the 7-God Star Domain. fiercely territorial and aggressive towards ordinary humans. As long as they did not infringe upon their territory, they would be fine. Hearing this, Yunja felt relieved as he navigated the outskirts of the primitive territory, only to discover that the inhabitants had already noticed him. Most displaying fierce expressions but refraining from attacking. Along the way, Yunja found the land more intriguing than the beach, as he could not only gather bird eggs but also collect a variety of rare plants. Linglong informed him that the Seven-God Star Domain was a vibrant realm where every plant possessed consciousness and could even launch attacks. Yunja had encountered this phenomenon before, as certain plants could ignite spontaneously without harming themselves, while others emitted a chilling aura. He wondered what would happen if both types were to converge. Be careful. Just as Yunja reminisced about those peculiar plants, several spherical objects suddenly flew toward him, swirling around him, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. With a gust of wind, he was blown several hundred meters away, landing in a thicket. Linglong quickly fluttered over. Those are wind sprites, elemental beings of the Wind Kingdom, known for their mischievous pranks in the wild. Next time you encounter them, strike decisively. Strike decisively? Yunja realized that the only weapon in his possession was the wooden spear. They continued their journey and stumbled upon a breathtaking scene in a canyon, a colossal dragon conversing with a diminutive girl. Wow, a dragon! Linglong exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. But Yunja sensed the situation was more complex. The dragon was panting heavily, while the girl gently caressed its head, seemingly attempting to soothe its distress. Yunja was astonished to discover that dragons indeed existed in the universe. He recalled the massive warships of the angelic legions and pondered which was more formidable. Suddenly, the dragon's agitation escalated, and it snatched the girl with a claw, disappearing into the horizon. Quick, dodge. At that moment, a wild boar charged recklessly towards them. Instinctively, Yunja raised his spear to thrust at the beast. Today, we shall feast. After skillfully preparing the boar meat, they hurried to the scene of the dragon's encounter, only to find a solitary drop of purple crystalline substance, devoid of anything else. Recognizing it as a treasure belonging to a dragon, Yunja collected it and continued toward the city. Soon, they arrived before a towering statue. The Wind Kingdom boasted 7 statues of the wind gods, each standing tall across its lands. It was said that some individuals could receive permission from these statues, moving the deities to grant them elemental powers. Is that so? Yunja mused as he examined the statue, contemplating whether his lost sister was also wandering the world, living a life of hardship. With utmost sincerity, he bowed before the statue and reached out to touch it. A warm current flowed into Yunja's body. Well, you have gained the wind god's recognition and acquired the power of the wind element, Linglong exclaimed, joyfully patting his arm. As Yunja rolled up his sleeve, he discovered the mark of the wind god appearing on his arm. In a moment of inspiration, he struck out into the air. The power of the wind element surged forth spontaneously, sweeping rapidly ahead, causing the surrounding flora to sway with delight. What kind of world was this? Stop. Suddenly, a group of agile guards surrounded Yunja and the little sprite from all directions. Who are you? Do you possess the documents from your kingdom to enter the Wind Kingdom? Among them, a strikingly fit woman clad in military attire led the group, wielding a sword taller than herself. As Yunja found himself at a loss, Linglong suddenly adopted a pitiful expression and meekly said, "We are lost travelers passing through, hoping to meet the wind god. Is the wind god someone you can simply wish to meet? Take him away. Hey. Finally, I am free from the life of a wanderer." Yunja did not resist being led by these individuals. Not only was the leader a beautiful woman, but his emotions were akin to a castaway who had drifted for ages, finally discovered by a stunning foreign police officer. Upon entering Windcatcher City, he was greeted by a scene that was both enchanting and intriguing. This was a marvelous world, still ruled by humanity. Yet the layout and lifestyle of the city instantly captivated Yunja. The streets were lined with vendors selling a variety of exotic flora, blacksmiths plying their trade, and musicians performing in the open air. In the distance, the towering central structure loomed, with a colossal statue of the wind god visible to the entire populace. Before long, Yunja and his companions were escorted to the city's defense office, where they finally met the highest authority of Windcatcher City. "Captain, we discovered these 2 lost souls during our patrol. One of them has just received the wind god's recognition, gaining the power of the wind element." Upon hearing this, Yunja, who had previously felt awe toward the statuesque beauty, was suddenly filled with exhilaration. The mention of receiving the wind god's acknowledgement lightened his spirits considerably. In the office sat a middle-aged woman who rose to address them. "I am Yin, the acting captain of the Windcatcher City Guard. As outsiders, may I inquire as to your origin and purpose for visiting the Wind Kingdom?" Without waiting for Yunja to respond, Linglong reiterated her earlier statement to the captain. The wind god travels the world. I have only seen him in my childhood. However, I must ask you, this floating individual, is this man your servant? Please do not misunderstand. At this juncture, Yunja had no choice but to explain his situation. He and his sister had traversed the 7 divine star domain when they were suddenly separated, leaving him stranded here. It was only after encountering Linglong that he realized only the wind god could help him locate his sister. I am aware of your circumstances, the captain replied. However, we are powerless to assist you in meeting the wind god. You may try praying at the statue of the wind god. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Let us go. Linglong tugged at Yunja and Appo's sleeve and soared out of the office. Is this true freedom? As Yunja exited, he felt a profound sense of loss. He recalled the stunning beauty from earlier, still unaware of her name. How could they allow someone without identification to linger in their country without fear of wrongdoing? The Wind Kingdom championed freedom, without evidence to suggest one is malevolent. No one would impose restrictions. Stepping out of the guard's compound, he was indeed met with an atmosphere of liberty and a lifestyle unshackled. Moreover, he had received the Wind Goddess acknowledgement. How could someone recognized by the Wind God possibly be a villain? Indeed, he had previously worried about his ability to establish himself in this foreign realm, but now, endowed with the Wind Goddess powers, he felt secure venturing anywhere within the Wind Kingdom. Observing the myriad of exotic plants lining the streets, many of which he had encountered in the wild, he mused that if he could gather more and sell them, earning a living in this world would be exceedingly simple. Yet, while earning money was important, finding the Wind God was paramount. Regardless of whether he could locate his sister, had he not come to this star realm in search of the deity's heir? The Wind God? Was he, in essence, the heir to the Wind God? Let us head to the cathedral. Perhaps we can glean information about the Wind God there. At that moment, Linglong, cradling her belly, exclaimed, I am hungry. Then let us eat first. Yunja retrieved materials from his storage ring. Unfamiliar with the prices in this world, he sold most of them casually, acquiring approximately 7,000 coins in exchange. Why didn't you haggle? You sold so many items yet only received 7,000 coins. A decent weapon costs several thousand. There are plenty in the wild. We can earn more later. While savoring delicious grilled meat, Linglong pouted, the wild is perilous. You don't even possess a proper weapon. What if you encounter robbers? Hearing the word robbers, Yunja suddenly realized the necessity of acquiring a reliable weapon. Chapter 23, The Blood of the Dragon. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Yunja quickly realized that earning money was no easy feat. Basic living necessities cost merely a few coins, yet a standard iron sword demanded 2,000, while a finely crafted one could reach prices in the tens of thousands. Reflecting on the meager 7,000 coins obtained from years of gathering materials, his heart ached. The blacksmith's manager, Siad, remarked, as an outsider, you are indeed a favored child of the Wind God. This silver wolf sword is forged from deep-sea silver and 81 wolf fangs. It is said that even the most ferocious creatures will steer clear upon seeing it. Upon glancing at the exorbitant price of 100,000, Yunja interjected, I would like to know, are there many foreigners in the Kingdom of Wind? Certainly. Foreigners venture to the Kingdom of Wind to earn the Wind God's favor. Conversely, many from the kingdom also travel to other lands seeking the approval of various deities, all in pursuit of elemental power to sustain their livelihoods. Wouldn't you agree? Siad exhibited great enthusiasm towards Yunja. He then extended his arm, saying, Behold, this is the mark of the earth element. Years ago, I journeyed to the kingdom of Earth on an expedition under Siad's incessant chatter. Yunja could only endure his so-called adventure tales. Ultimately, he purchased a standard iron sword for 2,000 coins and a set of light armor, leaving him with just over 2,000 coins. After wandering around the city, he discovered that it was indeed a place that cherished freedom. While the cost of living was low, the prices for weapons, gear, and supplies for wilderness exploration were astonishingly high. Accompanied by Linglong, he arrived at the church square and found himself dwarfed by the statue, which was adorned with an array of vibrant flowers. Many devout believers and residents gathered to pray. Look, Linglong's prompt startled Yunja. Isn't that the girl who was with the dragon that day? Recalling the regret he felt when the dragon had taken the girl, his heart was not at ease. Instead, he sensed that this girl might be a figure of danger, for she was singing in front of the church. How could someone who escaped the clutches of a dragon be here singing? It must be said that her voice was indeed enchanting, and she appeared to be quite popular in Windcatcher City. But did the townsfolk know about her encounter with the dragon? Hey, what are you thinking about? Linglong waved her hand in front of him, and before they knew it, dusk had fallen. The church is closed now. Let us find a hotel to rest. What about that little girl? Let us go. Looking at Ling Long's innocent face, Yunja chose not to say anything further and headed towards the Windcatcher Inn. Thinking back on his years of wandering in the wilderness, he felt a sense of impatience. There was only one hotel in Windcatcher City, and upon arrival, they learned that it had been fully booked by a lady for 3 months. Perhaps we should buy a tent. After inquiring, they discovered that the outdoor survival supplies were, surprisingly, available at the blacksmith shop. It made sense, as the blacksmith specialized in adventure gear. Passing by an inn, Ling Long tugged at Yunja's sleeve, saying, "That girl seems to be inside. Let us go." Upon entering the inn, Yunja noted the crowd, true to its reputation as a free city. It was already bustling with patrons at dusk, and it would only grow busier at night. "Hey, young fellow, come over here." Looking up, he saw Siad, who had been so talkative at the blacksmith shop. Yunja approached, finding an empty seat, while Ling Long floated beside him. Although surrounded by men, Yunja felt no discomfort. This was his first visit to an inn, and contrary to his expectations of a chaotic and filthy place, this establishment lacked a dance floor or entertainment girls, with most of the staff being male. At the table, the conversations revolved around adventurous tales, battling direwolves, outsmarting trickster trees, and the profits earned from materials gathered. Noticing Yunja's silence, Siad inquired, "By the way, Yunja, having received the Wind God's acknowledgement, I presume you are a member of the Adventurers Association? Surely you have some thrilling tales to share?" "None. I just received the Wind God's acknowledgement today. I plan to embark on my first adventure tomorrow." "Ah. So you only just received the Wind Goddess mark. You must join our Adventurers Association." Soon, the others began to encourage Yunja to join, citing the numerous tasks available for earning money and the support among adventurers in the wilderness. Considering that joining the association had no stringent requirements, Yunja readily agreed. After all, having a group behind him would alleviate the monotony of travel. Siad promptly introduced him to the association's guidelines, such as the prohibition of harm among adventurers, or they would be pursued across the 7-God-star domain, and that accepted tasks must either be completed or surrendered, lest one be barred from future assignments. "Oh, so you are the president of the Adventurers Association." The more Yunja pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. Were the people in this world really so endearing? Did they harbor no ill intentions towards outsiders? Generally, newcomers were often exploited by locals. Yet Siad not only treated Yunja to drinks but also promised to provide him with a set of survival gear the following day. After getting acquainted with one another, Yunja asked, "By the way, are there dragons in the Kingdom of Wind?" "Dragons? Have you seen one?" Just as Yunja pondered how to respond, Ling Long interjected, "Yes. We saw that dragon snatch a girl while we were in the wilderness today." At this revelation, a hush fell over the group, and Yunja quickly gestured for Ling Long to be silent. After a moment of silence, Siad asked, "How far is the location where the wind dragon appeared?" "Not far. Just southeast of the city, in a canyon near the sea." Ling Long spoke again, and Yunja was left speechless. If he continued to have this loquacious companion by his side, he might end up in peril. When Siad stood up, Yunja suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. For the safety of Windcatcher City and the members of the expedition outside, this matter needed to be reported to Captain Yin. "I'll be right back. You all continue your drinks." Once Siad departed, Yunja quickly pulled Ling Long aside. "What is it?" "I'll give you 2 choices. First, leave me. Second, don't speak so freely in front of me again." Just as he spoke, he noticed Ling Long's innocent eyes welling with tears, her chest heaving as she began to cry. What if that dragon goes after other girls? Yunja, uncertain of how to respond, considered the validity of her concern. Perhaps he had been too sensitive. If the wind dragon truly was a malevolent creature, keeping silent could lead to more victims in the future. "All right, don't cry. I was just teasing you. I thought it was a good dragon." "Humph." Ling Long quickly regained her composure. Upon returning to the inn, Yunja was surprised to see Siad back so soon. "Why are you back so quickly?" "Yunja, you are a witness. Of course, you must accompany me." As they left, Yunja noticed the singing girl had appeared in the inn, yet this time Ling Long said nothing. In the courtyard of the Windcatcher City Guard, Yunja and Siad soon met again with Captain Yin. Yunja collaborated with Siad to recount all that had transpired that day, prompting Captain Yin to decide to personally investigate the scene of the incident. Subsequently, the group arrived at the canyon, finding nothing of significance. This time, Ling Long had learned to be wise. She whispered to Yunja, "I believe you should take out that crystal. It serves no purpose in your possession. If you assist them in resolving the issue with the Wind Demon Dragon, perhaps they will help you meet the Wind God." Hearing this, Yunja's eyes lit up. He promptly retrieved the previously acquired purple crystal, only to discover that it had transformed into a deep crimson hue. Was this The blood of the wind demon dragon? The group gathered around the crimson droplet, quickly concluding that the wind demon dragon might be injured. They searched the vicinity for a while longer before returning to the city in the late hours. After a thorough discussion, Captain Yin decided to inform the entire team of the matter. Although they couldn't take any immediate actions, at least they would be mentally prepared. Although the wind demon dragon had never attacked the Windcatcher city, possibly due to the protection of the wind god, there had been numerous reports of adventurers mysteriously disappearing lately. A fact well known among the city's inhabitants. It was no wonder Yunjin now understood. It seemed the wilderness was devoid of adventurers, while the city was bustling with them. Brother Yunjia, having that dragoness blood on you could be quite inconvenient. If the real wind demon dragon were to come after you, it would be troublesome, said Sayadaw, exhibiting a somewhat greedy expression. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? How about 500,000? Sell it to me. Initially, Yunjia pondered whether to surrender it, but upon hearing those words, he felt considerably relieved. Indeed, whatever one found belonged to them, and possessing such dragoness blood should at least yield a substantial sum. I want to sell it. Not for any amount. At that moment, Linglong interjected, this is dragoness blood. It might save a life. Sayadaw was about to retort, but Yunjia firmly declined. They were not in dire need of money at present. It was more crucial to seek out the singing little girl, as she might unravel the mystery behind the dragoness blood. After all, he had clearly seen her soothing the dragoness emotions. Injured creatures surely required emotional stability. Captain Yin remarked, according to the historical records of the Wind Kingdom, the ancient wind god once had a dragon as a mount. I wonder if there is a connection to this dragon. I believe it is necessary to look into this further. You all should return and rest for now. Come back tomorrow morning. Understood. Upon leaving the guard's compound, Sayadaw quickly caught up with him. Brother Yunjia, you still have no place to stay, do you? The hotels are fully booked. Why not come to my place? Let us discuss that later. They hurried along and soon arrived at the tavern from earlier. The tavern was still open, albeit devoid of music. It was filled with drunken patrons sprawled across tables, including some foreign travelers taking a respite. Before long, Yunjia spotted her at a corner table. Indeed, the little girl was there, drinking alone, ignored by everyone around her. May I sit here? He asked, holding his glass, and sat down beside her with utmost courtesy. I'm sorry, but I don't like anyone sitting next to me. She replied, oh dear. If the young lady prefers solitude, I shall take my leave. You drink. I shall keep you company, Sayadaw said, but Yunjia ignored him, instead presenting the dragon's blood. Then might this droplet of dragon blood pique your interest, little miss? Upon seeing the dragon blood, the girl's eyes momentarily flickered before returning to calmness. Foolish of you, Yunjia, to reveal such a treasure so easily, Sayadaw exclaimed, furious, as he moved to snatch it back. However, just as Yunjia was about to retract his hand, the droplet of dragon blood suddenly appeared in the little girl's grasp. At that moment, Sayadaw finally discerned the girl's face. It's you? What, the blacksmith? Do you also wish to acquire it? Not at all. With that, Sayadaw swiftly vanished. At that moment, Yunjia realized the little girl was extraordinary. It was evident that when she had fixed her gaze on Sayadaw, a pure elemental force subtly emanated from her, a clear warning. The girl examined the dragon blood in her hand, lost in thought. I wish to know your connection to the dragon. Are you representing the Windcatcher City Guard? Or are you here on your own behalf? On my own, she replied. Hearing this, the little girl waved her hand across the table, and 3 pieces of purple dragon blood materialized before them. If you can purify these 3 pieces of dragon blood, you need not worry about the dragon's issues. With that, the girl vanished with the red dragon blood. Such pure elemental power indicated she possessed at least 5th-tier strength. Yunjia safeguarded the 3 pieces of purple dragon blood. Deep in contemplation, it seemed the purple represented contamination while the red signified purification. If he could assist her, perhaps he might glean information about the wind god. By the way, what did you mean by 5th tier? In this world, elemental powers are classified from 1 to 9 tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the strength. Indeed, Earth's cultivation practices also have tier classifications. Elemental powers must surely follow suit. I'm so tired, I don't want to sleep here. Let us hurry and find that blacksmith. With no other options, Yunjia could only return to the blacksmith's shop once more. Why are you so timid? Do you really think that little girl could harm you? Sayadaw said, still visibly shaken. You don't understand. That little sorceress is a significant figure in Windcatcher City. Although she occasionally sings for money, her true strength is unknown to all. Even I felt suppressed by her presence. Thankfully, Her nature isn't malevolent. She simply dislikes interacting with others. Ling Long inquired, what if she were to engage in conversation? Perhaps you're unaware. But the last time a drunken man asked her to be his goddaughter, he was promptly thrown onto a deserted island in the sea, left to fend for himself for 3 days before adventurers rescued him. If you're not afraid, you might as well challenge her limits. Yunja could only laugh wryly. It truly was a strange world filled with peculiar beings. I'm exhausted. Please arrange for me a first-class room. Chapter 24. The Lair of the Wind God. Initially, one might have expected Syed to arrange a splendid lodging for Yunja, yet it turned out to be merely a temporary accommodation. In the spacious yard behind the blacksmith shop, numerous tents were pitched, perhaps due to the recent activities of the Wind Demon Dragon. This place also served as a temporary haven for the Adventurers Guild, necessitating that all sojourners rest here for the time being. Why aren't you going back to sleep? Ling Long asked softly, pulling the tent zipper closed. I don't want to stay alone. I will stay here. Yunja glanced at Ling Long's delicate features and inquired. Aren't you here to travel in the land of wind? Is it true that without me, your journey would come to a halt? Not at all. I merely wish to express my gratitude for saving me, so I agreed to assist you in finding your sister. Once you locate her, I shall certainly take my leave. Ling Long replied, her cheeks puffed in indignation, her hands on her hips, hovering in midair. This scene warmed Yunja's heart. However, sharing space with such a diminutive creature, while personally unbothered, might raise eyebrows among others, particularly as Ling Long was unmistakably a girl. All right, I am going to sleep now. It's not proper for a little girl to stay here with me. You should return, he stated. I cannot. What if a villain were to abduct me? Ling Long seemed resolute, drifting to the corner and turning her head to sleep. Yunja felt helpless, contemplating this distinctive fairy girl, whom he had never encountered in the wild or even in the bustling city of Wind Capture. He recognized that her conspicuous presence would certainly pique the curiosity of some. It was undoubtedly safest for her to remain with him. After all, he bore the weighty mission of reconstructing the divine realm and ensuring peace throughout the universe. This was also Yunja's first experience sharing a sleeping space with a girl. Not even his sister had ever shared a bed with him during their childhood. This peculiar situation left him with an odd feeling, almost one of wanting to hold her as they slept. The following day, Yunja woke to the midday sun. He promptly retrieved 3 pieces of dragon blood from his spatial ring, noticing that one had been purified into a vibrant red. He mused that if the enigmatic elder he had met yesterday fully purified the dragon blood, she would likely return to seek him out. As he glanced at Ling Long, who was peacefully asleep, an impulsive urge surged within him, and just as he touched her petite face, she sprang into the air. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Little sleepyhead, I called you to rise for breakfast. He replied. All right, I want to eat pearl and jade porridge. Yunja smiled. Awakening to see such a little sprite beside him each day seemed rather delightful. He had learned in Wind Capture that this little fairy had a penchant for food and appeared to harbor no other interests. Very well. After enjoying their lunch, Yunja contemplated whether to visit the tavern to find that girl, but Syed soon arrived. Ah, my brother. Have you forgotten our promise to go to the Guardian's compound this morning? Where have you been? You didn't remind us. Ling Long chimed in, hands on her waist, effortlessly articulating Yunja and Appo's thoughts, which alleviated his stress considerably. Let us hurry. We're late. I hear many distinguished guests have arrived today, she added. Well, you're also late, he retorted. Upon reaching their destination with Syed, Captain Yin had summoned many notable figures from Wind Capture. Although this was not Yunja's first encounter with such esteemed individuals, the Guardian's compound merely focused on maintaining order within the city, tax collection, and civil mediation, lacking the complex bureaucratic system found in modern societies. Perhaps this was the essence of belief. With divine beings watching over them, inhumane acts were unlikely to occur. After a round of introductions, Captain Yin opened a confidential document and addressed Yunja directly. Take a look. Is this the dragon you encountered? Yunja examined the document, which featured an ancient, yellowed illustration of a dragon soaring through the sky. It was difficult to discern the distinctions between the 2 dragons depicted. It looks very similar, but I cannot be certain, he replied. This is undoubtedly the dragon. Ling Long floated forward to scrutinize the image, asking, who painted this? It looks remarkably lifelike. It was painted by the Wind God himself and has been preserved in the National Historical Archives of Wind Capture, Captain Yin stated, glancing around before announcing, ladies and gentlemen. All signs indicate that this dragon is likely the steed of the Wind God and has sustained injuries. I believe we must dispatch a guard to investigate the Valley of Wind's Rest. This is absolutely unacceptable. An elderly man stood up, speaking slowly. The wind god liberated our homeland from feudal rulers a millennium ago, resulting in the free city-state we now cherish. The wind god possesses extraordinary power. If this truly is his steed in peril, would he not be aware of it? Moreover, the Valley of Wind's Rest is the wind god's sanctuary and serves as a forbidden zone. If we send individuals to investigate, we risk encountering dangers of the forbidden zone and could offend the wind god himself, he continued, glaring at Syed. Syed, aware of the implications, offered a bittersweet smile. Casting a worried glance at Yunja, seemingly fearful that he might withdraw from the Adventurers Guild, Yunja pondered the situation. Indeed, some matters warranted less anxiety. It was not uncommon for adventurers to go missing, perhaps having encountered misfortune or run afoul of danger. However, the crux of the matter was that the Valley of Wind's Rest was a forbidden area, one that no one dared to enter. He would have to seek an opportunity to investigate it himself. Captain Yin wore an expression of exasperation, as Elder Fu, a former captain of the guard who had since retired, remained fixated on the affairs of the guard. At that moment, Elder Fu began to ramble about how wonderful the wind god was and how they should not disturb his slumbering abode. Yunja found himself increasingly disinterested in the tirade. Enough noise. We are leaving, Ling Long shouted, tugging at Yunja's clothing and giving him a meaningful glance to indicate that they should depart. Yunja agreed. They had already acquired the crucial information, and remaining here served no purpose. Meetings filled with inconsequential chatter were the bane of anyone's existence. A sheer waste of time for those present. As Yunja rose, Captain Yin also stood, addressing Elder Fu. So, according to your reasoning, we shall treat this matter as though it never transpired? You are the captain of Wind Capture. The decision rests with you. If you remain indecisive, what right do you have to lead? Then it is settled. Anna, prepare yourself. Tomorrow morning, you will accompany this foreigner, Syed, to the Valley of Wind's Rest. Meeting adjourned. You, Syed exclaimed, incredulous. Have you dismissed my earlier warning? Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the wind god by trespassing into his forbidden territory? Elder Fu's beard bristled as he interjected. The Valley of Wind's Rest is the domain of the wind god. You, old fool, what business is it of yours? Ling Long interjected, fists on her hips, adopting an expression of indignation, embodying Yunja's own thoughts. Who are you calling an old fool? What are you even? The elder retorted. Ah. Ling Long was startled by Elder Fu's outburst, swiftly drifting behind Yunja, saying, why are you so fierce? We are not going to the Valley of Wind's Rest. You should be blocking them. Humph. As Yunja exited, he quickly heard the commotion within the room. He worried briefly about whether anyone would impede his departure, but thankfully, in this realm of freedom, one could come and go as they pleased. Unlike in certain places where one was not permitted to leave until a meeting concluded, the journey to Fengxi Valley is of paramount importance, as it is essential to pay a visit to the wind deity. Rushing to the city gates, Yunja encountered several guards who promptly obstructed his path. Please present your city exit permit. Exit permit? What is that? Ling Long interjected. Bufeng City is a free city-state. You cannot arbitrarily restrict others' freedom. The guard, glancing at Ling Long, patiently explained, we certainly cannot restrict your freedom without cause. However, there have been multiple cases of disappearances outside the city recently. To ensure your safety, Bufeng City is temporarily open only for entry, not for exit, unless what? Unless you have hired escorts or are traveling in groups. It is advisable not to go out alone for your own safety. Ling Long floated in front of Yunja, tugging at his sleeve. Look closely. Do you see it? Elemental power. Do you possess it? Do you think we would go missing? With Ling Long's relentless questioning, the guards ultimately chose to let them pass. To Yunja, this directive seemed more like a formality, yet it reflected the prevailing atmosphere of freedom within the city. Once outside Bufeng City, Yunja immediately consulted the map, only to find that Fengxi Valley was not marked anywhere. Could it be that he had purchased the wrong map? Or was it located beyond the map's borders? He scrutinized every corner of the map, which only depicted the southeastern coastal area, the northern snow-capped mountains, and a few locations to the west. Was Fengxi Valley situated in the western region? Recalling the idiom driving a chariot south while intending to go north, Yunja sighed deeply and resolutely returned to the city, intending to buy a larger map and inquire about the specific location. As he approached the city gates, his attention was drawn to a striking woman with a devilish figure, flanked by a large group of guards. Suddenly, it dawned on him that Captain Yin had mentioned a woman named Anna who would accompany him to investigate Fengxi Valley. Initially indifferent, he recalled that the guards had referred to the woman as Captain. Ahem. Captain, greetings. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time. When shall we set off for Fengxi Valley? Hey, what about us? I'm a person too. Linglong seemed perturbed by Yunji's focus and floated back and forth before him. Outsider, this no longer concerns you. Anna led her entourage past Yunjia, and suddenly, wings unfurled from her back, allowing her to soar into the sky, vanishing like the wind. What? How does she have wings? This spectacle left Yunjia utterly dumbfounded. Previously perplexed about how ordinary people traverse between the 7 nations, he was astonished to discover the existence of wings. Those were wind deity wings, a rare and valuable artifact. Thanks to Linglong's reminder, Yunjia realized that such wings served as a means of flight. Possessing them would enable one to traverse the Wind Nation and even explore the 7 Divine Star Domain. Alas, having missed the opportunity to forge a connection with the enchanting woman, Yunjia could only return to Bufeng City to procure a new map. However, when he inquired about the location of Fengqi Valley, the map vendor's demeanor shifted abruptly. He declared that it was the sacred resting place of the wind deity, and no one was permitted to approach. Ultimately, he refused to conduct business with Yunjia. It was surprising how fiercely they guarded their deity. After all, he was but a mere individual. What could he possibly do? You see, every being in the 7 Divine Star Domain holds their deity as a belief, a beacon of hope in their love for life. So, your faith is in your nation's snow deity? Linglong paused and looked skyward. Of course. Our snow deity is the most powerful among all the deities in the 7 Divine Star Domain. Not only is she wise and clever, but she is also the most beautiful among the 7. Yunjia chuckled. A deity who is both wise and beautiful could only be of divine caliber. Yet, pondering over the knowledge he had gleaned from the repository of the God of Light, that there were 8 deities in total on this planet, he inquired. Are there only 7 deities in the 7 Divine Star Domain? Indeed, our snow deity is the leader of the 7. With Linglong's response, Yunjia began to grasp the situation better. It seemed that the deity who had intended to merge with his sister's consciousness was indeed an anomaly within the 7 Divine Star Domain. He wondered if, after traversing the 7 Divine Star Domain, he would uncover the reason behind such actions. Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Yunjia promptly broached the subject of traveling to Fengqi Valley with Syed. Brother Yun, let us not fret over this matter. For now, let us enjoy some drinks and rest in the city. Once the issue with the Wind Demon Dragon is resolved, I will take you to the Earth Nation for some fun. How do we reach the Earth Nation? Do you possess wind deity wings? Syed, quick to catch on, displayed the wind deity wings on his back. Brother, you don't mean to say you lack wind deity wings, do you? Oh, right. You have only just gained the wind deity's recognition, so it is quite normal. In no time, Syed presented a pair of wind deity wings before Yunjia, stating, all you need to do is exchange that piece of dragon blood, and they will be yours. Yunjia hesitated momentarily. 3 pieces of dragon blood had been gifted to him by a powerful woman. Would it be prudent to trade them away? Yet, he was in urgent need of such wings. Observing Yunjia's indecision, Syed cautiously inquired, you're not thinking of presenting that dragon blood to that little sorceress, are you? Of course not. Yunjia produced the 3 pieces of dragon blood, their deep crimson and violet hues dazzling Syed's eyes. Wow, Brother Yun, you must have collected quite a bit of dragon blood that day. You've hit the jackpot. Just as Syed reached out to touch the dragon blood, an extraordinary event unfolded. The 3 pieces vanished, replaced by a surge of pure wind elemental energy. Come to the tavern. Chapter 25. The Abyssal Legion. As a gentle breeze swept through, the atmosphere returned to tranquility. Yunjia spread his arms and exclaimed, you see, it is not that I refuse to sell, but rather that this dragon blood is beyond my control. Syed sighed. And just as he intended to retract the wind spirit wings, the clever Linglong quickly seized them. You blacksmith, Yunjia has already provided you with dragon blood. It was your dragon blood that was stolen. Hey, you little floating creature. Yunjia intended to have Linglong release her grip, but Syed promptly relinquished the wings, presenting a receipt to Yunjia. Forget it. Considering your recent membership in the Adventurers Guild, I shall gift you the wind spirit wings. Brother, with this one statement, you have earned the title of my elder brother. Elated with the wind spirit wings, Yunjia did not immediately attempt to use them but instead inquired, what exactly is the identity of that girl? Why do you seem so fearful of her? Under the protection of Lord Wind Spirit, she cannot possibly harm you, can she? Syed appeared reluctant to delve into this topic, shaking his head. She is a prominent figure in Windcatcher City, known for championing justice and often assisting the guard in resolving troublesome matters. Singing may just be her hobby, in any case. You will understand more as you interact with her. Oh, I see. Linglong raised her small hand and said, she is so formidable, a hero of the city. You must have done something wrong to be caught by her and punished, right? What nonsensical remarks are you making? Quickly, be gone. Upon exiting the blacksmith shop, Yunja joyfully grasped Ling Long, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to kiss her. How come you were so articulate lately? Weren't you the one who complained about my chatter before? Let go of me. Ling Long forcefully opened her eyes and floated behind Yunja, suddenly covering his eyes with her small hands. What are you doing? You bullied me. So now you shall see nothing. Amidst their playful banter, Yunja pondered why such a powerful woman would willingly confine herself to a small tavern, singing and drinking, without any desire to venture across the 7 nations. According to his recollections, in a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, those with strength either hold high positions of power or possess immense wealth. At the very least, they would not be relegated to living in a tavern. Could it be that she is drowning her sorrows in drink? Is she heartbroken? Upon reaching the tavern entrance, someone promptly approached her. Hello, this way please. Once inside the tavern, the atmosphere was rife with boisterous patrons, and the bartender led Yunja to the 2nd floor, where the drinking continued, albeit mostly in private rooms. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the bartender knocked on a door and then ushered Yunja into an office. Sit. With that single word, Yunja noticed a remarkable transformation in her demeanor. Previously aloof, she now openly invited him, her face betraying a joyful expression. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xu Yiqiu, and I am the owner of this tavern. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing this, Yunja found himself momentarily taken aback. Her earlier coldness had suddenly shifted to warmth. He had initially presumed she was merely seeking solace in alcohol, but it turned out that she was the proprietor of the tavern. I am Ling Long, and this is Yunja. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ling Long, seemingly aware of Yunja's astonished reaction, seamlessly continued the conversation. Why do you have such a name, owner? Are you a bird? A bird? Before Yunja could respond, Xu Yiqiu replied, this clever little elf is indeed astute. I am, in fact, a little bird transformed into a human. At this moment, Ling Long gasped in surprise. I was just joking. Xu Yiqiu then transformed, swiftly assuming the form of a petite bluebird. Wow, this world actually has beings that can transform into humans? Reflecting on the earlier encounter with the dragon, it seemed entirely plausible that both dragons and magical creatures existed here. Transforming back, Xu Yiqiu continued, no worries. I hail from the Earth Kingdom, drawn here by the free spirit of the Wind Kingdom, seeking to reside for a while. The Earth Kingdom, of course. It is known for its beasts possessing the ability to take human form. After conversing for a while, Yunja chose to remain silent, realizing that many aspects of this world would be unveiled through such exchanges. Naturally, Xu Yiqiu did not overlook Yunja, asking, hello, Yunja. You possess the ability to purify corruption. I hope you can assist me with a favor. Certainly. Xu Yiqiu closed her eyes and then opened them again. This matter must begin with a story. Since the establishment of the Wind Kingdom by the Wind Spirit, the Lord has long resided in Windrest Valley, with his mount, Yundi, the great dragon, ever guarding the valley, never straying far. Until one day, Yundi suddenly discovered the Wind Spirit was missing. Anxious, he did not lament being left behind. But at that moment, the Abyssal Legion invaded Windrest Valley. To protect the Wind Spirit's sanctuary from destruction, Yundi engaged in battle against the Abyssal Legion. Ultimately, the Wind Spirit returned, but Yundi was wounded, suffering the effects of a curse laid upon him by the Legion sorcerers. Since then, Yundi has endured the relentless assault of corruption, his life force waning day by day. Upon hearing this, Yunja inquired, could the Wind Spirit not resist the corruption? Are you a fool? If the Wind Spirit could resist the corruption, he would have already stormed the Abyssal Stronghold. Ling Long shot Yunja a fierce glare. And what happened next? You have seen the outcome. Yundi bleeds daily, no longer guarding Windrest Valley, his temperament growing increasingly volatile and reclusive, shunning the company of others. In other words, the missing adventurers must have encountered Yundi and then. Xu Yiqiu looked at Yunja. Had I not been present that day, you too might have become the next missing individual. Upon hearing this, Yunja broke into a cold sweat, relieved that he had not wandered recklessly in the wilderness before. Thus, I implore you to purify the corruption afflicting Yundi. I beg of you. Very well, I shall undertake this task. Setting aside other considerations, the mere act of healing a dragon would be a tremendous favor to the Wind Spirit. This could facilitate locating my sister and potentially rallying the other 7 deities for assistance. Thank you immensely. How do you intend to eliminate the corruption? I'm not entirely certain. I merely carried dragon blood for a time, and he naturally healed. Upon hearing this, Xu Yiqiu contemplated. Yundi has been afflicted by corruption for far too long. It may take a considerable duration to assist him. It is no trouble at all. I would be honored to help in this matter. When can we embark? We can depart immediately. Due to the flight restrictions in Windcatcher City, Yunja had planned to use the Wind Spirit Wings at the city gate, but upon exiting the tavern, he was taken aback. Xu Yiqiu raised her small hand, and an invisible wind field enveloped them. Yunja suddenly felt an uncontrollable shift in gravity, lifting him off the ground. Do you not possess elemental power? Try to fly forward. As he adjusted and stabilized himself, Linglong seized Yunja, using him as leverage to soar into the sky. Aren't you supposed to be flying? Flying is exhausting. Holding on to you conserves my energy. From that point onward, Yunja sensed the wind field accelerating their ascent. As their speed increased, they swiftly departed the continent, heading toward the vast ocean. Yunja, when we meet Yundi, please refrain from speaking too much. Understood. After approximately 15 minutes, as Yunja hovered above the ocean's surface, he finally spotted the great dragon, Yundi. Ahead lay a massive island, where Yundi stood silently, his enormous eyes slowly opening, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of Yunja and his companions. This marked the first encounter for Yunja with the formidable dragon. Its fur, reminiscent of the azure feathers of the blue sparrow, bore a deep cerulean hue, while its colossal horns resembled the mighty pillars of the heavens. Alas, it was gravely injured. Had he not approached closely, one would scarcely notice the extensive patches of deep violet on its abdomen. More alarming was the purple tumor-like formation at its chest, which appeared exceedingly sinister. Yundi, I have discovered a means to purify your taint, Blue Sparrow declared, producing the dragon's blood and waving it before Yundi. Look. The impurities within have been eradicated. Please, do not wander too far during this time. Yundi closed his eyes, seemingly acquiescing to her request. Subsequently, Blue Sparrow elaborated on Yunja's ability to cleanse the corruption, necessitating his constant presence beside Yundi. Yunja remained silent, moving to a deeper part of Yundi's coloring. He intended to reside there for the duration, but the next moment, calamity struck. How has your wound healed? Blue Sparrow suddenly sensed something amiss and rushed to Yunja's side. Be careful. Realizing the danger, she instinctively shielded him. At that moment, Yundi let out a thunderous roar and unfurled his massive wings, soaring into the sky. Yundi, what ails you? Yundi ascended, summoning immense gusts of wind that sent waves crashing around him. He gazed down, his breaths heavy, seemingly harboring great resentment towards Yunja and the others. Yundi, I assure you that I have cured your ailment. Please, relax. Once you are healed, the wind god will surely be pleased. Blue Sparrow endeavored to soothe Yundi's turmoil, yet the dragon appeared oblivious to human speech, swiftly taking flight towards the land. My sincerest apologies for today. Please allow me to pursue him, she said. Yes. Following Blue Sparrow, they quickly spotted Yundi in midair. One could not deny the strength of Blue Sparrow. Her speed surpassed even that of the wind god's steed. Perhaps Yundi's injuries had diminished his velocity, yet Blue Sparrow's swiftness was extraordinary. As she reached Yundi in an instant, obstructing the dragon's path. Could she be the wind god? No, she had just mentioned that the wind god would be pleased, suggesting she was merely a servant seeking purification methods. Yundi, oh no. Blue Sparrow began to speak again, but suddenly felt a chill behind her, urging Yunja to flee behind Yundi. Upon turning, they beheld three sinister figures suspended in the air, cloaked in black robes, donning black hats and masks, wielding black staffs with floating purple orbs. All signs indicated they were the so-called mages of the abyss. It appeared that the seven divine star domain was not at peace. Recalling previous tales from Kai Ling Long regarding the ancient battles between gods and demons, it seemed these abyssal creatures were likely backed by malevolent deities. Given their inability to invade Wind-Catching City, the wind god remained a prominent force in this realm. Why had he not yet appeared amidst the emergence of these creatures? Lars' successor, you claim to have found the ability to purify the powers of the abyss? Is it you? Under the watchful gaze of these antagonists, Yunja felt a sudden urge to rip off their hats and masks, seizing their staffs to deliver a sound thrashing. Alas, this was not a game. You abyssal lackeys. Do you not fear death? Blue Sparrow exclaimed, shielding Yunja. Hehehe, young one. Join the abyss and you shall gain power beyond that of the gods. I, the great king of the abyss, shall bestow upon you unparalleled. Unparalleled what? You wretched beings, I could vanquish you with a mere finger. The revolting laughter of the foes ignited a desire in Yunja to retaliate immediately. Yet, the next scene left him utterly astounded. A horde of abyssal soldiers emerged from the void, filling the air. Roar. Yundi bellowed and continued to soar away. Yundi. Blue Sparrow wished to pursue, but faced with overwhelming numbers, she needed to protect Yunja. Go ahead and chase if you dare. If you wish to prevent this boy from being ambushed, then pursue him, one of the villains taunted. Though Yunja had witnessed the might of the Angel Legion, the abyssal forces before him were equally formidable, especially given their ability to materialize out of thin air. What if they appeared behind him and struck him down? Realizing this, Yunja moved closer to Blue Sparrow. He understood that these foes would not dare attack unless they were confident of victory over her. But what about his own fate? Would he be forced to reside in an indefinitely? I apologize for dragging you into this. It's nothing. I simply request that you protect me moving forward. Initially believing his arrival in this world was mere happenstance, he now realized he possessed the power to purify the corrupted. Could this not signify his potential as a savior of this realm? The humans tainted by the abyss would find salvation. If he succeeded in this endeavor, not only would he gain renown, but traversing the 7 kingdoms would become significantly easier. I hope you can grow stronger quickly. Blue Sparrow gazed at the abyssal army. And in the next moment, a tempest arose. Enclosed within her protective circle, Yunja felt no disturbance, but the abyssal soldiers outside were not so fortunate. Oh no! The wind god is about to unleash a powerful strike. We must flee. Upon uttering this, the abyssal forces retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the void. Though some soldiers were too late to escape. In a trance-like state, they screamed as their bodies began to disintegrate, ultimately disappearing entirely. The wind god? Yunja pondered. Why had he only arrived now? Chapter 26. The hero saves the beauty. As the Black Abyss Legion retreated, the winds ceased. Yet Yunja still found himself unable to encounter the so-called wind god. Linglong glanced around, her brow furrowed in confusion. Where is the wind god? Yun Di has already fallen under the control of the Black Abyss. Qingshue's voice seemed choked, failing to respond to Linglong's inquiry. Controlled? What shall we do? Is there truly no way to find him and aid in his recovery? Yunja's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Where was the wind god? Could he merely stand by and watch his steed be dominated? After scaring off those intruders, why did he not come forth to meet me? I possess the ability to purify corruption. Chike appeared as a young girl confronted with a dilemma, devoid of her earlier composure in the face of the Black Abyss Legion. After a lengthy pause, she took a deep breath, seemingly devising a solitary plan. We can only hope for the wind god's assistance. Let us head to Windrest Valley and see if he has left any clues behind. Upon hearing the name Windrest Valley, Yunja cast aside his multitude of questions. Very well, let us proceed. Windrest Valley lay in the far western reaches of the Wind Nation, a place sparsely populated. From a distance, it resembled an endless expanse of grassland, as if a vast green net enveloped the area. Though Qingke led Yunja swiftly through the skies, he could not help but perceive the astonishing vastness of the prairie, large enough to accommodate several nations. Yet, he found it perplexing that such a vast territory harbored no wildlife. Imagine the profits one could reap from livestock here. Before long, the trio arrived at a chaotic scene, where a towering tempest fiercely encircled a section of land. The closer they approached the storm, the more Yunja could sense the ferocious wind speeds. Had he stepped outside Qingke's protective circle, his body would surely have been torn asunder. With a swift motion of her hand, Qingke created an opening in the whirlwind. Upon entering, they were met with a breathtaking sight. A magnificent castle stood within the storm. The wind god certainly had a taste for luxury. Choosing to construct a castle in such an untroubled locale, surely it housed many servants. No, it is just me, Qingke interjected before Yunja could speak. I know you have long wished to meet the wind god. Pray tell, what business do you have with him? He sought to locate his long-lost sister. Ultimately, it was Linglong who voiced Yunja's hesitations. He and his sister had traversed the skies above the Wind Nation, only to be swept away by an unknown force. Awakening without her by his side. No wonder you wield the power of the light god. You may rest here for the time being. Or perhaps venture to the wind god and try your luck. I must attend to other matters. Remember, do not divulge any information about me to anyone you encounter. With that, Qingke vanished in an instant. Let us hasten to find the wind god. Yunja thought, after enduring numerous trials. He was finally on the verge of meeting a deity of this realm, convinced that the wind god resided at the highest point of the castle. Wait. Linglong grasped Yunja's arm. Do you not find it strange? Why would the wind god delegate everything to Qingke? Perhaps the wind god, being a deity, possesses a sense of dignity and will not involve himself directly in trivial matters. Regardless, let us pursue the wind god, Yunja replied, eager to take the chance Qingke had mentioned. Be cautious. Just as they stepped onto the floating bridge, 3 wind sprites leisurely bounded over. However, Yunja sensed something amiss. Why were these sprites not zipping about at high speed as was their usual mischief? What are you waiting for? Charge. Yunja tilted his head. Look at these wind sprites. They are rather adorable. Could they be guiding us? No sooner had he spoken than he learned the treachery of the world. The 3 wind sprites darted towards him, suddenly accelerating and propelling him into the air. Goodness. Yunja reacted swiftly, activating the wind god wings to stabilize himself, intending to engage in aerial combat. However, the wings seemed ineffective, only allowing him a slow descent. Upon witnessing this, the wind sprites soared into the air, taking turns to collide with Yunja, seemingly intent on knocking him down. "Are you three treating me as a plaything?" Yunja exclaimed, summoning all his strength to attack them with wind elemental powers, yet the sprites remained unfazed. "Hey, wind elementals are immune to wind attacks. Use your weapon. You didn't inform me earlier. How was I to know?" Reluctantly, Yunja drew his iron sword. Despite his reluctance to harm these mischievous sprites, he lunged at them. And upon piercing one, it dissipated into a swirl of wind energy, vanishing instantly. "Why did you just stand there? Could you not assist me?" "Humph. Was I not training you?" Linglong retorted, her fists on her hips. "Besides, I am merely your guide. You may encounter many more charming yet troublesome creatures. Without me, you might end up like those explorers, perishing in the wild." "All right, I am not blaming you." Yunja was not convinced that this sprite was merely a guide. Dusting himself off, he attempted to take flight with the wind god wings again, but to no avail. "Are these wings secondhand? Why can't I fly?" "Your power is only at the first tier, thus, you cannot soar." Linglong floated to a nearby hill, continuing. "These wings are designed solely to cushion your fall from great heights or steep slopes. At what tier can I take off from the ground?" Yunja climbed the hill, attempting to glide downward, and indeed, he could only utilize the wind god wings for a brief descent. "That depends on your comprehension." Yunja endeavored numerous times, gradually grasping the nature of the wind god wings, realizing they contained residual wind elemental energy that could provide a slight propulsion to his body. "Let us hurry. We must meet the wind god." The thought of the deity being aware of his arrival filled Yunja with an inexplicable sense of anticipation. After all, he possessed the power of the light god. Could he not receive some guidance? As they advanced, Yunja observed that the castle was devoid of any inhabitants, filled instead with flora. Had it not appeared so pristine, he would have presumed it a ghost town. Reaching the highest tower, he still found no sign of life, only disturbing a flock of pigeons as they took flight, without encountering the elusive wind god. Could it be that the wind god is not present? Yet, why did Shinkai suggest we seek him out? Gazing down from the heights, although there were mountains, rivers, flowers, and peculiar, delightful creatures, it seemed devoid of anything substantial. Accidentally entering a tower, he found it barren, save for a few books, more accurately, ancient tomes, the script of which was entirely incomprehensible. "Can you decipher this, Linglong?" "I cannot." Yunja rifled through numerous volumes, gleaning only vague hints from the illustrations, but the accompanying annotations remained illegible. After a prolonged struggle, Yunja began to feel vexed and continued deeper into the castle. At last, before a door at the rear, he beheld a swirling wind field, and upon approaching, he was repelled backward. "Greetings, wind god. I am Yunja, from another world, and you cannot enter here." Suddenly, the azure sparrow appeared behind Yunja, activating the wind field as if intending to escort him back. "Hey, I truly have urgent matters to discuss with the wind god. Healing Yun Di will earn his assistance," Yunja exclaimed. Upon hearing this, he found himself swallowing back his words. Indeed, the wind god possessed his own dignity. It had been rumored for centuries that he had not shown himself to the world, and there was no need for him to make an exception. Perhaps only by curing his steed would he be inclined to help. Following the azure sparrow to the outskirts of the wind field, she drew a portal, paused to contemplate, yet did not take flight immediately. To locate Yundi, there was but one solution: to acquire the wind god zither from Windcatcher City. However, that treasured artifact would certainly not be given to outsiders, so I hope you can assist me by procuring it stealthily. Steal something? Before Yunja could react, the azure sparrow snapped her fingers and declared, "I have already devised a plan. Now, it is time for your heroics to shine." Upon hearing the azure sparrow's scheme, Yunja felt a chill run down his spine. Why not inform the guard team? They might lend it to us. No, I absolutely cannot be involved. Do you not wish to be the one who heals the wind god's steed and forges a bond with him? Observing the azure sparrow's twinkling eyes, Yunja sensed a trap, yet he felt compelled to leap into it. Ling Long, seemingly unimpressed by Yunja's hesitance, teased from the side, "Ah, I see. The azure sparrow is a heroic figure in Windcatcher City. If you were caught, not only would her reputation be tarnished, but your tavern would surely face dire consequences." "You understand me well," the azure sparrow replied with an appreciative smile, continuing, "There is another reason. Even if you fail and are captured, you would merely be imprisoned. Whereas Yundi's condition cannot be trifled with. In time, the wind god will undoubtedly assist you. This is a test bestowed upon you by the wind god." With that, the azure sparrow offered a knowing smile, seemingly indicating, "I am aiding you." Glancing between the azure sparrow and Ling Long, Yunja took a deep breath. "Very well. Let us proceed as planned. I shall be the hero. Anna's arrival at Windrest Valley was met with no anomalies along the way, until nearing the valley, where powerful gales rendered any progress impossible. The group could only investigate the perimeter, searching for a means to enter Windrest Valley. In days past, the Wind God led the free warriors to overthrow the decaying feudal kingdom. On the day of the city's fall, it was discovered that nearly all the valiant soldiers who had fought to the death were ensnared by the abyss. It was because of that battle, where corpses lay strewn, that the wealth of the kingdom was seized by abyssal mages. To prevent the abyss from returning, the Wind God established Windrest Valley as a human forbidden zone, residing there for eternity. Anna was well versed in this history, yet witnessing it firsthand was profoundly shocking. Only the Wind God could maintain such a formidable force of wind elementals. She had come prepared, for the Wind God had left behind a treasure known as the wind-stabilizing pearl in Windcatcher City. If anything of significance arose in the Wind Nation and the Wind God did not notice, someone could use the wind field to enter Windrest Valley. However, only one person could enter at a time. Anna instructed her guards to wait outside, then produced the wind-stabilizing pearl and approached the wind field. As she neared, intending to use the pearl to open a breach, she was taken aback when the protective barrier formed by the pearl suddenly cracked. Oh no! If the wind-stabilizing pearl shatters, I shall be torn to pieces. Unfortunately, the Azure Sparrow seemed to have underestimated her faith in the Wind God. Anna cried out, "Wind God, save me," and thrust the pearl into the wind field. With no other choice, the Azure Sparrow opened a passage for her. Once inside the wind field, Anna immediately bent down, closed her eyes, and earnestly proclaimed, "Thank you, Wind God. I am the captain of the reconnaissance team from Windcatcher City. I have come to Windrest Valley too." Before she could finish, a swarm of wind sprites suddenly emerged, rushing at her as if bewitched. Anna was bewildered by the presence of wind sprites in Windrest Valley and quickly drew her great sword to engage in a prolonged struggle against the sprites manipulated by the Azure Sparrow. As the number of wind sprites grew, her strength began to falter. "Wind God, save me." This time, the Wind God did not heed her call, and the sprites swiftly lifted her into the air. After enduring relentless torment, she ultimately collapsed to the ground, on the brink of unconsciousness, her energy utterly depleted. At that moment, a humanoid wind sprite appeared, wielding a peculiar wind scythe, advancing towards Anna once more. "Wind God, save me," Anna uttered again, seemingly awaiting her fate. However, just as she closed her eyes for the final time, she glimpsed a youth wielding an ordinary silver sword, scattering the surrounding wind sprites. "Captain Anna, do not fear. I am here to rescue you." After dispersing the wind sprites, Yunja rushed to the nearly unconscious Anna, thinking how ruthless the Azure Sparrow was to subject her to such torment without a shred of compassion. After some time, Anna regained consciousness and saw a campfire nearby, with Yunja roasting fish over it, while Linglong watched intently, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You are awake. Come, have something to eat." Yunja offered the roasted fish. Linglong retorted angrily, "Humph, you promised to only roast fish for me from now on." "Water." Yunja then handed her a bottle of water. "Thank you," Anna said, taking a sip without uttering another word. "Are you not curious about how I got in? Your secrets are not for me to question." Yunja's mind went blank at her response. This woman certainly did not play by the rules. Chapter 27, The Theft of the Qingqing, Part 1. Having reached this point in the conversation, Yunja found himself with no alternative but to recount the tale slowly. Naturally, this narrative bore no mention of the Qingke, but rather indicated that the Wind God was presently devoted to guarding the entrance of the Black Abyss, leaving no time for diversion. Thus, the matter of the Wind God's Qingqing would have to be entrusted to her assistants. Anna, not one to be easily deceived, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "If even you, an outsider, can convey the Wind God's will, why am I, as a subject of the Wind God, unable to meet him personally?" Just as Yunja was left in a state of confusion, Linglong interjected, "Since we have managed to enter here unscathed, it is due to our extraordinary talents and the Wind God's favor. Should you doubt this, feel free to act as you wish. But if the affairs entrusted by the Wind God are delayed, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Anna regarded Linglong's brazen demeanor with considerable displeasure. Yet, owing to the life-saving grace extended to her, she could only defer the matter to Captain Yin. "This situation is exceedingly peculiar. I shall report back in detail." With that, she turned her steps toward the castle. "You cannot meet the Wind God," Captain Yin called out. Seeing that Anna paid him no heed, Yunja, resigned, followed her back into the castle. After a prolonged and labyrinthine journey, Anna finally gazed despondently at the attic sealed by the wind barrier. The records of the Wind Kingdom recount that when the Wind God led the free folk to breach this castle, all within had been eroded by the Black Abyss. Princes and princesses, nobles and ministers, guards, All had transformed into grotesque beings, neither human nor ghost. As they walked, Anna narrated this piece of history to Yunjia, while simultaneously yearning for a response from the wind god. Those who surrendered were granted freedom, yet those consumed by the black abyss could never return. They became bloodthirsty and frenzied, accustomed to infusing the power of the black abyss into their kin, resulting in an escalating chain reaction. Due to the frequent occurrences of such situations, the wind god decreed the eradication of all afflicted by the black abyss, including those who had not yet lost their sanity. Even the innocent children, all buried beneath this ground. As she recounted this, Anna took a deep breath, stating, "The wind god once declared that this incident would forever remain unforgivable, referring to herself as the most useless of deities. She subsequently resided in Fengqi Valley, eternally guarding the entrance to the black abyss. Surely, it must be here? Indeed, it is here." Upon hearing this tale, Yunjia could only sigh, lamenting that had he arrived in this world sooner, perhaps things would have been different. Alas, Earth was largely mired in feudalism at that time. After a prolonged silence without response, Anna departed in disappointment. Yunjia began to persuade her again, "Captain, this is an opportunity for you to achieve merit for the wind god. Do not hesitate. We merely require the use of the wind goddess Qin. Anna regarded Yunjia thoughtfully, realizing that despite his mere first-tier strength, he had outpaced her in this place. Moreover, the wind spirits appeared to have grown more docile, lending him an air of credibility. Just then, the sky suddenly turned a cerulean hue, and a clear, ethereal voice resonated above them. "Anna, what Yunjia says is entirely true. You must hand over the wind goddess Qin to him." "Yes, wind god." Upon hearing the wind goddess voice, Anna reverently bowed toward the heavens, nearly dropping to her knees. Yunjia recognized this as the voice of Qin, marveling at its enchanting quality. He resolved to listen to her song the next time he visited the tavern. Once the voice faded, tranquility returned to the sky. "Let us return for the Qin." Anna approached the entrance, only to find Yunjia lingering behind. "The wind god will guide us." No sooner had she spoken than they were enveloped by a green circle, swiftly ascending into the sky, racing toward Windcatcher City. Linglong boasted once more, "Do you see? This is the wind goddess power. This merit is sufficient to elevate you to the next leader of the Wind Kingdom. The Wind Kingdom has no leader, only the wind god and free individuals. Captain Yin merely manages the mundane affairs of the free people on behalf of the wind god." Anna seemed to be lost in the essence of the wind goddess power, her heart swelling with emotion, as if she could bask in this state for a lifetime. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. "What is it? My colleagues are still outside Fengqi Valley? Fear not, the wind god shall protect them." A few minutes later, they landed smoothly at Windcatcher City, leaving the guards dumbfounded. Anna approached, "You ran. Hurry and gather the others to head to Fengqi Valley. Inform them that I have been sent back by the wind god." "The wind god?" "Indeed." With that, the two prepared to head toward the guard's courtyard. As they strolled through the streets, Yunjia tentatively asked, "Captain, since Captain Yin entrusted you with the wind pearl, acquiring the wind goddess Qin should be a mere formality. Shall we prepare anything?" "The wind goddess Qin is under the jurisdiction of the wind goddess church. We shall see what Captain Yin decides." "The wind goddess church?" Yunjia inquired, looking at Linglong in confusion. Linglong shrugged. "This is my first visit to the Wind Kingdom as well. I am unsure. The guard's courtyard manages public safety within the Wind Kingdom, while the Wind Goddess Church oversees cultural matters, taxation, and judicial reforms. Although Captain Yin and the High Priest each have their roles, they ultimately fall under the authority of the High Priest leading the Wind Goddess Church." Upon hearing this, Yunjia realized that obtaining the Wind Goddess Qin would not be so straightforward. Upon reaching Captain Yin's office, Anna recounted everything she had learned from Fengqi Valley. Initially incredulous, Captain Yin soon believed her, especially given Anna's swift return. As her successor, she had never been one to speak lightly in front of her. And the possibility made sense, particularly since there had been reports of sightings of the wind goddess dragon in the wild recently. However, the thought of acquiring the wind goddess Qin posed a dilemma for her. The Qin was a treasure belonging to all the citizens of the Wind Kingdom. Should she disclose this matter to the church, they would undoubtedly dispatch someone to Fengqi Valley for verification. If it proved troublesome, the church might even resort to a public vote to decide the matter, which would take time to resolve. Qin had anticipated such an outcome. Hence she provided Yunjia with a strategy. "Captain, Yun's suffering intensifies with each passing day. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. Allow me to take on the role of the villain. I have resolved to infiltrate the church tonight and steal the wind goddess Qin." Captain Yin found Yunjia's declaration amusing but, constrained by decorum, sighed, setting aside whether you can actually succeed if you are caught. You will become an enemy to every citizen of the Wind Kingdom, most likely facing execution on the guillotine. However, Yunzhi remained unfazed by this prospect. For he had Xu Yiqiu, a powerful ally, at his side. As he spoke, his expression shifted to one of sorrow. Ah! Since this task has been assigned to me by the Wind God, I must face the flames and the blades. I implore you, Captain, to assist me. At this juncture, Yunzhi gazed at Anna with longing in his eyes. Having received the Wind God's oracle, Anna could not remain aloof. Captain, the Wind God has given me guidance. I must be involved in this matter. Surely the Wind God will aid us. Count me in. Linglong remained unperturbed, asserting, the Wind God has assured us of her protection. HM? At that moment, everyone turned to Linglong. Captain Yin inquired, did the Wind God instruct you to steal the Wind God's Qin? Linglong hesitated, slightly flustered, and replied, no, she merely urged us to retrieve the Qin swiftly, the sooner the better. At this moment, Captain Yin glanced at the three individuals. Sharing the same sentiment as Anna earlier, there seemed to be some hidden agenda at play. Anna had only known this foreigner for 2 days. How could they be so in sync? Even if they were to steal, a meticulous plan should be devised to minimize risks. With some time left before nightfall, he suggested. You may go for a meal first. Allow me to ponder this matter, and return later. All right. Yunzhi departed, naturally leaving Anna behind. Upon exiting the guard's compound, Yunzhi hurried towards the tavern. On the 3rd floor, it appeared that Xu Yiqiu had been waiting for them for quite some time. Linglong remarked, Captain Yin is indecisive. Yet Anna seems convinced. Tonight, when we steal the loot, you must protect me. Stealing love? Yunzhi felt a surge of excitement at those words. Xu Yiqiu laughed, rest assured. Captain Yin will undoubtedly assist you. How can you be so certain? Because I sent those guards back. After your meal, you won't need to scout the area. Captain Yin will aid you at the appointed time. Linglong exclaimed, Captain Yin and Anna are also stealing the loot? Cough, cough. Yunzhi pinched his nose. Linglong was indeed a peculiar character. In Captain Yin's office, the two shared a meal. Anna, tell me the truth. Is this matter real? Captain. When have I ever deceived you? Captain Yin, reluctant to let Anna take such risks, whispered, it's not that I am cowardly, but as public servants of Windcatcher City. The consequences of capture are dire. Lord Windgod has long guarded the entrance to the abyss. How could he spare the time to protect us? Precisely because Lord Windgod has consistently safeguarded the Wind Kingdom against the invasion of abyssal creatures. As her subjects, it is worth dying for her. What nonsense! Captain. At that moment, the team members who had previously accompanied Anna returned. Captain, Lord Windgod has manifested. We were inspecting the outskirts of Windrest Valley when suddenly a gust of wind sent us back. As dusk fell, Yunzhi returned to the guard's compound, but did not find Captain Yin, only Anna. She led Yunzhi into Captain Yan's office, where she revealed the distribution map of the church, the precise location of the Wind God loot, and the situation of the duty guards. Captain Yin will distract the important figures. And you are responsible for guiding us to the church, and then we will steal love? Linglong squinted, pointing at the Wind God loot on the plan. The loot is insured. If touched, it will trigger an alarm. Wouldn't that render us sitting ducks? Anna widened her eyes. Lord Windgod said it was fine to entrust the loot to you. Could it be? You cannot escape? How did you arrive at Windrest Valley before me, if not with Lord Windgod's assistance? Of course, it was with Lord Windgod's help. What I meant to convey is that I possess a universal storage device that could transport the insured Windgod loot. What I wish to ascertain is whether the loot will sound an alarm upon mere contact. What Yunzhi referred to was indeed his own consciousness. A space endowed with a portion of divine light by Kai Linglong in the past. I'm not sure about that, in any case. As the most important treasure of Windcatcher City, the loot is under constant supervision. Having reached this point, Anna was determined to acquire the Wind God loot. Even if captured, she would ensure it reached Yunzhi's hands. Very well, let us proceed cautiously and prepare to head to the church. The Wind God Church, situated in the heart of Windcatcher City, serves as the sole authority of the Wind Kingdom and the nucleus of freedom and democracy therein. Having transcended the mortal realm, the Wind God, through the church, maintains the order of the Wind Kingdom. Being a free city-state, the high priest serves merely as a nominal leader within the church. In years of stability, most decisions are made through voting among church members. Naturally, the habits of freedom often lead to inefficiency. After a millennium of refinement, the citizens of the Wind Kingdom, aside from their admiration for the Wind God, lead lives of leisure and joy, with abundant resources available in the wild. The lack of population growth has resulted in a majority of individuals living lives of ease, with only a select few brave enough to venture forth in pursuit of elemental marks. Interestingly, a tale once circulated about a merchant from the Water Kingdom who, upon arriving in the Wind Kingdom, hoarded resources and monopolized the market. Ultimately, the Wind God Church confiscated his wealth under the pretext of market disruption and redistributed it to the populace. Thus, in the Wind Kingdom, one must never engage in underhanded dealings. After all, centuries of habit and devotion to the divine are not easily altered. That night, Yunja conversed extensively with Anna, lingering until the late hours before finally making his way to the church. As night fell, the streets of Windcatcher City remained ablaze with light. In this free city, most individuals simply slept when tired, waking naturally, while the sounds of revelry echoed from the taverns. Having not had the chance to explore the church previously, Yunja found the massive doors firmly shut on this late night. Before the dimly lit statue of the wind god, many seemed to be praying, some seeking forgiveness, others making wishes. Upon arriving at the church, Yunja knocked on the side door. The moment it opened, a middle-aged man clad in white robes appeared. "Father, I am guilty." Accompanied by tears, the man shook his head and ushered Yunja into the church. Inside, several monks and nuns appeared to be awake, some copying church regulations, others in quiet meditation. Although they seemed to be idly passing time, the ambience felt remarkably harmonious. The man led Yunja to a row of seats and inquired, "Speak at your own pace. Lord Wind God will grant you an opportunity." "Father, I have developed feelings for my sister-in-law. I know I should not harbor such thoughts, yet I find it exceedingly difficult to suppress the sinful desires within me. What should I do?" Chapter 28, The Stolen Zither, Part 2. While Yunja remained earnestly seeking enlightenment from the Lord of Wind, Anna had already stealthily infiltrated the church. As the captain of the reconnaissance guard in Windcatcher City, Anna's skills in concealment and ambush were unparalleled. Coupled with her inherent mastery of high-level wind elemental power, she easily dispatched the prominent figures within the church, transforming the space into her domain. After Yunja confessed his sins before the so-called priest, the priest followed the customary procedures, assigning him to sit quietly in the church with the monks and nuns. Once tranquility enveloped the room, Yunja seized the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, where he soon encountered Anna. "There are too many guards here," Anna cautioned him. "As an outsider, if you're found lurking, it will be difficult to explain. Remain still. I will signal you when it is time to act." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the church's conference room, Captain Yin had meticulously prepared for the meeting. "I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this late hour," he began. "However, this matter pertains to the safety of the Wind Kingdom and the Lord of Wind. I must convene this emergency meeting." The high priest, seated at the head of the table, interjected seriously, "Captain Yin, please do not keep us in suspense. If there is a matter at hand, we must address it. As citizens of the Wind Kingdom, it is both our duty and honor to assist the Lord of Wind." Subsequently, Captain Yin summoned his subordinates to recount the events that transpired earlier in Windrest Valley. He methodically detailed the plight of the Wind Dragon, igniting a vigorous debate within the conference room over various proposals, such as the price of freedom. Amidst inefficiency, even concerning their own deity, many expressed their powerlessness. When the need for the Wind Zither arose, some obstinate individuals insisted that the Wind Zither, a national treasure left by the Lord of Wind, must remain untouched by anyone. Captain Yin countered, "Though the Wind Zither is indeed a national treasure, must it remain gathering dust in the kingdom's vault? Has it never been utilized?" He referenced the past, recalling how the Earth God constructed statues of the 12 guardians in the Earth Kingdom, which were later defaced and exploited by unscrupulous individuals, leaving the authorities without a single lead. The high priest continued the analogy, "The last time you borrowed the wind-stabilizing pearl, it was damaged. Now, with the Wind Zither being the sole treasure bestowed upon the Wind Kingdom by the Lord of Wind, it is preferable for it to sit idle in a warehouse than to risk its removal unless..." "Unless what?" someone inquired. The high priest chuckled softly. "Unless the Lord of Wind delivers a divine decree or retrieves the Wind Zither through divine power. If the Lord of Wind can transport 8 guards to Windcatcher City in an instant, surely acquiring the Wind Zither is within his capabilities. However, should we risk its retrieval and an unforeseen incident occur, who among you would bear that responsibility?" Having stated his case, Captain Yin ceased further discussion and awaited the outcome from Anna's side. At that moment, Anna had not summoned Yunja, choosing instead to delve deeper into the church's underground. Despite the heavy guard presence, she was resolute. Should she encounter any obstacles, she would swiftly employ her elemental powers to overcome them. Ultimately, within the last attic, she beheld the Wind Zither. Yet, she hesitated to seize it, uncertain if her actions would trigger an alarm. To mitigate potential risks, she returned to find Yunja and brought him along. Upon seeing the zither, Yunja wasted no time hiding it within his consciousness. Ding, ding. At that instant, alarms blared around them, and guards rushed in. As Anna prepared to fight, a gust of wind swept them away. This is bad. The wind zither has been stolen. The news reached the conference room almost immediately. Quick, secure the city gates. The order was given, and the guards began to report the theft's details. We observed an outsider's attire, accompanied by a cloaked figure who incapacitated nearby guards before absconding with the wind zither and suddenly flew away. Flew away? At that moment, the high priest fixed a calm gaze upon Captain Yin. Unperturbed, Captain Yin sipped his tea and remarked, "Perhaps this is the Lord of Wind's intention." With little time for further discussion, the high priest led the assembly to the scene, where they discovered a gaping hole in the ceiling of the basement. Such force could only be exerted by a high-level earth elemental user. The high priest pondered that, as a deity of the Wind Kingdom, the Lord of Wind could not have resorted to theft to secure the wind zither. The only plausible explanation was that members of the Earth Kingdom's treasure thieves had infiltrated the church. Indeed, it must have been members of the Earth Kingdom's notorious treasure thieves who had managed to steal the wind zither. These individuals were infamous across nations, leading to widespread disdain for those with earth elemental powers. Their ability to burrow underground and shatter solid materials made them formidable adversaries. Years prior, they had orchestrated a shocking heist in the Fire Kingdom, stealing a precious relic and inciting the wrath of the Fire God, who personally led a crackdown against them. However, after that incident, the thieves had remained dormant for a considerable time, only to target the Wind Kingdom now. The High Priest promptly issued a series of commands to search the entire city and dispatch a team to Windrest Valley to inform the Lord of Wind of this incident. In times of crisis, the High Priest acted as the Lord's representative. Observing Captain Yin's nonchalant demeanor, he rebuked, "Captain Yin, you seem rather untroubled. With the wind zither lost, do you not feel compelled to act as the captain of the guards in Windcatcher City? The Lord of Wind has already indicated awareness of the wind zither and Apos' loss. Does he not know?" Anna and Yunja were not taken to Windrest Valley, but rather to the coast on the western side of the valley. Upon landing smoothly, they spotted Qingke basking in the sea breeze. "You are the owner of the tavern in Windcatcher City?" Captain Yin expressed her gratitude. "Thank you immensely for your assistance." Upon hearing this voice, Anna sensed something amiss, as it bore resemblance to the voice of the Lord of Wind. Qingke turned to Yunja, who naturally handed the wind zither to her. "Please wait here for a moment." After acquiring the zither, Qingke delicately strummed its strings, gradually producing a melody. Beneath the luminous moon, with the sea wind howling, a clear and enchanting song resonated, carried swiftly by the waves. At that moment, a piece of music dedicated to the Lord of Wind seemed to envelop the entire planet, echoing in every corner of the Wind Kingdom. The harmonious notes were soothing, a gentle balm upon the soul, invigorated by the caressing sea breeze. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and Linglong grasped Yunja, fearing they might be swept away. What a powerful wind! Could it be the Wind Dragon's arrival? At that moment, Anna's heart brimmed with questions. Why was she, a native of the Earth Kingdom, favored so highly by the Lord of Wind? Yet soon, she and Yunja, along with Linglong, found themselves encased in a protective green barrier. "Yindi, I have returned." A colossal dragon silhouette appeared, seemingly emerging from the distant horizon or the void itself, with wings that towered higher than mountains, each flap sending forth torrents of water into the air. "Yundi, let us not depart, shall we?" Yundi seemed to comprehend Qingke's sentiments and gradually descended upon the surface of the sea. Qingke approached, gently caressing her form, as if sharing a silent conversation, inaudible to the three within the protective barrier. Fortunately, Yundi was in high spirits today, perhaps inspired by that melody, and soon closed her eyes. At that moment, Qingke removed the protective shield, allowing Yunja to join them. "To prevent the Dark Abyss from seizing this opportunity again, I must guard the entrance. You stay here and tend to Yundi, assisting in purifying the dark energy within her." Linglong, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, "What if the dragon goes berserk again?" "I trust Yundi," Qingke declared, soaring directly toward Windrest Valley. "Hey, what good is your faith, songstress?" Linglong huffed in frustration, stamping her feet. Windrest Valley was vast. Why didn't she take everyone along for Yundi's healing? Yunja, too, felt fear, yet there was little to be done at this point. With her so near, there should not be any misfortune. As for Anna, she had indeed witnessed the Wind Dragon, confirming the tales Yunja had recounted, along with the Wind God's guidance. And thus she remained quietly in the background. In the following days, Yunja nestled beside Yundi, realizing that by merely touching the Wind Dragon, he could purify this force. while the purple blemishes upon Yundi gradually faded. Poor Linglong, however, suffered greatly, unable to leave Yunja's side once their provisions were exhausted. She had to send Anna to forage for fruits in the wild. With no wild boars or hares around, they had to rely on various plants to stave off hunger. After several days, Yundi's injuries had significantly improved. Report: a giant dragon has been spotted. On this day, the guards from Windcatcher City arrived. The high priest, witnessing this commotion, promptly instructed everyone to encircle the area. Captain, what is happening? Anna, reluctant to elaborate, replied, "This is Yundi, the steed of the wind god. Some time ago, I received a divine decree from the wind god, requiring me to accompany Yundi during her recovery. Please do not disturb us." Given that the wind god's harp had been lost previously, and now inexplicably, melodies from the wind god's harp echoed throughout the Wind Kingdom. The crowd believed these events were undoubtedly connected, and the high priest was determined to inquire further. "Did you steal the wind god's harp?" Roar. As the high priest and others advanced, the wind dragon suddenly roared, displaying its disdain for their approach. "Leave quickly, Yundi dislikes crowded places." Observing the dragon's reaction, the high priest could say nothing further, merely ordering the guards to withdraw to a safe distance, though they did not venture far. "Hiki, the wind god is meticulous, yet unaware that I have yet to return. Ha ha ha." At that moment, a dark abyss sorcerer materialized from the void. "This is bad. What should we do?" Recalling Qing's earlier warning that the dark abyss sorcerer could control Yundi, Yunja glanced at Anna, whose brow furrowed, contemplating the imminent battle. Suddenly, Linglong cried out, "Help! The dark abyss sorcerer is here, come quickly." Soon, the high priest led the guards soaring into the sky. "Everyone, protect the steed of the wind god. We shall fight to the death." The dark abyss sorcerer scoffed at these mortals. "You dare defy the dark abyss?" Before long, a multitude of dark abyss soldiers emerged from the void, though not as numerous as before. Who among these freedom-loving soldiers would not tremble before the infamous legions chronicled in history? "The wind god will protect us. Charge!" the high priest commanded. As about a dozen guards raised their shields and advanced. Just as they neared Yundi, she rose abruptly. Roar! Yunja stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking up in sheer astonishment, Yundi flapped her wings and charged at the dark abyss army. "This is bad. The wind dragon has lost control." As the sorcerer spoke, Yundi's claw pierced his chest. Thus, a massacre truly commenced. The dark abyss soldiers, initially intent on fleeing, found themselves ensnared by the ferocious winds, their anguished cries resonating painfully in the hearts of all present. For 1,000 years, the Wind Kingdom had known peace. Never had they witnessed such a spectacle. Some dark abyss sorcerers attempted to escape into the void, only to be ensnared by Yundi, emerging from the encounter a gruesome sight. After a lengthy interval, calm finally returned to the skies. Yundi glanced at Yunja before soaring into Wind Rest Valley. "Let us go." Yunja looked at Anna and swiftly made his way toward Wind Rest Valley. However, without Qingshue's assistance, they were destined to remain outside. Seizing the moment, the high priest approached Anna, eager to inquire about the unfolding events. "Yunja, come inside." A spectral voice beckoned, drawing Yunja into Wind Rest Valley. Simultaneously, the wind god's harp descended, appearing before the high priest. "The wind god's harp?" The high priest hurriedly secured the harp, continuing to question Anna. Anna felt a profound sense of loss. Why hadn't the wind god brought her inside? Alas, the stabilizing pearl had been destroyed. Anna, Captain Yin, emboldened, stepped forward and publicly recounted the events he had previously learned. "Indeed, it was due to certain individuals' tablets that we were compelled to steal the harp. Now that the wind god's harp has been utilized, it seems the wind god is displeased with us. We must return and reflect upon our actions." Concurrently, Anna shared the recent occurrences with Captain Yin, harboring a suspicion the tavern owner was the mastermind behind this incident and also an ally of the wind god. At this moment, in the square before the castle, Yundi lay peacefully upon the ground. Qingke remarked, "I apologize. I was aware that remnants of the dark abyss sorcerers lingered outside, yet I did not inform you." "I see," Yunja replied, glancing at Yundi. "So the next step is to heal her within, correct?" "Indeed. I know you have many questions. Please, ask away." Chapter 29. Tears of the Dragon. Yunja was beset with countless questions. What was her relationship with the wind god? Why did she choose to steal the wind god's loot? What lay beyond that door? And if she was so formidable, why did she open a tavern in Wind-Catching City to sing? Sensing Yunja and Appo's uncertainty on where to begin, Linglong interjected. "He is, after all, in search of lost kin, and only the wind god can assist him in this world. Did I not mention that once you heal Yundi, he will aid you?" Gently caressing Yundi's form, Yunzhi inquired. Yundi, may I meet the esteemed wind god? Yundi remained silent, prompting Yunzhi to continue. Must I wait until you are completely healed to gain an audience? After all, it was a dragon, a creature that did not speak the tongue of men. Under Ling Long's suggestion, Yunzhi felt momentarily foolish, realizing that Yundi had never uttered a word in human language. Very well. I shall wait until I heal Yundi. Surely the wind god will grant me an audience then. Actually, your sister has never been to the Wind Kingdom. At that moment, Qin Ke approached Yunzhi and added, however, I can assure you that approximately 3 years ago, 2 deities descended upon the 7 divine star domain. Unfortunately, I was unable to gather much information as I could not leave the Wind Kingdom. Yunzhi, puzzled, asked, how do you know this? Because she is the current wind god. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, and Yunzhi turned sharply towards the sky. Who is speaking? Ling Long seemed startled. Drifting closer to Yunzhi and glancing at Qin Quebec. Yet, Yunzhi had indeed heard it. Yundi had spoken, and she referred to Qin Quebec. He was astounded to realize that he had been in the presence of the wind god for so long without knowing her true identity. Recalling the mature visage of the wind god depicted on the statue, he surmised that this little Qin Ke must have undergone transformation. I sincerely apologize for not revealing my identity sooner. There are reasons for my reticence. I can only claim to be the wind god's successor, not a true deity. Qin Ke explained. Ling Long inquired, but what of the true wind god? At this, Qin Ke appeared momentarily saddened but replied resolutely. The true wind god perished 10 years ago. The silence that followed was chilling. Ling Long's voice trembled as she asked, so she entrusted her divine position to you. And you have become the wind god? Without the acknowledgement of the divine realm's core and the life deity, no one could ascend to divinity. This is why I have been reluctant to disclose my identity. If the Wind Kingdom were to learn that their deity has fallen and that a native of the Earth Kingdom has assumed her mantle, it would be a devastating blow to them. Ultimately, I am powerless in this matter. Ling Long, eager to ask further questions, fell silent after a stern glance from Yunzhi. Qin Ke's mood darkened, and even Yundi seemed unwilling to discuss this painful history. In the days that followed, as Yundi's injuries gradually healed, Qin Ke began to recount her past. Since establishing the Wind Kingdom, the Wind God had remained in Wind Nest Valley. However, due to her involvement in the ancient battle between gods and demons, she bore severe injuries, which worsened further after her confrontation with the Dark Abyss Demon King. Although the Wind God could have lived for another century, she knew that if she did, her divine artifact would remain unclaimed, and her divine power would dissipate into the cosmos. Over 20 years ago, aware of her dwindling time, the Wind God sought a successor and chose Qin Quebec. 10 years ago, she was compelled to transfer all her power to Qin Ke, which, while hastening her demise, ensured that Qin Ke could inherit her legacy. It was during this transfer that the Dark Abyss began its onslaught against the Wind Kingdom. As the inheritance required time to take effect, the burden of repelling the Dark Abyss's assault fell to Yundi. In that fateful encounter, Yundi fought valiantly, slaying a Dark Abyss warlock, but was subsequently tainted by its dark power. Upon learning of the Wind God's demise, Yundi was engulfed in confusion. Bereft of a master and tormented daily by the encroaching darkness, it was a reality too harsh to accept, especially with Qin Ke as the Wind God's successor. It was precisely because of Qin Ke that the Wind God had fallen prematurely. Thank you for sharing so much with me, Yunzhi said. Struggling to fathom the sorrow of a nation founded by a deity, one that had perhaps endured generations, only to be informed that their divine protector had perished. What profound grief it must be for the citizens who would hesitate to leave their homeland, their freedom forever teetering on the brink of collapse. So, do you intend to keep this a secret indefinitely? Qin Ke shook her head in silence. She knew that this truth would eventually surface, for the veil could only obscure for so long. The Dark Abyss was ever seeking new breaches to exploit, and Qin Ke would inevitably be caught unawares. Hence, she opened a tavern in Wind-Catching City, endeavoring to cultivate her image, hoping the townsfolk would become familiar with her and eventually accept her. Yunzhi suggested. This matter could be revealed to a select few, especially the esteemed individuals within the Wind-Catching Church. Yet, Qin Ke continued to shake her head. In focusing on my matters, you seem to have overlooked your sister's situation. You might consider visiting the Earth Kingdom. As I am not the true Wind God and possess only fragments of the Wind God's memories, which only the genuine deity can access. However, I do know that the divine being of the Earth Kingdom is its sovereign. My next destination will be the Earth Kingdom, but for now, I wish to assist you. Ling Long chimed in playfully. I can help too, hee. Yunzhi reflected on his earlier journey to this place, which had been to seek the deity's successor. Since she had shared so much with him, he felt compelled to trust her. He then recounted the events involving Kai Ling Long and the angel god, asserting the existence of the divine realm, though its current state remained uncertain. The successors of the gods must unite to seek a passage to the divine realm. Rest assured, as long as you require my assistance, I shall certainly lend my strength, Qin Kai said earnestly, a smile gracing her lips. It has been far too long since I last visited the divine realm. At that moment, Yun Di, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. Rising, he stated. Though the wind god is not a subordinate of the light god, I am aware that the light god is the supreme deity of the divine realm. If possible, I would be willing to offer my aid. Thank you. Hearing about the divine realm, Yunja began to inquire about the events of yore. However, Kai Ling Long had little knowledge of those occurrences. After all, the wind god's mount would know little, given that those deities had once belonged to the weaker faction. Fortunate to have survived against the might of the supreme gods. Listening to Yunja's revelations, Yun Di seemed to find some solace. Aware of the past events in the divine realm. However, he had quickly fled with the wind god, never anticipating he would hear of the divine realm again. In truth, my master had prepared me for this. I just could not accept it on the day of departure. I have been by her side since the moment I was born, traversing countless years together. As Yun Di spoke, his voice began to choke with emotion. Yun Di, Qin Kai stepped forward, gently caressing his form. All that the wind god has bestowed upon me, be it strength or responsibility, I shall bear with honor. Though I hail from the earth kingdom and was orphaned, it is the wind god and you who have given me a home. You shall forever be my family. During their exchange, Yunja noticed tears streaming from Yun Di and Appo's eyes. What an immense sacrifice it must have taken for a dragon to weep before mortals. Perhaps I will soon depart from this country, but witnessing the reconciliation between Qin Kai and Yun Di after such a poignant tale serves as a resolution devoid of regrets. After conversing for a while, Qin Kai turned to Yunja. When do you intend to journey to the land of Earth? I can assist you. Linglong interjected. There is no rush. We wish to relish a period of life in the free city-state. All right. What sumptuous feast do you desire? Linglong. Tonight, it is my treat. Hooray. Qin Kai then addressed Yun Di. Yun Di, the people outside have yet to leave. Please go and reassure them that all is well. Yun Di comprehended her intent and stepped outside, only to find that the crowd had not dispersed but rather swelled in number. Within the castle, only Yunja, Linglong, and Qin Kai remained. Qin Kai guided Yunja to a door at the rear of the castle. This door marked the site of the wind god's fall. Her powers had predominantly been dedicated to sealing the entrance to the abyss of darkness. I regret that I cannot permit you to enter, not out of distrust, but because knowing too much could complicate your quest for your kin. It's all right. I want to go in. Yunja quickly retreated. Naturally, he was curious about the secrets held within the site of the divine and Appo's demise. He had read that gods were immortal beings, brimming with treasures. How could he not wish to explore? Yet, with Qin Kai present, it felt disrespectful for an outsider to intrude upon the resting place of a former wind god. Here, take this. At that moment, Yunja noticed the wind god's mark on his hand shimmered briefly. This was the full recognition of the wind god, from now on. In the 7 divine star domain, the power of wind would be ineffective against him, and he could also wield the wind god's wings to soar freely. The unexpected delight left Yunja momentarily speechless. Linglong inquired, just in the 7 divine star domain? Does that mean the wind powers of other planets will not work? Qin Kai replied with disappointment. I'm afraid the wind laws differ on other planets. One day, I shall ensure you can thrive wherever the wind blows, mastering its forces. That suffices. Yunja pinched his nose, saying, having this is already more than enough. I am immensely grateful to the wind god. The thought of soaring through the skies with the wind god's wings filled him with exhilaration. Subsequently, Qin Kai began discussing some essential matters regarding the land of Earth. Although the deities that govern the realm, they do not engage in daily affairs, appearing only symbolically to remind those in power to serve the people diligently. Additionally, the common folk refer to the deity of the land of Earth as the Emperor, and it is imperative that they do not call him the Earth God, lest they find themselves unwelcome in the land of Earth. Yunja understood this. Who would appreciate being associated with the concept of Earth? The land of Earth is composed of 3 entities: humans, immortals, and spirits. Immortals are those who have acquired elemental powers and reached a high level of strength to attain longevity, as Qin Kai has done. Spirits are souls that linger after death, often tied to unfinished business. However, this phenomenon occurs only among those born within the land of Earth, a result of its unique environment and the rewards bestowed by the deity, the Emperor, upon those striving for greatness. Upon hearing this, Yunja seemed almost impatient. The land of wind is a realm of freedom. Thus, the land of Earth must truly embody the essence of a cultivator's paradise, where even death does not equate to obliteration. After extensive conversation, Yunja resolved to remain in Windcatcher City for 3 days before embarking on his journey to the land of Earth. As he dispelled the wind barrier, the scene before him left him utterly astonished. Anna, Captain Yin, and even the High Priest, along with many others in Windcatcher City, had not left. Instead, their numbers had only increased due to the recent events. Upon Yundi's return, he revealed the truth to them. When the crowd learned of the wind god's fall, they knelt before the Valley of Wind Rest. Thus, when Yunju emerged, he beheld many weeping. You should return to the tavern and await my return. I must address these people. Chinke walked ahead, addressing the crowd. I apologize, esteemed people of the Land of Wind. I understand that this news is difficult to accept, and you may find it hard to trust someone born in the Land of Earth, but please believe in Yundi. Above the Land of Wind, Yunja soared freely with the wind goddess wings while Linglong reclined on his back. How does it feel to fly with borrowed strength? Of course. Linglong plopped down comfortably, resting on Yunja's back. Later, I want to savor sweet flower juice chicken, steamed skin fish, and almond tofu. Excellent. Upon returning to the entrance of Windcatcher City, Yunja immediately spotted Syed. Ah, Yunja, where have you been these past few days? Do you know how many significant events have transpired in Windcatcher City recently? What events? Syed deliberately teased, asking, how is it that you can fly? Have you received the wind goddess advanced acknowledgement? Advanced acknowledgement? Yunja queried, perplexed. Syed's mouth quivered with excitement, and soon the three arrived at the tavern. Dear brother Yunja, since you have received the wind goddess advanced recognition, congratulations. You shall become a senior member of our Explorers Association, and from now on, you will receive a salary. Is it truly that good? Before long, Syed produced a contract and handed it to Yunja. Sign your name here. Once you do, you will immediately receive your reward. Yunja, not one to be easily deceived, scrutinized the document, realizing it was a trap. The terms demanded completion of various tasks and attendance for association obligations. I will sign. As Yunja's name graced the paper, Syed's excitement reached new heights. Meanwhile, Linglong, munching on roasted chicken, noticed Yunja engaged in a significant discussion and hastily seized the document, wishing to tear it apart. Yunja, the Explorers Association spans the 7 Divine Star domain. Your actions will lead to complications in the future. Syed then retrieved a gift box, smiling, Dear brother Yun. Behold your reward for becoming a senior member. Chapter 30. The Golden Elixir. Upon encountering such an exquisitely crafted gift box, Yunja eagerly accepted it. Linglong exclaimed with excitement. Hurry, open it so I can see. Yet, to unwrap a present in the presence of others seemed slightly impolite. How could it be impolite? Come on, Yunja. Do open it. I assure you will adore it, urged Lingling, giving Yunja a gentle pat. It is customary to unwrap gifts before the giver. That is the essence of politeness. Understanding the sentiment, Yunja delicately unwrapped the splendid box. Wow, the golden legend. Linglong gasped. Could this be the legendary golden elixir? Zayed declared with pride, of course. You resolved the Wind Dragon crisis for the Explorers Association and ventured deep into the domain of the Wind God. Such an honor has never been bestowed upon anyone. This is the organization's reward for you. In light of the substantial events that transpired in Fengchi Valley, it was evident that members of the Explorers Association, being the largest organization in the 7 Divine Star domain, were present that day, well aware of the Wind God's fall. Thankfully, these explorers seemed to have kept the matter discreet. Perhaps the intimidation of the Chinke kept them in check, for their fear of her was quite palpable. Yet, one thing puzzled Yunja. The Explorers Association was widespread across the 7 Divine Star domain, and its members were predominantly endowed with elemental powers. Such a formidable force could pose a threat should dissent arise. What are you pondering, dear brother? At that moment, Linglong snatched the golden elixir from the box and swallowed it whole. Wow, amazing. Thank you, she exclaimed, only to find it gone in an instant. Although she remained unaware of its purpose, in that fleeting moment, it vanished. I adore you so much. This elite membership is truly worth it. Linglong continued, her enthusiasm unabated. Zayed glanced at Linglong, saying, do well, and strive to explore more places next time. The Explorers Association will not neglect you. Absolutely. I can't wait to visit the Earth Kingdom. Yunju inquired, is this golden elixir delicious? My dear brother, you are unaware. The golden legend is the fruit born from the celestial tree of the Earth Kingdom's Xianju Mountain. Not only does it extend one's lifespan by a century, but it also cleanses the body of impurities, and most importantly, it is delectable. A century of life, a century. Yunja's lips quivered as he turned to Linglong. Hey, I could live 100 more years. Aren't you thrilled? Looking at Linglong's mischievous face, Yunjia found it inexplicably difficult to feel anger. As long as you are happy. Zayed patted Yunjia's shoulder, saying, Brother Yunjia, your talents are not utilized here. There are too few ruins in the Wind Kingdom, and the opportunities for exploration are scarce. Moreover, the locals tend to be rather lethargic, spending their days idling in taverns. Do you truly enjoy such a life? Yunjia, puzzled, asked, Why do you ask? He wishes for you to venture to other lands, preferably the Earth Kingdom. Spend a few days there, then depart. The thought of missing out on a century of life made Yunjia's scalp tingle, yet reflecting upon the celestial teachings he once heard regarding immortality in the divine realm. Follow me, and you shall have sustenance and longevity. Therefore, why not become my? Well, having a sister is out of the question. So perhaps you could be my daughter. Absolutely not. I am merely your guide. I shall return to the Snow Kingdom once I help you find your sister. Then I shall reclaim you. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yunjia made his way to the tavern. By evening, he finally awaited the return of Xu Yiqiu and her companions. The church would require time to process the wind god's demise and gradually acknowledge Xu Yiqiu's status as the heir, even bestowing her a position within the church to oversee the wind god's loot. This outcome seemed inevitable, for with Yuan present, all would comply. Moreover, Xu Yiqiu's performance on the wind god's loot had been unmatched, making her the most suitable candidate. Regarding this result, Yunjia felt quite satisfied. Although he had not found his lost sister, he had at least discovered the heir to a god, with such a demigod as a friend. Traversing the 7 divine star domains should not prove overly challenging. This evening, the tavern was notably different, with Anna, Captain Yin, and the high priest all in attendance. The rigid members of the church, now informed of the situation, pledged to continue enhancing the governance of the free city in accordance with Xu Yiqiu's wishes. They recognized that it was Yunjia's arrival that unveiled the truth, realizing that Xu Yiqiu, as the wind god's heir, had always been by their side. Hence, they granted Yunjia the title of a guest from the Wind Kingdom. Though Xu Yiqiu hailed from the Earth Kingdom, her transformation into a bird beast made her a citizen of the world, and given the reputation she had built in the City of Winds, the church would not adopt a stance of exclusion. Yunjia, in 3 days, I shall arrange for Yuan to escort you to the Earth Kingdom. Wonderful. We can ride on a giant dragon. The thought of Yuan's massive form made Linglong dance with joy. Yunjia hesitated for a moment, then asked, Since you are from the Earth Kingdom, and now a deity of the Wind Kingdom, you must know the Earth God. Is there any way you could help me contact her? Xu Yiqiu shook her head. I apologize. Though I am acquainted with the Earth Sovereign, I cannot reach out to her. Firstly, my divine consciousness must remain anchored to Fengxi Valley and cannot leave this planet. Secondly, I have pledged to the Wind God not to engage in communications between deities. Linglong, intrigued, asked, Why is that? The deities of the Snow Kingdom and Water Kingdom often spend time together. This relates to the ancient war of gods and demons. Deities are not as unified as one might think. The Water God and Snow God share a lineage, yet their beliefs differ. The Wind God favors freedom, opting to be a reclusive deity, thus selecting the most remote planet in the 7 divine star domain as a residence. Xu Yiqiu continued, Moreover, with the Wind God now fallen, should other deities become aware, it may invite trouble. Additionally, I have yet to fully acquire the memories of the Wind God, so I regret that I cannot provide you with more information. I apologize for my presumption. Your insights are invaluable to me. Thank you sincerely. Reflecting on her words, Yunjia understood that the developmental stages of the 7 planets varied significantly, and the philosophies upheld by the 7 deities were indeed quite disparate. Though individuals from each nation enjoyed freedom, they were bound to adhere to the regulations of the respective lands they entered, and divine beings were prohibited from intervening. With the abyss constantly infiltrating, differing ideologies among deities could lead to discord, especially over mundane matters. After conversing for quite some time, Xu Yiqiu arranged for an excellent accommodation for Yunjia. Linglong remained as she always was, clinging to Yunjia, fearful of losing sight of him. After all, he was her employer. Though the room lacked modern amenities and certainly did not compare to the high-tech facilities of Angel Star, it did feature a toilet. Yes, a flush toilet. Linglong lamented, compared to the hotels in the Snow Kingdom, this place is quite rudimentary. What are you doing? I need to use the restroom. Linglong pursed her lips and walked over to the window, closing it before departing. Ah, how adorable. What will I do if I fall for her? Yunjia pondered, utterly surprised that she was concerned he might escape. Hey, are all you elves this clingy? That evening, as Yunjia lay on the soft, grand bed, Linglong reclined beside him, saying, Not at all. We elves are grateful and loyal. Do you think you no longer need me as your guide now that you have found your goal? That is not what I meant. Yunjia certainly did not wish for Linglong to depart. The thought of her encountering any misfortune was a grave concern. Yet, sharing a bed with him was not without its transgressions either. Now, tell me, what kind of nation is the land of snow? Ling Long inquired. Certainly. She gazed at Yunjia, recounting the peculiarities of the land of snow. It was a planet situated far from the sun, representing another extreme within the 7 divine star domains, and was considerably distant from the land of wind. Even by flight, it would take at least a year to reach. The land of snow, much like the land of water, boasted modern technology, including mobile phones, electrical devices, laws, and flying cars that were more practical than wind-speed wings. Apart from the snow god, the highest authority there was the judge. Anyone who transgressed the law would face judicial consequences. Ling Long spoke at length, detailing the numerous advantages of the land of snow. However, as they lay on the bed, their gazes locked. Perhaps Ling Long remained oblivious, yet Yunjia's heart raced uncontrollably. Do you think we resemble an old married couple? What old couple? Ling Long scoffed. The elven race is born from the essence of the earth and sky. There are no marriages. You speak of human unions. Suddenly, Ling Long's eyes widened in shock. You consider me your wife? How shameless. No. Yunjia hastily retreated to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face, striving to suppress the wicked thoughts bubbling within him. Such a delightful creature in close proximity would inevitably lead to complications over time. What is the matter? Ling Long approached the bathroom, seemingly worried that Yunjia might flee. Are you unwell? You know I am a normal man. If we continue to share a bed, I fear I might lose control. Perhaps you should sleep elsewhere. Is it that I have upset you by not sharing the golden celestial fruit? Ling Long's demeanor shifted to one of grievance as she stepped closer. But the lifespan of the elven race is tragically short. Most do not live beyond 20 years. What? Yunjia exclaimed, pulling Ling Long into his embrace. Is that truly the case? Only 20 years. Indeed, the elven race originated as a spirit of coldness in the land of snow. But prolonged exposure to humanity gradually cultivates wisdom. However, that enlightenment dissipates within 2 decades, which is why I wish to explore other worlds. Upon hearing this, Yunjia felt as though struck by lightning, instinctively tightening his hold on her. Fear not. I shall transport the celestial trees from the land of earth to ensure your immortality. That is not possible. The fruit only yields its effects upon first consumption. No wonder those who encountered the elven race found nothing peculiar. In their eyes, they were merely Yunjia's pets, destined to perish after a handful of years. However, I can now extend my life by a century. I am truly joyous. Rest assured, I will find a way for you to attain eternal life. The following day, as Yunjia enjoyed breakfast, he soon spotted Xu Yiqiu. In a walled city, it was inevitable that every household was a neighbor to another. Little brother Yun, you're heading to the land of earth soon, right? Would you like me to accompany you? I am quite familiar with the area. Ling Long interjected, Humph. I have already traversed the 7 nations before arriving in the land of wind. I am his dedicated guide. Xu Yiqiu replied, I shall not contest that. But you, little one, having reaped so many benefits from him, ought to guide him correctly. For instance, when exploring the land of earth, unearth some treasures. The ruins there are famously abundant. Yunjia cautiously inquired, Are you well acquainted with the deity of the land of earth? Could you possibly introduce me as a premium member? At this request, Xu Yiqiu's lips quivered. Well, while the emperor is kind and approachable, not everyone can meet him. Even the chief representative of the land of earth seldom sees him, and only if they are willing to meet us. Ling Long curiously asked, So we cannot see him. But when they wish to meet us, they can do so quickly. Roughly, yes. Xu Yiqiu further inquired, Why do you seek the emperor? Do you not possess wind elemental powers? You know one cannot simultaneously wield 2 powers. Ling Long tugged at Yunjia and Appo's sleeve, whispering, I have thought of a way to meet the deity of the land of earth. What? Ling Long gestured towards Xu Yiqiu. I have my own means to reach the land of earth. I shall return now. Back in her room, Ling Long eagerly shared her thoughts. Indeed. We shall undertake a monumental endeavor in the land of earth, and the emperor will undoubtedly come seeking us. Then, let us steal the golden celestial tree. Beautiful moments are often fleeting, and 3 days swiftly passed. Look, a dragon. Wow, what a magnificent dragon. On that day, a distinguished guest graced the skies above wind-catching city, Yundi. Yunjia, keep this token safe. Should you fail to meet the emperor in the land of earth, proceed to Fairy Residence Mountain and seek out an immortal named Qingyun. She may be of assistance. Not far from the city gate, Yunjia accepted the token, discovering it to be a jade pendant. Thank you. Hearing the name Fairy Residence Mountain only deepened Yunjia and Appo's curiosity about the nature of the land of earth. Qing Ke continued, If anyone inquires about me, You may say I am running a tavern, and please do not reveal my identity. Understood. I shall return to visit you when possible. With that, Yunja soared onto Yundi's back. Land of Earth, here I come. Have you ever witnessed a dragon ascend to the heavens? Today, the people of the Land of Wind have witnessed it. That dragon broke through the atmosphere, soaring toward the neighboring planet of the Land of Earth. Above the Land of Earth, Yundi suddenly halted. You bear the surname Yun, and so do I. How about we become sworn brothers? Chapter 31. The Land of Earth and the skies above the Land of Earth. Yundi hovered in the atmosphere, marveling at the grandeur of the seven divine star domain. Within this celestial realm, 7 planets shared a singular sun. However, due to their varying rotational speeds, their distances fluctuated between proximity and remoteness. At the farthest orbit lay a vast, snow-white planet, undoubtedly the Land of Snow. Is that your homeland? Linglong inquired, gazing at the Land of Snow, before suddenly burying her head in Yunja's chest. What troubles you? Is there a sorrow from your past that you wish to share? No, it's just, I don't want to go back. Very well, we shall not go. It seemed that her reluctance stemmed from negative experiences there. Linglong had mentioned that it was a place of advanced technology, governed by stringent laws. Before venturing to the Land of Snow, she hoped to locate her sister and 2 divine beings. Yet, uncertainty loomed over the state of Earth. Many years had passed since their last visit to the 7 divine star domain, and Yunja pondered the fate of the Angel Legion, whether they had succeeded in conquering the Thunder Empire, and the status of this bank-affiliated realm. I sincerely hope they arrive soon. Your divine beings have vanished from here. Hey, are you even listening to me? What did you say? Yunja had indeed heard her, but initially mistook it for an illusion. How could such a proud creature as a dragon consider forging a brotherhood with him? It was laughable. What are you doing? Yundi suddenly grew irate and, with a sweep of its tail, sent Yunja plummeting into the atmosphere of the Land of Earth. That dragon expressed a desire to be your brother. Why refuse? Linglong nestled closely into Yunja's embrace, unfazed by the events unfolding. I didn't catch that. As Yunja activated the wings of wind, he gradually stabilized his descent upon entering the atmosphere. Observing the tranquil little sprite in his arms, he wished fervently that she were a maiden, or at least of a similar stature. Alas, she remained merely a sprite. Nevertheless, the comfort of holding her was undeniable, and his heart was torn between a fierce protective instinct and a burgeoning, mischievous desire. However, the notion of violation equated to harm, and thus 2 flames clashed within him. Thank goodness she was not a maiden. Prior to this moment, Yunja had learned about the Land of Earth, a realm teeming with sects and thriving in the practice of cultivation. Unlike the opulent tomes he had perused in the past, here, there were no grand martial arts manuals. Only the raw power of elemental forces. Consequently, conflicts among sects resembled gang skirmishes, and cultivation was akin to a search for immortals, hoping to gain favor and fortune from them. For instance, some individuals, having passed the trials of immortals, obtained golden fruits of longevity. As for becoming an immortal, Chike had mentioned that one must first be favored by an immortal and accepted as a disciple. Immortals typically lived for thousands of years, and nurturing a single disciple would take at least a century, an opportunity that was rare and precious. After a lengthy flight, Yunja approached a mountain peak and suddenly sensed something amiss, as if an unseen force was drawing him downward. Oh no, why am I descending? Yunja realized that the wings of wind could not maintain a steady flight, and he was gradually sinking. Look below, Linglong exclaimed, as they neared the ground. Yunja spotted 3 middle-aged men clad in yellow robes awaiting them atop a ridge. Hurry down, you two. The men pointed angrily at the sky, clearly displeased with Yunja's leisurely descent. Once he landed, they immediately apprehended him. What is the meaning of this? 10 days ago, Tianshan issued a no-fly order. Did you not know? The trio possessed immense strength, and Yunja felt the earth element within them, a force he could not currently contend with. My apologies. We hail from the Land of Wind and were unaware of this matter. Linglong quickly added, Thank you for your efforts, esteemed gentlemen. We have prepared a token of our appreciation. We kindly ask for your leniency. Upon hearing this, Yunja eagerly concurred, Indeed, we are mere travelers. Might you show us some compassion? At that moment, the leader stepped forward, scrutinizing Yunja with disdain. A Windlander, yet accompanied by a sprite? Your kind is typically worthless and impoverished. How could you afford such a noble companion? He can afford it because he is a genius. He spoke upon birth, wielded elemental power at 3, and joined the Adventurers Association at 10. Now, he is a senior member. Behold the mark on his hand, a high-level endorsement from the Wind God. Upon hearing Linglong's boast, the men released Yunja. What a pity, such a promising talent wasted on the Wind God. Once freed, Yunja quickly produced 10,000 coins to hand over. Forget it. Just follow us. I will escort you to a safe location. Linglong eagerly took the money and presented it. Greetings, esteemed sir. We are newcomers in this land and unfamiliar with their surroundings. Let this serve as a purchase of information. May I ask your name and what transpired here that prevents flying? You will know soon enough. Linglong pressed further. Please accept this. We genuinely wish to understand the situation. Very well. I would be remiss to refuse. The leader accepted the money and shared it among his companions. My name is Zosong. Are there many sprites like you from the land of snow? I cannot say how many there are, but I dislike the land of snow. Which is why I came to the land of wind and encountered him. Zosong barely glanced at Yunja before attempting to touch Linglong, who swiftly evaded. Look. At that moment, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. A swarm of flying warships suddenly converged from two directions above Yunja, quickly forming a standoff between two factions. Yunja paid little heed to the spectacle. He immediately cradled Linglong in his arms and covered her eyes. Do not look up. It is too frightening. Zosong scoffed. What is there to fear? The Qinlan sect and the Yujian sect are merely playing house in the eyes of our Imperial Divine Army. Indeed. As a faction with official backing, the Imperial Divine Army held no fear of these gangs. The three men seated themselves on the ground and pulled a large watermelon from their bags. Exactly. While the factions clash above, we are simply the spectators below. After a prolonged standoff, during which they consumed nearly half the watermelon, the conflict finally erupted. However, no so-called flying immortals were present. When the warships collided, combat ensued aboard the vessels, accompanied by the clashing of weapons. Before long, shouts of anger and cries of pain echoed, and occasionally, individuals plummeted from the ships. Unfortunately, without the wings of wind, falling from such heights would surely result in severe injury or death. What irked Yunja most was that the battles unfolded solely aboard the ships, leaving him unable to witness the actual fighting. Noticing Zosong and his two subordinates engaged in hushed discussion, Yunja felt an unsettling urge to inquire, Zo, why do they choose to fight in such a perilous manner? Haha, you are unaware. The Imperial Palace once decreed that anyone possessing elemental power is strictly forbidden from engaging in combat or illegal activities on the land of Earth without prior approval from the Imperial Palace. Otherwise, their elemental marks will be revoked. Upon hearing this peculiar decree, Yunja could only marvel at the Emperor's wisdom. Every nation is populated by ordinary individuals, and those possessing elemental powers invariably represent the formidable faction, undoubtedly reluctant to relinquish their elemental marks. This ensures not only that ordinary folk possess the means to contend with the wielders of elemental might, but also serves to deter those who might abuse such powers for personal gain. Yunja inquired further, why is it that your renowned treasure hunting group in the Earth Kingdom can engage in illicit activities? Humph. That is simply because they have yet to be apprehended. If they were caught, their fate would be dire. However, is it not too convenient for you to call me brother? Our paths have crossed serendipitously, and but for Brother Zo's timely warning, I might have found myself embroiled in the battle above. I am grateful to you, Brother Zo. Yunja was acutely aware that the treasure hunting group operated in the shadows while the sects were in plain sight. In the shadows, they could evade the law. As deities do not interfere with the freedoms of the people, should everyone become overly compliant, humanity would regress. Qin Ke had previously informed Yunja about certain aspects of the Earth Kingdom, noting that only monumental events or the emergence of irredeemable individuals would provoke the attention of the divine. Typically, most conflicts were merely over wealth and did not result in loss of life. However, Zosong's incessant gaze fixed upon the delicate Linglong made Yunja uncomfortable, prompting a desire to leave the area swiftly. Unlike the Wind Kingdom, the vast expanse of the Earth Kingdom was riddled with mountains, as mentioned by Qin Ke. The Xianju Mountain alone boasted tens of thousands of peaks, while the Tianheng Mountain was merely a stronghold for various organizations. In such a world, the wilderness was teeming with useful flora. As long as one avoided ferocious beasts, survival was feasible. The battle overhead raged on, with occasional casualties plummeting to the ground, most meeting their demise swiftly. The two factions clashed fiercely, and Zosong approached his subordinates to converse about something. At that moment, Yunja quickly delved inward, examining the map for routes to nearby towns. Suddenly, several individuals approached Yunja, and Zosong queried, "Is this elf your companion, or did you discover her?" "She is my companion. Even when I use the restroom or sleep, she does not leave my side." Faced with Zosong's inquiry, Yunja could only respond cautiously, acknowledging that he was unable to overpower him and must bide his time. "You truly are fortunate to have garnered the favor of the elven race," Yunja inquired. "Is it common for elves to choose a human to accompany?" "Not exactly. It is merely hearsay. Those who gain the companionship of elves seldom live long. Zoutsong abruptly hurled the watermelon he held onto the ground, exclaiming, "Do not harm that elf." "Why is that, Brother Zhou?" Suddenly, Yunzhi found himself pinned to the ground. "Oh, let me go." Zoutsong moved forward, forcefully tugging at Ling Long, attempting to separate the two. This act ignited Yunzhi's fury. "Release me. You are a senior member of the Explorers Association. Act now." Two subordinates swiftly drew their blades, ready to strike Yunzhi when a resonant voice echoed from behind him. "Senior members of the Explorers Association are indeed a rare breed. It seems you are courting death." With a swift motion, a blade sliced through the air, and the two men fell lifelessly to the ground. Zoutsong stepped back, exclaiming, "Treasure hunting group. You are one of them." At that moment, the elemental pressure bearing down on Yunzhi dissipated, allowing him to retreat quickly, where he spotted a familiar figure, Xu, though Xu's face was obscured. The voice and attire were unmistakably the same as those seen in the capture Wind City. As Yunzhi approached from behind, he could sense the earthy aroma emanating from him. "Call me brother, and I shall assist you in dispatching him." Upon hearing this, Zoutsong refused to back down. Swiftly igniting a fuse, and a magnificent firework erupted in the sky. "Hurry!" In the following moments, Yunzhi felt himself being drawn underground, racing madly through the earth, unable to breathe or speak. Soon, Xu unearthed him from a hillside. Cough, cough. Yunzhi was caked in dirt, suddenly realizing that Ling Long had been silent. Upon closer inspection, he found her asleep, her complexion pallid. "Brother, I truly appreciate your assistance." Xu responded with discomfort. "I mentioned that the Earth Kingdom would lead to trouble. Now, we are considered fugitives, and tomorrow, your likeness will be plastered across every street." Hearing this, Yunzhi nearly collapsed, glancing down at Ling Long, his heart aching. "What is wrong with her?" "I do not know." Gently, Yunzhi placed Ling Long on the ground, and Xu approached to examine her, his expression grave. "What has transpired?" "You have more pressing concerns, based on my assessment. She is not an ordinary elf but a luling." "What is a luling?" Xu replied impatiently, "A water-based elf, meaning she hails from the Water Kingdom. As the saying goes, water and soil are incompatible. In the Earth Kingdom, she will often feel fatigued, and you will find yourself carrying her frequently." Yunzhi was perplexed as to why she would deceive him into believing she was from the Snow Kingdom. Now that the Earth Kingdom was under scrutiny, he had lost all desire to remain. Xu, equally exasperated, remarked, "Had it not been for your wind deity compelling me, I would have been basking in warmth at the blacksmith shop. Now, our journey through the Earth Kingdom must proceed via underground passages. Brother, I shall remember this favor. I will repay you when the opportunity arises." Yunzhi had not anticipated that Qing Ke would be so concerned for him, sending such a local to assist, ultimately saving his life at a critical juncture. "Brother, shall we join the treasure hunting group? Only they can thrive in the Earth Kingdom. Is there a way to leave the Earth Kingdom? I wish to return." Anyone attempting to exit the Earth Kingdom will be scrutinized by the Imperial Palace's celestial transport. You should contemplate how to exonerate yourself from this criminal status. Chapter 32, The Treasure Thieves Guild. The Treasure Thieves Guild? Yunzhi had indeed heard tales of this notorious underground organization hailing from the land of Earth. They often masqueraded as adventurers, engaging in unsavory deeds such as tomb raiding and treasure theft. Since the theft of the national treasure from the Land of Fire, news regarding them had become scarce in recent years. Could it be that you were the leader of the Treasure Thieves Guild? Naturally, in my heyday. But let us not dwell on the past. Allow me to take you to our base. With that, Syed led Yunzhi deeper into the earth, traversing mountains and rivers, rendering flight impossible. It became evident that in the land of Earth, aerial travel could be subject to routine inspections. Despite the lackluster strength of the Imperial forces, their official status meant that a mere spark could summon a legion of reinforcements. Qing Ke had once remarked on the treacherous nature of the world, emphasizing that without an organization, survival in the land of Earth was exceedingly difficult. Thus, Yunzhi and Appos, as potential membership in the Adventurers and Appos Association was highly encouraged. Unfortunately, it was too late. Without evidence to clear his name, it was all too easy for the authorities to issue a manhunt for a foreigner, resulting in a dearth of outsiders in the land of Earth. Due to the abundance of treasures in this land, the locals tended to be rather insular, as these riches were inherited from their ancestors. Even those who came to conduct business were often subjected to harassment by the Tianhang Company. After several days of travel, the trio finally settled atop a mountain peak. This place was a makeshift camp where the others referred to Syed as boss. With the armed appearance of these individuals, it became clear to Yunzhi that Syed was not to be underestimated. He was the president of the Adventurers Association in the Land of Wind and the leader of the Treasure Thieves Guild in the Land of Earth. also a member of the local Adventurers Association. Perhaps the lack of communication among the higher-ups of the two nations allowed Saeed to operate beyond the law. Thus, it seemed that as long as Yunja maintained a favorable relationship with Saeed, his journey through the land of Earth would not prove too arduous. That evening, Saeed approached Yunja to discuss the current situation. A few days prior, a violent clash had erupted between the Qinglan sect and the Yujian sect, resulting in numerous casualties. Additionally, 2 deaths occurred at the Tianheng Company, prompting the imperial city to declare a nationwide ban on aerial travel and to issue a manhunt for you and the little sprite. You are in quite a predicament now. Upon hearing this, Yunja felt a chill run down his spine. Is there any way to escape the land of Earth? Are you truly willing to be branded as a fugitive? Saeed patted Yunja on the shoulder, stating that if that were the case, he had indeed misjudged him. Yunja replied, I fear nothing. My only concern is for Ling Long. If anything were to happen to her, I could never forgive myself. Very well. In light of your words, I shall retract my earlier statement. Saeed stroked his chin and turned. Did you not wish to meet the emperor? Then let us amplify this situation as much as possible to attract his attention. How shall we proceed? We shall first assassinate the head of the Tianheng Company, which will undoubtedly stir the entire organization and draw the attention of the Heavenly Leadership Bureau. I will then rally my brothers to provide support, subtly clearing your name, as it was the Tianheng Company that first sought to harm you. If they refuse my favor, we shall escalate the situation further. At this revelation, Yunja understood the vast influence of the Treasure Thieves Guild within the Land of Earth. It was no wonder they dared to steal the national treasures of the Land of Fire. Saeed must have formidable allies backing him, whether divine or immortal. If they were truly deities, they would not permit the existence of the guild, but would rather eliminate it altogether. Thus, they must be immortals. And given that golden immortal fruit, it was evident that an immortal was providing support to the guild. Qingke herself hailed from an immortal lineage. If this reasoning held merit, then the situation in the Land of Earth became clearer, a robust force overshadowing the weaker ones, with immortals uniting. Their power should not be underestimated. Brother, are you familiar with Immortal Residence Mountain? Qingke had mentioned before my departure from the Land of Wind that if I could not locate the Emperor, I should seek out an immortal named Qing Yun in the Land of Earth. Qing Yun? Saeed expressed surprise before sighing, how I wish to meet her, but alas, it is not feasible right now. Not only is Immortal Residence Mountain tens of thousands of kilometers away, but with the current ban on aerial travel, reaching it without transportation would take an eternity. Furthermore, you are still a fugitive. What would you do if you encountered a checkpoint along the way? Then let us create a commotion. Yunja replied, recalling how Si had attempted to steal Ling Long from him, a surge of rage welling within him. Additionally, I wish to deal with that individual myself. Upon hearing this, Saeed finally smiled, saying, now that sounds like the spirit. Under the right conditions, revenge should be swift. Otherwise, hatred will cloud one's judgment. I will arrange for some personnel to investigate, and once we have identified our target, I will inform you. For now, rest here in the camp. Yunja glanced at the sleeping Ling Long, who suddenly stirred, her lips twitching. Gurgle. Has she awakened? Ling Long did not open her eyes but began to drool, her stomach growling in response. Saeed remarked, she must be having a delightful dream. I will fetch some wild boar meat. Remember to come to the kitchen for it later. Very well. Looking at Ling Long nestled in his embrace, Yunja felt an inexplicable attachment, as if she were his own flesh and blood, making him reluctant to harm her, let alone allow others to do so. Hence, Zotsang must be dealt with. Wait. Yunja intended to fetch food, but suddenly heard Ling Long's voice. Turning around, he saw her gazing sleepily ahead, seemingly still drowsy. Are you hungry? Starving. Let me get you something to eat. Let's go together. Ling Long floated up and perched on Yunja's shoulder, appearing ready to drift back to sleep. This is a disaster. With a daughter like her clinging to him, how inconvenient it would be for him to navigate the world of martial arts. I know what you're thinking. Do you find me bothersome? I must tell you. I heard your conversation in my dream. Are you planning to kill someone? Then you must take me with you. Ling Long clung to Yunja's head, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck. To an onlooker, this scene would appear quite harmonious. Though her stature was but that of an infant, her stability was remarkable, her little feet dancing excitedly. I will be masked when I go. If you float along with me, won't that expose your identity? Then you must hide me. Yunja paused, pondering how to conceal her. Though you are small, you are still a living being. Suddenly, Ling Long leaned forward and whispered in Yunja's ear. Did you forget I am from the Refined Clan? The Sprite Clan can hold their breath. You can hide me in that place where you keep your belongings. Yunja remained silent, leading Ling Long to the kitchen, where the aroma of roasted boar meat filled the air, exciting her. Wow, this is amazing. As a guest in someone else's home, we should be more reserved. Ling Long munched on a large hawk while eyeing the enormous pot of food, and the cook, seemingly fond of her, promptly served her a bowl. Hurry and eat. You are well rested, while I am quite fatigued. This mountain stronghold bore no name. It merely served as a temporary residence for the Treasure Thieves Guild, being an underground organization. Most members, remaining hidden, often surfaced in various parts of the world. Some had turned to business after amassing wealth, while others had infiltrated the imperial forces. Naturally, the authorities were aware of such occurrences. However, in recent years, the Treasure Thieves Guild had refrained from any significant wrongdoing, making it difficult to find any news related to them. After finishing his meal, Yunja returned indoors, fetched a bucket of water to clean himself, and glanced at Ling Long, ultimately deciding to head to the back. Where are you going? To take a bath. Yunja arrived at the back door, swiftly shedding his garments to wash away the dirt accumulated over the past few days. Just as he was about to dress, he suddenly noticed a small head peeking through the window. The little brain seemed to have noticed and quickly retracted. Yunja was utterly exhausted. He had scarcely rested properly over the past few days. Upon returning to his room, he collapsed into a deep slumber. However, he was soon ensnared in a peculiar dream, wherein Ling Long had matured into a beautiful young maiden, and without a second thought, Yunja began to overstep boundaries. Suddenly jolted awake in the dead of night, Yunja found Ling Long staring intently at him in silence. What's wrong? He inquired. Ling Long pointed downwards, and upon looking, Yunja was mortified to discover he had an arousal. Damn it! As was his custom, he hastily splashed water on his face to quell his thoughts. Returning to his room, he found Ling Long still fixated upon him, as if she could see right through his very being. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked. Ling Long curled up at the head of the bed, remaining mute. You're a water spirit, right? He ventured. I'm half water, half snow. What's the difference? He queried. It's the confluence of the essence of the water kingdom and the snow kingdom, she elaborated. After a lengthy explanation, she revealed that this peculiar condition was unprecedented among the spirit race, bestowing her with characteristics of both water and snow spirits, which consequently rendered her somewhat of an outcast. While both factions of spirits were willing to accept her, she felt misplaced in either realm. Yet, Yunja discerned that she had a preference for the snow kingdom, as her memories of it were the most vivid, and she relished the aura of the snow deity. Ling Long continued, I want to see your spatial world. Will you let me in? I can't risk your life for this. It's absolutely out of the question. Yunja expressed concern, knowing that Ling Long was not merely an ethereal being but a corporeal spirit. What if her body or soul were to be harmed upon entry? Just give it a try. I can survive in space. Surely I can enter your storage space. At that moment, Ling Long playfully climbed onto Yunja, swaying enticingly, reigniting the flames of desire that he had just managed to extinguish. He pretended to embrace her tenderly, whispering, You are my precious one. If anything were to happen to you, my heart would shatter. Are you not afraid of leaving me here? There are bad people about too. Hearing this struck a chord. Although Syed was the leader of a treasure-hunting band, the thought of Ling Long being alone in an unfamiliar place, vulnerable to malice, was unsettling. One must always be wary. While Syed had saved his life, his subordinates could not be trusted. The soldiers of the Imperial God Army could turn against you in an instant, let alone a treasure-hunting gang, a faction steeped in the underworld. Oh, I simply must try. Hurry, Ling Long insisted, her impatience palpable as she pounded her fists against Yunja's chest. With the release of tension in sensitive areas, Yunja felt numb, closing his eyes to savor the moment. You're pressing against me, she teased mischievously, feeling his arousal, and she bounced playfully, her small hands rubbing his face. If you don't let me in, I want to sleep with you again. In the next instant, she found herself in a wondrous realm. It resembled a vast prairie, scattered with various items Yunja had previously placed, pots, money, and plants strewn about. If only she could gaze upwards, she would see a kaleidoscopic starry sky, with a particularly brilliant white star shining resplendently. Unfortunately, she was immobilized within. Seeing Ling Long motionless upon the grass, Yunja quickly released her. Are you all right? Did you put me inside? She asked. Indeed, Yunja replied. Ling Long pondered, could it be that time and space are suspended within? I feel nothing. Relieved to see her unharmed, Yunja's anxiety dissipated. Let us try again. After several attempts, it became evident that Ling Long was indeed devoid of any sensation or cognitive function while within the space. Everything remained in a state of stasis. She hadn't even realized she had just entered. At least, he would no longer need to worry about that matter. On the final occasion, Yunja placed Ling Long inside but did not release her, finally able to rest soundly. Yet a question lingered in his mind. If a person's bodily functions were indeed halted within, could this not lead to the pursuit of immortality? Typically, mortality stems from the gradual degradation of bodily functions due to age, leading to a decline in resistance and the onset of various ailments. This place was devoid of harm or poison. It was truly remarkable. However, until the situation was fully understood, he dared not experiment with anyone. After all, spirits and humans were fundamentally different. Spirits were born of the essence of heaven and earth, influenced by divine rules, while humans were tangible flesh and blood. Thus, he would have to await the answer from Kai Linglong. The following morning, upon awakening, Yunjia immediately glanced toward Linglong and promptly released her, filled with regret. Linglong, Linglong. He noticed that as soon as she emerged, her body suddenly softened, and she did not depart. Realizing she was not even breathing, panic gripped his chest. And he scooped her up, exclaiming, "Please don't scare me like this. I can't bear such jokes." "Is it morning?" Linglong abruptly opened her eyes, stretching lazily. "But I'm still quite full. I'll just sleep a little longer." Seeing her breath return, Yunjia finally exhaled in relief, yet he discerned something amiss. Prolonged confinement had rendered her somewhat dulled. "Yunjia, the intelligence gathering is nearly complete." At that moment, Sayed's voice echoed from outside the door. Chapter 33. Wakshu City. Having lingered in the mountain stronghold for an extended period, though sustenance was plentiful, the stark reality of an otherworldly realm devoid of mobile signals rendered Yunjia on the brink of utter boredom. Fortunately, in recent days, Sayed had gleaned sufficient information about the outer circumstances. Although the headquarters of the Tianheng Company resided in the Divine City, the very commander who had slandered Yunjia, and whom he intended to confront, was stationed in a place known as Wakshu City. Upon acquiring a pristine and detailed map of the land of Earth, Yunjia was taken aback. Despite this planet hosting only the land of Earth as its sole nation, the distribution of its continental plates was alarmingly intricate, encompassing the Cloud Sail Sea to the east, the Giant Mine Mountains to the west, the Immortal Abode Mountains to the north, and the Divine City to the south, with a myriad of cities and mountains densely arrayed in between. The area where Yunjia currently resided was within the jurisdiction of Wakshu City, relatively close to the Divine City, with a fragrant river flowing from the northeast to the south, traversing this region before ultimately pouring into the harbor at the Divine City. Brother, Zhou is under the Tianheng Company, and with the recent nationwide airspace restrictions, he will be patrolling the vicinity of Wakshu City with his subordinates. We shall wait outside Wakshu City for his return tonight, and ambush him en route, catching him off guard, Sayed instructed. Understood. After imparting further details, Sayed departed, leaving Yunjia to gaze at Linglong, who was soundly asleep. Though he yearned to keep her by his side, his concern for her safety prevailed, compelling him to wait until later to bring her along. After finishing breakfast, Yunjia, with nothing pressing to attend to, climbed back into bed for a nap. However, halfway through his slumber, he felt a soft, tiny hand suddenly exploring his chest. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Linglong's large, inquisitive gaze, fixated upon him as if he were her prey. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "I'm so bored. Shall we go out and play?" Linglong proposed. Yunjia had long desired an outing but was hindered by his lack of strength. However, now that Sayed was back, he readily nodded in agreement. "Let us go." Sayed resided in the central stronghold. Upon entering, Yunjia noticed a meeting in progress and opted not to interrupt. Shortly thereafter, a low-ranking member approached him. "You must be Yunjia. The boss summons you inside." Just as he was about to enter, the member halted him again. "The boss only wants you to come in alone." "Hey, I'm with him." Linglong protested vehemently, recalling previous encounters. She quickly dashed into Yunjia's arms. "What is going on? Don't you realize they are my younger siblings?" Sayed and the others seemed to have heard the commotion outside and hurried out. The nearby individual quickly apologized. "My sincere apologies, boss. That individual is new." The low-ranking member, realizing his blunder, promptly retreated to the side. "Listen up, everyone. This is my younger brother and sister whom I befriended in the Land of Wind. They are also esteemed members of the Wind Kingdom's Explorer Group, tasked with uncovering the supreme relics of the Wind Kingdom in Fengxi Valley. From now on, we are all one family, and my younger siblings are my trusted aides. So treat them with respect." "Yes, boss." Though Sayed frequently referred to Yunjia as his younger brother, hearing so many others address him in that manner made Yunjia ponder the implications of their future interactions. Would he truly become their subordinate? Upon returning to the central stronghold, Sayed plopped down in the highest seat, flanked by two others, while the rest formed 2 rows below, including Yunjia. They resumed their discussion regarding the meticulous details of the ambush in Wanshu City. Given that their adversary was a formidable official force, it was imperative to strike unexpectedly and retreat swiftly. With 4 city gates in Wanshu City, they needed to ensure the enemy could not escape through alternate routes and also plan for confrontations within the city itself. During the discourse, Syed inquired if Yunja had any suggestions, to which Yunja naturally had none. Being unfamiliar with the terrain and a wanted fugitive with limited strength, he felt powerless to contribute. In the interim, Yunja learned that the 2 individuals beside Syed were the original leaders of this region, the team leader, Hua Yi, and the deputy leader, Wu Tae-won, with Syed serving as the overall commander. After the meeting adjourned, Syed called Yunja aside for a private discussion. "Oh, my younger brother, having concealed myself in the land of wind for so many years, returning now feels somewhat disconcerting. Many of the brothers in the group have departed. It seems I must rekindle the spirit of the treasure-hunting crew." "Concealed for so long?" Linglong interjected. "Were you only hiding in the land of wind?" Yunja had his suspicions, recalling the treasure heist that had shocked the 7 Divine Star domain, perpetrated by the treasure-hunting crew of the land of Earth. If Syed was indeed the commander of that crew, Syed and Apos' expression turned proud. "Ah, those are tales of yore. Now that I am back with you. If I do not demonstrate some skills, you may truly think I am boasting." Upon hearing this, Yunja felt he had unearthed the truth but was still curious enough to ask, "What does the national treasure of the Fire Kingdom look like? What is its purpose?" "Ah, you need not concern yourself with that. The incident involved an immortal from the land of Earth, and the treasure-hunting crew was merely a front for the real culprits. As for that treasure, it was later exchanged for the Fire Kingdom's benefit after the Emperor intervened." "Now I understand. So the treasure-hunting crew was indeed backed by an immortal." "Shoo." Syed hurriedly gestured for silence. "Keep your voice down. I am currently assessing the loyalty of certain members to my position as commander. Do not let this information slip." While Yunja was eager to learn about the identity of the immortal and their role in the land of Earth, he hesitated to inquire further, but Linglong was undeterred. "So, you must have a good relationship with the blacksmith, right?" "Of course, but you must not call me that. From now on, you should address me as elder brother." With her hands on her hips, Linglong retorted, "Humph. The elven clan has its own pride. I would never lower myself to become someone's younger sibling." Yunja smirked. Her teasing felt like a subtle mockery. Indeed, Linglong was quite clingy, yet their relationship remained elusive. Linglong continued, "Also, where are the statues of the gods here? I wish to see the statue of the earth god of the land of Earth." Syed pondered. He has already acquired the power of the wind element. Why seek out the statue? One cannot wield 2 elements. "I simply wish to see what the deity of the land of Earth looks like," Linglong insisted. Syed replied, "The statues in the land of Earth differ from those in the land of wind. They are scattered across various cities. If you wish to go, Wanshu City is your only option." "Wonderful. Let us set off for Wanshu City. But we are currently wanted. How can we go?" "We can disguise ourselves," Linglong suggested. Glancing at Syed, "Then we shall make it a swift visit. Let us not draw the attention of the authorities." In Wanshu City, Syed led the masked Yunja and Linglong to the city gates. Although guards were present, wealth has a way of smoothing obstacles. And upon a mere glance at Yunja and Linglong, they were permitted entry, provided they wore their masks properly. Once inside the city, Yunja did not encounter the grand statues akin to those in the city of Capturing Wind, but rather a sprawling street extending for several kilometers. The architecture here differed from that of the city of Capturing Wind, predominantly constructed of sturdy stone blocks, devoid of ornate floral decorations. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere of the bustling marketplace, vendors of all sizes called out their wares, their faces beaming with smiles, reflecting the prevailing sense of peace in the realm. This stood in stark contrast to the earlier conflicts with the sects outside. Yunju observed that, while this nation differed from the land of wind in its form, the lives of the ordinary populace appeared relatively content. Thus, it affirmed the notion that when the common people thrive, the nation remains stable. A life of simplicity is a blessing. The relentless pursuit of profit only leads one astray. Those who possess elemental powers seek immortality and pursue the path of transcendence are akin to a multitude of soldiers attempting to traverse a precarious bridge. How many can truly survive? After meandering through the streets for quite some time, Yunja remained steadfast in his purpose for this visit. "Brother, having arrived for the first time in the city of the earth, I must treat you to something delightful." With both Yunja and Ling Long already adorned with makeup, courtesy of the professional stylists from the treasure-hunting troupe, any signs of their true identities were nearly imperceptible, provided they refrained from rubbing their faces. This skill was, of course, exclusive to the treasure-hunting troupe. Xu Yiqiu guided them to a bustling tavern, the Feast of the People. What an exquisite establishment! The two stone lions at the entrance left Yunja with no doubt. The cultural ambience here bore striking resemblance to many places on Earth. Even though it was still morning, patrons continued to flow into the tavern, and the trio ascended to a private room on the second floor. Upon receiving the menu, Ling Long found herself in a state of indecision. I want to try everything on this menu. What should I do? Let us not waste. Yunja, having received Xu Yiqiu's life-saving grace, and having resided under his care for so long, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of indulging. Yet, perhaps the greater reason for his unease stemmed from Qing Ke. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel so justified in imposing upon him so much. Dishes such as spicy cloud pepper chicken, pearl jade soup, pickled meat with lotus seeds, and horsetail were soon ordered by Xu Yiqiu. And the table quickly filled with an array of delectable offerings. Oh, how fragrant! After taking a sip of the soup, Ling Long trembled with delight. Ah, it's exquisite. Yunja sampled a taste himself, and the flavor was indeed remarkable, reminiscent of home. Yes, on Earth, such delicacies could only be found in finer establishments. His mother would often prepare these dishes when they ran a tavern. Although the ingredients here differed from those on Earth, the taste was remarkably similar. This land of Earth was indeed worth a visit. As they feasted, Yunja glanced at Xu Yiqiu and noticed tears streaming down his face. After 20 long years, he had finally tasted the flavors of his homeland once more. Ling Long, meanwhile, continued to eat with fervor, and Yunja found it somewhat perplexing. Was it truly that extraordinary? Before long, Ling Long lamented, I'm so full, but I still want to eat more. What should I do? There will be other opportunities, replied Xu Yiqiu. This Feast of the People is a renowned chain tavern in the Kingdom of Earth, a significant source of tax revenue. Thus, if you wish to visit frequently, your previous matter must be resolved promptly. All right. Ling Long intended to eat a bit more, but Yunja quickly intervened, preparing takeout boxes and storing them in his spatial compartment. With everything inside motionless, there was no need to worry about spoilage. Leaving the Feast of the People, the trio continued their journey through the city. Along the way, Ling Long resembled a lively little girl, eagerly requesting various items. And Yunja soon realized that his funds were dwindling. Earning money had become imperative. The Earth God statue stood at the heart of Wangshu City, devoid of the numerous offerings seen in the Wind Kingdom, with no one beseeching the Emperor for strength. Instead, it was a thoroughfare bustling with people and patrolled by the Imperial Divine Army. There is the Earth God statue. If you've seen enough, let us depart. Xu Yiqiu expressed, not wishing to linger. Although he had once concealed his identity to save Yunja, his true visage had circulated throughout the Kingdom of Earth for 20 years, and the authorities had proclaimed him sanctioned by the Emperor. Thus, he too had donned a bit of makeup, wary of the official powers that still loomed large. Standing before the statue, Yunja felt an inexplicable force beckoning him. Recalling the moment in the Wind Kingdom when he had touched a statue and gained the power of wind elements, Qing Ke had clarified that it bore no direct relation to the wind god. He understood that the laws of the seven divine star domain had long since been enacted. Deities were primarily concerned with the stability of their nations and seldom involved themselves in governance. The elemental powers acquired stemmed from the statue's internal mechanisms, characterized by a degree of randomness. Upon reaching the statue, Yunja extended his hand to touch it. Look, the statue is reacting. He gazed upward as the eyes of the Earth God statue suddenly glowed with a white light, and he felt a peculiar sensation throughout his being. The wind elemental power seemed to be suppressed by an unseen force. Realizing this, he swiftly withdrew his hand, yet the energy within him remained unsettled. With urgency, he called out, directing the power forward, and a stone materialized before him. As the elemental reaction unfolded, a crowd gathered around them, curious as to the source of this newfound power. The Imperial Divine Army also drew near, one soldier stepping forward to congratulate him. Congratulations on acquiring the power of the Lord Emperor. According to the regulations of the Imperial Palace's Celestial Division, would you care to join the Imperial Divine Army? Brother, congratulations on obtaining the power of Earth elements. Let us hasten home to share the news with your family, Xu Yiqiu interjected, quickly pulling Yunja aside. Esteemed soldiers, my brother has urgent matters to attend to at home. We shall return after they are resolved. Very well. Typically, those who obtained elemental powers would willingly join the Imperial Divine Army, especially in such a peaceful era, as it provided security and stability. Yet, this circumstance suggested that there was an organization behind him. Brother, let us return, Yunja suggested. Just as they intended to leave, the Imperial Divine Army promptly surrounded them once more. Please, do not rush. Recently, there have been numerous malevolent incidents around Wangshu City, as well as traces of treasure hunting groups. It would be prudent for you to remain in the city for a while. At that moment, a mature woman's voice pierced through the air, causing Xu Yiqiu to feel a chill run down his spine, contemplating whether to flee with Yunjia immediately. Chapter 34. Ningxuan Yunjia lifted his gaze to behold a woman clad in resplendent attire. The exquisite patterns adorning her yellow robe accentuated her esteemed position within the realm of governance. Though her visage was pleasing, the fierce determination in her eyes seemed to forewarn that her proposition was not one to be dismissed lightly. Thank you for the information. We shall remain in the city for a while, Yunjia declared before making his way outward, with Xiada and Linglong closely trailing behind. Do not be in such a hurry to leave. At that moment, the woman stepped forward and, glancing at Linglong, remarked, Young brother, having acquired the power of the earth element, why not seize this opportunity to join the Heavenly Command Office and serve the Empire? Linglong appeared frightened and instantly sought refuge in Yunjia's embrace. With a smile, he replied, I am most grateful for your invitation, but alas, I hail from the Wind Nation and have no desire to part from Lord Foshan. I hope you can understand. Throughout their exchange, Xiada remained silent. Daunted by the presence of this woman, who was none other than the director of the Heavenly Command Office, overseeing the entire military of the Earth Nation. Having once faced her during a campaign against a band of treasure thieves, he was keenly aware of her authority. However, upon hearing Yunzhu and Appo's words, he felt a twinge of regret. Oh, the Wind Nation and the Snow Nation's elven tribe? What a delightful coincidence, she exclaimed, producing a wanted poster depicting Yunjia and presenting it before him. It is rumored that a certain Yunjia, also of the Wind Nation, is accompanied by an elf from the Snow Nation. Surely, you must know him. Let us depart. As Xiada grasped Yunjia's garment, he froze in fear. For a formidable blade of earth element was poised at his throat. Do not resist, otherwise you shall have no chance of escape. Regret washed over Xiada as he realized the director of the Heavenly Command Office, Ningxuan, had arrived in Washu City. Clearly, someone within the treasure thieves had leaked information. And now there would be dire consequences. Young brother, you have only just obtained elemental powers, and I trust you are not the murderer of the Tianhang Office's patrol team. If you can divulge the location of the true culprit, the Heavenly Command Office shall grant you a clean slate. With Xiada under her control, Ningxuan commanded her subordinates. Take him to the Heavenly Command Office. I shall personally interrogate him shortly. In such dire circumstances, Yunjia felt he had little choice but to comply. Yet, he harbored a sense of discontent, for in this seemingly feudal society, the specter of torture and poison in prison loomed large. He could not allow himself to be taken without a fight. Thus, he wiped away the makeup from his hands and, amidst the gathering crowd, cried out, Injustice. It is all a misunderstanding. I have only just arrived in the Wind Nation. Zhou Tsang of the Tianhang office harbored ill intentions towards my elven sister and sought to kill me. It was he who committed the murder and then saved me. If you doubt my words, summon Zhou Tsang and let us confront each other. As the citizens around them murmured in speculation, Ningxuan remained unfazed. After all, this affair pertained to the Tianhang office. Her presence in Wangshu City was solely to apprehend the leader of the treasure thieves, Xiada. I have stated that the Heavenly Command Office will advocate for you. Take him away. At this juncture, Xiada interjected, I did indeed commit the murder. He is not to blame. Should any harm befall him, the entire Heavenly Command Office will face the wrath of the Xianju Mountain. With that, Ningxuan, wielding her earth element power, struck Xiada in the abdomen, causing blood to spill from his lips. Dare you threaten this office? Seize them all. In light of the unfolding events, Yunjia found himself at a loss for words, realizing that this woman was impervious to both persuasion and intimidation. He could only hope that she might show him mercy, yet it was evident that Xiada's fate was sealed. Release him. When the guards attempted to separate Linglong from him, Yunjia's demeanor hardened. She is but an elf, and we have always been together. I implore you, do not make this difficult for us. I shall provide you with any information you seek. Very well. Ningxuan advanced, standing before Yunjia as she regarded Linglong, who remained motionless. A slight smirk graced her lips as she extended her hand. If you are concerned, relinquish her to me. Yunjia held Linglong tightly, pleading, I beseech you. Allow us to remain together. Humph. Ningxuan seemed to grow impatient and instructed her subordinates, go inform the Tianhang office that the wanted criminal has been apprehended. Yes. Wait. Yunjia glanced at the sleeping Linglong in his arms, relieved that she had succumbed to slumber, perhaps due to indulging in too much food. In a swift motion, he drew Linglong into his consciousness. Where has she gone? The crowd erupted in astonishment, for the disappearance of an elf was an extraordinary event. Unless their life force had waned, how could they vanish so suddenly? Where is the little elf? Ling Long! Ling Long! Yunja dropped to his knees, weeping. Ling Long, why did you leave without a word? It is all my fault. I am not strong enough. You long to taste the cuisine of the Earth Nation. Yet upon bringing you here, this is the treatment I have subjected you to. Ling Long, I am so sorry. While the death of an elf typically meant a return to nature, they usually sought solitude before doing so. For others, this might have held profound significance. Yet, Ningxuan felt an unsettling disquiet. How could something so sudden occur? Initially intrigued by the elf, she merely wished to play with her, yet now she had vanished. A suspicion arose within her that Yunja was somehow responsible. Ling Long, cursed Zhou-song, Yunja, shall never forgive you, and your Tianheng office. Yunja endeavored to display his fury, channeling his earth element power, as if on the verge of an eruption. His words became frantic. The Tianheng office wrongfully persecutes the innocent. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Take him away. Let go of me, you ruffians. You are the murderers of Ling Long. It is you who have forced her into this predicament. The Heavenly Command Office, overseeing all imperial military and law enforcement of the Earth Nation, was directly under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Palace and served as a crucial pillar of stability for the nation. The incident before the statue in the city soon spread throughout the streets and alleys, drawing the attention of the Tianheng office, who dispatched representatives to negotiate. As such matters warranted a public trial. Once Yunja was brought into the Heavenly Command Office, he quickly ceased his weeping, for the tears had run dry. He was confined to a holding chamber, and upon realizing that Ling Long was safe, his heart began to lighten. Now, he merely needed to ensure his own safety. But Xiao was in a precarious situation, for the two appeared to share a deep-seated grudge. What is your connection to Xiao? Ningxuan inquired. In the Wind Nation. She was a member of the Adventurers Association. I brought Ling Long to the Earth Nation, and he accompanied us, rescuing me from Zhou Tsang of the Tianheng office. Thus, he can be deemed my savior. Ningxuan furrowed her brow, realizing he had fled to another nation. Alas, your savior is a criminal of the Empire. How unfortunate. Once I finish interrogating him, I shall return to you. Do ensure your words are carefully chosen. Once Ningxuan departed, Yunja turned inward, relieved to find Ling Long safe within his consciousness. The holding chamber was merely monitored, not a true prison, allowing the weight upon his heart to finally lift. However, Xiao was far less fortunate. Not only was he severely injured, but he was also bound in heavy chains to prevent his escape. 20 years have passed. Once a formidable force in the Empire, the earth-digging monarch now exposes himself for a mere child. This is hardly your usual manner of conduct. Perhaps you have grown too accustomed to freedom in the Wind Nation and forgotten who you truly are? Faced with his former adversaries, Syed was acutely aware of his impending fate. Although the act of stealing the national treasure of the Fire Nation had garnered him notoriety, the theft of the Earth Nation's revered relics and the slaughter of numerous Imperial soldiers constituted heinous crimes. What is your relationship with that child? Surely, a foreigner does not warrant such loyalty from you. Syed retorted, I hold considerable esteem in the Wind Nation. When I encountered a Wind Nation citizen in my homeland and narrowly escaped a dire fate, how could I not intervene? You underestimate me as the leader of a treasure-hunting band. Ningxian pressed on, no? You would betray even your brothers for the sake of survival. How could you possibly care for a mere child? Syed fell silent. He had intended to avoid conversing with Yunja, yet he found this woman to be unlike any ordinary individual, a formidable opponent. Was he truly growing old? Why do I sense you are intentionally evading the matter at hand? I have nothing to disclose. Should you resort to torture, feel free to proceed. Do you think I would shy away from that? Ningxian commanded. And a junior officer promptly wheeled in an array of torturous instruments that were difficult to resist. The Imperial Palace had issued a bounty notice, offering a staggering sum for the capture of Syed, dead or alive. The reward is over 10 million. I find myself quite tempted. With that, Ningxian strode outside. The sounds of agony soon echoed through the chamber, unbeknownst to those outside. Ningxian returned to where Yunja was located. Young brother, are you aware of Syed's theft of the Fire Nation's national treasure? No. Although Yunja had his suspicions, he understood he must survive. He had only recently arrived in this world, burdened by a destiny that these people could not fathom. Do you know that Syed is the leader of the Earth Nation's treasure-hunting band? The ancient ruins of the previous dynasty, including Dongling and Tianbage, suffered destruction at their hands, resulting in the deaths of thousands of Imperial soldiers? No. Yunja uttered these 3 words, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. It was hard to believe that Syed, who had once saved his life, had such a past. No wonder he sought refuge in the Wind Nation. Yet, why did Xu Yiqiu allow him to come? Xu Yiqiu was also of the Earth Nation. She must have been aware of Syed's situation. Was she not leading him into a trap? Ning Xian noted the shift in Yunji's expression, confirming his ignorance. Thus, he must face justice for his crimes. He is already deceased. Yunji contemplated, but remained silent. Ning Xian's assertions were indeed valid. No matter how favorable the present circumstances, past misdeeds must eventually be atoned for. Yet, recalling Syed's life-saving grace and their past camaraderie left him feeling uneasy. Is there no judicial process in the Earth Nation? Do they execute criminals upon capture? No. It is precisely because Syed's crimes are egregious that the Empire has decreed that anyone who encounters him is authorized to execute him on the spot, with a bounty exceeding 10 million. Furthermore, there is an additional 10 million offered by the Fire Nation's coroner. 20 million, what an unfathomable crime. In ancient times, this sum could sustain an ordinary person for 100 lifetimes. However, upon reflection, he realized that the Earth Nation's population bore the sins of the 7 nations, thus generating immense wealth. Now speak, where did you find that little sprite, and why does she follow you? At the mention of Ling Long, Yunji's sorrow was palpable. I encountered her on a beach in the Wind Nation. I offered her some food, and she has stuck by me ever since, but now, I am sorry, I cannot contain my grief. Yunji squatted down, overwhelmed by the thought of Ling Long's potential absence, his eyes unwittingly filling with tears. Ning Xian continued, I have one final question for you. What brings you to the Earth Nation? Do not attempt to feign tourism, or you shall be left to explain yourself to the personnel of the Heavenly Navigation Bureau. I sought the elemental mark, but what use is it now? Ling Long has left me. If I could, I would prefer a swift end. Yunji closed his eyes, surrendering to despair. After all, the murder of Zhou Tsang from the Heavenly Navigation Bureau was clearly the work of Syed, with Syed's redemption gone. And as one who had just acquired the power of the earth element, he could not possibly be implicated as an accomplice. Ning Xian attentively observed Yunji's shifting expressions, smirking disdainfully. If you were to speak the truth, I could guarantee your safety. Alas, your deceit is simply too abundant. Yunji struggled to comprehend where he had erred. While excessive interrogation might indeed reveal inconsistencies, this inquiry had been relatively straightforward. Firstly, the Sprite tribe does not fall asleep before death. Secondly, Zhou Tsang claimed you were flying previously. You can wield the wind god's wings, indicating you possessed elemental powers before this. Thus, you cannot escape suspicion of murder. Thirdly, you should never have. As Ning Xian reached this point, noticing Yunji's growing panic, she continued, you should never have attempted to act cunningly beneath the auspices of the Heavenly Navigation Bureau, especially in such a public setting. Bring in the torturers. Unjust. I am innocent, my lord. Every word I speak is the truth. At that moment, 2 guards swiftly bound Yunji, securing him against the wall. A cart laden with various implements of torture was wheeled in, and Yunji's legs began to weaken at the sight. The guards roughly tore open Yunji and Appo's shirt, exposing his chest, while another brandished a searing red-hot iron, glancing wickedly at him. Meanwhile, Ning Xian sat leisurely, sipping tea. As the reality of torture loomed, Yunji, as a person from Earth, could not endure such torment. He immediately cried out, I will speak. I will tell you everything. Please. Do not torture me. You have exhausted the patience of this bureau. Commence the punishment. Chapter 35. The Lord of the Celestial Command Wait. As a person of the peaceful era, it is only natural to feel dread in the face of such severe torture. Yunji swallowed hard and said, I hope, my lord, you can grant me another chance. Xian Ning remained silent, gesturing for the torturers nearby to step aside. You are correct, my lord. I indeed possess the wind element mark from the Wind Kingdom, yet I do not understand why I am now in the Earth Kingdom, nor how I could have acquired it again. However, I can assure you that I am not the one responsible for the deaths of the Imperial God Army. By this point, Yunji was drenched in sweat. Noticing Xian Ning's silence, he continued, Moreover, my purpose for visiting the Earth Kingdom was merely to meet its immortals and to taste the legendary golden immortal fruit, which grants eternal life. I had no other intentions. As for Syed, he is the president of the Adventurers Association in the Wind Kingdom. I became a senior member after assisting him in exploring the Wind Rest Valley in the Earth Kingdom. I do not understand why he is being so kind to me, nor why he has come to the Earth Kingdom. This is truly beyond my knowledge. At this moment, Yunjia cast another glance at Xianning. Xianning placed her teacup on the table and nonchalantly remarked, "Get to the point." Believing that she possessed mind-reading abilities, Yunjia realized that the crux of the matter must pertain to Linglong. The mark was right before him. He had but one chance. I met Linglong on the beach in the Wind Kingdom. After feeding her a great deal, she began to follow me closely, becoming quite attached. Even at night while I slept. Get to the point. Xianning seemed to grow impatient, standing up to take the heated branding iron, even blowing away the smoke that wafted from it. I truly do not know where she has gone. I really do not. Even if you were to kill me, I would not know. Humph. Xianning ceased her idle chatter and pressed the iron against Yunjia's chest. Ah! The piercing scream echoed throughout the room. After a moment of shrieking, Yunjia suddenly felt no pain and realized that the branding iron had not touched him. Keep an eye on him, Xianning commanded as she strode away, leaving Yunjia trembling in fear. This sensation was akin to flirting with death for someone like Yunjia, born in the modern era of Earth, embodying a torment worse than death itself. Typically, the majority of penal measures are intended to instill fear. Only those truly irredeemable would face the full wrath of the Celestial Command. Xianning returned to where Xu Yiqiu was located. He lay on the ground, bloodied and incapacitated, having endured severe torment. If you were to claim him as your illegitimate child, perhaps you would suffer less. Why not? Xu Yiqiu, in his disheveled state, managed to utter intermittently, "Use whatever means. You have. I have not had enough fun yet." Xianning had no intention of extracting any further information, opting instead to wait until the matter was resolved before returning to the Imperial God City. Meanwhile, personnel from the Celestial Aviation Command escorted Zotesong to the Celestial Command. As Xianning belonged to the main branch of the Celestial Command, the Celestial Aviation Command was merely a subsidiary in Wanshu City, where the hierarchy quickly became evident. "Greetings, my lord of the Celestial Command." Xianning ignored the head of the Celestial Aviation Command and turned her attention to Zotesong, inquiring, "It was he who killed your subordinate, correct?" "Yes, my lord." Upon seeing the bloodied Xu Yiqiu lying on the ground, Zotesong swallowed hard, astonished by the efficiency of the Celestial Command. Within just a few days, they had apprehended the perpetrator and left him in such a state. Then why falsely accuse another? Well, the head of the Celestial Aviation Command retaliated with a heavy blow, sending Zotesong sprawling on the ground. "This is the main branch of the Celestial Command. Do you wish to court death?" Zotesong, fully aware of the formidable nature of the Celestial Command, began to explain. "That day, my companions and I were patrolling when we encountered foreign individuals flying in a restricted area, and we called them down. Initially, we merely intended to help, to prevent them from becoming embroiled in the conflict between the Qingyuan sect and the Jade Sword sect. However, upon noticing the snow spirit they possessed, curiosity got the better of us, and we sought to tease them. Then the treasure bandits appeared, killing my comrades and fleeing. At that time, the treasure bandits were masked, and I thought Yunjia was certainly a member of their group, hence I had no choice but to declare him the culprit." Xianning queried, "Why not report this accurately? Why complicate matters?" I was too agitated at the time and misspoke. It was the treasure bandits who killed my comrades. And Yunjia is a foreign member of the treasure bandits. But I heard Yunjia say it was you who sought to seize the snow spirit from him, intending to kill him, and your subordinates were slain by the suddenly appearing treasure bandits? Because he was a foreigner, we merely sought to clarify the situation. We never intended to kill him." At this point, the head of the Celestial Aviation Command began to smile apologetically. "My lord, regardless of Zotesong's motives, it will be difficult to discern the truth in such a scenario. However, his revelation of the treasure bandit leader is indeed a significant achievement. Even if there was a motive, it was not executed. So how about we weigh the merits and demerits?" Xianning remained unresponsive, fixing her gaze on Zotesong, stating, "As a public servant, if you can mistake the identity of a murderer, how will it reflect on you if this becomes known? Bring forth the punishment. Please spare me." "My lord." Zotesong was thoroughly panicked. He looked at the head of the Celestial Aviation Command, only to receive the reply, "My lord, this is a failure on the part of the Celestial Aviation Command. Such an error shall not occur again, please. Lying comes with a price." With the glowing branding iron before him, Zotesong's face turned pale. Before such excruciating pain, who would dare to try? He immediately fell to the ground, pleading for mercy. "My lord, it was my greed that led me to harbor murderous intentions against Yunjia. Everything he said is the truth. I implore you, my lord, spare my life. Let the Celestial Aviation Command handle the matter as they see fit, but since Yunjia is a foreigner, Being rescued by the treasure bandits does not prove his subjective violation of imperial law. Therefore, Yunzhi was detained by the Celestial Command and provisionally deemed innocent. Xianning concluded her statement and departed. Zhouzong glanced at the glowing branding iron, exhaling deeply. Thankfully, it had not been pressed against him. Otherwise, he would have suffered unbearable pain. Upon returning to Yunzhi and Appo's location, Xianning immediately conveyed the outcome to him. Yunzhi, Zhouzong has recounted the events. You are indeed wronged. Upon hearing Xianning and Appo's sudden declaration, Yunzhi exhaled heavily, fearful that the officials might conspire against him, and thus whispered, "Then, am I to be released without charges? That is not for you to decide." Xianning resumed her seat. You were saved by the heinous bandits, which indicates your involvement with them during this period. According to imperial law, members of the treasure bandits are to be executed without mercy. Therefore, I trust you understand the consequences of your actions. I merely came to the Wind Kingdom seeking the immortals. I had no idea Xu Yiqiu was the leader of the treasure bandits. You cannot unjustly condemn an innocent. Yunzhi scrutinized Xianning's changing expression before tentatively continuing, furthermore. I have never joined the treasure bandits, nor have I committed any unlawful acts. You, being a person of reason, have just sought justice for me, should be able to discern right from wrong and grant me my freedom. No, there are too many doubts surrounding you. You cannot be released from the supervision of the Celestial Command, though you are innocent. You will henceforth only be permitted to remain free under the watch of the Celestial Command. Upon hearing this, Yunzhi began to panic as the statement bore a ring of truth. After all, being entangled with a criminal organization would render anyone in any country subject to scrutiny and detention until a thorough investigation was conducted. Then, my lord, do you intend to assign an Imperial God Army officer to follow me indefinitely? As Jing Xian pondered, Yunzhi tentatively inquired, My lord, what do you think of this arrangement? I shall reside in Wangshu City from now on, and should I wish to leave, I will seek your permission. At which point you may assign someone to monitor me. You have acquired elemental powers, and it is inevitable that you may engage in criminal acts, such as avenging your savior. Until your background is thoroughly investigated and the treasure-thieving gang dismantled, you cannot attain freedom. Jing Xian rose, stating, So, for the time being, you shall join the Celestial Command and serve this station. Yunzhi was utterly speechless. Joining the Celestial Command? How could he then seek the immortal? Yet, he had no alternative. If she were to confine him for an extended period, his life would be reduced to mere imprisonment. However, he could not simply acquiesce. My lord, would that be fair? I am, after all, a foreigner. Joining public office in the land of Earth, would that not be unjust to the locals? Then remain here for a lifetime. Jing Xian retorted before departing, prompting Yunzhi to quickly follow. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. From now on, I shall unwaveringly follow your lead. Yunzhi had not anticipated such a sudden transformation from a wanted fugitive to a public servant. He understood that Jing Xian still harbored suspicions, especially given his elemental powers and the mysterious disappearance of the snow spirit. She needed to clarify matters. As the highest authority of the Celestial Command, Jing Xian's mistrust was profound. The reason she did not intend to keep a constant watch over Yunzhi was that under confinement, he would not reveal his true self. However, the situation had changed. As a public servant under her supervision, moments of relaxation were inevitable. As predicted, that evening, Yunzhi followed a grand procession towards the Divine City. Without war horses or aerial transport, they marched like an army entering the city. What irked him most was that, as the leader of this group, Jing Xian rode in a carriage while he had to keep pace beside it. If the carriage accelerated, he had to follow suit, lest the soldiers behind him would kick him. Upon joining the Divine Army, Yunzhi was assigned a peculiar position, the overseer of the Celestial Command, which, despite being managerial, involved not the oversight of personnel but rather the administration of the Celestial Command's offices. Traditionally, distinguished families would have stewards, guards, and maidservants. As an administrative body, the Celestial Command had all necessary staff, yet Yunzhi was neither steward nor guard, but rather performed tasks akin to those of a maidservant, essentially, menial work. The Celestial Command was not a grand household, but a governmental institution, specifically a military organization led by women. Hence there were no maidservants, only patrolling guards and soldiers. However, the building where Jing Xian resided, named Tian Xian Tower, was the tallest in the Divine City, surpassing even the nearby Imperial Palace. Albeit not the statues within the Divine Palace. The Imperial Palace of the Land of Earth served merely as a meeting place, devoid of an emperor or consorts, and thus, the concept of supreme royal authority did not exist. As the acting regent managing state affairs, the chancellor held significant power, yet this was merely delegated by the emperor. His duties primarily involved coordinating departmental collaboration and personnel appointments. Generally, his decisions were decisive, as they were directly sanctioned by the emperor, thus possessing a measure of authority. Consequently, the leadership of the Celestial Command was appointed by the Chancellor of the Imperial Palace. The reason for the height of Jing Xian's tower was not solely due to her formidable strength, but also her responsibility for the security of the Divine City. She could swiftly respond to any threats from her lofty vantage point. Apart from the tower in which Jing Xian dwelled, Yunzhi was free to roam the Celestial Command's premises. However, he was reluctant to do so, as the various generals would typically submit documents and reports to Jing Xian's tower. Now, upon encountering Yunzhi, they simply assigned him errands, requesting him to deliver certain documents. An alarming reality was that this was also the location of the Divine City's prison, housing criminals of various degrees. Although Yunzhi could visit the prison when unoccupied, he had yet to do so due to the overwhelming number of cases that demanded his attention throughout the day. Being the headquarters, not only did he handle document submissions, but other officials from the Divine City also came to present their papers, all of which ultimately passed through his hands before reaching the Celestial Command. Exhaustion set in. That night, Yunzhi felt utterly drained. He had not had a moment's respite, even eating while on the move. Fortunately, Jing Xian had arranged for him to have a private dormitory, indeed, a solitary room within the military camp. Overseer, the commandant seeks you. A voice interrupted his thoughts just as he was about to collapse into slumber. Had it not been for the feminine tone, he might have uttered a few curses. The speaker was a maidservant who frequently facilitated the submission of documents for Yunzhi. Yet, her presence here suggested an urgent matter. Upon exiting the camp, Yunzhi quickly spotted Jing Xian. "I pay my respects, my lord." Jing Xian inquired, "Are you adjusting well?" "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I would like to know about my salary and the allowance for paid leave each month." "Here," she replied, handing him a document detailing his employment contract. In the dim light, Yunzhi perused it, discovering a monthly salary of 10,000, with 2 days of paid leave each month and provisions for holiday adjustments. Considering it was a public service contract, despite the demanding nature of the work, the compensation was decent. Thus, he hastily signed without fully reviewing the document. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped into a significant trap. In the land of Earth, once a contract was signed, it was binding. Only the emperor possessed the authority to amend or annul it, regardless of its fairness. Chapter 36. The Chatterbox. After Ning Xian departed, Yunzhi returned to the tent, intending to fall into a deep slumber. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if he had forgotten something of great importance. Linglong. He noticed Linglong still within the sea of consciousness, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Approaching the entrance of the tent, he observed that Ning Xian had already entered the Tianshan Tower but had not yet released him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was another matter that required his attention. He needed to see Said and explore the possibility of rescuing him. Although Ning Xian had informed him of Said's demise, during the course of his duties earlier that day, he stumbled upon the fact that the leader of the treasure thieves was incarcerated within the Tianling Division. As the administrator of the Tianling Division, he was free to roam within its confines when not on duty. He felt compelled to meet with his savior. Upon arriving at the entrance of the prison, Yunzhi expressed his desire to see Said to the guards. They had no valid reason to deny such a request. Although visiting the prison typically required formal application, Yunzhi, being a designated officer, held a rank equal to theirs. It was no trouble to grant him this favor, especially as prison breaks were virtually unheard of in this location. Under the guidance of the guards, Yunzhi finally descended to the depths of the prison. Upon his arrival, he was met with the chilling sound of agonizing screams, accompanied by a suffocating stench of blood. It was terrifying to witness torture being administered at such a late hour. The sound of a whip striking flesh was unbearable for him to witness. Soon enough, Yunzhi arrived at a solitary cell. There, he found Said, bound hand and foot, bloodied and hanging against the wall. It pained Yunzhi to see him in such a state. He felt responsible for his suffering. "May I speak with him privately?" Yunzhi inquired. The guard responded, "I regret to inform you that he is a serious offender. The door cannot be opened. You may pose your questions from outside." Yunzhi gestured for the guard to leave and called out, "Brother, it's me." Said opened his eyes and, upon seeing Yunzhi in official attire, smiled. "It appears my younger brother is faring much better than I." Yunzhi, unsure of how to proceed, sighed, "It's a long story. I have been compelled to serve the Tianling Division. However, I assure you, I did not betray you. Nor did I know of your true identity in the kingdom of earth. Said sighed heavily. You have been wondering why I came to the kingdom of earth. Haven't you? It was not due to Xu Yiqiu. I had intended to return to meet those I wished to see and to confess my crimes. Xu Yiqiu merely assisted me. He was aware of my identity as the leader of the treasure thieves and wished for my return. Yunja felt bewildered. It seemed there were many untold stories interwoven within this revelation. I had intended to assist you, but alas, I was captured too swiftly. What a pity. Seeing the guard had distanced himself, Yunja lowered his voice. Is there any way I can help you escape? I am now the administrator of the Tianling division. That woman intends to bind me to a lifetime of servitude. I refuse to accept such a fate. Said sighed again. Remember, one must eventually repay their debts, especially in a land watched over by formidable deities. Yunja had not anticipated that the former owner of the blacksmith shop and the president of the Adventurers and Appos Association had transformed into a treasure thief seeking to atone for his sins. Yet, he was his savior. Regardless of the odds of rescue, it seemed implausible to attempt to advocate for him. Have you not considered struggling against this fate? After all, you have me. I am a distinguished guest of Fengqi Valley. Do not harbor such hopes. I am a criminal apprehended by the Emperor and Appos' direct order. Even if you are a favored guest, it may not suffice to save me. With the conversation reaching such a juncture, Yunja could only sigh. Is there anything else you wish to express? Any regrets? I wish to help you. Said replied, in truth. I am of mixed heritage from the kingdom of wind and the kingdom of earth. My mother was captured by the leader of the treasure thieves during her youth, which led to my birth, a mistake from the very beginning. My only regret now is to see Qingyun once more, but alas, that opportunity has slipped away. Do not worry. I will devise a plan. Upon returning to the tent, Yunja contemplated that Qingyun, being associated with Qin Ke, could potentially assist. Once he located her, he would share Said and Appos' predicament. After observing that the lights in the nearby tents had mostly extinguished, Yunja released Ling Long. Villain! Villain! Ling Long immediately began to shout, prompting Yunja to quickly cover her mouth. Sure, speak softly. As he recounted the events of the past few days, Ling Long did not hold him accountable, instead smiling sweetly. I am not blaming you. It was simply stifling inside. I am hungry. What shall I do? Yunja, puzzled, asked. Didn't you just eat your fill the other day? But I am hungry now. Recalling the food he had packed from the banquet, Yunja swiftly retrieved it. While Ling Long indulged, he took the opportunity to meticulously review his employment contract. Perhaps due to his exhaustion, he soon drifted into slumber. Little did he know, walls have ears. The next day, with the sun shining brightly, Yunja awoke, his first thought not of work but of searching for Ling Long, who was nowhere to be found. Ling Long. He rummaged through his belongings, even looking under the bed and desk, but she remained elusive. Oh no, could that woman have come here last night? In a rush, he exited the tent. Everything appeared normal, yet he was uncertain whom to approach. If he sought Ning Xian for assistance and Ling Long was not with her, it would mean admitting his earlier deception. Administrator, there is a shipment that requires your attention. A junior clerk entered with a list of supplies, instructing Yunja to go inventory them. At that moment, Yunja had little inclination for such tasks and inquired, Did anyone visit my tent last night? I am missing something very important. You should inquire with the patrolling guards about that matter. The clerk departed, seemingly unconcerned about Yunja's compliance with the task. Yunja took the list and stepped outside, heading towards the Tianxin Tower. I have urgent business to discuss with the Lord of the Division. What is the nature of this urgent matter? I will inform him. Although these gatekeepers were merely attendants, each possessed formidable elemental powers, a necessity for serving under Ning Xian. After a moment's thought, Yunja stated, I lost something very important last night. If the Lord of the Division is aware, I kindly request you to inform him. What kind of statement is that? Your missing item has no bearing on the Lord of the Division. Just tell her, I, Yunja, no longer wish to serve. I intend to resign, for that item is more precious than my own life. Upon hearing this, the attendant had nothing further to say and promptly relayed the message. Please wait here. Upon reaching the top floor and conveying his situation to Ning Xian, she inquired, Is Yin still crying? No, but the moment I enter, she begins to weep, clearly a deliberate act. Since capturing Ling Long yesterday, Ning Xian had endured a sleepless night. Despite her attempts to placate her with treats and amusements, Ling Long rejected all offers, resorting only to loud sobs, ultimately leading Ning Xian to confine her to her room. She simply could not comprehend what enchantment Yunja possessed that made a fairy so utterly devoted to him. In most instances, The elven race predominantly resides within the snowy mountains of the Snow Kingdom. Beyond guiding travelers, their fondness lies primarily in indulging in delicacies. Even when interacting with humans, their mischief is often limited to acquiring delightful treats. They would never recognize humans as their masters, nor could they ever be so devoted. After contemplating, I instructed her to relay a message and bring Yunja up. Follow me. Upon entering the celestial pavilion, Yunja quickly discovered the presence of an elevator. No, an automated lift. In such a world, the existence of such contraptions was indeed unexpected, indicating that feudal society was not the appropriate lens through which to judge this realm. Upon reaching the topmost floor, Yunja immediately spotted Ningxian seated on the balcony, neglecting the breathtaking view as he hurried toward her. My lord, I lost something of great importance yesterday. Ningxian did not respond to his words, but instead inquired, I heard you wish to resign? Yunja pinched his nose and replied, if you assist me in retrieving it, I shall serve for as long as you desire. She is far too significant to me. Did you not read the contract I provided you yesterday? It clearly states that you are to serve the celestial authority for life. Yunja pulled out the contract and scrutinized it. Noting the explicit clause that mandated his lifelong service to the celestial authority until the treasure-seeking group in the Earth Kingdom resolved their issues or Ningxian stepped down. This is contract fraud. Do you intend to defy the agreement? Ningxian's gaze darkened, revealing a palpable intent to kill. No. If you help me find her, I will fulfill my obligations. At that moment, the maid, Yenair, inquired, what is this thing you speak of, and who is it? It is. Yunja felt a shiver run down his spine. You all know full well. Only you visited my tent yesterday. If you do not specify who or what characteristics it possesses, how am I to know whether you speak of a person or a ghost? Enough, Yenair. Ningxian, unable to endure further, gestured toward the loft behind Yunja. She is inside. Upon hearing the door open, a delicate wailing echoed, and upon spotting Yunja, she leaped into his arms. Wah! Seeing Linglong safe and unharmed, Yunja finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, rendering everything else somewhat insignificant. Shouldn't there be an explanation? Ningxian's voice echoed as Yunja emerged from the loft, cradling Linglong, a smile gracing his face. My lord, were you in my position, and someone sought to forcibly separate you from her, I trust you would be equally unwilling? And what if her life depended on it? Each word Ningxian uttered bore the weight of seriousness. Yunja understood she had the power to seize Linglong without him ever realizing it. Yet he chose to reassure himself, affirming her integrity. I will adhere to your arrangements, as long as you do not harm her. Ningxian rose, casting a glance at Linglong in his arms, feeling an unsettling discomfort and a sense of rivalry. Why did this adorable little elf hold such significance to this man? Indeed, jealousy stirred within her. Who would not desire a charming snow elf? Alas, the Snow Kingdom strictly prohibits the capture of elves, making exportation impossible. What had he endured? Where did you hide her that day? That is a secret between her and me, and I shall divulge nothing. Repeat that. Ningxian's gaze sharpened, prepared for confrontation. Wait. I shall tell you. She helped me hide in another world. Linglong, fearful of trouble, continued, we came to the Earth Kingdom to seek the Emperor's aid. Could you possibly assist us? For reasons unknown, Ningxian found herself unable to remain stern upon seeing Linglong. When she was captured, she had not uttered a word, only weeping. But now, hearing her speak gently, her heart began to soften. Such an elf would undoubtedly attract attention in a society like the Earth Kingdom. The Emperor's ideology encouraged the populace to strive for strength and longevity, explaining the multitude of sects within the Earth Kingdom. Naturally, only the upper echelons of the imperial court were privy to the Emperor's true ideals. Otherwise, the empire would not tolerate the existence of any third-party forces. Ningxian resumed her seat and said, if you wish to meet the Emperor, you may share your purpose with me. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Just as Yunja was about to speak, Linglong interjected. We seek the Emperor to find his lost family and to address a matter of great importance concerning the mysteries of the universe. Linglong and Appo's words poured forth, recounting her origins from beyond the stars, how she healed Yun Di in the Wind Kingdom, and her friendship with the Wind God. She even mentioned seeking Qing Yuan, who could provide aid. Ningxian listened intently before smiling and asking, isn't your tale a bit too far-fetched? Humph. We noble elves never speak of such things, Linglong declared, fists on her hips, exuding defiance. Yunja felt the tension rise, but Ningxian's fondness for the spirited little being grew. No one can assist you in seeking the Emperor. However, you may attempt to find that immortal at Immortal Abode Mountain. But remember, Yunja, you have signed a contract with me. Had you mentioned this sooner, you Wuden and Appo's to have had to endure such trials. Having remained silent, Yunja saw hope for a favorable outcome and respectfully stated, I humbly request that you forgive me, my lord. Your immense kindness shall remain etched in my heart. Aside from the emperor, no one can annul the contract, unless you truly find a way to locate him at Immortal Abode Mountain. Therefore, I shall grant you an extended leave. Go forth. Thank you, my lord. Just as Yunzhou intended to depart, Yaner swiftly obstructed his path. Ningxuan continued. To prevent your escape, I shall exert considerable effort in searching for you. Thus, Linglong shall remain here as my guest. Absolutely not. Then you shall remain within the celestial authority for eternity. Chapter 37. The reluctant choice. Furthermore, regarding your previous tearful display in Wangshu City. Is it not time to address the matter of trifling with our organization? Yunja glanced at Linglong in his arms, to which she shook her head. There was no alternative. This was the only opportunity to escape, and given that Ningxian had begun to harbor suspicions about him, if he did not depart now, he would likely remain trapped in the land of Earth indefinitely. However, he felt an ache in his heart for Linglong, although she would not be harmed by Ningxian. The mere thought of Zhou Tsang's malevolent visage filled him with indignation. I will stay. You must return quickly, Linglong said gently, then turned to Ningxian. Elder sister provided me with many delicious treats yesterday and even entertained me with toys. She cannot be a bad person. Upon hearing this, Yunzhou and Apos' gaze towards Ningxian shifted, for it was evident that she had taken a liking to Linglong's charm. Indeed, who could resist such an adorable sprite from the elven race? Ningxian also noticed Yunzhou and Apos' change in demeanor and, shifting her gaze to the outside scenery, remarked, If you do not wish to see your savior perish imminently, you should take your leave swiftly. With those words, Yunzhou finally grasped that ever since arriving here, every action had been under Ningxian and Apos' scrutiny. Yet, upon hearing that she had no immediate plans to deal with Shiyada, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Zhou attempted to murder me to seize Linglong. I hope you can take decisive action against him. You lack the qualifications to negotiate terms with our organization. At that moment, a maid appeared, presenting a document, my lord. There are representatives from the Imperial Palace demanding the public execution of the treasure bandit leader at the marketplace tomorrow. Ningxian set the document aside, stating, Inform the visitors that the leader of the treasure bandits is still under interrogation. We have gained preliminary control over some of their secret hideouts, making immediate action inappropriate. I shall personally visit the Imperial Palace later to explain the situation. Understood. Once the maid departed, Yunja found herself at a loss for words. She had already received ample consideration, and to linger any longer would be tantamount to courting disaster. My lord, Linglong enjoys the woman feast cuisine, tends to fidget in her sleep, and is fearful of fire and heat. Please take good care of her. Yunja expressed her gratitude. With that, he gently released Linglong from his embrace. I will return. Wait. Just as Yunja prepared to leave, Yaner handed him a token. This is the token of the Celestial Command. Should you encounter the Imperial Divine Army during your journey, it will grant you safe passage. Thank you. As Yunja approached the elevator, he glanced back at Linglong, who made a playful face at him. After he departed, Ningxian's mood noticeably brightened. Come here. Linglong floated before Ningxian, her large, watery eyes reflecting embarrassment. Indeed, despite being pampered and entertained the previous night, she had spent the entire time in tears. And today, she willingly chose to remain here as a hostage for Yunja, feeling quite the mix of emotions. Ningxian restrained her hands and inquired, What did you just call me? Elder sister? Of course. I called you elder sister, so you wouldn't mistreat me, right? Linglong's expression shifted again as she floated in midair, gazing at her tiny hands, softly confessing, Elder sister, I didn't mean to cry last night. Ningxian could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to embrace Linglong. Why do you hold such affection for him? Is it because of his unique power? Because he is my savior, and I must repay him by helping him find his lost sister. Linglong refused to let Ningxian have her way easily. Darting outside to the balcony. You dare to run? A smirk graced Ningxian's lips as the wings of the earth god unfurled behind her, reaching out to grasp Linglong. Elder sister, look at what's in the sky. Linglong, petite and agile, diverted Ningxian's attention and flitted about the space between the floors of the celestial pavilion in search of cover. You think you can fool me? Realizing Linglong's sudden disappearance, Ningxian felt a flicker of panic and began to fly downward. Upon reaching the first floor, the maid who had been on guard said, My lord, are you searching for that sprite? She just flew in there. Ningxian promptly entered the pavilion and began playing hide-and-seek with Linglong. Little girl, are you not coming out? The officials inside quickly reported upon seeing Ning Xian, revealing Ling Long's hiding spot. When Ning Xian discovered Ling Long nestled on a beam, she found the little sprite fast asleep. Rather than waking her, she gently carried her to her room. That night, when Ling Long opened her eyes, she quickly spotted a beautiful face gazing at her. Ning Xian was watching her intently, as if admiring a fine work of art, lying on a grand bed. Elder sister, you cheated. Someone must have informed you of my location. This game is no fun at all. Ning Xian felt a flicker of irritation. She had genuinely panicked when she could not find Ling Long earlier. Contemplating the possibility of future games of hide-and-seek, she resolved to keep a closer watch on her, ensuring she would never be out of sight. Though she had previously issued an order to the Celestial Command that Ling Long could roam freely within, she was wary of her small size and sharp intellect. She could easily slip away unnoticed. Henceforth, such games shall not be permitted. You must stay by my side. Ning Xian gently poked Ling Long's cheek with her finger and continued, there are many dangers outside. Do not even think about seeking Yunjia. If you were to be captured, do you know what fate awaits you? Ling Long's eyes widened in curiosity. What fate? Like this. On a whim, Ning Xian pulled the covers over both herself and Ling Long. After a playful struggle, Ning Xian paused, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. However, upon noticing red marks on Ling Long's delicate skin, a strange discomfort settled in her heart. Why was it that such a delightful creature did not belong to her? Has Yunjia ever kissed you? Ling Long's expression turned forlorn as she replied, no, he seems quite fearful of sleeping beside me. He always rushes off to wash his face in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this, Ning Xian felt an unexpected sense of relief, for it seemed that sprites were indeed incapable of deceit. She inched closer and asked, tell me, why do you harbor such fondness for him? Is it merely for the sake of gratitude? Certainly not. There is so much more, but I cannot disclose it, or I would perish. At her last statement, Ning Xian's heart tightened, and she began to question her own restraint. How could she feel as though she were enchanted? Fearing the loss of Ling Long after such a brief acquaintance? Was it her desires that led her astray, or did Ling Long possess a unique allure? I'm sorry. I truly cannot say. Please, elder sister, do not ask me anymore. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Ning Xian enveloped Ling Long in her embrace and asked, then let us speak of other matters. Are all the elves from the Snow Kingdom as delightful as you? All the elves from the Snow Kingdom are wonderful. Under the protection of the Snow Goddess, we have forged friendships with humans. Chapter 38. Azure Water City. Upon departing from the Imperial City, Yunjia set his course towards the Immortal Abode Mountain. Throughout his journey, he encountered no fewer than 10 inspections. Fortunately, possessing his token spared him considerable hassle. After consulting his map, he felt a sense of weariness wash over him, for the Immortal Abode Mountain was indeed an arduous distance away. This planet's expanse exceeded that of Earth by at least 5-fold. And reaching the mountain necessitated a journey from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, certainly a venture that would require no fewer than 10 days to 2 weeks. He could only hope that Ling Long would secure sufficient time for him. He was resolute in fulfilling the final wish of Xu Yiqiu. In the subsequent days, Yunjia traversed the territories, pausing only briefly to rest before hastening onward, utterly devoid of the inclination to admire the scenic beauty along the way. For in his eyes, without the presence of cherished companions, even the most splendid vistas would pale in significance. After more than 10 days of flight, Yunjia finally arrived at the nearest locality to the Immortal Abode Mountain, Azure Water City. As dusk descended, he beheld the gates of Azure Water City. Upon reaching the entrance, he produced his token, and the guards promptly allowed him passage. Just as he contemplated indulging in a delectable meal, he realized his pockets were embarrassingly empty. He had squandered his previous funds on the scoundrel Zosong, and after days of sustenance and lodging, the mere 2,000 coins remaining were woefully insufficient for the journey ahead. After all, this was not the land of wind. Although he encountered elemental creatures akin to earth spirits, these flora and fauna were either plucked by disciples of sects or looted by treasure-hunting bands and adventurers. He needed to acquire some funds to replenish his supplies for the journey to the Immortal Abode Mountain. He mulled over the abundance of adventurers in the land of Earth and decided to rest well and seek a commission the following day. Should he find a lodging or a tavern? Upon entering an inn, he was greeted by a familiar phrase. Yunjia settled down, calling out, "Young lad, bring me a plate of beef and a cup of tea. Please wait a moment." Before long, 3 officials from the Imperial Army entered, ordering several small dishes and fine wine. Everything seemed quite normal until Yunjia overheard a momentous piece of news from their conversation. "Oldly, today a true dragon appeared in the northern skies. Surely the Lord Emperor has ventured to the Immortal Abode Mountain again. Do you think you will clash with the immortals this time?" "Surely not. The Lord Emperor's purpose in visiting the immortal abode mountain must pertain to the matter of the treasure-hunting leader. After all, the immortals have been supporting the treasure-hunting group from behind, and now that they have been captured, the Lord Emperor could leverage this as a bargaining chip to demand more golden immortal fruits or to subjugate the immortal abode mountain. But why can't the Lord Emperor, as a divine being of such formidable strength, conquer the immortals? That's a matter for the gods. What use is it for us to know so much? Come, let us drink. Upon hearing this, Yunzhi was perplexed. What was it that granted these so-called immortals the audacity to contend with the gods? Had these immortals once been subordinates of another deity? The golden immortal fruit, capable of bestowing a century of lifespan, was a rarity that could only belong to divine beings. It seemed evident that there were higher deities lurking behind these immortals. Even if there were not, there must exist powerful artifacts capable of rivaling the gods. After finishing his meal, Yunzhi intended to seek lodging, but was intercepted by the three officials. Outsider, why do you seem so familiar? Have we met somewhere before? The trio, emboldened by drink, approached him unsteadily. Another chimed in, Boss, this fellow resembles a notorious fugitive connected to the treasure-hunting group. I am now the steward of the Heavenly Commander's headquarters. What is it you desire? Yunzhi, wishing to avoid trouble, produced his token once more. Boss. His wanted notice was rescinded earlier. The last one, still somewhat coherent, quickly added with a forced smile, My apologies, they are quite intoxicated. Yunzhi inquired. I have been assigned to visit the immortal abode. Might this brother know of any shortcuts to expedite my journey? The immortal abode? The Heavenly Commander's people request your presence there? The three scrutinized Yunzhi closely, exchanging glances before attempting to apprehend him without warning. Yunzhi sensed the situation had taken a turn for the worse and quickly retreated, asking, What do you intend? I am the steward of the Heavenly Commander and Apos' office. My apologies, brother. Though your wanted notice has been rescinded, your connection to the treasure-hunting group remains undeniable. Now, bearing the Heavenly Commander's token en route to the immortal abode. How could we not suspect that you are fleeing from the Heavenly Commander's grasp? Thus, we must detain you until we report this to the Heavenly Commander's division. Are you certain you wish to take action? Though Yunzhi had not engaged in combat since arriving in this realm, he had previously vanquished numerous earth spirits in the wild using the powers of wind and earth elements, and he was well versed in their application. For instance, the collisions of earth elements were generally immune to effects, relying more on strength and stage suppression. The wind element, however, possessed a formidable pulling force, rendering it easier to deal with swarms of monsters. Unfortunately, while the earth element was solid and robust, the wind element struggled to displace it. Yet, he felt no trepidation in confronting these three staggering individuals. Indeed, they were intent on apprehending him. Together, then, as the words left his lips, the trio was swept up by the wind element he conjured, their inebriation rendering them disoriented. Tables and chairs were also caught in the tempest, and the distressed innkeeper dared not voice his outrage, retreating to the kitchen to escape through the back door to report the incident. Yunzhi, not wishing to squander time, swiftly incapacitated the three and rifled through their belongings for funds. Upon turning back, he noted the innkeeper was nowhere to be found, and commotion echoed within the inn and Apos' interior. To avoid unnecessary complications, Yunzhi exited the establishment and hastily departed Azure Water City. Stop. Just as he took flight, a contingent of Imperial Army soldiers pursued him. Fortunately, the Earth Elemental mark shielded him from their elemental pulls. Otherwise, he might have been dragged down as he had been upon his arrival in the land of Earth. However, those soldiers were not airborne like Yunzhi. They were aboard a warship of the Heavenly Commander. Indeed, while the Earth God and Apos' wings, augmented by wind attributes, made it difficult for them to catch Yunzhi, the warship was another matter entirely, powered by numerous energy stones. What a nuisance! Observing an endless stretch of forest ahead, Yunzhi descended rapidly, seeking refuge. Though he could clarify matters upon return, he had no intention of doing so. In his view, relying on official channels would result in endless waiting. You cannot cause them trouble, but they can trouble you at any moment. Any excuse could keep you detained for quite some time. He fled into the misty forest. Pursue him. Just as Yunzhi landed, a thick fog suddenly enveloped him, instantly disorienting him. Chapter 39. Hide and seek at the same time. On the balcony of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, Ningxian cradled Ling Long in her arms, her face aglow with affection, wishing to envelop the adorable sprite within her very being. Today, she had treated Ling Long to a sumptuous feast at the grand banquet of the 10,000 empires, and upon their return, Ling Long had succumbed to a deep slumber. Yenner, do you not think she resembles my daughter? The maid Yinner shared in her joy, for when the lady attended to state affairs, it afforded her moments of intimacy with Ling Long. My lady possesses unparalleled beauty. Her complexion is fair as that of Ling Long. I believe it would be delightful for you to be called her sister. Pleased by this remark, Ningxian took a gentle breath near Ling Long and Appo's cherubic face. Ling Long seemed to sense something, her tiny hand brushing her cheek as she continued to sleep. My lady, the Grand Chancellor of the Imperial Palace has arrived. Suddenly, a maid announced, causing Ningxian to feel a twinge of exasperation. It must be for Ling Long. Yinner, please escort her to the chamber. Yes. After entrusting Ling Long to Yinner, Ningxian unfurled the wings of the Earth God and soared down from the heavenly pavilion. Soon spotting the Grand Chancellor appearing in the training grounds of the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion, regret washed over her. Her concern for Ling Long had led her to bring the sprite to the Imperial Palace for a meeting, where Ling Long had unwittingly become the center of attention, drawing everyone and Appo's desire to indulge in her charm. Fortunately, her sister, Ning Tian, being the Grand Chancellor, had publicly declared that the snow sprite belonged solely to her. However, this declaration bore the consequence of Ning Tian wishing for Ling Long to reside permanently in the Imperial Palace. Had it not been for Ling Long and Appo's clever refusal to stay, asserting that she would only remain in the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion until Yunji's return, Ningxian would have found it difficult to decline. It was precisely because of that incident that Xu Yiqiu and Appo's life was momentarily spared. Yet the sister of hers insisted on visiting the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion every few days to play with Ling Long's sister, as the Grand Chancellor. Is it appropriate for you to frequently visit the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion for the sake of a mere snow sprite? What harm is there? It is rare for me to have leisure time. Must I not indulge in my own pleasures? Ning Tian replied, her demeanor commanding as she soared toward the Heavenly Pavilion. Sister, please do not rush. Ling Long is fast asleep. The two entered the Heavenly Pavilion, with Ning Tian, the supreme authority of the Earth Kingdom aside from the Earth God, exhibiting an unabashed demeanor as she strode directly to her sister's quarters. She kicked open the door, only to be utterly astonished by the scene before her. Yinner, Ningxian's maid, was taking liberties with Ling Long's scoundrel. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Tian snatched Ling Long away and delivered a sharp slap to Yinner's face. Should Yunji have been present, he would surely have questioned why the Wind Kingdom's people were so accustomed to Ling Long, while the inhabitants of the Earth Kingdom regarded her as a rare treasure. The Wind Kingdom revered freedom, fostering mutual respect for privacy and non-interference among individuals. In stark contrast, the Earth Kingdom was rife with onlookers eager for spectacle, driven by insatiable desires and willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. Grand Chancellor. Faced with such a predicament, Yinner could only suffer in silence. For the Grand Chancellor had barged in unannounced and witnessed her affection for the sprite. Ningxian entered shortly after and instructed, Yinner, you may leave. Once Yinner departed, Ningxian approached, cautioning, Sister, she is already asleep. Do not disturb her. Ning Tian whispered, I have made up my mind. I shall move in with you from now on and return to the Imperial Palace for work. That is absolutely out of the question. How could you justify such an action to the Emperor? The Emperor has made it clear that unless the nation's survival is at stake, he will no longer concern himself with worldly matters. Presently, he is indulging in the delights of Fairy Mountain, mingling with flora and fauna in search of enlightenment. I believe we need not exert ourselves excessively. We should act with a clear conscience. At that moment, Ling Long stirred, her eyes fluttering open as she gazed curiously at the woman holding her. Awake now? Would you like to live with me from now on? Not at all. Ling Long struggled fiercely, prompting Ning Tian to reluctantly release her. Ling Long flew directly into Ningxian's embrace, leaving Ning Tian seething with frustration. Why? Do you not like me? Ning Tian, accustomed to wielding authority and commanding others, found herself adopting a humble tone in front of the sprite, yet it felt exceedingly awkward, especially in light of her rejection. Ningxian reveled in this moment, remarking, You have disturbed her. Naturally, she would not wish to reside with you. Sister, it would be best for you to return. Ning Tian offered no response but stepped closer to Ling Long, asking once more, Do you truly not like me? Must you inquire so bluntly? Ling Long blinked her large eyes and stretched leisurely. Shall we play hide and seek? If you catch me, I shall answer you. Very well. Close your eyes and count to 100. Ling Long darted away from Ningxian, who, feeling helpless, followed suit. Come hide here. After finding a corner in the training ground to conceal Ling Long, Ningxian issued a decree that no one was to enter or exit the Heavenly Spirit Pavilion until the order was lifted, not even a fly, to prevent Ling Long from escaping. Ning Tian dashed out of the heavenly pavilion, embarking on her quest to find Ling Long. Ning Xian hovered above the heavenly pavilion, occasionally glancing at the corner of the training ground, admiring the Grand Chancellor's determination in her search for Ling Long. Yet, she could not shake the peculiar feeling that a mere sprite could compel both herself and the Grand Chancellor to invest such considerable time and effort. Ning Tian exhibited remarkable patience, leaving no corner unchecked, but as night fell, even the most steadfast patience began to wane. All right, I concede. Please tell me where she is hiding. Sister, perhaps you should remain in the Imperial Palace. Visiting here occasionally is perfectly acceptable. Ning Tian sighed in resignation. What is it about that little sprite that enchants us so? Ning Xian shrugged helplessly. Fortunately, she is merely a little sprite. Had she been human, we might have fallen from grace. As they mulled over the situation, they approached the training ground corner. Alas, Ling Long is nowhere to be found. Ning Xian searched the vicinity for quite some time, inquiring with the patrolling guards, but to no avail. Ning Tian asked, perplexed, you cannot be jesting with your sister. Can you? I said I would not move in. Is that not sufficient? She has truly vanished. She has always enjoyed playing hide and seek. We must seal off the entire city immediately. As Ling Long disappeared from sight, Ning Xian's heart began to race, and she swiftly commanded, we must find Ling Long, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Have you found her? Not at all. As dawn broke over the training ground, several officers bowed their heads before Ning Xian, presenting the results of their overnight search. Ning Xian felt a deep sense of guilt, for Ling Long had previously displayed tendencies to run away. Henceforth, she had taken to keeping Ling Long close at all times, showering her with affection in hopes of nurturing her well-being. Who would have thought that this time, the little sprite would truly disappear? It is all your fault. Why did you hide her in that corner? Now, if a man were to capture her, would you not feel a pang of regret? You dare blame me? Ling Long has never disappeared under my watch, but it is your fault for waking her. She is avoiding you because she does not like you. Do you understand? As the sisters quarreled, the soldiers and officers could only observe, heads bowed in silence, aware of the weight of their positions. Ning Xian struggled to suppress her rising anger, consumed by fear, not only of Ling Long's well-being but also of the possibility of her being captured and hidden away. For the sprite's diminutive size made her an easy target for concealment. Tian Ning cast forth her token and commanded the officers before her to increase the bounty. Whoever can locate the snow sprite shall be rewarded 30 million coins, free from taxes for 3 generations. Furthermore, issue a proclamation that any voluntary surrender of the snow sprite will absolve the surrenderer of all past transgressions, as decreed by the Imperial Palace. Understood. After issuing her orders, Tian Ning hastily departed from the Celestial Command and soared towards the Imperial Palace, preparing to promulgate further edicts. Just as she left, a piece of news suddenly arrived from Baishui City, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Reporting to Lord Duzhu. News has come from the Celestial Command in Baishui City. 1 day prior, Yunjia, brandishing a token, robbed the Imperial Divine Army and Apos' assets within the city and has since fled into the misty forest. Noted. Upon returning to Tianxin Tower, Ning Xian pondered deeply, realizing it was highly probable that Ling Long had sought out Yunjia, who possessed a unique ability to conceal her presence. If they did not retrieve Yunjia, their fates would intertwine, leaving no chance of separation. After all, Yunjia had been secretive for quite some time. Thus, this was their only option. After instructing her subordinates on several matters, Ning Xian unfurled the wings of the Earth God and set off. The misty forest, an ancient woodland at the periphery of Xianzhu Mountain, was perpetually enveloped in fog, seemingly isolating the mountain from the mortal realm. In truth, the forest bustled with activity, serving as the essential path for mortals seeking enlightenment from the mountain. Adventurers and common folk in search of remedies would often linger in Xianzhu Mountain for a time. It was said that the mists were a test from the immortals for those who were steadfast. Within, aside from earth elementals, few other dangers lurked. Most who ventured into the misty forest found themselves ensnared for a time. Should their provisions dwindle before they reached Xianzhu Mountain, they would either starve or follow the earth elementals back to safety. Even upon entering Xianzhu Mountain, locating an immortal was no guarantee. For who could discern where the immortals resided among the myriad peaks? Earth elementals, as the elemental beings of the Earth Kingdom, were created by the Earth God Emperor through divine power. They typically roamed the wilderness, serving primarily as the Emperor's eyes and, in some instances, exhibiting a certain aggression to train those wielding elemental powers. However, within the misty forest, Earth elementals behaved differently, appearing only when mortals were on the brink of starvation, guiding them out of the fog. Upon entering the misty forest, Yunzhe encountered numerous earth elementals and noted their non-aggressive nature. However, the swirling mists obscured his sense of direction. Beneath the towering trees, not a glimmer of moonlight penetrated. Only the flickering glow of the earth elementals illuminated the eerie surroundings. In this predicament, he felt no fear. Rather, he leaned against a great tree, preparing to rest. Before long, he heard commotion around him. The Imperial Divine Army was indeed in pursuit. Thankfully, his elemental powers allowed him to conjure rocks, and he concealed himself within them, drifting into a pleasant slumber. The following day, Yunzhe found the situation peculiar. The mist would occasionally thicken and then dissipate, leading him to lose all sense of direction regarding Xianzhu Mountain. He continued onward until he stumbled upon the Imperial Divine Army. Are these people deranged? I am not a heinous criminal. Why not inquire at the Celestial Command headquarters? Upon spotting Yunzhe, they quickly surrounded him. Yunzhe, we are here to apprehend you for the robbery of the Imperial Divine Army's assets. Please accompany us. Are you all insane? You, the Imperial Divine Army, can fabricate any excuse to capture me, yet I am not allowed to take from you? One among the group retorted, what kind of logic is that, Yunzhe? The Imperial Divine Army has the right to investigate suspicious individuals, and your robbery is a confirmed offense. You must return to face the consequences. Then I shall resort to force. Without hesitation, Yunzhe summoned the full might of the wind elemental power within him and charged toward the leading officer. The soldiers of the Imperial Divine Army were no pushovers, forming a defensive stance with their earth elemental powers to withstand his assault. Bang! Yunzhe felt as though he had collided with an iron wall, realizing the inherent resistance of earth against wind. He swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. Stop! Thus began a game of cat and mouse throughout the misty forest. However, Yunzhe, pursued by the numerous members of the Imperial Divine Army, soon found himself utterly exhausted. The dense earth elemental energy in the area hampered his wind powers. Moreover, the Imperial Divine Army had deployed at least 1,000 soldiers. Despite the labyrinthine nature of the misty forest, escaping their grasp proved increasingly difficult for Yunzhe. Here, take your money. Yunzhe produced all his wealth and declared, listen. I am the overseer of the Celestial Command. Should you dare to employ torture against me, the Lord of the Celestial Command will not let you off easily. The laws of the Celestial Command are clear. The application of torture depends on your attitude. Ugh. One soldier delivered a swift punch to Yunzhe's abdomen, warning. Stop harboring thoughts of escape, or the next time you are captured, you will face a severe beating. You members of the Celestial Command are formidable. Yunzhe gasped for breath, soon finding himself shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. He ceased speaking, realizing that if he could not find a way out of the misty forest, he would have to consider alternative strategies once outside. Little did he know, they would need to endure hunger for a while longer. After a long trek, hundreds of members of the Imperial Divine Army gathered together, refusing to move. I and Amp, Oppos, am so hungry. Shuden and Oppos, do you procure something to eat for me? Growing weary, Yunzhe sat beside a great tree and asked the soldiers nearby, why is everyone so silent? Shall we all just wait here to die? What? Yunzhe, dragging his heavy shackles, inquired, did none of you bring any food to this place? At that moment, all the soldiers turned their gazes toward him. If it were not for you, would my brothers be starving here? Curse it. Brothers, let us beat him. Chapter 40. The allure of Linglong the Divine Army surrounded them, and one of the soldiers pushed forward. Sensing their unfriendly gazes, Yunzhe panicked and whispered, is it possible you all are aware that this place can disorient you yet still dare to come? If so many of you perish alongside me, it would be utterly unwise. Beat him. Wait. Just as Yunzhe was about to resist, a leader stepped forward and said, everyone calm down. It is his first time here, and it is only natural that he is unaware. We will deal with him when we return. As the crowd dispersed, Yunzhe inquired, if you know the way out, why endure hunger here? If you wish to survive, keep silent. At this point, there was little Yunzhe could say, especially since he was not the only one suffering from hunger. 3 hours later, Yunzhe could no longer endure. He was starving. Although he had a method to remove his shackles, he was surrounded by soldiers, many of whom lay on the ground like the dead, their eyes mostly shut. Thus, an opportunity arose. Suddenly, one man shouted, and everyone opened their eyes, excitedly gazing outward. Several earth spirits were bouncing around, indicating that they could leave. Yet, Yunzhe was not so fortunate. Just as he freed himself from the shackles, he was targeted again. Still trying to run. After about 2 hours, They finally captured Yunzhe and brought him back from the misty forest. However, the resentment within the hearts of the majority had no outlet for release. This time, Yunzhe truly experienced the sensation of being knocked unconscious. Upon awakening, his head spun, and he thought, I am finally out. I must indulge in a hearty meal. Lord Commander! Suddenly, news came from the front, and the divine army saluted. Ling Xian did not linger, seizing Yunzhe's hand and soaring into the air. It's you. Ling Xian remained silent, clutching Yunzhe's sleeve as they swiftly flew into Baishui City, subsequently entering the grand banquet of the people. How did you know I was hungry? Are you not aware of the rules of the Misty Forest? After Ling Xian explained the situation of the Misty Forest, Yunzhe finally understood why those people had harbored animosity towards him. Fortunately, at a critical moment, this formidable individual came to his rescue. Otherwise, he might have faced punishment upon being captured again. Within the private room of the grand banquet in Baishui City, Ling Xian observed Yunzhe devouring his food with great fervor. He surmised that Ling Long had not encountered him. Otherwise, with so many delicious dishes, she would surely have emerged. Furthermore, Ling Long likely did not know the direction in which Yunzhe had departed. Why steal from the divine army? Can you not rid yourself of the habits of a treasure-thieving band? After feasting for a while, Yunzhe explained. It was those 3 divine army soldiers who claimed your token was fake and attempted to arrest me. I had no time to engage in their idle chatter, so I took some money and left. Ling Xian ceased her inquiries, and Yunzhe, puzzled, remarked, as the esteemed commander of the Celestial Division. Your arrival to save me must have been prompted by Ling Long learning of my plight. Yunzhe realized that Ling Long and Apos' charm had thoroughly captured Ling Xian and Apos' heart, and he curiously asked, Where's Ling Long? Did you not bring her along? Are you truly willing to leave her at the Celestial Division? How dare you address me in such a manner? Ling Xian was tempted to express her anger. Previously, he had addressed her with utmost respect, but now his tone lacked reverence. Thank you, my lord. Having overeaten, Yunzhe then lamented, My lord, I cannot traverse the misty forest. Do you possess a means to assist me? Had I the means, why would I be waiting for you outside the forest? Before Yunzhe could respond, Ling Xian tentatively asked, However, I have a way for you to enter Immortal Abode Mountain, but you must answer a few questions and agree to one condition. Upon hearing this, Yunzhe realized that this woman was cunning and likely intended to use Ling Long as a bargaining chip. Nevertheless, he trusted Ling Long, after all. During their time together, he believed she would not abandon him. What is your relationship with Ling Long? How did you come together? Why does she recognize only you? With a series of 3 questions, Yunzhe could only respond truthfully, stating that they had no special relationship. He had merely saved her life on the beach, and she was devoted to him. Naturally, Ling Xian accepted his answer, for the snow spirit and Apos' desire to repay a debt of gratitude was an unquantifiable factor, and she had no reason to doubt it. Next, Ling Xian inquired again. You must know that Ling Long is petite, yet she enjoys playing hide-and-seek and disappearing. I cannot always keep an eye on her, and I worry for her safety. Therefore, you should inform me of her habits. Where does she typically hide? Yunzhe replied, puzzled. Hide-and-seek? No, she is quite clingy when with me. She likely does not favor you. It would be better to have her with me. After all, my savior, Xi is still in your possession, is he not? Ling Xian did not respond, beginning to doubt herself as to why she feared mentioning Ling Long's potential disappearance. For this was not her fault. I have finished my questions. Come back with me. You have yet to mention the condition I must agree to. Ling Xian stated. Ling Long has played hide-and-seek and disappeared. I have ordered a citywide search, and after a day, she is yet to be found. You must return and draw her out. What? Upon hearing that Ling Long had disappeared, Yunzhe nearly erupted in anger. However, there was no use in dwelling on it now. It was best to return quickly. Ling Xian wasted no time, grasping Yunzhe's sleeve and spreading the wings of the earth god, swiftly departing Baishui City and flying towards the divine city. This was the closest Yunzhe had been to Ling Xian. Although he could clearly sense the scent emanating from her, his thoughts were solely occupied with Ling Long, wondering if she had intentionally hidden away, hoping for his return. Recalling the incident with Zhou Tsong, Yunzhe felt a surge of anger, fearing that Ling Long might fall into the hands of such a person. In the divine city, the two landed smoothly in the training grounds of the Celestial Division, utterly stunned. For there was Ling Long, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, hovering beside a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ling Xian, gazing over in confusion. Hey, why are you back? Ling Long immediately floated to Yunzhe's side, offering him the skewer. Ling Xian asked, Where did you find that? Ling Tian, suppressing laughter, looked at Yunzhe and asked, "Is this the Yunzhe who brought Linglong here?" "Indeed, I am Yunzhe. This is the Grand Commander of the Imperial Palace." "Oh. Greetings, Grand Commander." After their introductions, Ling Tian smiled and explained, "This little girl hid in the kitchen pot last night and fell asleep. You had just left shortly before she was discovered while cooking." Linglong mischievously chimed in, "You lost anyway." Seeing Linglong unharmed, Ling Xian swiftly embraced her. Witnessing this scene, Yunzhe felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, sensing that someone was stealing away his cherished one. "Well, I admit defeat. But you did promise earlier that you would no longer play hide-and-seek and would allow me to move in with you." Ling Xian glanced at Linglong in her arms and remarked, "Sister, you need not move in. I am not accustomed to living with others, and this matter is non-negotiable." "Why not? Just because you are the Grand Commander? I shall resign from my position as Grand Commander tomorrow." The two completely ignored Yunzhe, bickering as they did. While Ling Tian approached, attempting to snatch Linglong away, Ling Xian promptly flew off with Linglong towards the Celestial Tower, with Ling Tian in hot pursuit. Yunzhe stood there, dumbfounded. He returned only to witness Linglong being contested over by the two, finding himself an outsider in the situation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Celestial Division, the maid stated that no one was allowed in without a summons. What can be done? It is certainly not possible for him to soar into the skies like they do. Moreover, Ning Xian had informed him that there exists a method to traverse the misty forest, so all he could do was wait. He waited until nightfall, and at last, someone permitted her to ascend to the Tianxian Tower. This time, Yunzhe encountered Ning Xian on the observation deck, while Ning Tian and Linglong were conspicuously absent. The emperor resided on Xianzhu Mountain. If you wish to venture there, this ship can take you. But you must also fulfill your promise to me by agreeing to one condition. Without allowing Yunzhe to respond, Ning Xian continued, stating that she required Linglong to remain in the land of Earth, to stay by her side, and that he must not interfere. Furthermore, he would need to persuade her to willingly stay here. Impossible. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Ning Xian presented a document and continued, consider this, Linglong, as a member of the Snow Country and Apos, Fairy clan, will draw attention in any nation. Do you possess the ability to protect her? If I do not assist you, you will undeniably be unable to enter Xianzhu Mountain, for I could confine you here for a lifetime. Do you still harbor hope of finding your sister? Moreover, you lack the position to negotiate with me. The weak must always yield to the strong. If you agree to my terms, you shall forever be a guest in the land of Earth, able to return to see Linglong at any time, which is far superior to her being by your side and potentially disturbing your mind at night, is it not? Yunzhe pondered this, realizing that her words held merit. Having Linglong by his side was indeed preferable to being surrounded by two powerful individuals who cherished her. In comparing Linglong to his sister, the latter and the quest for the divine heir undeniably took precedence. After all, Linglong would not be gone forever. Perhaps in the future, he could reclaim her once he grew stronger. Very well, I accept your terms. Ning Xian promptly produced the document and handed it to Yunzhe, saying, then let us finalize this contract. This time, Yunzhe remained vigilant, meticulously reviewing the terms of the agreement. After examining everything, he found it satisfactory. Allowing Linglong to stay in a secure environment while reaping such substantial benefits for himself was indeed advantageous. It even mentioned that if there were no news of his sister from the emperor's side, the palace could send someone to escort him to the Land of Thunder. As trade between the two nations was closely intertwined and high-ranking officials frequently exchanged visits. After signing his name, Ning Xian appeared quite pleased and instructed him to wait a moment as she entered a room. Before long, Yunzhe was summoned inside, where he was greeted by a scene of opulence. Indeed, this was the splendor of ancient times, with exquisite decorations, silks, and satins adorning the space. A large bed was piled with children's clothing that seemed to be prepared specifically for Linglong. Upon seeing Yunzhe, Linglong dashed into his embrace, pouting. That big sister is so mean. She won't let me meet you. Who? Yunzhe inquired, glancing at Ning Tian, who plopped down on a chair, crossing her legs and declaring, Yunzhe, you are a clever man, and a clever man must understand how to make sacrifices. Ning Xian interjected, Yunzhe, I will arrange for you to find your sister, but I cannot trust Linglong to accompany you on dangerous ventures. With both women pressing him from either side, Yunzhe felt at a loss for words. Yet, compared to Ning Tian, he found Ning Xian somewhat more agreeable, as she occasionally displayed a gentle and patient demeanor. In contrast, Ning Tian and Amp, Appo's words were rather discomforting. Linglong, thank you for staying with me for so long. Do you think this place is good? Linglong shook her head, her face a picture of distress. Not good. They always want to take off my clothes and get too close to me. But if I refuse, they won't help you. At these words, an awkward silence enveloped the room, particularly affecting Ning Xian, whose expression subtly shifted. Yunja began to harbor doubts. Could it be that these sisters had misaligned inclinations? Considering their high status and unmarried state, this seemed plausible. Ning Tian burst into laughter, saying, "Who wouldn't want such a lovely daughter? It is indeed essential for mothers and daughters to be close. But Yunja, you are a mature man. Keeping such a young Linglong constantly by your side, do you not feel you are committing a transgression? Young boys, when out in the world, can be rather impulsive. Thus, Linglong is not suited to be with you at all times. Otherwise, she will face punishment according to the laws of the land of earth. Why are you so fierce? You promised to help Yunja." Linglong seemed unable to contain herself any longer. Her voice grew firm. "If you don't agree with me, I will definitely run away next time. Don't forget, I am a snow fairy with many abilities." "Oh dear, my precious. I was wrong." Ning Tian and Appo's tone softened immediately as she pulled out a document and handed it to Yunja, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to bully Linglong." Upon receiving the document, Yunja discovered it to be a verdict. The captain of the patrol team from the Tianhang division, Zhou Tsang, was guilty of multiple offenses: false accusation, embezzlement, bribery, misconduct, and collusion with criminal elements. A multitude of charges resulting in the sentence of beheading. The date indicated that the execution had been carried out 3 days prior. Beheading, was that not a severing at the waist? After reading the verdict, Yunja felt a chill. Indeed, in any realm, crossing the powerful often led to dire consequences. For in an era devoid of advanced communication, those in power could arbitrarily determine a person's fate. "Linglong, I can see that they treat you very well. So please stay here for the time being. I will return to see you once I find my sister." "Are you abandoning me?" Linglong's large, expressive eyes began to glisten as she pressed her lips together in silence, her breath becoming uneven, and soon, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Wah! This scene rendered Yunja utterly helpless. It felt like a grievous sin to make such a delightful little fairy cry. This was not a mere case of romantic abandonment, but rather akin to the cruel forsaking of a parent towards their child. "Do not worry, I am not abandoning you. I am merely leaving temporarily." "Then why not take me with you?" Chapter 41. The transformation of Ningxuan and Ning Tian were deeply troubled, for harming Linglong was an affront to the very heavens. Observing her tear-streaked face, they could not help but feel the weight of guilt for the pain they had inadvertently caused. "You two should have a good conversation. Once you've settled things, I shall escort you to Xianju Mountain," Ningxuan declared as she exited, gently closing the door behind her. However, they did not stray far, but instead concealed themselves just outside the door, listening intently to ensure Yunja could navigate the conversation smoothly. "Linglong, hear me out. I am about to undertake a perilous endeavor, and your presence could prove troublesome. But you could easily hide me away for reasons unknown." Yunja felt an inadequacy within himself. He even found himself pitying Zhou Tsang, whose tragic fate was tied to Linglong's demise. Ning Tian and Ning Xian, wielders of immense power, were resolute in their desires, willing to go to any lengths to obtain what they sought. Those they despised could be eliminated without a second thought, devoid of any remorse. Now, caught between his quest to find his sister and the overwhelming dependence Linglong had on him, he found himself at an impasse, a testament to his own emotional immaturity. His need for Linglong stemmed from her charming nature. Her companionship made the journey less lonely. Yet, the inherent dangers loomed large, and he knew that she could not accompany him on this treacherous path. "Linglong, listen to me. Here, you will have ample food and drink. But being by my side is perilous. Once I locate my sister, I will return for you." While Linglong remained silent, her tears flowing unabated. As half an hour slipped away, her sobs only intensified, echoing the depths of her despair. "I have not abandoned you. I merely fear for your safety. The road ahead is fraught with dangers far greater than those of the Earth Kingdom. If there is blame to be laid, it rests on my shoulders for not being strong enough. But rest assured, I shall return for you." This temporary separation was merely a prelude to a more fortuitous reunion. "Would you wait for me?" While Linglong and Appo's voice grew hoarse, her swollen eyes inflicting profound anguish upon Yunja. It was as if he had adopted a daughter, and yet they had known each other for less than a year. "Linglong, I know they are pressuring you. I will find a way to escape and come to you." Having uttered those words, the two outside could no longer remain passive. Even if they compelled Yunja to depart, the young girl was not foolish. She had resolved to stand by him. What else could they do? The notion of escaping had already been voiced. Particularly, Ning Tian burst through the door. "My dear child, what harm is there in parting for a year? After a year, I shall help you find him. If we cannot locate him, I will take you to search for him together." Why you are a wicked sister, Ning Tian, despite her formidable presence, found her resolve wavering at the innocent words. After all, Yunja had complied with their demands, yet Linglong and Apos' departure remained an unresolved issue. Ning Xian stepped forward, stating, "Yunja, I previously mentioned I would take you to Xinjiu Mountain. Let us depart and decide once you have met the emperor." "I wish to go too." Linglong clung tightly to Yunja, terrified of the moment they would part ways, fearing she might never see him again. Ning Tian interjected. "Ning Xian, you stay behind. I will escort them. You are a national leader. Do not forget we are to meet the emperor. If he learns you have abandoned your duties, you shall face the consequences." Ning Xian seized Yunja and Apos' hand, leading him away as if he were a cherished companion. "Let us go." With that, Ning Xian unfurled her earth god wings, soaring into the air, with Yunja clutching Linglong closely as they flew northward. This outcome had taken Yunja by surprise. He remained uncertain whether the pact they had formed would still hold. Suddenly, a burst of starlight appeared from the distant ground, swiftly illuminating the sky with brilliant fireworks. All around the city of the Divine Emperor, fireworks erupted, creating a breathtaking spectacle beneath the starry heavens. It seemed to Yunja that he witnessed a reflection of his former self, evoking memories of a similar scene back on Earth. "Wow, how beautiful!" Linglong ceased her tears, captivated by the dazzling display around her, her body trembling with excitement. "What is it? It's so beautiful. I have never seen such a sky before." Yunja, puzzled, inquired, "Is it not permissible to set off fireworks in the Snow Kingdom?" "Indeed not," Ning Xian replied. "I had forgotten that today marks the festival of the lanterns in the Earth Kingdom. At this time each year, families light fireworks and release lanterns into the rivers and seas, guiding their departed loved ones back to life." Linglong asked, "Sister, I heard that in the Earth Kingdom, the deceased become spirits. Is that true?" "Indeed. Only those who have met an untimely death transform into spirits. This is a result of the Emperor's supreme divine power, protecting the people from wrongful deaths. The Emperor has always safeguarded the realm, wishing only for the happiness and aspirations of the populace." The trio continued northward, passing through cities aglow with lights and festivities. The vibrant atmosphere filled Yunja with a longing to explore the Earth Kingdom leisurely and immerse himself in its culture. Regrettably, the delightful Linglong had already been taken out for countless excursions by Ning Xian. Upon reaching the misty forest the following night, Ning Xian, being swift, arrived with ease. Unfortunately, Yunja lacked strength. Had she carried him, it would have taken even longer. "Thank you." Upon entering the Azure Water City, Yunja felt his heart race, perhaps due to lingering concerns for Linglong and the prolonged journey with Ning Xian, evoking a sense of elopement with a daughter. Indeed, throughout their flight, Yunja had been captivated by her alluring fragrance, enticing enough that, were it not for Linglong's presence, he would have wished to draw nearer. "Let us gather some supplies in the city." Ning Xian led the way, with Yunja closely following. Upon seeing Ning Xian, the city guards greeted her with utmost respect, guiding them to an open shop where they procured ample supplies. To Yunja, it appeared that Ning Xian had no intention of heading directly to Xinjiu Mountain, for otherwise, she would not have gathered so many provisions. Simultaneously, Ning Xian recognized his unique ability to utilize a special storage device to accommodate Linglong. Yunja had intended to rest, but Ning Xian seemed even more eager, swiftly leading them back into the misty forest. "Let us take a moment's respite here." "All right." The three leaned against a grand tree, and Yunja felt a twinge of embarrassment at having such a high-ranking beauty endure the wilderness alongside him. It felt like an imposition. Linglong seemed to sense his discomfort and floated to Ning Xian's side, asking, "Sister, you seem weary. Is something troubling you?" "Not at all. I am simply tired of remaining in the celestial command." Ning Xian's smile was enchanting as she embraced Linglong and inquired, "In the Snow Kingdom, are there many little spirits like you?" "Absolutely. Do you wish to visit the Snow Kingdom?" "Indeed. Then once I have helped that fellow locate his sister, let us disregard him and you can accompany me to the Snow Kingdom." "I truly adore you, sister." "Very well." The more Yunja listened, the more uneasy he felt. Moments ago, She had been weeping inconsolably, and now it seemed as though they were discussing a parting that would lead them down separate paths forever. Ah, Ningxian stretched languidly, saying, "It has been ages since I felt this free. If only it were just you beside me. There are so many places I have yet to show you." Linglong nestled closer to Ningxian, replying, "You are so kind to me, sister. I scarcely know how to repay you. Then, would it be all right to follow my sister for a lifetime?" However, Linglong turned her gaze to Yunjia, who could no longer endure the situation and stood up, saying, "Linglong, you may as well stay with her for eternity. After all, I am not of this world and will inevitably depart." Ningxian, intrigued, inquired, "Are you not from the Wind Nation?" Indeed, her background is formidable. She has aided the Wind God and even cured the ailment of his steed, the colossal dragon. As expected, Linglong remained a naive child, recounting in detail Yunjia's exploits in the Wind Nation, even mentioning that the heir of the Wind God is an immortal from the Earth Nation, who has now ascended to become the Wind God. What? Ningxian was equally astonished. Since ancient times, gods and mortals have been fundamentally distinct. Gods are immortal, while even an immortal from the Earth Nation has a lifespan. How could an immortal possibly become a god? What is the name of the immortal who became the Wind God's heir? It is a bird called the azure sparrow. Enough. Yunjia was exasperated. The azure sparrow had repeatedly advised her not to reveal her identity. Yet, the loquacious Linglong seemed to thrive on divulging secrets, as if she would feel ill at ease without sharing. "Hee, I'm so sorry," Linglong said sheepishly, adding with a hint of grievance, "Sister, you won't tell anyone about this, will you?" "No. I won't amp. Oppose, T." Yunjia glanced at Ningxian, only to notice her breathing had become tense, as if she sensed something ominous. Linglong also sensed something was amiss. "Sister, what and oppose? S wrong? Are you unwell?" "I and oppose am fine." Ningxian took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure while conjuring the last memory of the azure sparrow in her mind. Since time immemorial, countless individuals have sought immortality, yearning to ascend to the celestial abode, merely to extend their lives. The notion that an immortal could potentially become a god raises the question of why the emperor has long permitted immortals to reside in the Earth Nation, granting them the power to govern their own domains. At this moment, Yunjia found himself at a loss for words. While Linglong was charming, her tendency to speak so freely left him exasperated. It seemed that anyone who became familiar with her could elicit her innermost thoughts. Observing Linglong nestled in Ningxian and Appo's embrace, sleeping peacefully, he could only reiterate, "I hope you will not disclose this to anyone, including the Grand Commander." With that single syllable, Yunjia perceived a transformation in Ningxian. The commanding aura she had possessed earlier had dissipated, leaving her resembling an ordinary woman, gazing blankly at the ground, burdened by her thoughts. In stark contrast to her previous authoritative demeanor, she now appeared lost in the enigmatic forest, unable to find her way. Yunjia set up a tent, saying, "You should rest. I will keep watch. I cannot sleep." After placing Linglong inside the tent, Ningxian returned to the base of the tree. The two were not far apart, yet silence hung awkwardly between them. You don't actually know the exact location of the celestial abode, do you?" "I do know, but it is clearer during the day when the sun shines." Ningxian rose and unexpectedly approached Yunjia, causing him to feel uneasy, yet he did not dare to retreat. "You mentioned you come from another world. Could you tell me what it is like?" Yunjia, puzzled, asked. "Haven't you traveled beyond the Earth Nation?" "I have been to the Wind Nation, as well as the Thunder Nation and the Grass Nation, but that was in my childhood when my parents took my sister and me along on their business trips. Unfortunately, we could not visit the Snow Nation, which I longed to see." "Why couldn't you go to the Snow Nation?" "Because the Snow Nation has merged with the Water Nation and closed its borders. Furthermore, the Fire Nation no longer accepts foreigners due to the treasure theft incident." "Closed borders? Could it be that Linglong cannot return due to this?" Yet, Linglong had previously mentioned that the Snow Nation was a technologically advanced country. Why would such a nation, capable of engaging in trade with less industrialized countries, choose to isolate itself? Perhaps it is due to the gods. After all, their ideologies differ. "Has Linglong ever told you how she left the Snow Nation?" "No, but she has indicated that she might return someday." Yunjia teased, "Once I find my sister, you wouldn't truly consider using Linglong's identity to enter the Snow Nation, would you?" Ningxian remained silent, yet a smile graced her face, a look akin to happiness. Yunjia ceased speaking, gradually closing his eyes, drifting into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, rousing him from sleep. He opened his eyes to find Linglong hovering before him with a skewer of roasted fish, playfully exclaiming, "Wake up! It's time to eat." Ah! He bit into the fish, noticing that Ningxian was nearby, roasting fish over the campfire. This scene evoked a warm feeling, reminiscent of a family outing, cooking together in the wild. "Eat more. We may have a long journey ahead." All right. After finishing their meal, the trio ventured deeper into the misty forest. I have visited the misty forest many times before and once ascended the mountain to pay homage to an immortal, but alas, I was ultimately advised to turn back. As they walked, Ningxian began to converse, revealing a side of herself that Yunjia had not previously known. She, too, had once harbored dreams. That immortal once said that had I arrived a century earlier, she would have chosen me. I am unsure if those were mere words of consolation. After leaving, my family arranged for me to join the Celestial Command, and I have been here ever since. Linglong, intrigued, asked, "Did you really meet the immortal? What did she look like?" "I did. She appeared as an elderly woman, yet I can affirm that she hailed from the Grass Nation." An immortal from the Grass Nation? Chapter 42. Meeting the Emperor. Everything has become chaotic. If we were to follow this line of reasoning, would it not imply that Qin Ke originated from the country of grass and subsequently arrived in the country of wind to inherit the title of wind deity? Not entirely. Most immortals hail from the country of grass. After residing in the immortal abode mountain of the country of earth for a period, they begin to accept disciples. And as it currently appears, the majority should be natives of this land. Yunjia continued to inquire, "May I ask, does Qingyan come from the country of grass, or is she local?" "I do not know. You may inquire about this once you meet her." Ningxian suddenly halted and added, "Something feels amiss." "What is it?" Suddenly, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, and several earth spirits emerged, seemingly eager to guide them. Ningxian remarked, "Logically, we should not have exited the misty forest so swiftly. Could it be? Must I come to escort you?" Abruptly, a commanding male voice resonated through the air. Ningxian immediately clasped his hands in respect, saying, "I dare not, since the Emperor is aware of Yunzhou and Apos' arrival. I shall take my leave. You know too much. From now on, remain in the immortal abode mountain." "Yes." Ningxian and Apos' breath grew heavy, and he tugged at Yunjia, signaling him to follow the earth spirits. However, that voice was uncomfortable for Yunjia. It descended from the heavens, delivered with an authoritative tone. If all deities were to behave in such a manner, it would be overwhelmingly oppressive. The approachable demeanor of Qin Ke was far more preferable. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they finally reached their destination. Taking a deep breath, he felt invigorated. Before him lay a scene of swirling mist, mountain peaks stretching endlessly towards the sky, at long last. Yunjia beheld the legendary Immortal Abode Mountain. Situated in the northern expanse of the country of Earth, the Immortal Abode Mountain boasts an astonishing altitude. Even after traversing the misty forest, one would still face rigorous trials amidst thousands of towering peaks in search of immortals, rendering it a formidable endeavor indeed. "Wow, how beautiful!" Linglong, who had been sleeping throughout the journey, suddenly awoke and asked, "Are we there yet?" "Not yet." Upon hearing Ningxian speak, Yunjia queried, "Was that voice you spoke with earlier the voice of your deity, the Emperor?" "Indeed. He is aware of our arrival and wishes for us to meet him." Yunjia further inquired, "With so many mountains, although the scenery is breathtaking, climbing each one, we can fly." Ningxian embraced Linglong and unfurled the wings of the earth deity, soaring into the sky, signaling Yunjia to follow. Once both ascended into the air, a flash of golden light appeared in the distance, as if beckoning them. Yunjia had not anticipated such a swift audience with the deities of the country of earth. Unlike his experiences in the country of wind, he had done nothing commendable here. He hoped that the earth deity would not make this difficult for him. Linglong remained nestled in Ningxian and Apos' arms and asked, "We are about to meet the Emperor. Are you prepared?" Yunjia, puzzled, responded, "Prepared for what?" "Firstly, regarding your sister. Secondly, concerning the matter of the deity's heir. I was concerned you might forget." Ningxian said nothing, yet felt an unsettling sensation within, as though something significant was about to transpire, potentially impacting her future. After all, the Emperor had remarked that she knew too much. If she were to remain in the Immortal Abode Mountain indefinitely, it would be quite awkward. She did not wish to lose Linglong in such a manner. But it was also unwise to refuse the Emperor. She could only proceed cautiously, step by step. Qingwan Peak was the current abode of the Emperor. As Yunjia and Ningxian landed, they beheld a man and a woman seated before a wooden house, sipping tea, while two children nearby engaged in chess. The man bore a sallow complexion, draped in a somewhat cumbersome yellow robe, and his long braid reminded Yunja of a minority ethnic group from his homeland. Though upon closer inspection, his facial features appeared distinctly non-human. As for the woman, her slender face, pointed nose, and prominent phoenix-like eyes suggested a being transformed from avian or beastly origins. Compared to Qingke, her appearance was rather unappealing. Perhaps this was a reflection of the aesthetic disparities between humans and birds. Yet, they remained oblivious to Yunja's arrival, engrossed in a conversation he could not comprehend, which left him feeling quite irked. It was evident they were being dismissive, falling short of Qingxue's welcoming nature. Could it be that you have lingered too long in the seven divine star domain, losing your vitality? God should not be entangled with mortals. Even when the wind deity was on the verge of demise, the supreme deity had not intervened. Compared to the abyss of darkness, the supreme deity seemed more inclined to expedite the passing of divine titles. Yet, when faced with death, even deities exhibit trepidation. At that moment, the woman turned to Yunja and said, "Then you could eliminate him and join forces with the seven gods to resist, could you not?" The man gazed at Yunja, prompting him to take a step back. He bore the power of the supreme deity. Such a risk was not one he dared to take. "Have you finished your conversation?" Yunja could no longer tolerate their dilly-dallying while openly contemplating his demise. Impatiently, he produced the jade pendant given by Qingke, directing his inquiry towards the woman. "Might I ask, do you know where Qingyun, the immortal of the green, is?" The woman's eyes flickered, the token floated into her hand, and she declared, "I am indeed Qingke. For the sake of Qingke, I shall overlook your previous disrespect. Henceforth, please address me as Qingwanjinjun." Yunja had initially thought that Qingxue's influence would be of great use, only to realize that the individual before him was far too ostentatious, explaining her inability to ascend to divinity. Turning his gaze to the man, he said, "You must be the deity of the country of Earth, the Earth deity, correct?" The man suddenly rose, bellowing, "Say that again." "Ah, Your Excellency. The Emperor, I am Yunja, arriving from beyond the heavens. The wind deity has already contacted me. Your sister is not in the country of Earth. You may depart." Yunja was at a loss for words, but recalling that deities should not utter falsehoods, he turned and approached Ningxian. Tightly embracing the bewildered Linglong, "Let us go." "Wait a moment." Linglong had not anticipated that their journey in the country of Earth would conclude in such a manner. She floated before the Emperor and exclaimed, "Hey, we still need to find the heir to the deity." "You are a deity, are you not? Where is your heir?" The Emperor resumed his seat and replied, "I am still quite young and not considering the matter of an heir at this time." "How can that be? Are you not afraid that one day you may suddenly perish, leaving no one to inherit your power?" Unaware of the audacity of youth, Linglong approached the Emperor, fists on her hips, and declared, "Listen, he has come to save the universe, gathering the powers of the seven gods to combat the abyss of darkness. Will you agree to collaborate with him?" The Emperor did not appear angered and seemed to communicate with Qingyun through divine perception for a moment before asking, "Little one, it was the deities of the water country and the snow country who sent you to gather intelligence from other realms, was it not?" "Preposterous. You are infuriating me. I am of the elfin race. Aside from flying, I possess no other skills." Linglong stomped her feet in frustration before swiftly returning to Yunja and Appo's side. Her face streaked with tears of grievance. "You must believe me. I am truly not here to gather information." It must be said that the Earth deity and Appo's words were quite impactful. As an elf, Linglong could indeed be perceived as the eyes of the deity. This statement pierced Yunja and Appo's heart like a thorn. Fortunately, he had no ill intentions. Looking on the bright side, if he were to travel to the water country in the future, it would likely save him from some troublesome encounters. Nonetheless, he would need to exercise caution in future interactions with Linglong. While a hug was acceptable, any overly intimate gestures were to be avoided. At that moment, the Emperor spoke. "Yunja, if you truly wish to unite the powers of the seven gods, I advise you to return to seek me last. For I am the most powerful among the seven gods. Do you understand?" "Understood. Thank you for the information, Your Excellency." Before Yunja could depart, the deity spoke again. "I suggest you journey to the grass kingdom, for the grass deity was once aligned with the god of light, and will undoubtedly offer you unwavering support, even assisting you in locating your sister." "Thank you." Upon receiving this crucial information, Yunja felt a surge of excitement within him. Just as he intended to leave, Qingyun suddenly appeared before them, blocking his path. "Do you truly wish for his demise?" Qingyun grasped Yunja and Appo's arm and cautioned, "A century ago, the grass kingdom experienced a tremendous upheaval. with frequent changes in its political regime. And there are rumors that the grass deity has been tainted by the abyss. You cannot go there now. Since the fall of the wind deity a decade ago, the grass kingdom has closed its borders, maintaining only a single external trade outpost on its satellite. To reach the grass kingdom, you would have to resort to smuggling, with no assurances for your safety. If you are concerned for your safety, I can certainly spend my life under the protection of the wind deity in the wind kingdom. Since the true immortal Qingyuan has mentioned a method to reach there, I humbly request your assistance. As soon as Yunjia finished speaking, Linglong floated over and declared, I want to go too. You cannot abandon me. Qingyun replied, if you wish to smuggle into the grass kingdom, you might as well consult the imperial palace, but they can only take you as far as the grass kingdom's satellite. Thank you very much. Yunjia turned to Linglong and said, you heard that, right? This venture is far too perilous. It would be wiser for you to remain here. No way. You can hide me. Even if you were captured, I would remain unaffected. Just as Yunjia was attempting to persuade Linglong to stay, the deity summoned Ningxian. You know too much. You shall remain here at Xinjiu Mountain to cultivate. Yes, Your Excellency. Ningxian dared not express any dissent. For standing before him was the divine being safeguarding this realm, and the authority of his superior was granted by this deity. Thus, it was impossible to refuse. The deity continued, cultivating here may require several decades, even centuries, before you can depart. Once you attain success in your training, you shall ascend to the celestial path and enjoy a prolonged lifespan, but you will also distance yourself from the mundane world, forsaking all that you once possessed. You must contemplate this carefully. I shall defer to your arrangements, Your Excellency. Ningxian felt tears welling up. It was no wonder that disciples at Xinjiu Mountain began their training as children. How could someone of her stature simply abandon worldly affairs? Although cultivating could indeed extend her life, and perhaps even lead to godhood, her heart had already succumbed. Could she truly cultivate effectively? At this moment, her gaze shifted to Linglong. She longed to curse Yunjia for causing Linglong to cry. Woo-woo, I want to go. If you don't let me, I will die right here. Qingyun glanced at Ningxian and remarked, this little girl clearly does not wish to leave. Just look at her demeanor. Devoid of joy, clearly entangled by the ties of the mortal realm. The deity turned to Ningxian, and seeing her silence, said, mortals should not be privy to too much concerning the divine realm, as there lies a barrier of celestial nature between. Should one lack the strength of the celestial path, it becomes mere prying into divine mysteries, risking the wrath of the heavens upon one's soul. I do this to protect you. Thank you, Your Excellency. At this juncture, Ningxian had no choice but to accept her fate. However, a turn of events was at hand. Woo-woo, I will die right here. Linglong suddenly rolled her eyes and fell to the ground, feigning death. Do not frighten me. Yunjia rushed forward to check, discovering that Linglong lay still. Her breath ceased. Linglong! Linglong! Panic surged within Yunjia as he cradled her and shook her vigorously. Linglong! I promise you, do not just like this. Aha! Linglong suddenly levitated, perching on Yunjia's shoulder, tightly clutching him. So when do we depart? With no other option, Yunjia knew he would have to conceal her within his consciousness once again. If he could meet the grass deity, the subsequent journey would undoubtedly become much easier. No rush. Yunjia turned to the deity and said, there is another matter. My lifesaver, Syed, wishes to see the true immortal Qingyuan once more before he passes. I hope you can find the time to visit him. Understood. Do not concern yourself with his matters any further. With this matter settled, I bid you farewell. Yunjia turned to Ningxian and said, let us return. Ningxian remained silent, gazing at the deity. The deity declared, she shall remain here to cultivate. Should you wish to go to the grass kingdom, proceed directly to the imperial palace, where Ning Tian will assist you. Ah, sister, are you going to cultivate here? Linglong floated beside Ningxian, looking forlorn. Did you not say you wanted to travel to the distant snow kingdom with me? Well, are you not still going to help her find her sister? Ningxian certainly wished to go. Yet the deity had warned that failure to cultivate here would invite divine retribution. What choice did she have? But we must ultimately journey to the snow kingdom. And he must surely meet the 7 deities, so we will have to go there in the end. Are you suggesting that you want me to travel with you? Yes. Sister, do you not wish to join us now? Even though I feel a bit reluctant to part with you. As Linglong continued, her sorrowful expression compelled Ningxian to avert her gaze, and her resolve began to waver. After learning of the divine realm's intricacies, living in the imperial city for years had merely been a limited perspective. Even if she trained at Xinjiu Mountain, it would be a life of solitude. Why could she not indulge herself just this once? However, as she pondered how to navigate the deity's decree, Yunjia interjected. Having overheard the conversation between the deity and Ningxian, he stepped forward. The divine realm no longer exists, and yet you speak of divine retribution. If it were so simple, the abyss would have ceased to exist long ago. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Since the power of the God of Light within me can withstand the abyss, opposing divine retribution will be a trivial matter. Then you should hurry and leave. Should the native citizens learn of these affairs, I shall be the first to eradicate you. Chapter 43. The Matchmaking of Linglong. Thank you, Emperor, for your benevolence. Ningxuan, no longer daring to linger, swiftly turned and embraced Linglong tightly. Then, he moved forward to grasp Yunjia, taking flight immediately. Wait. Qingyun suddenly appeared, presenting a box to Yunjia, saying, although you possess a divine soul, you still dwell in a mortal body. Take this, consider it a reward for aiding Xiaoke. Thank you, immortal Qingluan. Your profound kindness shall be etched in my memory for eternity. Yunjia accepted the box and promptly placed it within his consciousness. This was indeed a treasure. After Linglong had consumed it previously, he had wished to procure one from the land of Earth, never anticipating such ease in acquiring it. May I inquire, immortal, are you and the Wind Deity sisters? Do not ask so many questions. The situation in the Grass Kingdom is dire. Remember, do not disclose your origins from the land of Earth or the land of Wind. With that, immortal Qingluan departed, both sharing the surname Qing. They could either be sisters or mother and daughter. Although Qing Ke had stated she had no relatives, Yunjia seemed to understand something. It was rumored that the immortals originally hailed from the Grass Kingdom. After Qing Ke inherited the mantle of the Wind Deity, the Grass Kingdom had isolated itself. Why then? Did the immortal leave the Grass Kingdom? This could only suggest a divergence in ideology with the ruling powers. Moreover, Qing Ke and Apos' ascension to the Wind Deity may have been prompted by the Grass Kingdom and Apos' fears that she would lead the immortals in a restoration, thus rejecting foreign influence. These deductions. Of course, Yunjia could not assert with certainty. After all, the Grass Kingdom and the Land of Earth still engaged in foreign trade. As for the true circumstances within, the unwavering support for their Grass Deity and how to seek an audience could only be comprehended upon arrival in the Grass Kingdom. At this moment, Yunjia's gaze shifted to Linglong, only to find her once again asleep. Ningxuan stepped forward, grasping Yunjia's arm, for only in this manner could he fly faster. After departing from Xinju Mountain, they once more entered the misty forest. Ningxuan released Yunjia and Apos' arm, an expression of exhilaration barely concealed, as she contemplated shouting from the heights to announce her newfound freedom. Perhaps to mortals, occupying a position within the heavenly authority was an unattainable ambition. Yet how many comprehended that every echelon bore its own burdens? If a high-ranking individual failed to act, the divine would not only optimize them, but might also compel them to depart from the mortal realm due to their excessive knowledge. In the land of Earth, the emperor epitomized such an existence. He would not intervene, but he would observe whoever was capable would ascend, remaining in power for a lifetime until successors were groomed. Should one be optimized mid-course, their ultimate fate would be to dwell within Xinju Mountain for eternity. This time, Ningxuan had utterly liberated herself from this paradigm. No longer constrained to the upper echelons, performing tedious and repetitive tasks. The universe was vast. Who would not wish to explore? Thus, the credit for this liberation belonged to Yunjia. When her gaze met his, he returned the look. Surely, you do not intend to travel with me from now on? Do you not wish for that? Yunjia refrained from answering, instead noticing Linglong asleep in her arms. He pondered whether to leave Linglong behind and venture alone to the Grass Kingdom. However, Ningxuan would not permit him such a choice. The emperor evidently did not desire one who knew too much to remain within his domain. Thus she needed to depart. Whether you wish it or not is inconsequential. Linglong must accompany me. You, a mere man, cannot harbor any nefarious intentions, can you? Yunjia instinctively shifted, hastily clarifying, that is not my intention. You are aware that my journey to the Grass Kingdom may be perilous. Instead of you and Linglong accompanying me, why not remain in the heavenly authority? With you caring for Linglong, I would feel at ease. Then why not stay in Xinju Mountain, which is far safer? You urged the emperor to expel me. Do you believe I could return to my former role in the heavenly authority? Then, perhaps we could go to the Wind Kingdom instead. The atmosphere there is quite serene. Do you truly wish for me not to accompany you? Ningxuan seemed incensed, leaving a retort before hastening away. Hey, that is not what I meant. The misty forest was no jesting matter. Yunjia, lacking Ningxuan and Apos' speed, soon found himself lost amid the encroaching white fog. Hey, do not abandon me, he shouted, but there was no response. Facing the prospect of hunger once more, he felt his strength wane, collapsing onto the ground. Awaiting rescue from the earth spirits. 2 days passed in a blur, yet for Yunzhe, it was an agonizing ordeal. This time, he saw not a trace of the earth spirits, a stark contrast to the previous encounter. As another day slipped by, panic set in, and he began to ramble incoherently. Linglong, come save me. Lord Ning, I was wrong. Please return and take me out. I truly wish for you to accompany me on this journey. Otherwise, I would not need to speak on your behalf before the emperor. I cannot endure this any longer. Resolutely, Yunzhe decided to prepare a meal from the provisions he had procured earlier. Simultaneously, he opened the box gifted by Qingyan. Wow, how splendid! To his astonishment, he discovered 2 golden celestial fruits within, contemplating how such treasures were unattainable at any price. If placed within the Milky Way, they would undoubtedly incite a bloody conflict. As he prepared to bite into one, he suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he found Linglong standing there alone. Linglong, what brings you here? Hey, of course, I am famished. Yunzhe was about to inquire about Ningsuan and Appo's whereabouts when a gust of wind swept by, and the fruit from the box vanished without a trace. Is this the famed golden celestial fruit? Ningsuan sniffed the golden fruit, then turned and bit into it without hesitation. You all. Indeed, Linglong had changed. She was now conspiring with outsiders. Linglong, while savoring her roasted fish, exclaimed with delight, I adore watching you cook. Yunzhe felt utterly helpless. He longed to tell Ningsuan that since she had consumed his food, she was now bound to him. Yet Ningsuan exhibited no sense of remorse. Sitting beside Linglong and devouring her meal, her previous poise and composure vanishing into thin air. The two, with their fair skin, appeared as harmonious as mother and daughter. While Yunzhe felt utterly incapable of assuming the role of a father, for he was genuinely angry. Ultimately, Yunzhe refrained from consuming the last fruit, as one was meant for his sister. Glancing at the carefree Ningsuan, he felt a surge of frustration, wishing to claim her wholly for himself. Have you had your fill? Ningsuan leaned down to kiss Linglong, saying, This is what Linglong asked me to do. If you take issue with it, you are free to expel us. At that moment, Linglong approached Yunzhe, saying, Do not be upset. I shall have one, you shall have one, and sister shall have one. This way, we can all live for over 100 years. Does that not bring you joy? You said the same last time. Yunzhe found it impossible to remain angry with Linglong. Given the circumstances, with the meal consumed, he could only begrudgingly accept the situation. Suddenly, he rose and approached Ningsuan. What do you want? Listen, since you consumed my fruit, your lifespan of 100 years now belongs to me. Thus, for the next century, you shall be mine alone. Ningsuan remained silent, abruptly curling her legs and leaning against a tree, covering her face. Do you hear me? Wait. Linglong swiftly stepped in front of Yunzhe, asking, If I consume your fruit, does that mean I too shall belong to you for 100 years? No, you shall belong to me for eternity. Yunzhe reached out, intending to embrace Linglong, but she suddenly evaded his grasp and said, That one and Appo's, do. After I help you find your sister, I must return to the snow country. Why not propose a different condition? For some inexplicable reason, Yunzhe realized it had been quite some time since he had touched Linglong. Reflecting on their once intimate relationship, he felt a twinge of annoyance and attempted to seize her. No way. Once you've tasted my affections, you must remain mine forever. Does that mean Sister Ningxian is also yours for life? Indeed. Yunzhe suddenly realized he had fallen into Linglong's trap. Ningxian was an adult woman. Speaking of a lifelong commitment implied he would have to marry her in the future. Naturally, Yunzhe felt elated at Linglong's apparent matchmaking intentions. However, as a man from Earth, he hesitated. Not only did he already have someone he cherished back on Earth, but even if they did become a couple, it seemed quite appealing, given that this woman before him was undeniably fair and beautiful. At that moment, Ningxian rose, and Yunzhe noticed her eyes were slightly reddened, her expression grave. My apologies, I was merely jesting. I did not mean to impose. I could easily crush you with a single slap. Why would I impose? Ningxian stepped forward, causing Yunzhe to instinctively retreat. What do you intend to do? Listen, I have no interest in men. Subsequently, Ningxian took Linglong's hand and began to walk forward slowly, leaving Yunzhe in a state of bewilderment. At last, Yunzhe comprehended why Captain Yan from the Wind Nation, Anna, and Qin Ke all treated Linglong normally. Yet upon arriving in the Earth Nation, both Ningxian and her sister Ning Tian exhibited an almost obsessive fascination with Linglong. It became clear that everything stemmed from orientation. No wonder Tianxian Tower was exclusively comprised of women. It was not an overflow of maternal instincts, but rather driven by desire. Thus, all that had been previously discussed seemed to amount to naught. Hey, wait for me. Following Ningxian, Yunzhi wished to inquire, but found himself at a loss for words. He realized he had been somewhat impulsive. The golden celestial fruits would undoubtedly be available again, and once he traversed the 7 nations, returning to claim 1 or 2 should not pose a challenge. Moreover, if he were to inherit the divine position in the future, he need not worry about lifespan. Yunzhi's gaze remained fixed on Ningxian ahead, his heart a tumult of emotions. Recalling earlier similar confessions, he was uncertain how to face her in the future. If she truly had no interest in men, and if Ling Long continued to accompany her, did that mean Ling Long would be taken from him? At that moment, Ling Long peeked her head out from Ningxian's shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." The words escaped him. But Ling Long sensed Yunzhi's frustration and floated to his back, once again perching on his shoulder. "Don't be sad. After all, I am interested in you, right? Don't you like me?" "Of course I do." Bringing Ling Long to the front, with her sparkling eyes and delicate baby-like skin, Yunzhi was tempted to plant a kiss on her. Yet he restrained himself, determined not to let the woman before him look down upon him. Ling Long extended her small hand to touch Yunzhi's face and said, "Can I bring my sister along to the Grass Nation?" "Sure." Encouraged by Ling Long, Yunzhi stepped forward and approached Ningxian. Let us put aside what happened earlier. I need to get to the Grass Nation. Is there a way you can assist? We must first return to the Imperial Palace. Will you take me with you?" Ningxian extended her hand, and just as Yunzhi intended to grasp it, she snatched Ling Long away. "Let us exit the misty forest first. Brother, there are people ahead." As soon as the words left his mouth, the trio collided with a group of individuals. Due to the mist, neither side could discern the other's features. But from the vague silhouettes, it was evident that there were at least 20 or 30 people on the opposite side. "Excuse me. Are you heading to Xinju Mountain to seek the immortal?" Yunzhi was about to respond when Ningxian interjected, "If you value your lives, I suggest you get far away." The group immediately fell silent. Yet, in the next moment, a peculiar voice shattered the stillness. "Brother, it seems there's a woman over there." "A woman? Huh? Great. Charge." Just as they rushed forward, upon seeing Ningxian's visage, their voices abruptly ceased, and they halted, too intimidated to advance. "Why?" "It's the esteemed Lady of the Heavenly Command." "Lady of the Command? This is a misunderstanding. We are merely on our way to Xinju Mountain to seek the immortal and happen to pass through here." Ningxian raised her hand slightly. "There has been a misunderstanding. I must take my leave." With a resounding crash, it seemed as though the ground was drawn by an unseen force, suddenly collapsing in vast swathes, burying the group beneath. This was followed by a cacophony of anguished screams. Subsequently, Ningxian used her earth elemental powers to level the ground before continuing forward. The entire episode concluded like this. Yunzhi had not anticipated that the woman before him possessed such formidable strength. No wonder even someone like Xu Yiqiu, who dared to steal artifacts, had cowered upon encountering her. Her prowess was likely among the elite in the realm of mortals, truly deserving of being the strongest in the heavenly command. As for those who had spoken disdainfully, they appeared to be common bandits, their demise hardly mourned. Yet, Yunzhi contemplated one thing. If she were to accompany him on his travels in the future, wouldn't that mean gaining an invaluable bodyguard? With this thought, Yunzhi quickly shook his head. Relying on a woman was no true measure of strength. A man must strive for self-sufficiency. After approximately 3 more hours of travel, Yunzhi finally beheld the emergence of the Earth Spirit. It said that the Earth Spirits only guide us out when we are on the brink of starvation. Ningxian followed the Earth Spirit and remarked, "The appearance of Earth Spirits is entirely contingent on luck. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Yunzhi understood. During his previous visit to the Misty Forest, he had indeed encountered an Earth Spirit, but at that time, he had been pursued by the Heavenly Command and could not attend to it. By the way, if you are no longer serving in the Heavenly Command, how should I address you? Chapter 44. Cloud Sail Sea accompanied by the Earth Spirit, they emerged from the Misty Forest in less than an hour. It was at that moment that Ningxian responded to Yunzhi and Appo's inquiry. "Ling Long calls me sister. How do you think you should address me?" "Sister?" Yunzhi tentatively uttered, but it felt somewhat awkward. How could he casually call her sister when he hadn't even found a younger sister yet? "Come. Sister will take you to explore the beauty of the Earth Kingdom." Ningxian linked her arm with Yunzhi and Appo's and effortlessly lifted him into the sky, heading towards the sunrise. "Sister, where are we going?" To the cloud sail sea, perhaps drawn together by an inexplicable attraction, Yunja relished this sensation, particularly the faint fragrance emanating from her, which was utterly intoxicating. Upon arrival, he realized with embarrassment that he had dozed off, allowing Ningxian to carry him for such a long distance. "I'm sorry, I just fell asleep." As he lifted his gaze, an endless ocean unfolded before him, with numerous islands visible in the distance, and the sea breeze caressed his face, evoking memories of his wanderings in the Wind Kingdom. The beach was dotted with crabs and peculiar marine creatures. Instead of scurrying away at the sight of him, they seemed to recognize that he meant them no harm. "I and Appos am hungry." Linglong and Appos' voice chimed in, and Yunja noticed that Ningxian had already removed her shoes and discarded her official attire, carrying Linglong barefoot toward the sea. He was captivated by her silhouette. Who would have thought that a high-ranking official could appear so refreshingly unpretentious once freed from the constraints of duty? She resembled a fairy from a television drama, especially in that yellow dress. If she were wielding a sword instead of carrying Linglong, it would have been even more perfect. Yet, with Linglong in her arms, she strikingly transformed into a mother playing with her child on the beach, a sight that was both enchanting and disconcerting. "Shall we eat crabs?" Yunja caught a crab and hurried to join them. "No." Linglong buried her head against Ningxian's chest, causing Yunja's heart to race. "Linglong must be quite comfortable," he mused. Ningxian then said, "You go catch some seafood. I'll take Linglong and be right back." "Okay." Yunja pondered what they might be doing. Was it merely a trip to the restroom, or something more clandestine? He approached the beach, swiftly gathering a variety of crabs. But instead of preparing a meal, he made his way to where Ningxian and Linglong had gone. Before long, he discovered that they had entered a bamboo grove. Upon closer inspection, he saw a small bamboo hut within, where Ningxian cradled Linglong, engaged in conversation with an elderly woman. He intended to draw nearer to eavesdrop, but was soon spotted. "Yunja, come here." "Ah, I've caught quite a lot of seafood." The old woman glanced at him and remarked, "This young man must be around 20. Indeed, he is nearly 25. Yunja had nearly forgotten his own birthday after spending almost 2 decades away from Earth, wandering in the Wind Kingdom. "This is my mother," Ningxian introduced, continuing. "Should I really have my mother prepare your meal?" "I and Appos, I'll go do it now." Yunja quickly stepped aside, finding a corner to prepare. He couldn't help but wonder why this elderly woman was living alone when both her daughters held high-ranking positions. He realized that Ningxian was soon to depart the Earth Kingdom, making this farewell to her mother quite fitting. As they conversed, Ningxian and her mother spoke of her imminent departure, their words devoid of any evident sorrow, merely stating a fact: "I am leaving, and I may never return." Yunja, understanding the gravity of familial matters, refrained from probing further. Once everything was ready, he laid out a feast on the stone table. A large pot brimming with a seafood medley. "Your cooking skills have significantly improved," Ningxian praised, filling Yunja with joy. "It's all thanks to Linglong and Appos' insistence." Linglong feasted heartily, declaring, "If I didn't, and Appos, put you a bit, with your lack of confidence, who would ever be fond of you?" Cough, cough, "Thank you very much." Yunja didn't refute her. In his past life on Earth, his strength indeed improved his relationships with women. He pondered how, in this world, had he not prepared delicious meals for Linglong or possessed the divine powers, he would not have arrived at such a harmonious scene. Meanwhile, the elderly woman remained silent, continuously eating with an unexpected vigor that belied her age, prompting Yunja to wonder if Ningxian's mother had previously suffered from neglect. After their meal, Ningxian led Yunja out of the bamboo grove. "I know you have many questions. Let me enlighten you. My mother once committed murder. All I can do is this." Ningxian gazed towards the horizon, continuing, "Her crime was graver than that of Zayed. This is a privilege bestowed upon us by the Emperor. Should we defy him, both my sister and I would face severe repercussions. Let the past remain in the past. If there is anything else you wish to address here, I will accompany you." "Your hand." Yunja instinctively reached for Ningxian's hand but quickly withdrew it. "Shall we play at the Cloud Sail Sea or return to the Imperial City to prepare for departure?" "Let us play. Did you not say you would show us the wonders of the Earth Kingdom?" Ningxian soared into the sky, with Yunja trailing closely behind, while the eternally content Linglong nestled in Ningxian's embrace as they headed towards the islands. The Cloud Sail Sea was once the site where the Emperor gained renown in battle. Legend has it that the Dark Abyss demon descended upon the 7 divine star domain, prompting the Earth God Emperor to pursue him in a fierce battle that lasted months before subduing him in the Cloud Sail Sea, thus giving rise to the Cloud Sail Islands. These islands, formed from the Emperor's Earth element powers, had remained untouched by the dark abyss for millennia, establishing the Earth Kingdom and Apos, deities as the most revered in the seven divine star domain. The emperor, ever vigilant, retained a martial spirit within the nation, fostering pursuits of immortality and enlightenment, which imbued the land with vitality. For many years, this area had been designated a forbidden zone by the Earth Kingdom. Although the emperor had not explicitly forbidden entry, the authorities sought to quell public curiosity and further affirm the emperor and Apos' strength by designating it a military zone, leading to the presence of garrison troops. Yuan, having dozed off during his earlier visit, had been unaware of the military encampment surrounding it. When the trio landed on the first island, a figure approached from the distance. It was Ningxian and Apos' sister, Ningtian, the head of the imperial palace. Upon arrival, Ningtian promptly conveyed the emperor and Apos' decree, ordering that Ningxian was henceforth prohibited from holding office or living in the Earth Kingdom. Ningtian's anxiety was palpable. Had it not been for the guard's report, she would have feared never seeing her sister again. Similarly, Ningxian was nearly trapped in the immortal residence mountain due to her knowledge of too many divine secrets, but thanks to Yuan's assistance, she was able to choose to leave the Earth Kingdom for exploration. However, when she expressed her intention to settle permanently in the Snow Kingdom with Linglong, Ningtian was taken aback. I shall also go. Ningtian cradled the sleeping Linglong, her face filled with envy. Do you believe the emperor will fulfill your wishes? Ningxian took a few steps forward, gazing at the sea, and said, Sister, do not forget what happened with our mother back then. The emperor spared her because of you. So, will you abandon everything and leave? The emperor has merely prohibited me from residing in the land of Earth. He has not said I cannot return to visit you in the future. Suddenly, Ningxian produced a golden fruit and turned to hand it to Ningtian. This is. You haven't and Apos eaten it yet. At that moment, Yuan was also taken aback. She truly did not expect that this golden celestial fruit was still being kept. Intended as a final gift for her beloved sister, Ningxian trembled as she held it. No words could express the multitude of feelings swirling within her at that moment. It was a fruit of 100 years of lifespan. If it were in the realm of mortals, it would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. Yet, her sister had chosen not to consume it but to save it for her. I do not want it. You keep it. Ningtian received it but returned it again. Continuing, Sister, do not feel burdened. I merely cannot bear to part with you. Ningxian could not possibly take it back, shaking her head and saying, Yinjia, please take Linglong to the island across. I wish to bid farewell to my sister. All right. Yunjia stepped forward to take Linglong, but unexpectedly, Ningtian returned the fruit. Take good care of my sister and visit home often. Rest assured, I will. Look, I have another. You should keep it. Yunjia produced the last piece, casting a proud glance at Ningxian. At this moment, Ningtian handed Linglong to Yunjia, saying, See, each of you eat one, and may you have 100 years of harmony. Plus, with such a lovely daughter as Linglong, how wonderful it would be to have a family together. Yunjia placed the fruit back into Ningxian and Apos' hands. You two take your time to talk. I shall wait for you on the island across. Upon arriving at another island, Linglong immediately awakened. Hey, I was just pretending to be asleep. So, I think you and Sister Ningxian each having one. 100 years of harmony sounds splendid. Yunjia grinned mischievously. So, do you wish to be my daughter? Humph. I am not your daughter. Even if I were to be Sister Ningxian and Apos' daughter, I would not wish to be yours. Once you find my sister, I will definitely leave you. Linglong appeared genuinely upset and flew ahead alone. Wait, don't fly so fast. Wow, what a large snake. Yunjia quickly pulled Linglong into his embrace. The terrifying scene before him sent shivers down his spine. He soared into the sky, his heart racing. This was no snake. It was clearly a colossal arthropod. The teeth in its gaping mouth looked exceedingly menacing, enough to frighten anyone with a weak heart to the point of death. However, as he glanced around, many similar creatures emerged from the sandy mounds. Yunjia quickly ascended higher, fearful that one of them might suddenly lunge at them. Ningxian and Ningtian seemed to have noticed Yunjia and Apos' unease and flew beside him, asking, Are you afraid? Arin and Apos, to you? How did you obtain elemental divine power with such a cowardice? Ningtian cast a scornful glance at Yunjia and descended alone. Boom. Below, the yellow sand swirled violently, soon forming a large pit. Except for a few that fled into the sea, most had been obliterated by Ningtian's explosive power. Just as Yunjia intended to fly down, a foul odor met him, preventing him from proceeding. Have you never undergone professional training? Yunja shook his head. In our world, we utilize mental power. Generally, we only exercise the mental energy in our minds and basic physical fitness. This falls under military training, I suppose. Mental energy? How peculiar. Ningxian remarked, for the time being, I will provide you with training in elements and combat here, so you will be prepared for the grass country. Thank you, sister. Yunja thought of the terrifying creatures from earlier and felt a lingering dread, but realized it was indeed time to shift his mortal perspective. After all, no matter how formidable an ordinary person may be, they ultimately rely on the strength of intellect and technology. In the face of such terrifying beings, Yunja suddenly recalled a phrase, the way to conquer fear is to bravely confront it. If one is afraid, they do not deserve to wield their current power. Before long, Ning Tian flew back up, and Yunja continued to give them space while he ventured alone to another island. He gazed again at the horrifying creatures below. Feeling nauseous, their gaping maws seemed capable of swallowing an elephant. It was utterly terrifying. Wow. There was no other choice. Courage is summoned through shouting. Yunja could not fathom the consequences of getting closer, yet he pondered his limits. He recalled testing the limits of his mental energy by probing it to the moon, which resulted in the arrival of Ling Long. Therefore, this time, he naturally sought to explore the extremes of wind and earth elements. Goodness, wasn't he this cheating? Yunja's earth element power caused stones to collide, and under the influence of the wind element, a bizarre scene unfolded on the island where those terrifying creatures dwelled. It rained stones. Unfortunately, the power of these stone rains was insufficient. Most of the monsters had already fled into the sea. As he searched for his next target, he experienced the same result. And due to concern that the targets might escape, he could only hover in midair, uncertain of what to do next. After bidding farewell to her sister, Ningxian quickly brought Linglong to Yunja, puzzled. Are you training with your gaze? They flee as soon as I make a move. How can I resolve this? Yunja felt somewhat embarrassed, glancing at Linglong in Ningxian's arms, eager to inquire about his golden celestial fruit. Ningxian looked towards the island below and said, These giant marine worms are rampant. Every year, the Celestial Command sends people to exterminate them, so do not pity them. Should I just go up and engage in a brawl? Isn't that so? Ningxian tilted her head, smirking. You wouldn't. I've never killed a monster before. Would you? Chapter 45. The Emperor's helplessness. As Yunja gazed upon Ningxian's mocking expression, he felt increasingly suffocated. With determination, he brandished the silver sword he had purchased long ago and charged ahead. Previously, even when he had taken lives, it had been out of necessity. Now, faced with what appeared to be a formidable monster, he thought it absurd to retreat. With such a powerful ally by his side, to falter would be an unforgivable act against himself. Upon arriving on the new island, Yunja did not rush headlong into danger. The enormous mouths of the oceanic giant worms turned menacingly in his direction, emitting a rustling sound as if to warn him of his impending doom. Such a maw could easily devour an elephant. Was he truly willing to walk into such peril? He knew that to strike at the heart of the matter, he had to target the vulnerable spots of these creatures. Ningxian issued a command, and Yunja, suppressing his inner fear, charged towards the monsters. The moment the worms sensed his advance, they scattered in fright, prompting Yunja to pursue the nearest one, which opened its massive jaws wide. Suddenly, an unknown force thrust him into the gaping mouth of the oceanic giant worm. Linglong, witnessing Yunja's perilous predicament, cried out in alarm, No! You must save him. He is fine, came Ningxian's calm response. Then hurry and rescue him. He cannot die. Linglong struggled desperately in Ningxian's embrace, as if she would leap in after him the moment he released her. It became evident that Ningxian had deliberately propelled Yunja into the creature's mouth, a calculated move to bolster his courage. Moreover, it was clear just how significant Yunja was to Linglong. Moments later, a figure erupted from the worm's midsection, startling everyone. What a fright! Thank goodness he is unharmed. After emerging, Yunja collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, having pierced the heart of the giant worm. He was now inundated with a foul stench, prompting him to seek refuge in the sea to cleanse himself. He recognized the force that had propelled him was none other than Ningxian's doing. Inside the worm's mouth, he had narrowly escaped death, utilizing the power of the earth element to shatter the worm's teeth before slipping inside. Without the wind element's enhancement, he would have been utterly immobilized. Ningxian observed Linglong's expression closely, noting the redness around her eyes. She had displayed no fear in the face of the oceanic giant worms. Yet she had nearly cried upon witnessing Yunja's danger, further confirming his irreplaceable status in her heart. Before long, a bear Yunja soared above the waters. Drawing a teasing remark from Ling Longroke, she quickly turned her head, burying her face into Ning Xian's chest. I am no longer afraid of that creature. It is merely the stench that is unbearable. Even the seawater reeks. Is there no cleaner place where I might wash? Ning Xian regarded him with an unwavering gaze. Offering no words, Yunja hastily turned to leave, only to realize he was entirely unclothed, standing before Ning Xian in utter embarrassment. Yet, before he could distance himself significantly, Ning Xian followed closely behind. If each training session requires a bath, how long must one train? If an enemy dirties you, do you truly wish to clean yourself before facing them? Understood. So how long must I train? Ning Xian turned and declared. Eliminate all the oceanic giant worms in this sea area, ensuring that no such creatures exist within a 500-mile radius. Only when that task is complete shall we proceed to the grass country. And what of those that escape into the sea? Can you not swim? With that, he departed. Indeed, Yunja could now survive in a vacuum, even holding his breath within the belly of the giant worm, prompting him to seek out other targets once more. Previously, the oceanic giant worms in this region had been relentlessly hunted by the Tianling Division S forces, but this time, Yunja had taken it upon himself. Ning Xian returned with Ling Long to the small bamboo grove, where they found her sister, Ning Tian, still engaged in conversation. Choosing not to intrude, they wandered to the beach to enjoy the sea breeze. Ling Long nestled closely against Ning Xian, resembling a daughter seeking comfort. Sister, what troubles you? You seem unhappy. Of course I am unhappy. Sister cares for you so deeply, yet you think I would harm her. What do you take me for? I merely. Ling Long stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Seeing her struggle, Ning Xian softened, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Ling Long and Apos' innate innocence clashed with Ning Xian and Apos' overly scheming nature, creating tension between the three of them. All right, sister is just a bit impatient. I long to visit your country. Rest assured, that day shall come soon. Over the course of 3 days, Yunja had mastered the intricate interplay of elemental forces, becoming increasingly adept at dealing with the deep-sea giant worms, which now stained the surrounding waters crimson. Compared to the initial terror he had felt, he had grown accustomed to their grotesque forms, fundamentally altering his perception. For those bearing elemental marks and transcending the realm of mortals, the sight of such worms sent them fleeing in panic. They were not foolish. Any small flying creature that dared to enter their bodies faced annihilation. Upon completing his task, Yunja chose not to search for them immediately, but instead returned to a lake on an island where he had trained previously to wash away the lingering stench. Dear, take your time flying, he sang as he washed, only to be startled by a sudden scream. Looking up, he beheld a mermaid maiden materializing on the shore. Who are you, and why have you come to pollute my waters? I did not know this was your territory. Yunja swam swiftly to the shore, only to find the mermaid maiden in tears. Forgive me, I truly had no idea this was your domain. Would you like me to compensate you? Oh, it turns out you are my benefactor. You have slain so many oceanic beasts for me, and I wish to express my gratitude. Upon uttering benefactor, the mermaid maiden approached Yunja without hesitation, undeterred by his lack of clothing. It was but a trifling matter, no need for concern. Just as she was about to draw closer, Yunja instinctively stepped back, fearing how Ning Xian and Ling Long might react if they saw this scenario unfold. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Please, don't go. The mermaid maiden reached out, but Yunja retreated hastily. Though her beauty was undeniable, a sense of danger permeated the air, and he sensed something unsettling within his mind, a feeling reminiscent of a past encounter. Benefactor, my parents were devoured by those vile creatures. Please help me avenge them. I have no means to repay you, except to offer myself in gratitude for your life-saving kindness. That seems rather inappropriate. Upon seeing her fish-like tail transform into long, shapely legs, Yunja felt his heart race. Perhaps you could wait for a moment. I have friends nearby. Do not trouble yourself over that. Just as the mermaid maiden advanced, a warning resonated in Yunja and Apos' mind, the ominous sign of black abyss contamination. Do not approach. Too late. The mermaid maiden accelerated towards him, her delicate hand morphing into a claw as she lunged at Yunja. However, a formidable barrier of earth element energy enveloped him, causing her claw to shatter upon contacting the protective shield, disintegrating into fragments. Simultaneously, the mermaid maiden and Apos' visage twisted grotesquely, starkly contrasting her previous pitiful appearance. revealing the true nature of her being. It seemed the seal had weakened. At that moment, the emperor appeared beside Yunjia, striking out with a palm, and the mermaid maiden was instantly obliterated, reduced to ashes. "Thank you, your majesty." Yunjia struggled to steady his breath. Had it not been for your majesty and Apos' timely arrival, that sudden demonic claw would have undoubtedly pierced his chest. A millennium ago, I, the divine being, had imprisoned a king of the dark abyss, Moe, in this very place. Yet alas, the seal has worn thin over the passing years and has become unstable. Is there truly no way to vanquish the king of the dark abyss? Sighing, your majesty replied, the power of the dark abyss is akin to that of a demon god. The divine can only contend with it, but cannot wholly extinguish it. What a pity. Yunjia, perplexed, inquired if your majesty could not reinforce the seal once more. Since the cataclysm in the divine realm, the gods have been unable to receive the rejuvenation from the tree of life, and their powers gradually diminish over the years. After my last confrontation with Moe, my strength has significantly waned, rendering me incapable of imposing a stronger seal. Your majesty walked toward the shore and continued, "It appears I must remain vigilant here from now on. Thus, I may one day follow in the footsteps of the wind god." Yunjia remained silent, gazing at your majesty, and Apos' relatively youthful visage contrasted with his eyes, which bore the weight of countless hardships. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It dawned upon him that gods could only sustain their immortality within the divine realm. Once they departed, their physical and spiritual faculties would slowly degrade with the passage of time. Soon, Ningxian, sensing the commotion, arrived with Linglong. After greeting your majesty, he turned to Yunjia, who donned a new outfit purchased in the imperial city. All right. Linglong then asked, "Earth god, what transpired just now?" Your majesty did not respond, for he loathed being addressed as the earth god. The seal of the king of the dark abyss has weakened, but thankfully, your majesty arrived just in time to save me. After some contemplation, Yunjia recounted the events, omitting any mention of the other party masquerading as a mermaid maiden to seduce him. With the seal of the king of the dark abyss loosening, will the nation be in danger? Your majesty will need to remain here for the long term. Yunjia regarded your majesty once more, his heart swelling with reverence. After all, in the absence of the divine realm, these gods did not simply retreat to the far corners of the cosmos, but instead chose to reside among mortals, safeguarding a realm of peace. This reminded Yunjia of a saying, the eternal struggle between good and evil. Kai Linglong once articulated that those devoid of faith could never ascend to divinity, nor could anyone in high positions enjoy perpetual bliss, as many covet such positions. Is there truly no means to alter this phenomenon? It is difficult to imagine that if the dark abyss were to descend once more, the mortal realm would inevitably transform into a hell's cape, devoid of peace. Indeed, your majesty turned to Yunjia and asked, "Do you recall how you were able to heal Yundi?" Yunjia replied, "The power of light?" Precisely. The power of the light god was once the bane of the dark abyss. Regrettably, turmoil within the divine realm led to the light god being beset by treachery. And subsequently, the dark abyss launched a massive incursion, resulting in the fragmentation of the divine realm. We lesser deities could only perish or flee. At this juncture, your majesty could no longer conceal the sorrow within his heart. My beloved, the wood god was once a subordinate of the light god and could not escape. Fear not. Your majesty, I have gained partial access to the light god's treasure trove of knowledge. One day, I shall find a solution. Furthermore, the guardian of the light god statue, Kai Linglong, is my guide. She brought me to the 7 divine star domain and then vanished abruptly. Might you know the reason behind this? Over the past 3 years, I have indeed sensed something. I could only perceive one of the deities as a fallen angel, yet subsequently, their divine consciousness appeared to deliberately conceal itself. I can assure you they are in the 7 divine star domain, though I cannot ascertain their exact location. As your majesty spoke, he gazed into the distance, remarking, perhaps they are in the snow kingdom, for it has remained secluded since its unification with the water kingdom. Yunjia glanced at Linglong, who made a face at him but remained silent. I see. Can your majesty assist me? The philosophies of the water god and myself are at odds. If I were to persuade them directly, it would only yield counterproductive results. You might begin with the water spirits at your side. Your majesty cast a knowing glance at Linglong, who seemed to understand yet refrained from speaking. Therein lies the dilemma. The spirit of contract upheld by the earth god stands in stark contrast to the jungle law of the water kingdom. One adheres to legal obligations while the other exists in a world where the strong prey upon the weak. Yunzhou inquired of Linglong. Do both the Water Kingdom and Snow Kingdom adhere to the law of the jungle in this modern society? Indeed, the wealthy continuously amass riches, acquiring companies and monopolizing markets. Is there no discontent among the populace regarding the entrenchment of social classes? Linglong retorted boldly, what complaints? As long as there is work, there is money to be earned. Moreover, the Snow God implements a collective punishment system. If one company breaches the law, the Snow God seizes the entire company's control and redistributes it to the impoverished, resulting in a perpetual cycle. In fact, I often observe the Snow God dispatching agents to raid the homes of the affluent, redistributing their wealth to the hardworking poor, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Yunzhou realized only now that the Snow God possessed such inclinations, yet when he inquired about the possibility of visiting the Snow Kingdom, Linglong immediately declined. We cannot go to the Snow Kingdom now. It is simply not feasible. If I return now, both the Snow God and the Water God will surely imprison me. You must believe me. Why would they imprison you? Because I sneaked out. You know the fairy clan is not permitted to leave the Snow Kingdom. Linglong looked at Yunzhou with a pleading expression, continuing, I implore you, let us enjoy our time together a while longer. What if your sister is not in the Snow Kingdom? What if you cannot return after going there? Shall we first inquire in other nations? At this moment, Your Majesty interjected, I also advise you to first visit the Grass Kingdom. Obtaining the Grass God's assistance would prove considerably advantageous. With the conversation reaching this point, Yunzhou had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 46. Gained courage. The long-sealed barrier began to tremble after a millennium, and coupled with the recent events in the Wind Nation, it seemed that significant happenings were imminent in the Seven Divine Star Domain. Not only were the Wind and Earth nations affected, but other countries might also be facing similar crises. The Emperor gently patted Yunzhou on the shoulder, saying, Do not underestimate yourself. Every deity has ascended step by step from humanity. The turmoil in the divine realm has led to the fall of numerous gods, providing a rare opportunity for mortals. Indeed, however, I hope that you, as a deity of your caliber, will one day return to the divine realm to avenge your beloved. Let us hope so. You must also strive to resist the allure of beauty next time. At this juncture, Ningxian suddenly lifted her gaze. Upon meeting the Emperor's eyes, she quickly looked down again. I. Yunzhou was taken aback that the Emperor had spoken so candidly. Consequently, he recounted the earlier incident involving the mermaid maiden. Linglong scoffed, Humph. Serves you right. If you were to perish halfway, I would take my sister back to the Snow Nation, leaving you behind. To be honest, my intention was to decline, but I suddenly thought this place could be dangerous. And I felt a pang of compassion. Compassion? Were it not for the Earth God? Ahem. The Emperor interrupted Linglong, stating, Do you not realize that explanations are merely veils for concealment? Such naivety will only lead to perpetual exploitation. Very well, the previous matter was my fault, and there is no need to dwell on it. Yunzhou glanced at Ningxian and noticed that she had been silent, regretting not having slapped himself for arguing with Linglong, as such a confrontation only yielded fruitless outcomes. Shall we proceed to the Grass Nation now? The Emperor turned to Ningxian. Indeed, there is an opportunity to accompany him, but before that, it would be wise to conceal your thoughts and refrain from sharing them with others, for the celestial mechanism God has not yet fallen, and the secrets remain intact. Understood. Your Majesty. Ningxian appeared calm, yet inside, she was tumultuous. The fall of those above naturally presented opportunities for those below. No one had told her that this was an era of divine downfall, but she was fortunate to have inadvertently uncovered many secrets. Teach me, Your Majesty. Ningxian could no longer suppress her inner thoughts, and was about to kneel when a force lifted her. A deity possesses their dignity and should not kneel before feudal rites. There is no need to rush for success. Great events shall soon unfold in the Seven Divine Star Domain, and someone will guide you then. Thank you, Your Majesty. Once Yunzhou had listened to their exchange, he patiently inquired, Shall we head to the Grass Nation now? You all may arrange for the journey to the Grass Nation. I will check on the barrier's condition and leave first. Wait, Linglong exclaimed. What about me? Do I have a chance to become a deity? That question is for your biological mother. The Emperor seemed reluctant to converse with Linglong, leaving behind those words before vanishing. Yunzhou, puzzled, asked Linglong, Do you have a mother? No. Although I am formed from the powers of the Water God and the Snow God, that cannot be considered a mother. I am tired. I need to rest for a while. Ningxian appeared genuinely fatigued, collapsing beneath a coconut tree and slipping into slumber. Shouldn't she be too exhilarated to sleep? Why did she fall asleep so quickly? Ling Long explained. Sister hasn't had a proper sleep these past few days. Constantly watching your training, all to prevent any mishap. I see. Yunzhu approached Ningxian slowly, realizing she was indeed exhausted, sleeping soundly. He felt warmth in his heart, pondering how fortunate he was to have such a caring elder sister in a world so distant from Earth. I am also weary. Let us sleep. Ling Long floated beside Ningxian and leaned against her, dozing off. Although Yunzhi felt tired as well, witnessing the two peacefully asleep. He wished for time to linger a little longer, as he could not predict when they might have such leisurely days again. Thus, he stood guard nearby. Regrettably, his phone had no signal, leaving him to gaze at the stars in a daze. Sleepyhead, wake up for breakfast. The next day, Yunzhi was roused by Ling Long and Apos' voice, realizing he had succumbed to sleep. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he was almost taken aback upon seeing Ningxian cooking. Let me help. Yunzhi hurried over, only to discover that Ningxian had already prepared a large pot of seafood hot pot. I truly apologize for last night. I ended up sleeping as well. There shouldn't and Apos' have been any danger, right? Wasn't and Apos' the emperor here? Yunzhi then noticed the emperor standing motionless like a wooden post on the distant beach. Time to eat, Earth God. Ningxian called out. To which the emperor waved dismissively, saying, Humph. Gods do not require sustenance. With that, he vanished without a trace. Let him be. We shall eat. Ling Long approached the pot, picking up a piece of fish and stuffing it into her mouth, exclaiming, Wow, sister and Apos' cooking is delicious. I am truly fortunate. Yunzhi took a bite as well. The flavor was indeed splendid. I never imagined that a government official could cook. Ningxian ignored Yunzhi and, sitting beside Ling Long, asked, Whose cooking is better, mine or his? Humph. Only children pose such questions. I wish to enjoy both your dishes. Ling Long and Apos' thinking was occasionally quite peculiar. Yunzhi then inquired, So, shall we head to the Grass Nation shortly? We must first transfer to the Thunder Nation. Ningxian produced a document, explaining, My sister has received news that in about 10 days, a merchant convoy will pass through the Grass Nation and Apos' satellite before entering its interior. If we can blend into the convoy, we need not worry about the previous matter. That is splendid news. Yunzhi carefully examined the document, grasping the situation. The Thunder Nation excels in manufacturing and has established a robust industrial chain, producing clothing and daily necessities. With the Earth Nation supplying raw materials while the Grass and Wind Nations primarily serve as consumer markets. The Grass Nation is a land of wisdom, placing great emphasis on education. Thus, young people predominantly focus on their studies as they transition towards the Water and Snow Nations, which requires substantial labor and top-tier research talent amid technological advancement. Therefore, although the Grass Nation appears to be closed off, it seeks stability amidst rapid development to avoid external influences. Yet, this is merely a facade. Historically, the Grass Nation maintained excellent relations with other countries. It was the upheaval a century ago that led to the current isolation. After finishing their meal, Yunzhi asked, When shall we depart for the Thunder Nation? We can leave at any time, but I have something to attend to first. Ningxian rose, stating, I must return to the Celestial Affairs Bureau to submit my resignations. Disappearing without notice would not reflect well. Should I accompany you? No need. You and Ling Long can wait for me here. Yunzhi felt a pang of reluctance and stepped forward, asking, How long will it take? Aren't and Apos' you at all concerned about Ling Long and Apos' safety? Did not the Emperor say to remain here? This time, it was Ling Long who spoke, continuing, Sister, please return quickly. Every time we venture into a new country, trouble seems to follow. I hope this time will be different. Be good and wait for me. With that, Ningxian swiftly departed. At this moment, only Yunzhi and Ling Long remained on the beach, returning to the solitude they had shared days prior. What are you looking at? Have you forgotten me now that you have your sister? Seizing the moment while Ling Long was distracted, Yunzhi swiftly pulled her into his embrace and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. I have not forgotten you. Ling Long, as before, buried her head in my chest and weakly murmured, I am so tired. Let me sleep for a while. Very well. Inhaling her fragrant hair, Yunzhi could distinctly sense that Ling Long and Apos' scent had changed, perhaps due to her prolonged companionship with Ningxian, leaving a lingering trace of Ningxian and Apos' fragrance on her. The night was hazy, and as Yunzhi gazed at the starry sky, a wave of homesickness washed over him. Years had passed, and he wondered how they were faring. Whether anyone in his homeland still remembered him, and what she was doing. 3 days elapsed, and Yunzhi finally awaited Ningxian. Why does it take so long? He pondered. The job handover must be arranged properly. This time, Ningxian donned a pale yellow dress and had applied a light makeup. As Yunzhu approached her, a sense of foreboding crept in. If he were to spend every day with her, what man could withstand it? Even if she held no interest in men, wouldn't he be enduring torment daily? Perhaps you should dress more modestly. Looking so splendid might attract unnecessary trouble. I am doing it intentionally, Ningxian replied, cradling the sleeping Linglong in her arms. If you are afraid of trouble, you might as well return to the Wind Nation and take it easy. Yunzhu was well aware that he was not afraid of trouble. With such a powerful ally by his side, any issue would undoubtedly be resolved by her. It was merely that his thoughts were impure, and he couldn't control himself. I certainly do not fear trouble. It's just that you are so beautiful. I worry that people might mistake you for my. You are not lacking in looks yourself. Why not be my brother? Ningxian quipped, then seized Yunzhu's hand, soaring towards the Divine Emperor City. Yunzhu recognized that his current appearance was largely thanks to Linglong. Since the incident at the hospital when she modified his body and connected him to the Divine Consciousness Repository and opened his spiritual sea, the power of light had been subtly transforming him. This time, when the formidable woman praised him, Yunzhu felt as if he had consumed honey, his confidence seemingly swelling. Sister, you smell delightful. Have you grown bold enough to tease your sister? Upon hearing this, Yunzhu leaned closer, proclaiming, one would rather die beneath a peony than live as a ghost. However, as he attempted to embrace her, he realized he had gone too far. Plummeting thousands of meters, a mortal was likely to face certain death. Yunzhu sought to utilize his wind god wings, but his strength was drawn away, leaving him unable to right himself. I was wrong. Save me. Despite his desperate cries, no one heeded him. As he broke through the clouds and glimpsed the forest below, panic surged anew. He could only summon the earth element's power to envelop his body, seeking to shield himself from harm. Yet, without the ability to wield the wind element, his body remained uncontrollable, his head pointed downward. Boom. Ultimately, Yunzhu plunged into the center of the lake, sending waves cascading outward before the surface returned to tranquility. Thanks to the Earth Element's enhancement, he lingered at the lake's bottom for an extended time without resurfacing. Your command of elemental powers is still lacking. It seems you'll need to attend school upon arriving in the Grass Nation, Ningxian's voice echoed in the depths. Though Yunzhu was unable to speak. Indeed, he realized he could have adjusted his balance using the Earth element, but in that fleeting moment, it had escaped him. To put it plainly, these powers were bestowed from external sources, divine gifts. Yunzhu recognized that without deliberate practice, he could not master them. His adeptness with spiritual telekinesis stemmed from humans being a race of imaginative thinkers, where mental agility and strength were paramount. What puzzled him, however, was how Linglong could also swim, gliding effortlessly beneath the surface like a fish, despite her previous limitations. After being pulled from the water by Ningxian, Yunzhu promptly stripped off his wet clothes and built a fire to dry himself. Sister, I apologize for my earlier actions. I went too far. Ningxian sat by the fire, stating, I do not know how women are treated in your world, but here, frivolity is a crime. And abandoning one's partner is a grave sin. Men who fall into such disgrace face punishments worse than death, so please be mindful in the future. Understood. Standing bare. Yunzhu considered that she had seen him before, so he decided to be unreserved, saying, in truth, I have few friends. So I cherish those close to me without reservation. I can tell, Ningxian observed, glancing at him with a smile. But do you understand that women are drawn to strength? Even when investing in relationships, one cannot risk everything. Even true love should not be taken lightly, lest one be met with disdain. Do you understand? Understood. Yunzhu inhaled deeply, realizing he had been too impulsive. He vowed never to act so foolishly again. If things went awry, it would be a loss for both parties and a lifelong regret. Fortunately, Ningxian was perceptive, recognizing his feelings without exposing them. A testament to her experience in governance, providing him with hope. All right. As Linglong belonged to the Water Spirit clan, she possessed a degree of water element control. Swiftly drying Yunzhu's clothes. Let us go. Once dressed, the trio soared once more towards the Divine Emperor City. The flight terminal of the Divine Emperor City was situated on the outskirts of the Rain Emperor City, home to the largest cargo hub in the Earth Nation. Every day, merchants of varying sizes brought rare treasures and precious materials from various regions for export. Thus, the vibrancy here rivaled that of the city itself. Upon arriving at the flight terminal, Yunzhu realized it resembled an airport, albeit with flying ships instead of planes. Vastly different from the warships he had encountered during his first visit to the Earth Nation. Will we be taking such ships to the Thunder Nation? Yunzhu inquired, perplexed. These vessels lacked protective layers. In outer space, they would also navigate through vacuum. Since they need not worry about the vacuum, why not fly directly? Chapter 47. The Land of Thunder. Could you fly faster than a spaceship? This question lingered in Yunji's mind. And it wasn't until he beheld the transparent shield atop the spacecraft that he comprehended the integration of elemental technology within it. Upon reaching the merchant vessel poised for departure, Ning Tian returned to the scene once more. Whenever you have the chance, come back to visit. This place will always be your home. Home? Ningxian fell silent, boarding the ship without casting a glance back. Yunji observed this scene. If someone had lost all hope in their home, it could either signify a broken family or that they had long since lost their place within it. Yet, Ningxian could hardly be in either situation, rather. She seemed eager to flee. Was it perhaps due to her mother? Such matters were not for Yunji to inquire, as she was undoubtedly a woman of strong convictions. After a considerable time, the spacecraft descended gradually, and as it accelerated, the surrounding landscape swiftly transformed into a vast expanse of stars. Recalling the last time he was unceremoniously cast into the land of Earth by Yundi, Yunji craned his neck towards the land of wind, only to discover a cerulean planet with but a single continent. Sister, it seems you harbor an aversion to the land of Earth. Are you eager to leave? Perception dictates direction. After a lifetime of toil, who would not wish to explore the world beyond? Ningxian glanced at Yunji and continued, from now on, you shall be part of my family. Indeed, Yunji refrained from interjecting further, choosing instead to wander along the ship's edge, meticulously studying the positions of the various celestial bodies in the seven deities' star domain. Aside from the sun revolving at its center, he noted the absence of the land of snow. It turned out that the land of water and the land of snow were twin planets, orbiting the sun at identical speeds. As both nations shared a common lineage and developed comparably, their merger seemed most fitting. In the vastness of space, Yunji could hardly perceive the velocity of their flight due to gravitational forces and other factors. Approximately an hour later, the vessel finally broke free from the gravitational pull of Saturn and proceeded steadily. According to the navigational route, their journey to the Land of Thunder would consume an entire day. Compared to Yundi's swift pace, this was considerably slower. Although the fleet had arranged designated quarters for their rest, none could find solace in sleep. This was, after all, a cargo ship, aside from a handful of soldiers. Most people sat scattered about, resting their eyes. Attention, all hands on deck. We have detected a pirate ship ahead. Suddenly, everyone sprang to their feet, discovering a multitude of black vessels advancing towards them. Do not panic, Ningxian commanded, striding towards the bow of the ship. Having once served as the helmsman of the Heavenly Command, her experience and reputation were sufficient to instill confidence in those present. Helmswoman, I truly appreciate your assistance in this dire situation. The captain, responsible for this transport, was fraught with anxiety. The pirates from the Land of Fire had been absent for many years. Why did they have to encounter them today? Had it not been for the helmswoman's presence, he feared he might not survive this ordeal. Before long, the pirate ships encircled the cargo vessel, leaving no avenue for escape. All personnel to the deck. Failure to comply will result in immediate termination. Soon after, a burly man with a beard, brandishing a flaming torch, stood at the bow of the opposing ship, while the cannons of the surrounding vessels aimed menacingly at the cargo ship, poised to strike. Do not move. Ningxian donned her protective shield and soared directly into space. What kind of advanced technology is this? Yunji marveled as he noticed a yellow protective shield enveloping Ningxian, akin to that of the cargo ship. As she floated defiantly in the void, seemingly prepared to confront the 5 ships alone. Ah, we have a formidable opponent this time. The bearded man also exited his vessel, encased in a crimson protective shield, leading to an intense standoff. Well, a beautiful lady. You should be cautious. Should you lose, your crew will face dire consequences. Humph. Ningxian wasted no words and charged directly at him. Yunji was intrigued. If they could only remain within their protective spheres, how would they engage in battle? Ningxian thrust her hand forward, causing stone fragments of earth to rain down upon the foe. In response, the opponent dodged incessantly while drawing forth a flintlock to retaliate. This scene caused Yunji considerable distress. Such firearms were lethal. How could mere flesh withstand them? Yet, he had underestimated Ningxian's prowess. The elemental power she wielded was divine in origin. Earth begets stone, and stone begets metal. Even if struck, the most she would sustain was a jarring impact, as the projectiles could not breach her elemental shield, given that Earth was primarily characterized by its formidable strength. Soon enough, a fierce battle erupted in the heavens. Ningxian and Oppos, elemental force was grounded in earth, while the adversary and Oppos, was evidently fire. The two forces clashed evenly, prompting the bearded man to bellow, "Brothers, annihilate them." Boom. Out of nowhere, a colossal space meteor hurtled through, directly breaching the ship the bearded man had previously occupied. The sight left him utterly dumbfounded. You are from the Imperial Palace? Without their protective shields, the skin of those aboard the ship was exposed to the vacuum of space. Although some could mitigate the effects of cosmic radiation and pressure fluctuations through elemental powers, the majority perished instantly, without even a scream. Yunja finally understood that ordinary beings could not survive in the vacuum. Even with elemental powers, a protective shield was imperative. Had he not been similarly exposed when riding on Yundi and Oppos' back? It seemed Linglong had also remained unaffected. What could this mean? At that moment, Ningxian manipulated another meteor with a single hand, declaring, "Leave at once, or do not blame me for being merciless. Do you dare?" The bearded man shifted his gaze towards the cargo ship where Yunja was situated, and the surrounding vessels began to scatter, fearful of being struck by the meteor. "Are you certain you wish to gamble with everything?" Ningxian intensified her grip, compelling the surrounding meteors to orbit her. This spectacle rendered the crew within the ship breathless, their hearts racing. The bearded man felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had finally ventured out for a lucrative job, only to encounter formidable opposition. Although he had the opportunity to strike at the cargo vessel, such an action would mean the demise of all his men in the void. He understood the value of his crew and Oppos' lives in comparison to the cargo ship. "Withdraw." Reluctantly, he conceded. If they did not retreat now, they would be ensnared should reinforcements arrive. Once the pirate ships dispersed into the galaxy, Ningxian returned to the cargo vessel. "Thank you, esteemed helmswoman. I did not contribute much, and please, no need to address me as helmswoman anymore. I am no longer an official of the land of Earth." After saying this, Ningxian walked towards Yunja. The captain, puzzled, wondered why the esteemed helmswoman would abandon her position to accompany this young man to the land of thunder. However, he dared not inquire further. He needed to consult her regarding potential dangers they might face in the future. Ningxian returned to Yunja and Oppos' side, and he inquired, "Which nation do those space pirates belong to? Does the deity not intervene? They hail from the land of fire. In the past, they specialized in intercepting ships from the land of Earth, and it seems they have recently resumed their activities." The land of fire. Before Yunja could speculate further, the captain elaborated, "It turns out that the land of fire and the land of Earth had a relatively close relationship. However, after the theft of the Fire Nation and Oppos' national treasure by a man named Zaid, their relations soured. Had it not been for the presence of their deities, war between the two nations might have been inevitable. Indeed, the deities of both nations abstained from involvement in such matters. Although the fire god advised the emperor to return the national treasures, the rulers of the Fire Nation perceived that event as a tremendous disgrace. To have failed in protecting even the divine artifacts filled them with profound shame, compounded by the resentment brewing among the populace. Consequently, the space pirates of the Fire Nation directed their hostility solely towards the Earth Nation. It was only after considerable pressure from multiple nations that the Fire Nation declared a policy of isolation, severing ties with other countries, which led to the disappearance of their space pirates. However, it was unforeseen that the pirates of the Fire Nation would re-emerge. Fortunately, with Ningxian present, their only option was to retreat temporarily. This implies that the pirates of the Fire Nation may make further appearances in the future. Regardless, this matter will not concern me moving forward. Ningxian reclined in his chair, eyes half closed, as if he had shed an immense burden. However, the captain of this voyage felt quite distressed. Approaching with a lowered head, he implored in a tone of utmost sincerity, "My lord, we engage in this profession solely to make a living. I beseech you to understand our plight and provide us with some guidance." Ningxian appeared to contemplate for a moment before addressing the captain. "The pirates of the Fire Nation will undoubtedly resurface. It is imperative that you inform the Imperial Palace at your earliest convenience and collaborate with other nations to counteract this threat. Should other nations choose to ignore this situation, the Earth Nation may reduce its supply of raw materials as justification." The captain replied, "But what if those nations express an interest in procuring materials from the Earth Nation or even offer assistance in development? If we refuse, might we not face sanctions from other nations?" Ningxian continued, "If absolutely necessary, surrender Siad. I have prepared the handover with the Imperial Palace. As for this matter, I shall devise a plan for you to present to the Imperial Palace upon your return." "Thank you, my lord," the captain replied gratefully. The ensuing discussion naturally revolved around the proposed solutions to this predicament, leaving Yuan bewildered. He found himself utterly unfamiliar with the intricate chess game of international relations, let alone the subtleties of diplomatic strategy. However, Ling Long insisted on feigning understanding, interjecting at will. The meeting, devoid of imperial palace involvement, dragged on for 2 hours before it finally concluded. Eventually, the captain approached Yuan and inquired, "May I ask which nation you hail from?" "This matter no longer concerns you," Ning Xian interjected, prompting the captain to retreat to the front of the ship, resigned. Yuan then asked, "Is Siad dead?" "Siad has been sentenced to life imprisonment, as per the Emperor and Apos' orders." It appeared that the Emperor had indeed considered Yuan and Apos' situation. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Siad truly deserved a dire punishment, yet he had been his savior, providing considerable care from the Wind Nation to the Earth Nation. A day swiftly passed, and the spacecraft finally entered the expanse of a vast purple planet. Ning Xian requested an introduction to the Thunder Nation from the captain and handed it to Yuan, asking, "Do you intend to pay a visit to the Thunder God? If possible, I would certainly like to hear his perspective on my arrival in this world." Yuan received a booklet detailing the attractions, culture, and specialties of the Thunder Nation. He also caught a glimpse of the Thunder God and Apos' appearance, which bore resemblance to the image etched in his mind, tall and muscular, wielding a purple hammer. The predominant purple hue of the Thunder Nation can be attributed largely to the Thunder God and Apos' fondness for the color, resulting in most foliage and blossoms taking on purple shades. Their civil servants also donned purple uniforms. The people of the Thunder Nation are generally known for their sincerity and honesty, due to strict ideological management. Most individuals receive education from the Thunder God from birth, emphasizing the importance of good conduct and the dire consequences of wrongdoing, which may invoke divine retribution. As a result, the citizens of the Thunder Nation seldom lie, for swearing an oath may indeed summon the wrath of thunder. While the Thunder God does not directly engage in governance, he oversees the Thunder Nation and Apos' military, as he is unwilling to witness chaos within his realm. Despite his immense power, he detests the thought of his people warring amongst themselves. This aversion stems from a historical period during which the Thunder God sequestered himself for centuries, leading to political instability and internecine strife that decimated the population and weakened the nation. Upon his return, he declared himself the general of the Thunder Nations, establishing a military command to unify all armed forces. Noticing that Yuan was engrossed in thought, Ning Xian advised, "If you have the opportunity, I believe you should visit the statue of the Thunder God. Perhaps you could even harness the power of the thunder element." "Excellent." With a resounding rumble, as the spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere, Yuan was greeted by the roar of thunder. Peering downward, he observed heavy rain cascading from the dark clouds, saturating the surrounding areas of General City. This marked Yuan and Apos' first experience of rain since arriving in the Seven Divine Star domain. At the flight field outside General City and the Thunder Nation, only a handful of individuals were present to attend to the landing of the ship, with no one else in sight. Once the spacecraft landed smoothly, the captain promptly instructed the crew to begin unloading operations. After bidding farewell to the captain, Yuan finally set foot on the soil of the Thunder Nation. However, the gray sky and torrential downpour left him feeling uneasy, as if something was amiss. "Greetings. You must be Yuan, correct?" Just a few steps away, several guards clad in purple garments approached, heightening his vigilance. After being detained by Anna in the Wind Nation and narrowly escaping death in the Earth Nation, Yuan was determined to avoid further trouble in the Thunder Nation. At this moment, Ning Xian produced a token and stated, "We are emissaries from the Imperial Palace of the Earth Nation. May I inquire as to the nature of your business with Yuan? The general requests your presence." Before Yuan could respond, Ning Xian inquired with curiosity, "Which general?" "Why, our Thunder God general." Upon hearing this, the guards turned their attention back to the trio and continued, "The general has mentioned that at this time, Yuan would be disembarking from the cargo ship of the Earth Nation, and we were instructed to wait here for you. Which of you is Yuan?" Yuan was taken aback. On his very first day in the Thunder Nation, he was being summoned for tea by the Thunder God? Chapter 48. The Thunder God General accompanied by the guards, the three of them smoothly entered the city, despite the heavy rain that kept the populace indoors. However, the scene before Yuan was quite captivating. The violet-hued buildings, the purple trees, and especially the blossoms adorning the branches reminded him of cherry blossoms. It was truly beautiful. Yet, instead of venturing onto the main street, the guards led them directly to the city tower, for the headquarters of the general was situated atop the tower. "Please, Enter. The guards announced as they stepped into the grand hall, where the Thunder God, clad in a purple military uniform, stood with his back to them. All of you. Step back, he commanded. Yes. Once the surrounding attendants withdrew, the Thunder God turned to face them. His appearance identical to what they had seen in previous introductions, a perfect embodiment of muscular vigor. Ningxian was the first to bow. I have the honor of meeting General Thunder. Indeed, the Thunder God replied, slowly approaching Yunjia, observing him intently, as a senior would. Linglong inquired, General Thunder, he is searching for his long-lost sister. Do you know where she might be? Did not the Emperor inform you that she resides in the Ice Nation? The Ice Nation? The Thunder God elaborated. It is the unified realm formed by the merging of the Water Nation and the Snow Nation. Understanding dawned on Yunjia, who felt relieved. He had previously feared he would have to traverse all 7 nations to find her. Now, he realized he could locate her without such extensive travel, at least avoiding the Fire Nation. Naturally, a visit to the Grass Nation was imperative, for it was home to a deity who would support him. The Thunder God continued. You intend to meet the Grass God. I can assist you. Thank you, General Thunder, Ningxian replied promptly, not waiting for Yunjia's response. The situation in the Grass Nation was uncertain. Having a deity's assistance would undoubtedly facilitate their endeavors. Furthermore, the presence of a god would be crucial for their future growth. The Thunder God remarked, since the chaos in the Grass Nation was quelled a century ago, the Grass God has not appeared in public. As for the immortal beings loyal to the Grass God who fled, the deity did not intervene, but rather abandoned the Grass Nation. Do you not find this peculiar? Ningxian responded. Is it not said that gods refrain from interfering in mortal affairs? Remember, gods are not incapable of intervention. They simply choose not to, although they may act at any moment. It is akin to how I have thoroughly controlled this nation. The 7 gods were initially outsiders who chose to reside here after subduing the abyss of darkness. I trust you are aware of this? Indeed, they nodded in unison. The gods had predominantly resided in the divine realm until the calamity struck, prompting some to migrate to the realm of the 7 gods. The Thunder God went on. The turmoil in the Grass Nation a century ago raises my suspicion of abyssal contamination. I had intended to infiltrate and investigate, but refrained due to the abyss of darkness in the Thunder Nation. However, just days ago, the Emperor informed me that the seal of the Abyssal Law King in the Earth Nation has weakened, and the 7 gods may soon face the threat of the abyss once more. Thus, we must re-establish contact with the Grass God before the abyss in the Thunder Nation awakens, to prepare for any impending crises. Thus, it became clear that the Emperor and the Thunder God shared a strong rapport, which explained the close ties between the Earth Nation and the Thunder Nation. However, everything seemed to have changed after the earlier chaos in the Grass Nation. The Grass God had once maintained connections with other deities, yet following that upheaval, the Grass Nation declared a policy of isolation, retaining only a single satellite for external trade, while the Grass God mysteriously vanished. The immortals who had fled to the Earth Nation were left to their own devices, and even those among the Grass Goddess subordinates who had inherited the Wind Goddess powers received no response from her. Such matters warranted deep contemplation. Even the guardian of the Light Goddess statue remained indifferent upon entering the realm of the 7 gods, leading me to surmise that the Grass God must be facing some grave crisis, rendering her immobile. Yunjia questioned, but the Grass God is a deity. Who could possibly pose a threat to her? The abyss. Ningxian uttered those words, causing Yunjia to pause, a chilling realization creeping in. The Wind God had fallen due to abyssal corruption, and now, at such a critical juncture, the Grass God had vanished, if something truly had befallen her. Please, General Thunder, assist me in hastening my journey to the Grass Nation to ascertain the situation. Yunjia and Apos. As trepidation grew as he recalled Yundi and Apos, as previous torment, in the fragmented state of the gods due to the divine realm, should the abyss claim another deity, it would result in yet another divine fall. At this moment, Ningxian asked, since the guardian of the Light God has come to the realm of the 7 gods, why does she not aid the Grass God? What exactly have they encountered, and why are they in the Ice Nation now? Because the Ice Nation harbors a chief deity, second only to the Light God. Perhaps there are even more troublesome matters there that prevent her from intervening. The Thunder God then turned his gaze toward Yunjia, saying, Thus, I have sent you alone to unite with the other gods. Do you now grasp the gravity of your mission? But I have been wandering for several years. Is there not a capable guide by your side? Only then did Yunjia turn his gaze toward Linglong, who promptly took a step back. Ah, Linglong, you certainly know how to conceal yourself. Yunjia's breaths quickened, but he could not falter. Yet, Recalling their earlier shared moments, a sense of discomfort washed over him. Quickly, tell me, what do you know? Linglong hurriedly retreated, saying, but the Ice Empress instructed me not to disclose anything. If I do, you shall never see me again. Please, do not press me further. The Thunder God interjected, positioning himself before Yunja. Do not blame her. She is but an elf, a manifestation of the chief deity's power. If she reveals anything, the chief deity will surely reclaim her strength. Yunja embraced Linglong, saying, fine, I shall not inquire further. But promise me, regardless of whether I find my sister, you will not leave me, will you? That is not possible. I belong solely to the Ice Empress. My purpose is to guide you to the other gods, after which I must return to the Snow Nation. Do not say that. Ningxian stepped forward after our journey to the Grass Nation concludes. We can speak with their deities in the Ice Nation. Very well, the Thunder God affirmed. I shall act as a deity to prevent the abyss from detecting us. We must not openly travel to the Grass Nation. Therefore, in 7 days, I shall accompany you on a vessel to the Grass Nation. In the meantime, enjoy your stay in the Thunder Nation. Yea. Upon hearing the prospect of leisure, Linglong and Apos' spirits lifted. Yet, this only heightened Yunja and Apos' anxiety. Fearing that such an adorable little sprite might be reclaimed by divine power, Ningxian inquired, then, do I still need to meet with the leaders of the Thunder Nation? Not at all. Gaining access to the Grass Nation is a plan orchestrated by me and the leaders. In 7 days, we will disguise ourselves as crew members. Once we arrive in the Grass Nation, I will guide you swiftly within. Thank you, General Thunder. Following this, the Thunder God arranged 2 guest rooms for them at the General's residence and bestowed upon them tokens granting unrestricted access throughout the Thunder Nation. Before returning to their rooms, Yunja glanced at Linglong, who was preparing to enter with Ningxian, and asked, Linglong, have you changed? HM? What do you mean? Sensing Yunja's discontent, Linglong floated closer. In truth, you already know. It is of no use for me to reiterate, for I was sent specifically to guide you. Yunja gently stroked Linglong's hair and remarked, you used to be quite clingy. Even when I went to the restroom, you feared I might abandon you, dreading to lose sight of you. Now that you have an elder sister, do I no longer hold any significance? Linglong, taken aback by his words, felt a twinge of embarrassment and explained, previously, I was concerned you might find me bothersome and choose to distance yourself. If you now know what to do, I could return to the land of snow. No. Such an enchanting little sprite would endear herself to anyone. Yunja held Linglong tightly, fearing she might truly leave because of that Ice Empress. All right, go rest now. Tomorrow we shall explore the city together. After releasing Linglong, Yunja returned to his room. The guest chamber was neither too large nor too small. After taking a shower, he lay on the bed, listening to the sound of rain outside. Reflecting on the recent days, he realized he had met few people in the 7-god star domain. Yet he had encountered 3 deities. While many might regard conversing as equals with deities as a great honor, he was, after all, not a native of this world, bearing responsibilities that differed greatly. Thunder rumbled ominously as the rain intensified. Such weather was peculiar. Could it be related to that deity of thunder? Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Yunja to rise and open it, revealing Ningxian and Linglong standing outside. What is the matter? Linglong said with a hint of sadness. The thunder is so loud, I can't sleep. But you love to sleep. That was in the land of Earth. Indeed, a change of country does make a difference. At that moment, Ningxian and Linglong stepped into the room. Let us chat then. The room was cloaked in darkness. Just as Yunja was about to light a candle, Linglong blew it out. It's much more interesting this way, in complete darkness, despite the absence of light. The occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the room. Yunja noticed that Ningxian had casually lain down on his bed. Though this sight stirred his imagination, he opted to set up a tent in the corner instead, recalling a previous incident. Linglong asked, where shall we go to play tomorrow? Ningxian replied, first, we'll visit the statue of the Thunder God, then wander around. Yes, that is what I was thinking. By the way, is there a banquet in the general city? There isn't a banquet, but there is the Eightfold Pavilion. What is the Eightfold Pavilion? Yunja remained silent, feeling somewhat awkward sharing the same room with Ningxian. Thus, he listened to their conversation until he finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Upon waking, Yunja's first sight was of them still asleep. You're awake? So you all woke up early too. Ningxian stretched lazily, causing Yunja's blood pressure to rise again at the sight of her figure and curves. As Ningxian's gaze fell in his direction, He quickly averted his eyes and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Once everyone was prepared, the three of them left the general's residence and ventured into the market. With the rain cleared, the atmosphere in the general's city resembled that of the divine city, except that it was imbued with a distinct purple hue. Yunzhi inquired, "Did you two not sleep at all last night?" Ningxian replied, "Only you slept like a log. In an unfamiliar place, one must remain vigilant, you know? You make a valid point. I appreciate your concern." Reflecting on the thunder god's words from the previous day, along with his own perceptive awareness, it was undeniable that the deity was indeed who he claimed to be. However, for Ningxian, who was experiencing life away from home for the first time, her cautiousness was entirely appropriate. It was no wonder she insisted they share a bed last night. Should any mishap occur, it was prudent to have each other for support. Yunzhi felt he was too trusting of others, just as he had been captivated by Linglong's appearance upon their first meeting. And recalling the mermaid he encountered on the Sea of Clouds, he realized that without the timely intervention of the Emperor, the outcome could have been dire. It dawned on him how perilously close he had been to death during that encounter. Soon, they purchased breakfast at a diner before making their way to the statue of the Thunder God. The Land of Thunder bore many similarities to the Land of Earth. Both employed a council system of governance. However, the Thunder God was merely the head of the military, while the nation was managed by a parliamentary system. Thus, the statue was situated in a bustling area, drawing dreamers wishing to pay their respects and seek fortune. Due to its geographical location, the Land of Thunder occupied a central position within the seven-god star domain, attracting many from the lands of wind and earth. Those unable to harness elemental power in their own countries often ventured to the Land of Thunder to try their luck. Unlike the elements of wind and earth, the power of lightning was markedly more aggressive. Wind elements enhanced speed, earth elements bolstered strength and resilience, while lightning elements wielded the power of thunder and lightning. This necessity for the Thunder God to unify the military stemmed from the need to prevent those who gained elemental powers from forming factions and waging conflicts against one another. Upon arriving before the statue of the Thunder God, Ningxian cautioned, "If you obtain elemental power, leave immediately. Do not linger here." Understood. Yunzhi approached the statue. Having already seen the Thunder God the previous day, he barely glanced at it before reaching out to touch the statue, which soon emitted a crackling sound. "Look. The statue is reacting." A young man remarked. "The general has acknowledged him. He has received the elemental mark." Upon seeing the elemental mark on his palm, Yunzhi swiftly withdrew his hand and refrained from attempting to wield the elemental power, hastily moving towards Ningxian to exit the area. "Wait." Yunzhi turned back to find several individuals dressed in purple, though not in military attire, blocking his path. Just then, a plump middle-aged man clad in luxurious silks approached, saying, "Young brother, congratulations on receiving the recognition of the esteemed general. I am Wang Laosi from East City. Would you care to befriend me?" "No time." As Yunzhi attempted to walk away, he was intercepted by the man's attendants. Chapter 49, Wang Laosi Young Brother. Please do not be in such a haste to depart. I am genuinely intrigued by your remarkable talent at such a tender age, having acquired the elemental mark. I sincerely wish to forge a friendship with you. Are you out of your mind? What possible connection could a young man like me have with you? Step aside. Upon noticing that a few attendants were obstructing his exit, Yunzhi turned to Ningxian, who resolutely averted her gaze, clearly indicating that she intended to handle the matter herself. You must be from out of town, I presume? It is of no consequence if you are unaware of the reputation of Wang Laosi from East City. I am the commander of the city guard from General City. Might you be interested in joining the guard? At that moment, another group clad in purple military uniforms arrived, and Yunzhi began to comprehend that possessing elemental power distinguished one from the ordinary populace, those of formidable strength. Whether enlisting in the military or serving as enforcers for the affluent, were coveted in any region. "Ah, good air, are you attempting to poach my recruits again?" Wang Laosi protested, though he was soon outnumbered as more individuals gathered before the statue. "Young brother, do not be deceived. Joining the general's mansion means scarce time off throughout the year. Instead, come to my longman escort agency, where you can explore the mountains with my senior and junior sisters, and even have the opportunity to travel abroad. Young brother, I am the envoy for the Jintao Martial Arts School. If you join us, we provide food and lodging in a private villa, with a monthly salary of 50,000, ensuring your family ascends to nobility." Such tempting offers made Yunzhi ponder why he had never experienced anything like this on Earth. True, on Earth he was a subject of the state, but here the situation appeared quite different. In comparison, the official positions offered no respite, lacking competitiveness. Were it not for General Thunder, these individuals might have already infiltrated the council, fostering capitalist ideals. After all, anyone driven by desire could easily be manipulated. Even the strongest could be subjugated if ensnared by stringent rules. I apologize, but I am merely a traveler, devoid of both financial needs and the desire for power. I bid you farewell. With that, Yunzhu attempted to leave once more, only to find these individuals had no intention of letting him go. Ah, young brother. You cannot speak so lightly. You have just gained elemental powers, and without an organization, you may fall prey to those with ill intentions. Fall prey? Humph. Yunzhu scoffed. Let them come. I neither seek trouble nor fear it. With such candid declarations, the onlookers could do nothing but watch as Yunzhu gradually retreated, vanishing into the throng. Subsequently, they began to organize their efforts to investigate Yunzhu's background and residence. Naturally, upon noticing Ningxian deliberately avoiding him, Yunzhu chose not to join her. After all, it was better to handle his own troubles rather than drag her into a potentially bloody conflict. After departing from the statue, Yunzhu returned directly to the general's mansion, leaving those individuals thoroughly bewildered. The general's mansion was the highest military institution in the country, housing the most powerful deities of the planet. Even under ordinary circumstances, it was rare for the general's subordinates to enter freely. How could someone who had just acquired the elemental mark possibly be associated with the general? Once back in the mansion, Yunzhu gazed out, realizing that those individuals were lurking not far outside, leaving him feeling rather helpless. It was absurd that he had just obtained the elemental mark, yet was being pursued as if he were a celebrity. With no other options, Yunzhu retreated to his quarters, lying on the bed while awaiting Ningxian's return. However, shortly thereafter, a delightful fragrance filled the air, igniting excitement within him. Indeed, it was her scent. The sheets were brought from the Earth Kingdom by Ningxian, who possessed a treasure akin to a spatial ring, allowing her to spread her sheets upon his bed. If only this fragrance could be experienced daily. Would it not lead to endless delight? Unbeknownst to him, Yunzhu soon drifted into slumber. When the sun dipped below the horizon, a knock at the door roused him. Ningxian and the others had finally returned. Why are you sleeping on my bed? Ningxian entered the room, hands on her hips, her expression stern. Get down. Oh. Yunzhu hastily rose and inquired, have those people left? Of course not. They are all lackeys of the noble class from the Kingdom of Thunder. They've been watching you all day. They could easily earn thousands by keeping an eye on you. Ningxian rolled up the sheets that Yunzhu had lain upon and tossed them towards a corner of the room. This action startled Yunzhu, who had previously thought her intentions were questionable. However, after their last conversation, he had come to view her as quite normal. Yet now, he wondered if her desire for cleanliness bordered on obsessive. Ningxian replaced the sheets with a fresh set, while Ling Long silently munched on snacks she had purchased earlier. After retrieving the sheets, Yunzhu stored them in his consciousness space, grateful for its ample capacity to accommodate items of various sizes. Share some with me, he implored. Having only had breakfast. Best not to complicate matters, Ningxian advised. I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing out for the next few days. We have plans to travel to the Grass Kingdom, and if we draw too much attention, it could jeopardize our endeavors there. All right, but do take care. At that moment, Ningxian produced a token and stated, rest assured, with this token, no one would dare to provoke us. Yunzhu felt an urge to question why she had not produced it sooner to assist him, but Ling Long's next words nearly shattered his composure. Don't worry. Everything I've eaten these past few days, I'll save a portion for you to enjoy. Who knows, we may have the opportunity to return. Your aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. In the future, we can go wherever we desire. Excellent. Yunzhu observed how Ling Long, though petite, possessed a mature mindset, often feigning childish innocence. Truly, as a being transformed from a deity, her thoughts were peculiar yet irresistibly charming. In the subsequent days, Yunzhu refrained from leaving the general's mansion, while Ningxian took Ling Long out daily, returning with treats. It was not until the eve before their departure that Yunzhu grew anxious, realizing they had yet to return late into the night. In a state of urgency, he sought out General Thunder. After recounting his situation, General Thunder narrowed his eyes and remarked, they must be in trouble. Let us go. No sooner had he spoken than he whisked Yunzhu into the air, swiftly arriving at the scene of the incident. In a secluded corner of the city, Ningxian and her companions were surrounded by a multitude of guards, with numerous corpses strewn about. The sight prompted Yunzhu to deduce that someone had sought to trouble Ningxian, only to be met with her lethal response, escalating the situation and attracting official scrutiny. That girl is impressive, decisive in her actions, a fitting candidate for leadership. Soaring through the air, General Thunder held Yunzhu aloft, refraining from descending. I apologize for the trouble. General, I humbly request your assistance in extricating us from this predicament. Are you not fond of that girl? Would you not wish to attempt the classic hero and amp? Apos, rescue? Do gods truly relish in such schemes? Yunja wrested himself free from General Thunder's grasp and dove downwards. Brothers, this little vixen has slain so many of our brethren. If she escapes today, Wang Laosi shall have no place on these streets. Seize her. Let us see who dares. Yunja charged forth, glaring fiercely at Wang Laosi. Do you seek death? Upon Yunja and Apos' arrival, all eyes turned to Wang Laosi, who recognized that Yunja was affiliated with the general and Apos' mansion and hesitated. Uncertain of how to proceed, we and Apos, relieving. Yunja unfurled the wings of the wind god, grasping Ning Xian and Apos' wrist as he prepared to ascend. With a resolute bite of his teeth, Wang Laosi declared, Brothers, this man has slain our kin. Not even the esteemed general can shield them from justice. We must not allow their escape. His subordinates ascended into the skies, unfurling their thunder god and Apos' wings to encircle Yunja and his companions. Yet none dared to make the first move. After all, this woman was known for her mercilessness, and it was uncertain who might be the next to meet their demise. Wang Laosi joined them in the air, addressing Yunja, Young brother, your woman has taken the lives of many of my brothers. Shouldn't there be an explanation? An explanation? Yunja retorted, Does my woman need to justify her actions? Are you so fearless of death? Initially, Ning Xian believed Yunja would inquire about the events that transpired earlier, but upon hearing his words, she tightened her grip on his hand. Although Yunja and Apos' response was far from decorous and rather shameless, it exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. Kill without mercy. A thunderous roar erupted. As lightning crackled and thunder rumbled in the air, elemental forces of lightning colliding with those of earth. To ensure Linglong and Apos' safety, Yunja swiftly enveloped her within his consciousness space. Thus began the aerial combat between the two factions. Despite Ning Xian and Apos' formidable strength, the overwhelming onslaught left her somewhat beleaguered, as many among their assailants wielded advanced powers of the lightning element, compelling Yunja and Ning Xian to adopt a defensive stance. Enough. A network of electricity separated Yunja and Ning Xian. The thunder god, having intervened to halt the conflict, finally made his presence known, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this? With the appearance of the general, all parties dispersed. Wang Laosi asserted, General, this vile woman has slain numerous brothers of mine. We seek vengeance and implore you to uphold justice. The thunder god inquired, What prompted her to kill? Was it not your brethren who provoked her? Wang Laosi countered, Which of my brothers instigated her? This woman is a demon of death, slaying those she finds displeasing without provocation. Indeed, I witnessed her wielding earth elemental forces to collapse the entire inn, burying many of my brothers alive. Over 20 of my comrades, bonded through life and death, met a tragic fate, he lamented. His subordinates expressed their sorrow and rage, seemingly unwilling to relent until the matter was resolved. The thunder god understood Wang Laosi and Apos' nature. The Wang family was a prominent clan in General City. Although Wang Laosi enjoyed forging connections, he often indulged his subordinates, thus bearing part of the responsibility for the current situation. The thunder god turned his gaze to Ning Xian, who remained silent, looking instead at Yunja. What could Yunja do? He promptly released Linglong and inquired about the unfolding events. With the thunder god in close proximity, Linglong spoke with a tone of grievance. It was them. They approached me with ill intentions, drawn to my sister's beauty, attempting to harass and even kidnap her. They're the true villains. Hearing this, Wang Laosi and Apos' fury reached its peak, his beard bristling as he retorted, Nonsense. Utter nonsense. My brothers merely sought to befriend her upon noticing her elemental prowess, yet she resorted to murder at the slightest disagreement. You are the one speaking falsehoods. It was your men who sought to abduct my sister, preventing her from leaving, while also attempting to tease me. My sister acted out of concern for my safety, and her actions were justified. Silence. Wang Laosi could no longer contain himself, crying out to the thunder god, This is sheer absurdity. I implore you, General, see through this deception. I, Wang Laosi, am a well-known figure in General City. This little one is blatantly slandering me. The thunder god shifted his gaze to Yunja, who replied, If the general does not welcome us, we shall take our leave. This matter is indeed my fault. At this juncture, Ning Xian finally spoke. Releasing Yunja's hand, the conflict began when they sought to make my acquaintance. Upon my refusal, they attempted to touch Linglong, which resulted in an unfortunate incident leading to this chaos. Yunja tightly grasped Ning Xian and Apos' hand, asserting, This is not your fault, in any realm. The rules are dictated by the strong. We need not adhere to them rigidly, for rules are meant to be broken. Upon hearing this, the Thunder God realized that Yunzhi was no fool. Armed with power, he was unwilling to be subjugated. Thus, he turned to Wang Laosi, stating, I am now aware of the situation. Wang Laosi, return with your men. These three are esteemed guests from another realm, and should you challenge this, wait until you possess the strength to do so. Disperse. No. Wang Laosi exclaimed, resolute and unyielding. The general once stated that as long as his subjects commit no crimes, even divine beings shall protect us. Now, you not only fail to safeguard your subjects, but also favor outsiders, dismissing the truth without investigation. We shall not abide by this. We too shall not abide. The others echoed. The Thunder God scoffed. What does it matter if you refuse? They are under my protection. Then let the general kill me. Wang Laosi propelled himself forward, declaring, I, Wang Laosi, yield to the general only because I cannot defeat him. If the general insists on favoritism, then let him slay me. Otherwise, I must avenge my brothers, even at the cost of my life. The Thunder God surveyed the others, asking, what say you? Vengeance! Vengeance! The scene unfolded before Yunzhi, who recognized Wang Laosi's maneuver as an attempt to curry favor. It was astonishing that in such a stratified society, there existed individuals with such clarity of vision. Wang Laosi was indeed a remarkable figure. Yet, was it truly wise to disregard the dignity of one and Apos, s own nation and Apos, s deity? In light of this, the Thunder God sighed deeply, his right hand crackling with electricity as it surged to life. Upon meeting the general's gaze, Yunzhi instantly sensed the impending peril. Then let you all perish at my hand. Chapter 50. A catastrophe at the airfield on this day. The city of General was engulfed in thunder and lightning, the monumental sound drowning out all else, marking the demise of Wang Laosi. It was precisely for this reason that Yunzhi came to understand the profound intentions of the Thunder God. Had these individuals not been eliminated, such a tremendous commotion would surely attract scrutiny upon their arrival in the kingdom of Earth, given their sensitive identities. Originally, the Thunder Goddess trials were meant to instill a fearless spirit against tyranny and to embrace challenges. The people of the Kingdom of Thunder were inherently combative, devoid of cowards when subjected to fair rules, each unafraid of death. The Thunder General amalgamated these individuals into a nation, aiming to safeguard the weaker ones and reduce conflicts. However, to his astonishment, these people dared to threaten him, relying on their numbers. To prevent the impending plans from collapsing, the Thunder God decisively executed them all. There was no other choice. Wang Laosi had persistently tested the boundaries of life and death, daring to provoke the divine. Now, he had brought ruin upon himself and his brethren. Simultaneously, it affirmed that he would forever stand by Yunzhi's side, rekindling trust between the parties that had nearly drifted apart. Yunzhi felt a tinge of embarrassment for causing such a disturbance in the Kingdom of Thunder, knowing he would have to rely on the Thunder God to clean up the aftermath. He continued, Please do not take offense, General. We shall refrain from venturing out in the future. The matter was settled, and the Thunder God stated he would attend to the Council's aftermath, urging them to return, as they were to depart the following day. Thank you, Thunder God. After the Thunder God ascended towards the heart of the city, Yunzhi and the others hastily returned to the guest quarters of the General's mansion. Upon entering, Ningxian suddenly pulled Yunzhi, bringing them face to face. What's wrong? Thank you for what happened just now. Isn't it a bit too formal to say thank you? Yunzhi remarked, instinctively wrapping an arm around Ningxian's waist. She did not resist, gazing at him as they slowly drew closer. Hey, what are you two doing? Linglong suddenly shouted, floating between them. Are you hungry? I remember we packed a lot of food today. Disturbed by her interruption, Yunzhi immediately released Ningxian and lay back in his tent, inwardly cursing Linglong for her lack of understanding. Earlier, she had hoped for their closeness. Yet now she disrupted their progress. Truly vexing. Ningxian took out some items they had bought earlier, and Linglong hurriedly presented them to Yunzhi, exclaiming, Try this. It's really delicious. Yunzhi, however, had no appetite, especially as he noticed Ningxian retreating to the washroom. He swiftly pressed Linglong down. Were you doing that on purpose? Kiki. I was indeed, she replied mischievously. Why? Yunzhi whispered, leaning in to nibble on her ear. I was worried you wouldn't be able to control yourself. What does that have to do with you? Linglong pouted. You can't do that yet. It's still part of my guidance. What? Upon hearing this, Yunzhi felt deflated, sitting weakly inside the tent, questioning his life choices. Indeed, Linglong had previously warned him that until he reached a certain level, he should refrain from crossing that line, lest he face grave risks. He hadn't anticipated that the very guide he had arranged for himself would also be entwined with this matter. Seeing Yuji's apparent discontent, Linglong approached him and nuzzled against his chest like a small cat. Don't be sad. If it's just a kiss, a little nuzzle is fine too. All right then, let us nuzzle. Just then, as Ningxian emerged from her bath, she instantly caught sight of their intimate exchange. You two should tone it down. This place has no soundproofing. After Linglong departed, Yunzhi realized what it meant to experience a mental opiate and hastily rushed to take a cold shower. Reflecting that this was indeed divine territory, where mortals' actions could easily be perceived by higher beings, he resolved to exercise restraint. Since both had been candid, the next step was merely a matter of time. The following day, once all preparations were complete, the Thunder General notified Yunzhi and the others to proceed towards the Kingdom of Grass. The airfield outside General City was bustling, teeming with people, and the flow of vehicles rivaled that of certain domestic airports. Although there were many airfields in the Kingdom of Thunder, the one in General City served as an international hub, with all foreign vessels required to pass through here first. I still need to buy some local specialties, Linglong cheerfully announced as she approached a vendor. After purchasing some exquisite trinkets, Ningxian promptly paid the elderly vendor. What a lovely child. Is this your daughter? The old lady inquired. Yes, Ningxian replied, casting a quick glance at the kindly old woman, wishing to avoid further conversation as she pulled Linglong away. At this moment, the Thunder God led Yunzhi and the others to the airfield. Upon boarding the vessel, they were startled to see the same elderly woman suddenly maneuvering through the crowd with remarkable agility, heading towards them. Young man, I have something wonderful to show you, she called out. Official merchant vessel ahead. Unauthorized personnel must not approach. The old lady was intercepted, leaving Yunzhi and his companions at a loss for words. Linglong shouted to the old woman, "Thank you, but I no longer need it." Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the direction of the old lady, engulfing a vast area in chaos as the entire airfield descended into turmoil. Is this a terrorist attack? Fortunately, the Thunder God reacted swiftly, utilizing divine power to shield the vessel. Tragically, the two soldiers who had detained the old woman, along with a significant number of bystanders, were consumed by flames in an instant. Yunzhi was taken aback. A suicide bombing? Why would that old woman resort to such measures, especially against his beloved Linglong? His heart was heavy not only with the sorrow of innocent lives lost, but also with rage. Why would anyone inflict such harm upon Linglong? Had she not adorned herself beautifully today, that moment could have marked his irrevocable loss. Quickly, the surrounding guards sealed off the area, transporting the injured to medical assistance and the deceased to their final resting places, while the survivors were subjected to thorough interrogations. Terrorist attacks at the official airfield of the Kingdom of Thunder were a rarity, last witnessed a century prior. In an era where people had food to eat and clothes to wear, who would resort to such societal vengeance? The Thunder General was furious. The electrical currents coursing through him became uncontrollable as he soared into the sky. I have granted you leniency, General S. Mansion. Take heed. Seize the Wang family in East City and all related personnel. Those who resist shall be met with merciless slaughter. From this day forth, all holders of elemental seals, excluding public servants, must vacate the city and any common gathering places. Any violations will be met with immediate execution. At this moment, Yunzhi ascended into the heavens, closely followed by Ningxian and the others. Is it the Wang family? Do they think they are safe without evidence? The Thunder God glared in the direction of the Wang family, declaring, "In my eyes, murder requires no evidence. Even if every soul on this planet were to perish, I would not flinch. I recall the invasion by the demon god. Weakness is the original sin." With that, he charged straight towards the Wang residence. By now, the area surrounding the Wang family was tightly encircled by soldiers, and the household servants were defiantly confronting the troops. What are you doing? The Wang family has always abided by the law. Do you possess a Council S search warrant or any evidence? Boom. A heavy hammer descended from above, instantly crushing the lead servant into a bloody mess, creating a large hole at the entrance. The Thunder God, Yunzhi, and the others gradually descended before the Wang manor. Wang Lao-yi, the deity, was uncertain how to govern the nation, hence he entrusted the power to the parliament. Yet, how have you treated me? Explosions at the airfield. Do you even regard me? Wang Lao-yi is, of course, the current ruler of the Wang family. Upon encountering the Thunder God, he instantly knelt. Injustice. A tremendous injustice. Though our Wang family wields considerable influence in General City, We would never stake our entire lineage in protest against the general. This matter is clearly a deliberate act of societal retribution, unrelated to us. At that moment, the members of the Wang family were all kneeling, pleading for mercy, abandoning their previous demands for evidence. After all, the general had just executed 5 or 6 servants without uttering a word. Who would dare to challenge him at such a perilous moment? With a sweeping gesture, the thunder god caused the walls of the Wang estate to crumble. Suddenly, a child lost control of his body as the thunder god seized his neck. "Grandpa, save me." Cough, cough. The intensity of the lightning increased. Blood oozing from the child and Appo's mouth, leaving him unable to cry out. The deity intoned 3 words, "If you do not confess, I shall make you witness the ruin of your family. However, if you comply, I shall merely execute those directly involved." At this juncture, the thunder god resembled a demon, instilling fear even in Yunjia. Using the child as a hostage for coercion was an affront to morality. Seeing this, Wang Laoyi and Appo's heart bled. Yet he protested against the injustice. "Thunder god, even if you were to annihilate my entire family, this matter is not related to the Wang family. Please, be discerning." The Wang family members united in their pleas, even the nearby servants prostrating themselves, beseeching the general to clarify the situation. Crack! A small child's neck was snapped, and with the general and Appo's elemental power, he swiftly turned to ash, as if he had never existed. Do you think that the death of a few will allow this matter to pass? The thunder god, growing impatient, waved his hand once more, causing all but Wang Laoyi to collapse, their bodies convulsing. Hearken! All members of the Wang family are to be taken to the dungeons for severe interrogation. Regardless of confession, all shall be subjected to torment until death releases them. Upon hearing this, Wang Laoyi could no longer maintain his composure. He knelt and repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. "Spare me, General. I swear this matter was not orchestrated by me. If I am guilty, let lightning strike me down." Boom. In the next instant, Wang Laoyi was struck by a bolt of lightning, perishing on the spot. Hold! Just as the guards prepared to ransack the Wang estate, an elder emerged. "General, do you not fear divine retribution for your tyrannical deeds in the mortal realm?" Boom. The elder, a retired patriarch of the Wang family, vanished upon his entrance. Subsequently, the thunder god proceeded to the parliament, issuing a series of commands that set the entire nation into a flurry of activity. After the Wang family faced total annihilation, those with elemental marks across the land dared not voice their anger. For the general had declared that he would rather execute the innocent than let one guilty person escape. Such ruthless efficiency left Yunjia in no position to critique. Yet he grasped a profound truth. Weakness is the original sin. To be born human yet lack strength is tantamount to inviting death. Otherwise, one would face the exploitation of the powerful and the scorn of the worthless. The journey to the grass kingdom did not linger long. The thunder god had already broadcasted his intentions nationwide, instructing that any disobedience would be noted for retribution upon his return. He then took Yunjia and the others aboard a merchant vessel bound for the Grass Kingdom. In just a few days, the trio found themselves aboard a spacecraft heading into the cosmos. "General, I apologize for the troubles during your time in the Thunder Nation. Such matters are trivial, as long as they do not impede our forthcoming objectives." The thunder god reclined in his chair, resting his eyes. Yunjia, still haunted by the events that transpired since his arrival in the Thunder Nation, felt a pang of guilt. Yet, upon recalling that the targets of the opposition were Ling Long and Ning Xian, who resorted to human bombs, he felt no sympathy for them. The demise of one group necessitated the sacrifice of another. It was not merely about eliminating a singular foe. Even after the Wang family members acknowledged that this calamity was orchestrated by Wang Laoxi's uncle, it mattered little. To prevent such incidents in the future, one must eradicate the root of the issue, lest history repeat itself. Nonetheless, Yunjia still felt unfulfilled, for he had not personally dealt with the adversary. As time passed, Yunjia sensed they were drawing closer to the Snow Kingdom, and as they neared the Grass Kingdom, a brilliant vista unfolded. This was a true life planet, lush and vibrant, radiating vitality. He pondered whether the Grass Kingdom resembled an unspoiled forest. The Thunder God, disguised as an ordinary person, along with the facial modifications made by the trio due to recent events, ensured they would not be recognized in this world devoid of media and cameras. As they approached the Grass Kingdom, an air of unease began to permeate among them. "General, the opposing side demands inspection from the satellites." The captain relayed to the Thunder God. "Proceed as required." The Thunder God appeared to have anticipated this scenario, and informed Yunzhi. Next, we shall deliberate on our necessary actions upon reaching the Grass Kingdom. The Thunder God led Yunzhi and his companions to a secure chamber, stating, "Upon arrival in the Grass Kingdom, I will remain concealed while searching for the Grass God and assessing the political landscape. You shall infiltrate the rebel forces." What? Chapter 51. The Black Scythe King. Upon hearing these words, Linglong became indignant, her fist on her hips as she exclaimed, "If we go to the rebels, what if a conflict arises? Wouldn't we be marching to our doom? We must first understand the situation of the rebels." Thor responded, "The Grass Country, due to its policy of isolationism, has infringed upon the rights of numerous merchants and organizations, leading to persistent opposition against the regime. Thus, they have formed a resistance force to combat the official authority. Over the years, the rebels have continuously clashed with the government. Since this is an internal conflict, the intervention of foreign nations is prohibited without the Grass God's involvement. Although the government, under mounting pressure, has recently opened a new trade port, it cannot alter the reality of the rebellion." Yunzhi inquired, "If the trade port was open due to the resistance, it implies the populace still hopes for their victory. Why then do the authorities engage in such folly?" "Everything hinges on establishing contact with the Grass God," Thor replied. At this moment, Ningxian raised a question. "So, if we join the rebels, our task is to assist them in overthrowing the rulers?" "Not at all," Thor clarified. "Your primary duty is to gather intelligence on the rebels. When the time is right, I will share pertinent information with you. Our main objective is still to reach out to the Grass God. The nation is on the brink of division, and the Grass God remains silent. There may even be spies within the rebels." Thor then patted Yunzhi on the shoulder, saying, "With such a strategist by your side, I need not worry about your safety." "What about me?" Linglong looked at Thor, her expression a mixture of grievance and eagerness. As if pleading for praise, "I am quite capable too. You are indeed an excellent guide." Thunder smiled, continuing, "You need not fear concealing your identities when joining the rebels. Even on the battlefield, do not hesitate to fight. Eliminate any threats. As long as I am here, even if the situation escalates dramatically, you will remain unharmed." With a deity watching over him, Yunzhi sensed that the forthcoming journey would be increasingly intriguing. "Thank you, General," he replied. "However, your expectations may be overly optimistic. If we fail to locate the Grass God, I will have to take matters into my own hands. After all, strength is the key to achieving any objective. And I possess that strength." Thor settled into his seat, crossing his legs, which made Yunzhi slightly uncomfortable. It seemed that those with power enjoyed such displays. No wonder Linglong had once told him that gods evolved from humans. Thus, Thor appeared to be a figure who had ascended through pretense and growth. This is troublesome. At that moment, Linglong presented a souvenir she had purchased from an elderly woman at the airfield, stating, "This is an explosive. It is about to detonate. May I open a window to discard it?" Recalling the earlier incident at the airfield, Yunzhi felt a lump in his throat. When he glanced at Thor, he observed him calmly holding the explosive. Such an item will not explode in space. However, upon landing in the Grass Country, it will detonate the moment the cargo bay opens. Allow me to dispose of it. With that, Thor crushed the souvenir into dust with his palm. Thankfully, nothing happened. Yunzhi thought as he held Linglong close, realizing the terrifying nature of this world. Yet, reflecting on Earth, where some unstable nations exhibited similar circumstances, he comprehended the fragility of life. He also grasped a profound truth. In any region, the law of the jungle prevails. Only by becoming powerful can one protect those around them. As the spaceship delved deeper, it eventually landed on the satellite of the Grass Country. "The situation appears precarious," Thor declared. Yunzhi was eager to ask questions, but as the spacecraft landed smoothly, a group of soldiers surrounded them. The soldiers of the Grass Country were markedly different from those of the Thunder Country. They did not wear the symbolic green uniforms, but rather a unified black, exuding an air of solemnity. However, as soon as they landed, Yunzhi sensed a pull on the power within his consciousness. Typically, this indicated the proximity of the abyss or impending mortal danger. "What is wrong?" Linglong, curious about Yunzhi's reaction, approached to investigate but was swiftly drawn into his consciousness. He could not allow her to suffer harm again. Soon, a squad of soldiers boarded the ship, immediately commencing a thorough search of the cabin. Despite the vessel belonging to the official faction of the Thunder Country, their inspection was ruthlessly invasive, neglecting no personal space. However, trouble arose when they insisted on conducting body searches. "You may search, but what is the purpose of a group of men searching a woman?" The captain of the guard stroked his beard, responding, "If you refuse the search, then you may leave." At that moment, The captain wished to declare their immediate departure. But the true Thor was present, and everyone understood that he intended to infiltrate the grass country. Yunja looked at the soldiers and suddenly smiled, presenting a large sum of money with both hands. "Esteemed sir, this is my capable aid. Might I request a favor, considering I owe you all? With such a beautiful and captivating aid, a favor should indeed be granted." The captain accepted the money, then turned to the others, declaring, "Your aid shall remain. The rest of you, take your leave." "Why is that?" "Because on this satellite, I hold the authority." Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, the leading captain collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Enemy attack. Alert. Boom, boom, boom. Sparks ignited from all directions, and in an instant, thousands of soldiers surged from both ground and air, surrounding the spacecraft, while piercing alarms echoed towards the grass country's main planet. "Are you declaring war on the grass country? You are not worthy." Thor grinned wickedly, transforming at that moment into a demon, his lone eye gazing at the sky as massive thunderclouds gathered above the planet. Then, a domineering voice resonated through the vacuum of the grass country satellite, transmitted by the power of the thunder element, causing ripples that hinted at alarming foreign deities. "Grass god, come forth. Otherwise, I, Thor, shall raze the grass country to the ground." In just 2 sentences, chaos erupted in the grass country. The satellite was seized by deities, and the rebels rapidly assembled, preparing to attack the official forces. Simultaneously, the higher-ups were thrown into disarray. However, the true core, the president of the grass country, immediately commandeered a ship towards the satellite. The soldiers, initially bold, now hesitated, faced with an invasion by a deity, particularly one who mastered the power of thunder. Who dared to act? "General Thor, the grass god is in seclusion. State your demands, and we will do our utmost to accommodate you before the grass god emerges." "My demand is to see the grass god. If the grass god does not appear, I shall assume he is dead, and you shall accompany him to the grave." Thor hovered in midair, his eyes slightly closed, continuing, "I have never needed a reason to slay those without divine protection. You have 1 more quarter hour." Why must the general be so severe? "The grass god's seclusion has led us to lose faith. Why not merge the grass country with the thunder country? That would be a blessing for the entire nation." A ship swiftly approached, and as Yunju observed, he suddenly felt a violent reaction in his consciousness. Tightly grasping Ningxian, there is something amiss. That individual is the president of the grass country. Upon encountering the president of the grass kingdom, the thunder god remained with his eyes closed, disdainfully remarking, "I am capable of slaying my own kin. How dare you appear before me? Since the grass god does not show himself, I shall first eliminate the president of your nation." "Calm your wrath, General," came the response, as soldiers swiftly positioned themselves in front of the president. The assassination of their leader would not only signify national disgrace, but would also jeopardize their futures. Zzz. An electric net descended from the heavens, paralyzing those who ventured too close, compelling them to retreat. As the net approached the president, a green scythe suddenly hurtled from the void, aimed directly at the thunder god. "Humph. At last, you reveal yourself?" The thunder god sensed the threat and swiftly evaded. To his astonishment, he found himself confronted by the formidable Black Scythe King, a spear of the Black Abyss Legion, whose power rivaled that of the supreme deities. The grass god was likely no more. Cackling, a massive, demonic green claw emerged from behind the soldiers, reclaiming the green scythe. As it passed, the green mist dissolved the soldiers entirely, leaving no screams or remnants behind, as if they had never existed in this world. Witnessing such a manifestation of the Black Abyss, Yunja grasped Ningxian's arm tightly. He yearned to immerse her in his consciousness, but the circumstances were not conducive. Unlike Ningxian, who was composed of true flesh and soul, any attention from the Black Abyss monarch would spell certain doom. Yet, why did the other deities not respond to the ostentatious arrival of the Black Abyss? Was the wind god guarding the entrance to the Black Abyss? The emperor at Yunfan Sea? Most divine beings seemed occupied with opposing the Black Abyss, hinting at a grand conspiracy enveloping the entire 7 divine star domain. Where is the grass god? Since I have emerged from the grass star, where is the grass god? The Black Scythe King appeared unhurried, turning his gaze toward the home planet of the grass kingdom, which, once vibrant green, suddenly darkened as if all life had been extinguished. "What do you intend?" The thunder god assumed a defensive stance, but the scene that followed was even more terrifying. The very planet of the grass kingdom transformed into a pitch-black sphere, signifying the obliteration of all its inhabitants. Yunja cast a fleeting glance at the darkened sphere, quickly averting his gaze as it began to collapse, morphing into a black hole. The abyssal imagery was enough to induce sheer terror, rendering existence devoid of meaning. Soon, the planet began to spin faster, and Yunja realized that the ground beneath him was slipping away, the entire satellite being drawn into the black hole. "Submit to me, and you shall attain unparalleled glory." It became evident that the Black Abyss monarch deliberately spared him from descent. Though the phrase sounded familiar, he found himself paralyzed with fear. Even without the Black Abyss's scrutiny, he entertained thoughts of surrender. At this moment, the Thunder God acknowledged the Black Scythe King's formidable nature and promptly stated, "Black Scythe, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave." In an instant, the thunderous light vanished, leaving Yunja trembling. Ningxian gripped his hands tightly, realizing that such terrifying beings existed within the seven divine star domain, even instilling fear in the Thunder God. Her anxiety left her breathless. She regretted coming, wishing she had remained under the Emperor's protection in the Earth Kingdom. A living planet could be extinguished in an instant. Such phenomena had utterly shattered her worldview. "To submit to you, will I attain immortality?" Yunja stammered, his legs buckling, nearly collapsing without Ningxian's support. The Black Scythe King's ghastly appearance, a skull with a mass of decaying flesh, paired with his green-hued eyes, was truly horrifying. "Indeed, but first, you must reveal the source of your power to me. I must enter your consciousness to seize that strength." The Black Abyss had already acquired intelligence from the Wind Kingdom. Learning of Yunja's capacity to resist them, they intended to capture him upon his arrival in the Grass Kingdom. But his unexpected accompaniment of the Thunder God altered the plan. Fortunately, the Thunder God had departed, leaving only Yunja to be ensnared by the Black Abyss. However, Yunja would not permit him access to his consciousness. Linglong resided there, and should the Black Scythe King acquire the secrets of the Light Divine and Appos' repository, it would spell disaster. Linglong had once spoken of the repository and Appos' vast knowledge on opposing the Black Abyss, and should the Black Scythe King gain it, the Black Abyss would annihilate the lineage of the Light Divine, positioning themselves atop the cosmic hierarchy. This was no mere dynastic shift. The Black Abyss represented pollution. Perhaps the slaughter of countless mortals was merely a necessary sacrifice for their unification. Yet, the aesthetic of the Black Abyss was abhorrent. A universe governed by such grotesque, life-disrespecting entities would be better off obliterated. Faced with this terrifying being, Yunja saw but one recourse: self-destruction. "Linglong, you have betrayed me." Boom. At that moment, a radiant shadow severed the Black Scythe King's path, instantly transporting Yunja and Ningxian away. The Black Scythe King himself erupted in an explosion, obstructing his escape route. In that instant, Yunja stood in stunned silence as Linglong, the angelic deity, the Earth God, and 5 other unfamiliar deities appeared, encircling the Black Scythe King from all sides. So this was the plan all along, a coordinated effort to subdue the Black Scythe King. The Thunder God remarked as he materialized behind Yunja. Chapter 52, The Battle Among the Stars. The Black Scythe King, a significant executioner of the Black Abyss Demon God, had already transcended the limits of power. Countless deities and Appos' blood stained his hands, and the number of obliterated planets was beyond measure. His infamous reputation echoed throughout the universe, known to all divine and demonic beings. Yet, even such a formidable fiend found himself at a disadvantage when confronted by the united front of 8 gods. Yunja marveled. Subjugation? What manner of being is this Black Scythe King? The true rank of the Black Abyss and Appos' supreme deity remained a mystery to him, ever since he had become aware. It seemed the entity derived pleasure solely from annihilating life. Yunja was left speechless, pondering how a deity could reach such a state through the act of murder. Gods were born from the purification of humanity, yet what of demons accustomed to slaughter? At that moment, the previously silent Ningxian inquired, "What of the 7-god star domain? Where has it vanished?" It was then that Yunja realized that the entire 7-god star domain, including the sun, had completely disappeared, prompting him to tighten his grip on Ningxian's hand. Could it be destroyed? Of course, it has been concealed. I am the last to learn of this revelation. For now, we must guard the entrances to the 7-god star domain. We should depart. Wait. Can we not observe this battle? With the Black Scythe King now cut off from communication, it was certain that the Black Abyss would respond, while they were primarily tasked with overseeing the mortal realm. Upon concluding his words, the Thunder God whisked Yunja and the others away, vanishing into the cosmos. Meanwhile, the encirclement aimed at the Black Scythe King had officially formed, and a divine war was poised to erupt. As the guardian of the light god statue, Kailing Long, alongside the angel god, the earth god, and 5 other deities, prepared to annihilate the cosmic executioner, the Black Scythe King. It had been years since their grievances needed resolution. The ice god, the sole supreme deity of the 7 god star domain, had been preparing for this ambush against the Black Scythe King since the turmoil in the Grass Kingdom a century prior. With the subsequent arrival of the Light Star God and the Angel God, she was resolute in eradicating this demon from the 7 god star domain, regardless of the cost. Such a grand spectacle, the Black Scythe King remarked, making no attempt to flee. Instead, he set his scythe aside and produced a vial, declaring, in the divine realm. With each divine being and amp, apos, estimise, they diminish in number. This is the divine essence of the light god, the deity of the grass element. Release her, and I shall free myself. At that moment, Kailing Long and Apos' heart raced with anxiety. The grass god had once served alongside her under the light god, and now that they had reunited, she felt compelled to devise a way to rescue her. Yet, it was too late. The emperor would not grant an opportunity. How foolish you are, employing mortal tricks to deceive the divine. Just then, an elder appeared from another direction. Had Yunja been present, he would have recognized this figure as Qing Yuan, who had informed the emperor of the events in the Grass Kingdom when she and a host of immortals visited the Earth Kingdom. The emperor had concealed this information from Yunja to prevent the Black Scythe King from preemptively countering their plans. Thus, a pretense was created to send the Thunder God and Yunja to the Grass Kingdom, all to await this very moment. No wonder your divine essence was obliterated without a trace. You had already fled. Qing Yun's form swiftly transformed from that of an elderly man back into the middle-aged visage of the Grass God. She remained silent, for sacrificing the lives of the entire Grass Kingdom was an affront to her reverence for life. To allow the Black Scythe King to live would render her unworthy of existence. Attack! Boom! The divine battle erupted, causing a small star domain on the periphery of the galaxy to explode, alarming several surrounding civilizations. In the vast depths of the cosmic starfield, the confrontation between the 9 deities and the Black Scythe King raged fiercely. The Black Scythe King stood defiantly in the darkness, draped in black chains, exuding an air of mystery and authority. The 9 deities shone like brilliant stars, wielding sacred artifacts as they launched their assault from all directions. The starry sky glimmered, and the Milky Way flowed like a cascading waterfall, with countless stars swirling like grains of sand. Each time a star flickered, a powerful energy beam surged toward the Black Scythe King. The king showed no fear, wielding his black scythe. With every swing, he cleaved through energy beams. The 9 deities did not rush their attacks, moving in synchronized steps and rhythm, gradually forcing the Black Scythe King toward the edge of the cosmos, where a gargantuan black hole loomed, its diameter rivaling that of an asteroid. The black hole, a crucial element in maintaining the balance between life and destruction in the universe, was a battleground only dared to be approached by demon-level beings. For even in death, remnants of their consciousness would remain. Only the black hole could obliterate them entirely. 9 against 1, what a pitiful endeavor. The Black Scythe King suddenly launched a fierce offensive, darting through the starfield like a dark meteor. His scythe illuminated the surrounding dark star systems. However, the 9 deities held their ground like steadfast stars, utilizing their divine power to withstand the king's onslaught. As the battle escalated, the atmosphere within the starry expanse grew increasingly tense, with each strike akin to detonating a bomb in the silent cosmos. The surrounding starlight dimmed in their wake, seemingly intimidated by the sheer force unleashed. In the end, the Black Scythe King was cornered at the edge of the black hole, his form drawn toward its gravitational pull, on the verge of being thrust into oblivion. For no matter the size of a black hole, any god or demon that entered would never return. It was within such a void that the light god had vanished years ago. Would his turn come now? Despicable! At this moment, the Black Scythe King found himself on the brink of the black hole's gravity, while every other direction was ensnared by a vast net woven by the 9 gods. He faced a choice: be drawn into the black hole and vanish from the universe, or continue battling the 9 deities until his powers were exhausted, leaving him vulnerable to their slaughter. The Black Scythe King had never anticipated that after believing he could eliminate the Grass God and lie in wait in the Grass Kingdom to eliminate the remaining deities, he had long since exposed himself. It was only upon witnessing the Grass God's sudden appearance that he realized he had been outmaneuvered. The Grass God had escaped right beneath his nose, a humiliation for one of his caliber. Leave me a glimmer of hope for future encounters. I know that the Black Abyss and Apos, Next target is the Milky Way. Release me, and I shall vow to ensure the Black Abyss never encroaches upon the Virgo supercluster. Even a cornered dog will leap over a wall, how much more so a demon? Yet, he underestimated the resolve and unified intentions of the deities. Chapter 53. The meaning of existence. Just moments ago, you wielded divine authority to deceive. It appears that your understanding of life has only grown more muddled. Qingyun, gripping her verdant staff, was consumed by rage as memories of the calamities in the divine realm flooded her mind. She recalled the annihilation of the beings from the land of grass at the hands of the light god. And all she felt was a deep-seated resentment towards her own inadequacies. Of course, the 9 deities were not fools. Nor did the Black Scythe King anticipate their united objective, to extinguish his life by any means necessary. The once disjointed divine realm no longer existed. They were unified in purpose. As the encirclement tightened, the Black Scythe King finally sensed the impending peril. Then let us all perish together, he bellowed, unleashing a furious howl that resonated through the cosmos. His magical energy swirled around him like a tempest of darkness, and a colossal black vortex materialized behind him, threatening to consume the entire starlit expanse. The 9 deities immediately heightened their vigilance, recognizing this as the Black Scythe King's ultimate technique. They summoned their artifacts, channeling their divine power into a formidable torrent of energy, prepared to confront his devastating assault. In that critical moment, the Black Scythe King transformed into a beam of darkness, piercing through the swirling abyss, racing towards the fire god. Faced with the terror that made the entire divine realm tremble, the fire god faltered, opting to evade rather than confront. This choice, however, created a small gap through which the Black Scythe King swiftly escaped. The other deities wasted no time, pursuing the dark beam with fervor. Chase him down. Even if it leads us to the depths of the abyss, we must slay him. Thus, an intense battle erupted in the cosmos, a relentless pursuit between the Black Scythe King and the 9 deities that spanned vast regions of their galaxy. What began as a siege had transformed into a chase, wreaking havoc across countless planets. After all, deities were rare entities in the universe. Without their protection, worlds caught in the cataclysmic energy fluctuations faced annihilation. Meanwhile, Yunzhe and Ningxian, guided by the Thunder God, traversed a considerable distance and discovered that the original planets of the 7 divine star domains still existed, with Qinke awaiting them above. Given the gravity of recent events, it was imperative that they safeguard the remaining planets. Upon returning to the Earth Kingdom, Yunzhe and Ningxian promptly journeyed to the Imperial Palace to confer with Ningtian. They ordered the sealing of Yunfan Sea, decreeing the complete eradication of any life forms emerging from its depths. The Wind Kingdom enjoyed the protection of Qinke, while the entrance to the abyss in the Ice Kingdom had long been sealed by the Ice God. Henceforth, their focus would be on the Fire Kingdom, Earth Kingdom, and Wind Kingdom. Though it was certain that abyssal servants had infiltrated the 7 divine star domain, they could not allow them to exploit this turmoil, especially in light of the recent destruction of the Grass Kingdom. On that fateful day, everyone remained indoors, perceiving the atmosphere as one ripe with impending doom. As their deities exhibited signs of restlessness, the Wind God and Thunder God, stationed in the 7 divine star domain, issued warnings. Anyone causing disturbances would face death. Particularly, Yun Di and the Thunder God conducted periodic patrols of the surrounding planets, ready to strike if they detected any anomalies. In such a pivotal moment, should the Abyss learn of the Black Scythe King and Apos' predicament, they would undoubtedly launch a massive offensive against the 7 divine star domain, leading to yet another cataclysmic destruction of a star system. At this juncture, Yunzhe, Ningxian, Ningtian, and others found themselves on an island of Yunfan Sea. After all, while others were embroiled in battle, they could not simply recline in comfort. However, upon her return, Ningxian remained silent, her worldview irrevocably altered by the recent events. She now understood the vastness of existence and the terrifying power that could obliterate stars, allowing for freedom of legend across the boundless cosmos. In her youth, she had yearned to soar like a bird in the open sky, but adulthood revealed the folly of such aspirations. True power could only be ascribed to the divine. What is wrong with you? In the tent, Ningtian summoned Yunzhe and Ningxian, determined to seek clarity. She turned to Yunzhe and inquired, "What have you encountered in recent days? The destruction of the Grass Kingdom has left me deeply concerned. Have you faced something dreadful?" "Nothing of great concern. The Emperor and the deities are currently resisting the Abyss. We should simply refrain from causing further chaos," Ningxian replied before stepping out of the tent. Ling Long had also grown restless upon learning of the events. She had ceased her usual vivacity. It is a battle between gods and demons. If they lose, this planet will meet the same fate as the Grass Kingdom, she remarked. Do not speak nonsense, Yunzhi retorted, incredulous that she would so panic. Rest assured, if Ningxian and I have returned safely, you all will be fine. It is 9 deities battling against one abyssal demon king. Surely we will prevail. Ning Tian pressed on. So, the fate of us all hinges on that battle? Precisely. However, even in defeat, we would have a chance to escape, though we might have to leave behind our possessions. What a shame it would be to part with so many delicacies. As Ling Long began to elaborate on the situation, Yunzhi exited the tent. Spotting Ningxian lost in thought by the shore, he approached her and gently clasped her hand. Are you all right? Ningxian gazed out at the sea and asked, what, truly, is the purpose of our existence? Undoubtedly, it is to find meaning. Just as we converge among countless stars, and through Ling Long, our lives intertwine. Such improbability is worthy of remembrance for eternity. Although our parents brought us into this world, our fates are our own to shape. It is when you ascend and gaze down upon the mortal realm that you truly grasp meaning. The first sentence was spoken by Yunzhi, while the second came from a voice behind him. Turning, he discovered it was Qin Ke. Given the gravity of the events in the 7 divine star domain, she no longer concealed her identity, revealing her past. Now seated beside Ningxian, Qin Ke continued, there are innumerable discussions to be had in life. Just as flowers bloom in myriad colors, so too do people live in diverse ways. We are not mere constructs of some divine design, but autonomous beings with free will. The very moment you contemplate this, you demonstrate that you have attained enlightenment. Thank you, Lord Wind God, for your guidance. This was Ningxian's first encounter with Qin Ke, and she was well aware of her origins in the Grass Kingdom before her cultivation in the Earth Kingdom. Yet, no one could have imagined that she had once been a disciple of the Grass God. Chapter 54, The Great Battle a Century Ago. After narrowly escaping the clutches of the Black Scythe King, the Grass Deity swiftly led numerous significant figures from the Grass Kingdom to the Earth Kingdom, where he discreetly informed the Emperor of the situation. Given the formidable power of the Black Scythe King, the Emperor first shared this information with the Lord of Ice, the Ice Sovereign, and gradually sought opportunities to relay the news to the other deities of the 7-star domain, excluding the Thunder God. Initially, Qin Yin intended to send Qin Ke to the Wind Kingdom to convey this news, but the Wind Deity ultimately could not endure and fell after passing the divine position to Qin Ke. Although it seemed that Qin Ke had taken a shortcut, her origins in the Earth Kingdom were not merely a matter of timing. They were intricately tied to her relentless efforts. Only now does Ningxian comprehend that the immortal residing in Immortal Residence Mountain, Qin Yun, is the Grass Deity, and Qin Ke is the disciple he nurtured during his time there, now elevated to inherit the position of the Wind Deity. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge is not necessarily a blessing. Everyone desires to live with the innocence and joy of a child, yet in these tumultuous times, no one can remain aloof, rather than perish in ignorance. It is better to strive for a glimmer of hope. So, who are the prominent figures fighting against the Black Scythe King? Can you enlighten me? Yunzhi felt a surge of confidence upon the emergence of Kai Ling Long. She had previously informed him that the philosophy of the Light Deity is one of integrity, standing in perpetual opposition to malevolence and corruption. The Light Deity possesses the most potent purifying divine power in the universe, with a speed that reaches the very essence of light. Thus, when at its peak, the power of the Light Deity can synchronize with the speed of light, even while existing in a state of temporal stasis. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, she could harness the ultimate speed of the Light Deity to escape. Qin Ke gazed at the heavens and spoke. This campaign against the Black Scythe King is led by the Lord of Ice, joined by 9 deities, including those of snow, water, fire, earth, grass, angels, and the colorful star deities from distant realms. I predict there is a 50% chance of vanquishing the Black Scythe King. Who are the colorful star deities and the extraterrestrial deity? Yunzhi inquired. He recognized the titles of deities in the 7-star domain, but was puzzled as to why Kai Ling Long, the guardian of the Light Deity's statue, would have a different designation. The colorful star deities are indeed the guardians of the Light Deity's statue, while the extraterrestrial deity hails from a distant universe, not from the divine realm of this universe. You may inquire about the specifics from the colorful star deities after the battle, Qin Ke explained. Suddenly, she looked toward the starry sky, her brow furrowed, as an unsettling premonition took root within her. However, given the current circumstances, she could not jump to conclusions, lest she incite unnecessary panic. At that moment, The celestial battle raged on. Regrettably, the pursuit had persisted for an extended period, and the brilliant light of the starry expanse flickered in and out amidst their assaults. The Black Scythe King accelerated, noticing that the 9 deities were gradually falling behind. He let out a sigh of relief. But just as he intended to plunge into the void, a beam of light intercepted him. The power of the light deity. Kai Linglong hastened to block him. The Black Scythe King laughed heartily. You 9 may intimidate me together, but what can you do against one who guards a mere statue? You seek your demise. And what if I join in? At that moment, a peculiarly shaped being appeared behind the Black Scythe King. Though its appearance was bizarre, its power eluded the Black Scythe King's comprehension, leaving him bewildered as to how this entity had come to be in the divine realm. I hail from another universe, and the deities here refer to me as the extraterrestrial deity. Upon learning of your ambitions to upend the divine realm and annihilate the gods, I must conclude that your destruction is the only fitting outcome. Just you? The Black Scythe King recognized the swiftness of Kai Linglong made her difficult to capture. But the so-called extraterrestrial deity could serve as a hostage. Without hesitation, he charged at the being with his magical scythe. What do you intend to do? With minimal effort. The scythe cleaved through the extraterrestrial deity and Amp, Apos, S form. Upon piercing the deity and Amp, Apos, S soul, the Black Scythe King hung it upon his magical scythe, only to realize that the other 8 deities had rapidly closed in, reforming the encirclement. Those who hesitate to confront their fears, I shall not hesitate to send to the black hole myself. The icy gaze of the ice deity shifted toward the fire deity, who felt an overwhelming sense of shame. As an ancient god, he had long since lost the vigor of his earlier days, and it was only natural to fear for one's life. Yet this time, not only the ice deity but also the grass deity, water deity, and others turned their disapproving gazes upon him. In such a moment, any mistake could incite public wrath, and accountability would inevitably follow. In this context, where the divine realm had ceased to exist, the colorful star deities, who wielded a portion of the light deity's power, had no chance of surviving by fleeing to the fringes of the universe. Thus, regardless of the battle's outcome, he would certainly face repercussions. At that moment, the soul of the extraterrestrial deity fell under the Black Scythe King's control. With a slight infusion of dark power, the extraterrestrial deity writhed in agony, his soul descending into chaos. Release me. I am a deity of the extraterrestrial universe. If I perish, the universe of Qian Koan will eradicate you, torturing you all to extinction. What extraterrestrial universe? Do you not understand the desperation of a cornered beast? The Black Scythe King tightened his grip on the extraterrestrial deity, roaring, I am being hunted. If these pursuers do not retreat, I will have no choice but to take you down with me. The extraterrestrial deity's soul continued to wail, I can assist you in fleeing. Just let me go. Seeing that the 8 deities surrounding them were merely blocking escape routes and had yet to launch an offensive, the Black Scythe King recognized their concern over the potential mishap with the so-called extraterrestrial deity, hence his unwillingness to release him. I bear you no grudge. Just take me away from here, and once we reach safety, I will set you free. This must remain confidential. You must open your consciousness. I can only divulge information to one person. The consciousness, a synthesis of awareness and wisdom, could become disordered if invaded or disrupted by another mind, even rendering a god into a state of confusion. However, this scenario applied only to consciousnesses that were stronger than his own. Although the Black Scythe King could not fathom the extraterrestrial deity's true nature, he surmised that since he had captured him, his power and rank could not exceed his own. Moreover, with the encirclement now complete, he had no choice but to comply. Should you dare to deceive me, we shall perish together. Gradually, the Black Scythe King released his consciousness, while remaining vigilant of the movements of the other deities, prepared to eliminate the extraterrestrial deity at the first sign of conflict. Even if the so-called extraterrestrial deity were to arrive, it remained uncertain whether he could escape. If he managed to flee, he would have ample means to conceal himself. However, at the moment his consciousness intertwined with that of the extraterrestrial deity, he felt a sharp needle-like force suddenly pierce into him. Ah, you dare to deceive me. Seizing the opportunity as the Black Scythe King clutched his head in agony, Kai Linglong swiftly liberated the soul of the extraterrestrial deity. The ice deity looked at him and asked, Are you all right? I'm fine. Due to the Black Scythe King's fierce grip, a significant portion of the extraterrestrial deity's soul had been stripped away, leaving it unstable, yet it did not hinder his continued participation in the battle. Let us engage. Following the ice deity's command, the fire deity was the first to respond, charging ahead. The Black Scythe King was furious. He had once reveled in darkness, employing cunning and treachery. In his quest to find worthy opponents among the deities of the divine realm, he had often found himself without rivals. However, after reaching the pinnacle of power, he had grown complacent. Indeed, whether human or divine, if one relaxes their grip on their strengths, those very advantages will gradually erode over time. As time progressed, shortcomings began to magnify, and the once exhilarating journey of growth was replaced by a sense of complacency following the pinnacle of achievement. Beneath the vast backdrop of the starry sky, this confrontation carried an inescapable sense of tragic grandeur. With a thunderous roar, the Dark Scythe King began to undergo a transformation. His form grew immense, shrouded in darkness and mystery, resembling an abyss that devoured the surrounding light. His scythe-like hands appeared particularly cold under the starlight, while his body became enveloped in a black shell, impervious even to the powers of the stars, brimming with primal force and fury. Indeed, this was the primordial manifestation of the Dark Scythe King. Were Yunja present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as nothing more than a colossal beetle. Yet, it was the mysteries of the cosmos that allowed such a creature to rise to prominence amidst countless bones and strokes of fortune, not as a deity, but as a harbinger of darkness, ascending to the apex of destruction. In that moment, onlookers could easily discern that this was a battle between righteousness and malevolence. The appearance of the Dark Scythe King made it abundantly clear who the antagonist was. The 9 deities all retained human forms, each wielding instruments of justice. They stood as guardians of the stars, cloaked in radiant divine light, with varied constellations shimmering behind them. Each held their artifact with solemnity, steadfast and resolute in the face of the Dark Scythe King's boundless darkness. When the battle erupted, it resembled the collapse of the universe itself. Stars shattered and reformed amidst their fierce clash. Each strike held the power to shake galaxies, seemingly capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space. In this climactic showdown, the Dark Scythe King exhibited terrifying strength, while the 9 deities revealed immense resilience and determination. However, the Dark Scythe King and Apos' dark power appeared to consume all. The divine energies of the 9 deities rained down upon him like a tempest of arrows, spilling torrents of green blood across the cosmos. At that moment, the fire god summoned his divine power, breaking free from the shackles of darkness to ignite a scintilla of pure flame, hurtling toward the Dark Scythe King. The Dark Scythe King, having previously permitted the fire goddess freedom, was quick to unleash a vortex of darkness once more. Yet, he had underestimated the ice goddess' vigilance and misjudged the fire goddess' intentions. As he transformed into a beam of darkness aimed at the fire god, the latter advanced without hesitation. The clash of the dark beam and the fire god's blazing flame resulted in the instantaneous collapse of several surrounding planets. The immense force caused those celestial bodies to compress rapidly under the influence of the dark vortex, and through the collision of the ultimate flame and dark beam, a black hole was formed. Each new black hole formed in the universe represented another compression of its spatial fabric. It was akin to necrotic cells in the human body, continuously absorbing surrounding celestial bodies, existing solely for the purpose of annihilation, thereby ensuring that the universe could never exist eternally. The black holes birthed from the battle of the demon gods were tantamount to self-inflicted calamities, much like a diabetic indulging in sweets, ultimately sealing their own fate. Perhaps this battle was tragic, yet it was also steeped in irony. The fire god, at the cost of his own life, forced the Dark Scythe King into an emerging black hole. The gravitational pull of the black hole was akin to an abyss, one that even the Dark Scythe King could not resist. He was gradually drawn into the black hole, his roars of defiance and divine power raging violently. Ultimately, the Dark Scythe King was consumed by the black hole, vanishing into the infinite darkness, while the fire god also met his eternal resting place within. The starry sky seemed to regain its tranquility, with only the black hole and imp, Apos' gravitational pull silently narrating the fierce battle that had just transpired. The remaining 8 deities, weary yet satisfied, gazed upon their surroundings, their eyes glimmering with hope for the future. Though the conflict had been brutal, it deepened their understanding of their mission and strength. They recognized that the Dark Scythe King's disappearance did not signify an end, but rather a new beginning. With the strongest Reaper of the Abyss now concluded, their next endeavor was to reclaim the divine realm. At last, it was over. The extraterrestrial deity swiftly materialized before the ice god, stating, Originally, I had no authority to interfere in your internal cosmic disputes, but now that matters have reached this point, I cannot remain detached. Shall we launch a full-scale assault? I assure you, I will not let you down. To an ordinary observer, this might seem like mere empty words. However, the deities understood the significance of this extraterrestrial being, for he possessed the ability to traverse the void, moving from one universe to another. Particularly, the ice god comprehended that this extraterrestrial might well be a rift creature, a being of the void. The void deity is not merely a singular god, but rather refers to a life form that thrives across various universes, tasked with maintaining stability between them, such as mending rifts and ensuring the cosmic fabric remains intact. If a void creature has entered a particular universe, it signifies that the universe is unwell and requires healing. Let us return first, the extraterrestrial deity remarked curiously. Return for what? If these black holes are not cleared, they will only grow larger each day. I intend to wait until you finish your battle so that we may clear them all at once for greater convenience. You all return first. I will investigate the divine realm. If the strength permits, I will inform everyone to launch an assault together. At that moment, Kai Linglong suddenly spoke. Addressing the extraterrestrial deity, you should first check the other breaches in the 7 divine star domain. That is our stronghold. Remember to exercise caution. The ice god approached Kai Linglong, adding, do not venture too deep. Earth and Yunzhi await you. Understood. With that, Kai Linglong transformed into a beam of light, racing toward the center of the universe. Chapter 55, The Crisis of Yun Fanxi in this battle. The annihilation of the Grass Nation's planet and the sacrifice of the fire god led to a hard-won victory. Perhaps to others, it was a Pyrrhic victory. But to the divine beings present, it was a resounding triumph. One must understand that, compared to the superior beings of the mortal realm, these gods and demons pursued their interests not through solitary endeavors, but by uniting their communal benefits to wage war. As a principal deity, the Black Scythe King possessed strength far superior to that of anyone present, having once covertly plotted against the god of light. Therefore, the gods had anticipated the need for sacrifice in their siege against the Black Scythe King. Unlike the relatives they had lost in the celestial realm, their sole hope for survival lay in vengeance. The fall of the Black Scythe King would undoubtedly be sensed by the Abyss, prompting the gods to hasten their return to the 7 God-star region. At this moment, strictly speaking, 6 planets had fallen under the dominion of the gods, 3 of which were already in disarray. Boom. Sitting on the beach, Yuan and Apos' expression suddenly shifted as he sensed an unsettling reaction from his spiritual sea. The malevolence of the Abyss left him momentarily disoriented. What is happening? Linglong, still gnawing on a chicken leg, glanced skyward. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and an atmosphere of unrest and violence enveloped the air. The once tranquil regions of the Earth Star, where Yunzhi resided, were now besieged by a profound darkness. These were the abyssal creatures, spilling forth like ink upon the land, shrouding villages and cities in shadow. The abyssal beings were no ordinary entities. They wielded bizarre powers that could instantly corrupt mortals upon contact, inflicting unparalleled agony and a dark transformation. Yunzhi had previously encountered the abyssal attendants and sorcerers, and any child who beheld them would surely be paralyzed with fear. Yet this time, it appeared they had breached a new void, emerging unexpectedly in the Earth Star from unguarded corners. The flickering lights of the villages struggled against the night, appearing so feeble before the abyssal beings, akin to stars flickering in a tempest. Not far from the outer city of Wangshu, a multitude of abyssal legions suddenly materialized from the void, leaving the city guards prostrate on the ground, rendered speechless. Cackling, fresh flesh and blood, the abyssal sorcerers hovered in the air, directing the legions to invade Wangshu City. A massive tide of abyssal creatures surged forth, their twisted forms exuding a foul stench, razor-sharp teeth gleaming like daggers, their eyes glinting with cruelty and cunning. Each assault sent tremors through the ground, and every roar heralded the demise of the living within Wangshu City. In a heartbeat, Wangshu City transformed into a veritable inferno of despair. Upon receiving the news, the celestial beings of Xianju Mountain emerged from the depths of their abode, clad in emerald robes, adorned with white jade crowns, wielding celestial staffs, and soaring with an ethereal grace and speed towards the regions plagued by darkness. Thus commenced a battle of global proportions. Report, my lord. A sudden surge of abyssal creatures has erupted nationwide. Wangshu City has been overtaken, with no survivors. Meanwhile, in other regions, the celestial beings are valiantly battling the creatures. Inside the command tent, the shocking news left everyone in a state of confusion, momentarily unable to react. The abyss. Ning Tian acted decisively, issuing orders. Ning Xian, you remain in charge of the Celestial Command. Dispatch troops immediately to quell the chaos. Wait, Yunja interjected. The Thunder God advised that this location must be defended with utmost vigilance. We are guarding a sealed abyssal demon capable of contending with the Emperor. We cannot afford to relax now. I concur with Yunja. If trouble arises here, the Earth Nation could become the next Grass Nation, Ning Xian remarked. Turning to the reporting soldier and inquiring, what is the situation in other areas? The status of other cities is unclear. Many flying creatures abound, and I only observed the eastern region devoid of abyssal beings on my return. Ning Tian stated, after more than 10 days of vigilance here, we have not encountered a single abyssal shadow. More than 50% of our forces are concentrated in this location. It would be prudent to allocate some elsewhere. The abyssal creatures are not fools. They will surely feign attacks on other cities, waiting for our troops to withdraw entirely before striking and disrupting the seal. Ning Xian's analysis indeed befitted her rank. Yunzhou added, those creatures have mastered the void. They may well emerge the instant we depart. We should await news from the Thunder God. Such significant matters are surely known to him. With the conversation reaching this point, Ning Tian had no alternative but to acquiesce. In the past, she would have resolutely sought to eliminate the creatures across the land, but now, with these two conversing alongside divine entities, she could only heed their counsel and remain passive. Meanwhile, battles against the abyss raged across the nation, akin to a virus infiltrating the body. As immune cells began to gather in droves, those bearing elemental marks took up arms. Men of valor, establish your name, seek the path of the divine. The Qinglan sect and Yujian sect, historical rivals, united against the invasion of the abyssal creatures. A significant part of their resolve stemmed from the presence of celestial beings. These sect members fought with reckless abandon, emboldened by the chance to impress the immortals. The allure of the celestial beings was formidable. Should they gain recognition for their bravery and indomitable spirit, they might yet find a place among the celestial ranks, or at the very least, earn rewards worthy of lifelong boasting. With the Grass Nation's demise, they had no choice but to fight with all their might, for opportunities were dwindling. They had heard whispers that these celestial beings hailed from the Grass Nation. Should the Earth Nation fall, they might still follow the immortals to other lands. The immortal Huaqing and the immortal Daozi led the disciples of the Earth Nation and Apos, sects in the frontline struggle against the abyssal creatures. Though both were denizens of Xianju Mountain, their rivalry ignited like wildfire as they vied to slay more of the abyssal beings. Huaqing wielded a great yellow earth sword, its radiance cutting down the creatures one by one. Turning, he raised an eyebrow at Daozi, jesting, Daozi, I claim this one. Don and Apos, let me down on your end. Daozi chuckled but refrained from responding to Huaqing and Apos' taunt. Instead, he formed seals with his hands, summoning mysterious talismans that soared into the air towards the abyssal creatures. His gaze resolute, he murmured, we must protect as many lives as possible, no matter the cost. As they exerted every effort to repel the advancing creatures, the abyssal beings suddenly shifted their focus en masse towards the eastern Yunfan Sea, seemingly preparing for a more ferocious assault. Huaqing and Daozi exchanged glances, a shared sense of urgency flooding their hearts. We must halt them, Huaqing declared solemnly. Indeed, Daozi nodded, however, it appears their target is not us. Huaqing furrowed his brow, observing the creatures and Apos' movements with confusion. What are they doing? What is their objective? Daozi and Apos' gaze fixed upon the gathering of abyssal beings. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he quietly stated, they seek to liberate the abyssal demon imprisoned beneath the Yunfan Sea. Huaqing and Apos' expression paled. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Daozi. What? We must prevent them. Daozi nodded, his tone grave. We must act swiftly. We cannot allow them to succeed. Though the combined might of the two immortals seemed trivial against the onslaught of the abyssal creatures, they refused to yield. They exchanged barbs and encouragement, pouring every ounce of their power into resisting the relentless assault. Huaqing, it is up to you, Daozi exclaimed, gripping the earthen sword tightly. Huaqing illuminated the entire battlefield with a flash of swordlight. With a fierce roar, he executed a lethal strike, the sword and Apos' aura resembling a colossal earthen wall, instantly slaying a horde of abyssal creatures. Daozi, do not disappoint me. Huaqing swung his great sword once more, plunging into the ranks of the abyssal fiends. Daozi, undeterred, formed hand seals, unleashing a formidable spell that struck the abyssal monsters like thunder. The creatures were sent scattering in terror, emitting a cacophony of fearful roars. Yet, their strength ultimately could not withstand the relentless tide of abyssal beings. One by one, the monsters fell, but even more surged forward. Hua Qing and Daozi gradually exhausted their powers. Yet they persevered. Hua Qing, we cannot give up, Daozi urged. I know, Hua Qing bellowed, delivering another strike. A mere false god dares to be so audacious. Suddenly, a voice descended from the heavens. The two men looked up, witnessing a mass of gray clouds rushing towards them, transforming into a thick fog that engulfed Hua Qing and Daozi. Their bodies dissolving into a pool of black sludge, faint souls drifting away. The fog swirled back, and the two souls vanished into oblivion. The mist gradually took on a humanoid form, clothed yet devoid of flesh, merely a manifestation of gray vapor. With a pair of blood-red eyes that radiated a terrifying aura akin to the depths of hell. Clearly, before them stood an abyssal demon of the same caliber as the Emperor, causing the sects that had accompanied the immortals to tremble and scatter in fear. Children of the Abyss, revel for the glory of our great nation, declared the demon, as a vast legion of abyssal forces assembled, charging towards Yuan. However, he remained still, for behind him, the Thunder God and Wind God had gathered. Should you dare intervene, I will obliterate my divine essence to ensure we perish together, the Thunder God proclaimed, brandishing his artifact, poised for battle. The demon dismissed him, turning instead to the Wind God. You are the newly ascended Wind God, are you not? Alas, without the acknowledgement of the divine realm, you are but a false god. The Azure Sparrow remained silent, summoning her own artifact, though merely a false god. Possessing an artifact granted her the capability to contend with true gods, especially since the being before them was merely a manifestation of the abyssal demon. Its true form still suppressed in Yuan, rendering it significantly weaker. Nevertheless, the abyssal demon could not afford to delay any further. His objective was to hasten to Yuan and break the seal amidst the chaos. Should the divine beings return, he would face dire consequences. Thus, the divine battle was imminent. The conflict erupted. The Thunder God summoned mighty lightning, directing it towards the abyssal demon. Simultaneously, the Azure Sparrow unleashed the power of her artifact, conjuring a tempest that wreaked havoc across the land of Earth. The abyssal demon sneered, a black shield materializing around him, absorbing both the lightning and the whirlwind. He extended a hand, pointing at the Thunder God and Wind God, unleashing a beam of black energy that surged towards them. Both gods leapt aside, evading the onslaught of dark energy. The Azure Sparrow warned the abyssal demon, "Abyssal sorcerer, you have been suppressed for millennia. If you continue this battle, this planet will collapse under the divine conflict, possibly transforming into a black hole. In that case, you shall find no escape, and all will be consumed within." The abyssal demon chuckled nonchalantly. "It matters not. Having been suppressed for millennia, I am indifferent. Delay him." The Wind God's swiftness necessitated that the abyssal demon eliminate both deities before proceeding to Yuan. Thus, the battle reached a stalemate. As the combat intensified, the entire planet trembled, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions erupting across the land. Meanwhile, the soldiers at Yuan engaged in combat with the abyssal creatures. Upon learning that the Wind God and Thunder God were stalling the abyssal demon's manifestation, they fixated on the divine battle, prepared to flee the planet at the first sign of trouble. However, the flesh and blood soldiers found it difficult to withstand the relentless assault of the abyssal fiends. Had it not been for the monsters and Appo's instinct to bite, many soldiers would have surely surrendered, left with no avenue of escape but to perish in battle. Yunja and Appo's heart ached at the sight. Witnessing the terror of war, he came to understand how fragile life truly is. Wars between nations are often driven by greed and the plunder of resources, while this conflict was undeniably a massacre, an extermination of entire clans. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yunja stored Linglong within his consciousness and charged towards the front lines. Not for any other reason, but because he was human, capable of saving more lives. "Wait." Ningxian grasped Yunja's arm, saying, "The battlefield is merciless. Do not forget your mission. Have you considered the consequences if you falter? What of those you care for and those who care for you? Consequences? Were they not born of mothers and fathers? Did they not have loved ones? Let go." Yunja forcefully shook off Ningxian and Appo's grip, only to discover he could not move. Ningxian had tightly embraced him from behind. Boom. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded in the sky, where numerous warships appeared, not spacecraft, but the cosmic battleships Yunja had glimpsed earlier. Realizing that the Ice Nation belonged to a modern, technologically advanced society, Yunja finally understood. Reinforcements had arrived. The troops from the Ice Nation were here. Chapter 56. The Collapse of the Earth Kingdom. Boom. In ordinary circumstances, the sight of such a massive interstellar invasion would leave everyone in despair, their hearts heavy with hopelessness. However, upon the arrival of the Ice Kingdom's advanced warships over the Yuan Sea, a plethora of cutting-edge weaponry such as laser cannons and beams were unleashed, initiating a dimensional assault on the abyssal beasts. The battlefield transformed dramatically in an instant. Despite the Abyssal Legion's bloodthirsty nature, they remained corporeal beings. And as directed weapons struck their forms with precision, the creatures disintegrated before our eyes. As the reinforcements from the Ice Kingdom swiftly mobilized, they employed an array of aircraft and starships, including interstellar vessels and sophisticated laser cannons. The scene resembled a tableau from a futuristic realm, delivering a powerful visual impact. These advanced weapons not only dazzled onlookers, but also played a pivotal role on the battlefield. With a momentary respite, the Earth Kingdom's forces began to retreat, ceding control of the battle to the Ice Kingdom. Witnesses observed various types of warships coordinating their efforts to deliver a dimensional strike against the abyssal beasts. The sounds of cannon fire resonating, and flashes of light intertwining, igniting a fervor within the hearts of the spectators. No one could have anticipated such a monumental shift following the merger of the Water and Snow Kingdoms. Had it not been for the divine deterrent, it was certain that the Ice Kingdom would ascend as the dominion of this realm in the future. Boom. At this moment, the vast interstellar fleet of the Ice Kingdom realigned their weapons, uniting to target the avatar of the Abyssal Demon King. The advanced warships shimmered like brilliant stars, illuminating the cosmic abyss. These vessels were not only equipped with intricate weapon systems but also possessed formidable technological prowess, capable of countering any dark force and Appos as challenge. The Abyssal Demon King wielded a dark scepter imbued with potent energy, capable of warping time and space to summon terrifying creatures of darkness. It was hard to fathom that he still held a trump card. If one were to ponder why the Abyssal Demon King had not previously acted in the Yuan Sea, it was clear he had been preparing for this moment. The Thunder God turned to the Wind God and remarked, "This being surely has other avatars elsewhere. This particular one has concealed itself for years, awaiting this very moment. Let us retreat and allow him to witness the might of technology." As the Wind God and Thunder God withdrew, the clarion call of war echoed forth. The Abyssal Demon King led his dark army in a fierce assault against the Ice Kingdom and Appos' interstellar fleet. Dark energy rampaged through the fleet, transforming warships into mere shadows of dust. Nevertheless, the Ice Kingdom was not an easy adversary. They faced the oncoming tide of darkness, activating an arsenal of advanced weaponry, including nuclear arms, quantum lasers, and even imitation gamma rays, all aimed at the Abyssal Demon King and Appos' avatar. The battle raged intensely, and despite suffering significant losses, the Ice Kingdom did not falter. Their resolve to confront the Abyssal Demon King only strengthened. At a critical juncture, they unleashed their most potent trump card, forcing the Abyssal Demon King into a corner. This weapon, capable of harnessing atomic power, could send the Abyssal Demon King deep into the earth with a single blow. Under its influence, the Demon King and Appos' form was swiftly consumed by an overwhelming force, plunging him into the depths below. Although the Abyssal Demon King was momentarily repelled, his existence remained a threat. His dark powers had yet to fully recuperate, yet the danger lingered. The supercharged gamma rays were prepared, piercing the earth once more, causing the Demon King and Appos' avatar to dissipate as if deflated. This led one to ponder, how could the Abyssal Demon Kings, who had previously held his ground against the Wind and Thunder Gods, succumb to the Ice Kingdom and Appos' advanced weaponry? Was it not a testament that even deities could be vanquished? Yunja stood in stunned silence, unable to believe he was witnessing such weaponry in his lifetime, reminiscent of Earth and his homeland. We are saved. He gazed out over the tumultuous sea, grasping onto Ningxian as they ascended higher. The fierce battle exacted a tremendous toll, with the relentless bombardment causing widespread collapse in the Yuan Sea, triggering earthquakes and tsunamis that transformed the once serene waters into a tempestuous maelstrom. The ensuing scene spiraled into chaos. To the eyes of Earthlings, such a force was cataclysmic, and it became evident today that once unleashed, it heralded the planet and Appos' demise. The ground began to tear apart, as if a colossal force had rent the fabric of reality, fissures gaping like the maw of a demon, mercilessly consuming all. Towers and structures crumbled like mere blocks, instantly reduced to ruins. The once bustling streets lay in disarray, and in the midst of panic, all material wealth became inconsequential as people fled with their loved ones. Fortunately, with the guidance of celestial beings and soldiers, they headed towards the Yunfan Sea, preventing further chaos from unfolding. The earthquakes raged like a ferocious beast, shaking the very earth, causing distant mountains to tremble. The sky grew overcast, mourning the tragic spectacle below. Torrential rain fell, yet it could not quench the inferno raging on the ground. Tsunamis surged forth like wild beasts, their relentless waves engulfing coastal villages and cities. Towering like mountains in their destructive path, those once tranquil bays became the final resting places of countless lives. Amidst the turmoil, volcanoes erupted, spewing molten lava as if it were molten iron. Scorching ash cloaked the sky, casting a crimson glow over the world. Creatures far from the volcanoes struggled amidst the heat and ash. Humanity was displaced, fleeing in terror and despair. Even the wild beasts of the deep mountains were driven from their habitats, becoming feral and attacking anything that approached. The entire world seemed to embody an apocalyptic vision. With a sky devoid of light, a ground as hot as a furnace, and oceans raging like beasts, the cries of life echoing into the heavens. At this moment, the soldiers capable of flight grew increasingly restless, for they comprised over half the nation and Apos' forces, each with families and children of their own. They arranged for the evacuation of the populace from the Earth Kingdom. The voice from the Ice Kingdom and Apos' warships instantly calmed the frenzied soldiers. After all, there was no longer a place for them in the Earth Kingdom. Let us depart. Yunzhou intended to follow the warships to the Ice Kingdom, but the Wind God obstructed him. First, return with me to the Wind Kingdom. I wish to go to the Ice Kingdom. Those in need must find a safe haven. Yunzhou observed as the warships dispersed, embarking towards various regions of the Earth Kingdom. These refugees will soon be sent to the Wind Kingdom. You cannot go there yet. Yunzhou inquired, why to the Wind Kingdom and not directly to the Ice Kingdom for refuge? Qingke, taking a moment to reflect, replied, the Ice Kingdom, established by the Ice Goddess, forbids anyone bearing elemental marks from entry. Moreover, the citizens of the Earth Kingdom, having long sought enlightenment, would struggle to integrate into modern civilization. At that moment, Ningxian added, the warships of the Ice Kingdom saved our lives at the cost of our homeland. If we were to allow them into the Ice Kingdom, there would surely be radicals among us. It is indeed more appropriate to relocate them to the Wind Kingdom. Yunzhou pressed on, and what of the Wind Kingdom? A realm that cherishes freedom. Are they not concerned about potential insurrections? The Wind Kingdom is vast yet sparsely populated. With only Windcatcher City to accommodate them, Qingke stated, her gaze suddenly sharp. By the way, why are you competing with me? Apologies. Perhaps it was due to the brutality witnessed earlier that Yunzhou struggled to suppress the fury within his heart. Unexpectedly, Qingke disregarded everything and hastily pulled him away. The Wind Kingdom, with Fengxi Valley located in the far west and surrounded by an expansive grassland, proved to be an ideal refuge for the people of the Earth Kingdom. However, the Wind Kingdom, being sparsely populated, faced challenges in accommodating these refugees promptly. Fortunately, the region was abundant in natural resources, with diverse flora and fruits in the wild grasslands providing temporary relief for their food needs. Moreover, the Ice Kingdom had prepared a substantial supply of provisions, allowing the Earth Kingdom's refugees to find some semblance of stability. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged across the grasslands, with tents stretching for miles. The displaced individuals were compelled to return to a tribal existence. Yunzhou hovered above Fengxi Valley, observing the relentless arrival of warships ferrying refugees, who were then systematically assigned lodging, revealing the dire plight of these individuals. Many suffered in anguish, with some searching frantically for lost spouses or children. Meanwhile, officials from the Earth Kingdom, including Ning Tian, tirelessly worked to gather statistics, classify individuals, and establish new laws. Were it not for the intervention of the deities, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued. Coupled with Yundi's thunderous roar, both martial disciples and ordinary citizens had no choice but to accept the prevailing arrangements. After all, in such dire circumstances, receiving assistance from others was already a significant blessing. Naturally, everyone awaited the return of the emperor, for it was universally acknowledged that he was the most formidable deity aside from the Ice God. Even during the tumultuous events in the Fire Kingdom, other deities refrained from abducting individuals from the Earth Kingdom. Simultaneously, the Earth Kingdom itself began to undergo gradual transformations. The core of the planet had been abruptly struck by a colossal external force, powerful enough to induce continuous tremors, leaving the crust riddled with fractures. Volcanic eruptions unleashed fierce flames that engulfed various corners of the planet, shrouding it in an atmosphere reminiscent of an apocalypse. As the external forces persisted, the planet's crust could no longer withstand the pressure, leading to widespread collapse. Mountains, rivers, forests, and even oceans vanished amidst this catastrophe. The entire planet began to shrink. And if this trajectory continued, even more terrifying events would ensue. The collapse would inevitably result in the planet evolving into a diminutive core of such high density that not even light could escape, ultimately transforming into a black hole. The formation of a black hole would exert a formidable gravitational pull on surrounding interstellar matter, which would be consumed by the black hole, creating what was known as the black hole food chain, sustaining its existence. Consequently, the original Earth kingdom would vanish from the cosmos, becoming an everlasting celestial body of darkness. In light of this, the thunder god and the wind god urgently convened a portion of the populace to announce the dire situation. Should a black hole indeed form, the deities would be indifferent, as they could survive in a vacuum without sustenance. However, the neighboring planets would face significant trouble, for only the supreme gods possessed the power to alter the course of celestial bodies. Naturally, Yunja was unconcerned, as he too could endure in a vacuum. His worry lay with Ningxian. Although Linglong could conceal herself within the sea of consciousness, it was because she was not a mortal but rather a manifestation of divine power, capable of surviving in a vacuum as well. Thus, Yunja felt a tinge of fear. The deities had been absent for so long, and perhaps something truly catastrophic had occurred. At this moment, he thought of Linglong and ultimately decided to release her. "Wow, have you kept me locked up for so long?" Linglong began to complain upon her release, only to notice Ningxian's absence. "Where's sister?" "The Earth Kingdom is no more. She is busy arranging for the refugees to rebuild their homes." Yunja was filled with dread, fearing that if the Earth Kingdom truly transformed into a black hole, its gravitational force would quickly encroach upon the Wind Kingdom, ultimately leading everything to oblivion. Yet, because of this fear, he refrained from assisting Ningxian. Firstly, he lacked the requisite experience, and Ningxian had advised him to rest and recuperate. Secondly, he was concerned that all efforts might be in vain. Deities would certainly not disclose such matters, nor could he share this with Ningxian. Thus, he could only recount the events of recent days to Linglong in detail. After hearing his account, Linglong suddenly patted Yunja's head with her small hand. "Are you foolish? If the Earth Kingdom were truly to become a black hole, the Ice Kingdom would surely perish as well. If the people of the Ice Kingdom were aware of their impending doom, they would not dare to proceed with such actions." Indeed, Yunja embraced Linglong and showered her with affectionate kisses, exclaiming, "How are you so clever? Let go. I merely believe that rather than allowing the Abyssal Demon King to descend, they would prefer to create a black hole to eliminate it." Upon hearing this, Yunja and Appo's initial excitement waned. Linglong, spotting the Ice Kingdom and Appo's warships, brightened up. "Let us inquire with the people of the Ice Kingdom, then we shall understand. Let us go." Yunja approached the Ice Kingdom's warships, witnessing the distribution of supplies in crates. During this time, he also spotted instant noodles, sausages, and even a beverage known as happy water. It had been quite some time since he had encountered modern industrial products since leaving the Angel Star domain, and he felt a surge of eagerness to explore further. "Greetings, I am an envoy of the Ice God. Please direct me. I wish to meet with the Minister of Defense, Mr. Vate." Chapter 57, The Temple of Light. Ah, so it is the envoy of Lord Ice God. What an honor. Please, follow me. Upon encountering Linglong, the soldiers of the Ice Kingdom were exceedingly courteous. Yunja followed behind, realizing that she held such esteemed status in the Ice Kingdom. Recalling their first meeting when Linglong was merely a timid little sprite, the contrast was indeed striking, as these soldiers showered her with flattering words. As they walked, the flattery continued. "Lady Linglong, your beauty is as radiant as the purest snow, and your wisdom shines as clearly as glacial ice. It is truly an honor to be in the presence of such a celestial being." Another soldier chimed in, "Messenger Linglong, your standing in our hearts is like the jewel atop the snow-capped peaks. We take great pride in you. May I inquire, when shall you return to the Ice Kingdom? We cordially invite you to embark on our vessel." Linglong replied, "Look at the gentleman behind me. He is my companion. You may inquire with him. If possible, we could visit the Ice Kingdom at any time." Yunja was eager to go, but the officers, upon seeing him, quickly deduced that he bore the elemental mark and questioned, "Messenger, does he possess an invitation from Lord Ice God?" "None." They continued, "You must be aware that entry to the Ice Kingdom is forbidden for those with elemental marks." Linglong glanced at Yunja, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Worry not. Lord Ice God will return shortly. and I shall devise a way to take you to the Ice Kingdom. Yunzhi remained silent. In such a strict military environment, Linglong and Apos' boldness only confirmed her favored status in the Ice Kingdom. Before long, after the warship took off, Yunzhi and Linglong departed from the Wind Kingdom, returning to the vastness of space. As part of an interstellar fleet, landing on unprofessional terrain would pose great challenges. Thus the command ship and several massive motherships remained in space. Subsequently, the fleet carrying Yunzhi entered the mothership. The hatch opened to reveal a middle-aged man clad in military attire. Ah, so the envoy of Lord Ice God is you. That feat. As the head of the military in the Ice Kingdom, was a man of considerable stature within the 7 God Star domain. Upon seeing Linglong, he greeted her warmly, as if meeting an old friend. Linglong floated down to the ground. Enough of this pleasantry. Quickly tell me, did you bomb the Earth Kingdom? What if it turns into a black hole? Rest assured, Lord Ice God convened us earlier. Should the abyssal demon of the Earth Kingdom cause upheaval, we shall spare no effort to eliminate it. After Vite spoke, he turned to Yunzhi. Messenger, why not introduce your brother here? I am Yunzhi. After this introduction, Linglong continued. This is the person Lord Ice God sent me to find. Now that I have located him, we wish to return to the Ice Kingdom. When shall we depart? The person Lord Ice God instructed you to find? Vite pondered, stroking his chin. If that were the case, why send you? Linglong hesitated, ultimately saying, in any case, we must return home, and he will accompany us. In this situation, Yunzhi was at a loss for words. After all, they were not acquaintances. And Vite was a high-ranking official. Even if Linglong had informed him that the rapid technological advancements in this country were due to Lord Ice God and Apos' arrangements, he had never been involved. Faced with this situation, he finally spoke up. Actually, I have heard that my sister is in the Ice Kingdom, and I wish to find her. My sister and Apos' name is Yunling. 3 years ago, she descended to this world with the colorful star god and the angel god. Ah. I have also heard of the rewards given by the colorful star god and the angel god. Vite approached Yunzhi. Let me assure you regarding the collapse of the Earth Star, you need not worry. Lord Ice God has stated that the seal of the abyssal demon will be lifted upon collapse, and he will do everything in his power to prevent the crust from collapsing inward. This process may take a day or two, and once the power of the abyssal demon is exhausted, they shall return. However, until their return, we cannot leave this area, as we must remain vigilant against any intervening abyssal forces. Very well, but Linglong attempted to negotiate further when Yunzhi interjected, let us return first. At that moment, Vite stepped in front of Linglong. Messenger, if your mission is complete, I kindly request that you remain on the warship for safety's sake. Upon hearing this, Yunzhi expressed his displeasure. So you do not know when Lord Ice God will return? The Earth Kingdom collapsing into a black hole is uncertain to you? He admonished. Choose your words wisely. An officer nearby cautioned Yunzhi, for it was overtly confrontational to question a military leader of such stature. Yunzhi acknowledged his recent emotional instability. I apologize. Please escort me back. I wish to return. That is not possible, Vite replied. You are an individual of great importance to Lord Ice God, and your safety is intertwined with that of the entire elven race. Since you have come, we must ensure your security. Then why did you not come to retrieve her earlier? Yunzhi pressed. That was due to the urgency of the situation as the military of the Ice Kingdom. We have a duty to ensure the safety of any beings from the Ice Kingdom. At this juncture, Linglong approached Yunzhi. Quickly, conceal me. In a flash, Linglong vanished, leaving everyone stunned. Where has the messenger Linglong gone? Of course, I have hidden her. A flurry of footsteps echoed as a special forces unit surrounded Yunzhi. Release the messenger Linglong at once, or I shall have no mercy. Initially, Yunzhi thought it was reasonable for Linglong to remain with the military, but now he felt a surge of anger. While they were indeed military, Linglong had always been by his side. Why should she be detained? Recalling past events, Yunzhi felt compelled to take action. After all, controlling one's fate was the safest course. I apologize, this is Linglong and Apos' ability. When she hides, she cannot be released. Yunzhi raised his hands, a gesture implying they could try him. Brother, showing disrespect to a soldier is the gravest error of your life. Fire. And so, the soldiers did as commanded without hesitation. The gunfire echoed around him like a frenzied drumbeat. With each shot, it felt as though a heavy blow struck his heart. He could feel the bullets piercing through him, the tearing of flesh, the breaking of bones, a pain he had never known converged into an unbearable torment. His body could not withstand the onslaught, and he collapsed to the ground. It felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. With everything around him becoming blurry and distant, he sensed the cold, damp earth beneath him as hot blood gushed from his body, forming a pool of crimson. In that moment, he felt no fear or resentment, only a profound weariness. He imagined he could hear the sound of his bones shattering as the bullets passed through him, feeling the essence of life gradually dissipating from his being. Everything quieted down. The cacophony of gunfire faded into the distance. He struggled to open his eyes, seeing that the special forces had yet to depart. He fought to draw a breath, only to find his lungs filled with blood. His consciousness waned, and his body grew lighter. He seemed to perceive a glimmer of light, the essence of his life, slowly fading away. His heartbeat began to decelerate, each pulse feeling increasingly arduous. Darkness enveloped his vision, and the sensations within his body gradually dissipated. It was as if his soul were detaching from its corporeal vessel, drifting towards an infinite abyss. In that moment, he experienced an overwhelming sense of solitude and dread. Yet, in these final moments, an unprecedented tranquility washed over him. His heartbeat slowed, each one bidding farewell to this world. His breaths became faint and labored, each exhalation narrating the tale of his waning vitality. His eyelids began to close, the last rays of sunlight penetrating, casting a crimson halo. His body grew rigid, all pain and fatigue evaporating. He felt as if he had transformed into a statue, lying in repose, awaiting the conclusion of life. At that instant, he grasped the intrinsic value of life, realizing that its trials and tribulations were merely opportunities for growth. Ultimately, his heartbeat ceased. In the boundless darkness, he sensed a complete detachment from the world. A profound serenity and peace enveloped him. He understood that he had departed from this realm, venturing into another unknown dimension. Where am I? As Yunja regained consciousness, he discovered himself devoid of a physical form, seemingly transformed into a transparent spirit. Before him stood an imposing palace. "Come, my child." "Who?" Yunja gazed ahead, the voice emanating from the palace. Given its grandeur, it must be heaven. The voice, though feminine, bore an undeniable allure, unmistakably not that of his mother. As he traversed the winding path towards the palace, his heartbeat quickened. The magnificent structure shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a resplendent gem standing tall upon the earth. Each stone appeared to narrate a mysterious and ancient history. The air infused with a solemn and sacred atmosphere. Upon entering the temple, an immense presence enveloped him. Towering archways adorned with exquisite reliefs invoked a sense of awe. Marble columns soared through the hall, supporting the lofty dome as if crafted by deities themselves. Radiant sacred flames danced upon the vast altar, illuminating every corner and imbuing the space with warmth. Yunja and Amp, Apos, gaze was drawn to the enigmatic luminous eye at the altar and Amp, Apos, center. It was a colossal gem, akin to stars flickering in an abyss, emanating an intense brilliance that was nearly blinding. Could this be the fabled eye of the god of light? Confusion and reverence swelled within him. The murals adorning the temple depicted the valiant deeds of the god of light across generations, vividly alive as if the deities were present. Each painting ignited a passionate fervor, brimming with admiration for strength and illumination. Most significantly, he discerned 4 grand characters, Temple of the God of Light. He pondered why even heaven possessed its own native script, but recalling that Kai Ling Long had created the solar system, receiving guidance from the God of Light, he mused that the master of this palace might represent another maternal figure to him. Yunja knelt slowly, his heart filled with devotion. After a considerable time, he continued forward, suddenly hearing a deep and melodious hymn. It was the choir from the depths of the temple, their voices seemingly capable of touching the soul, enchanting all who listened. Yunja involuntarily halted, captivated by the celestial sound. Just as he immersed himself in this divine melody, an overwhelming surge of energy burst forth from the luminous eye. The light pierced through the darkness like a sword, aiming directly at Yunja. He was rendered speechless, unable to move, as if bound by that force. It radiated an aura of light and majesty, as though the god of light were addressing him. An immense sense of reverence and a strange intimacy arose within him. He suddenly comprehended that an inseparable bond existed between himself and the god of light. As the light enveloped him, Yunja's vision blurred, his body weightlessly suspended in the air. He felt as if he were traversing endless time and space, entering a realm filled with wonder. When he regained awareness, he found himself deep within the temple of the god of light. Before him manifested a colossal apparition, the visage of the god of light. The deity and Amp, Apos, countenance radiated both authority and compassion, eyes shimmering with wisdom. Yunja prostrated before the divine image, respectfully whispering, God of Light, it is an honor to meet you here. The apparition inclined its head slightly, seemingly pleased with his reverence. Then it extended its palm, from which a brilliant beam of light erupted. Curious, Yunja gazed at the beam, and suddenly his consciousness was drawn into another extraordinary scene. He beheld a sun-drenched, vibrant land where people thrived in harmony and all things flourished. This tableau was imbued with life and peace, a beautiful world he had never witnessed before. The gentle voice of the apparition echoed in his ears. This is the world of your future, as well as your mission. I shall grant you the strength to safeguard this realm, banish the darkness, and bring forth the light. A steadfast conviction ignited within Yunju and Apos' heart. He lifted his gaze and solemnly declared, I shall exert every effort, for the beliefs I hold dear, and for this splendid world. As he spoke his vow, the beam of light gradually melded into his being. He felt a powerful force surging within him, the blessing of the God of Light bestowing upon him the duty to uphold peace and justice in the world. The apparition gradually faded, and the temple of the God of Light returned to tranquility. Yet for Yunja, it marked a moment of profound significance. He understood his destiny and responsibility, solidifying his resolve to pursue the light. Chapter 58. The Passage of Time. Next came the inheritance of the God of Light. Yunja understood that he could not directly obtain the power of a deity. He merely acquired access to the divine consciousness repository of the God of Light. Yet, this was sufficient. The mere privilege of accessing the divine consciousness repository was enough to make it a coveted object among the myriad gods of the universe. It not only effectively addressed the issue of the abyssal pollution, but also held the potential to unveil the secrets of ascending to the status of a supreme deity, a temptation no god could refuse. At this moment, Yunja stood at the heart of the Temple of Light, enveloped by an overwhelming force of radiant energy. This was the most significant moment of his life. He was about to receive the inheritance of the God of Light, gaining access to the divine consciousness repository in all its historical wisdom. His heart brimmed with reverence and anticipation. He understood that accepting this inheritance would entail an unprecedented responsibility. His task was not merely to inherit divine power, but to amplify it, showcasing the might of light to the world. Suddenly, a powerful surge of luminous energy surged through his mind, drawing his consciousness into an endless vortex. He felt his memories, emotions, and thoughts meticulously dissected by this force, as if searching for something. This was the memory scanning of the God of Light, intent on imparting all its memories without reservation to Yunja. Yunja sensed a transcendence of his consciousness. The memories of the God of Light flowed through him like a gentle stream. He witnessed the endless river of history, glimpsed the former glory of the God of Light, and perceived the depth and breadth of the divine consciousness repository. Waves of historical experience inundated his mind, rendering his thoughts remarkably clear and deepening his understanding of light. He comprehended the wisdom of the God of Light and recognized his own mission. Gradually, he began to master the divine consciousness repository. He felt his strength augmenting, his control over light continuously enhancing. He discerned how to wield this power and maximize its potential. The moment he fully grasped the repository, his body was enveloped in a potent force of light, filled with boundless energy. At that instant, he realized he had acquired the wisdom of a deity. As everything approached its conclusion, he once again beheld the visage of the God of Light, seemingly poised to offer him a final piece of advice. Congratulations, Yunja. The voice of the God of Light resonated like a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of the water. I have chosen you to inherit my power. You shall become the new guardian of light. Yunja now comprehended the sheer fortune of being selected by Kai Linglong. He realized how fortunate he was. Had it not been for the troubles in the divine realm, such an opportunity would never have arisen. You may feel confusion and fear. This is natural. The God of Light continued. However, you must believe in your capacity to shoulder this mission. Your heart is filled with righteousness and kindness, which is the wellspring of your strength. A flicker of confidence began to blossom within Yunja. He gazed into the eyes of the God of Light and nodded resolutely. Thus, I shall bestow my power upon you. When you eventually ascend to divinity, you shall naturally inherit all my strength. The God of Light added, Yet, before you depart, there are words I must impart. You must defend justice and remain steadfast in the light. This is your responsibility and your honor. You must wield this power to protect the lineage of light, expelling the filth of the abyss and illuminating every living space with the power of light. Yunja listened intently to the words of the God of Light. He understood that these words were not merely advice, but rather his duty and mission. Thank you. Esteemed God of Light, I, Yunja, shall not fail your expectations. The God of Light concluded, power is not for ostentation, but to enact light and justice. Remember, true strength emanates from your heart, from your kindness and courage. Should you succumb to the abyss, the power of light will obliterate you. As the words of the God of Light faded, the surrounding luminosity began to dissipate. Upon receiving the inheritance, Yunja not only acquired formidable strength, but also unearthed the memories of the previous God of Light. These memories resembled a weighty tome chronicling the life journey of the former deity, her struggles, tribulations, glories, and periods of silence. The previous God of Light was named Leah. She was not born into divinity. Instead, she ascended to her divine status through perseverance and tenacity. Leah's origins were humble. She was merely an ordinary light mage. In that ancient cosmic era, no living nation had yet experienced high technology. Unity was the battleground of justice against evil. After the Creator God fashioned the universe, it sought to elevate and empower a group to govern the cosmos, allowing it to venture beyond the universe for leisure. Thus, the circumstances birthed many ordinary individuals. Leah was among the first of these righteous angels. She possessed not only talent but also an indomitable will and profound wisdom. Her life was replete with challenges and transformations. In her youth, she devoted herself to the divine calling, using her light magic to heal many ailing souls, saving countless lives. This foundation gradually earned her the respect and admiration of the populace. However, attaining the position of the God of Light was no trivial feat. She faced not only the challenges of divine office, but also threats from dark forces. Throughout this journey, Leah exhibited her bravery and wisdom. She led a team in a grueling battle against the dark forces, safeguarding the safety of the divine personnel while successfully vanquishing the malevolent entities. Consequently, she became one of the first to enter the divine realm, embarking on her long path as a deity. Upon achieving the position of the God of Light, Leah did not rest on her laurels. Instead, she pondered how to enhance and sustain the vitality of living planets. While the goddess of life could create life, Leah, as the God of Light, remained vigilant over the evolution of existence, dedicated to perfecting the wisdom of life and upholding justice and light. However, as the God of Light, she often faced difficult decisions at pivotal moments, decisions that frequently brought pain and turmoil. For instance, the inevitability of life encompassing birth, aging, illness, and death, alongside wars ignited by competing interests. Alas, since the universe harbored both light and darkness, life must also contend with both benevolence and malevolence. Nevertheless, she steadfastly adhered to her convictions, leading her protected world towards improvement through fairness and compassion. Leah's life was a tapestry of struggle and brilliance, interwoven with pain and conflict. Yet, she remained resolute in her beliefs, wielding her strength and wisdom to bring light and peace to both the divine and mortal realms. Her virtuous character and intellect rendered her one of the greatest gods of light in history, deepening Yunja's understanding and respect for this divine office. Upon uncovering Leah's life story, Yunja felt the weight of immense responsibility. Yet, it reaffirmed the adage, circumstances forge heroes. The emergence of heroes is not a mere happenstance. It is determined by the overarching environment of the era. In this current age, with numerous deities fallen, one might ponder if the Creator God still existed. Why did it not intervene in this matter? Perhaps, in its view, the previous generation of gods had lived long enough, and it was time for new individuals to ascend. Though mortals undergo cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death, deities cannot expect to indulge in eternal retirement. The cataclysmic collapse of the divine realm following the abyssal invasion was not merely due to the advance of darkness. It was also because some gods had prematurely embraced a life of ease, becoming complacent and detached, prompting even the Creator God to lament the situation. One might liken it to humanity's indifference towards the demise of an ant. There is no burden on the conscience. Similarly, for a supreme being like the Creator, annihilating us would be as effortless as crushing an ant. At this moment, Yunja finally attained enlightenment and grasped profound truths. Those who occupy lofty positions must shoulder corresponding responsibilities, and action inevitably leads to downfall. When all was said and done, Yunja confronted a dilemma. How was he to depart? If he were truly deceased, what purpose would the inherited power serve? Thus, he dared not leave the Hall of Radiance, fearing that his soul might wander aimlessly in death, condemned to eternal solitude. Meanwhile, the external world remained undisturbed, as though nothing had transpired. After Yunja's physical demise, his corporeal form swiftly dissipated, an occurrence the denizens of the Ice Kingdom's battleship regarded with indifference, as none dared speak of it. This was inevitable, for the order to execute him had originated from the frost deity herself. Upon the destruction of his mortal vessel, the pantheon of gods returned. Who was Yunja? A mortal favored by the divine. The frost deity could not have been ignorant of his significance, especially given his profound connection with Kai Linglong. On Earth, death might have been final, but in this realm unbound by conventional laws, it merely signified the shedding of a physical shell. The soul endured. Frost deity, the Ice Empress, the sole surviving primordial deity and the most formidable among the gods, manifested aboard the battleship and summoned Linglong from the void with effortless grace. Your duty is fulfilled. Oh, Your Majesty. Linglong trembled, her subservience betraying her dread. She was, after all, a manifestation of the Ice Empress, an amalgamation of the frost, water, and snow deities and Appos powers. Typically, upon completing their missions, elemental spirits return to their sanctuaries to await dissolution and rebirth. Yet Linglong resisted this fate. Had she remained in the Ice Kingdom, untouched by mortal affairs, she might have acquiesced. But now, bound to Yunja by unbreakable ties, how could she depart? The frost deity cradled Linglong, her lips curling into a knowing smile. I bestow upon you a greater purpose. What might that be? To remain eternally by Yunja and Appos' side. The frost deity understood Yunja and Appos' dependence on Linglong, a circumstance that aligned perfectly with her designs. Though she reigned supreme in the cosmos, the encroaching abyss necessitated an alliance with the forces of light. The emergence of the radiant deity, whose power surpassed even her own, threatened her dominion. Thus, she orchestrated this union to secure her supremacy should the divine realms ever awaken. For Yunja, hailing from Earth, was a creature of profound sentiment. Venturing beyond, the frost deity and her pantheon beheld the devastation wrought upon the planet of Earth. Not a single patch of land remained unscathed. Molten rivers now veiled its surface. Its rotation accelerated relentlessly. Within a day, this once civilized orb would collapse into a ravenous void, devouring all in its gravitational wake. Resolved, the frost deity invoked celestial transposition, initiating a grand salvation. She studied each planet meticulously, discerning their unique structures and the perils they faced within the unstable cosmos. First, she guided the planet of wind, her fingers weaving through the ether, coaxing the world into a graceful orbital dance toward a stable haven. She preserved its delicate ecosystems, ensuring harmony in its new abode. Next came the planet of fire, a roiling inferno. With measured precision, she tempered its flames, shepherding the blazing sphere like a crimson dragon across the void until it settled into its destined orbit. The planet of thunder followed, its surface alive with electric fury. The frost deity harnessed its tempestuous energy, steering the crackling titans safely through the cosmos, its thunderous roars echoing through the darkness. Then, the aqueous planet of water, its vast oceans heaving. She stilled its tempests, cradling its tides as she transplanted the marine world, safeguarding every creature within its depths. Lastly, the glacial planet of snow, a crystalline masterpiece. Adjusting its blizzards with divine finesse, she guided it through the stars, a shimmering testament to her mastery over life's delicate balance. As the fifth world settled into place, the frost deity exhaled in relief. Welcome to the Silver River Galaxy. Now, the 5 planets orbited anew, no longer isolated, but embraced by a thriving galactic civilization. This was the Milky Way, with the angelic deity already entrenched here. The arrival of 5 planets scarcely rippled the galaxy's tapestry of billions of inhabited worlds. Thus, the era of the 7 divine constellations ended. Henceforth, the gods would shepherd the Milky Way, its civilizations, propelled by transcendent technology, ascending once more to cosmic preeminence. Chapter 59. Return to Earth. The Milky Way is a colossal spiral galaxy, housing approximately 200 billion stars along with numerous star clusters, nebulae, and various forms of interstellar gas and dust. The stars within the galaxy exhibit a diverse array of types, including red dwarfs, white dwarfs, medium-mass stars, and supergiants. Among these, red dwarfs are the most prevalent, possessing only about 1/10 the mass of our Sun and exhibiting extraordinarily long lifespans, potentially spanning billions of years. Most terrifyingly, at the heart of the Milky Way lies an exceedingly dense core, teeming with stellar nurseries and a supermassive black hole. Such black holes are a common feature at the centers of galaxies, underscoring the inevitability of decay. No galaxy can exist eternally, much like the free radicals that inexorably lead to the aging of all living beings, a fate inescapable for any form of life. Thus, all that is born must eventually perish, and there exists no absolute permanence. The majority of galaxy centers harbor black holes, as it is only these supermassive entities that can exert sufficient gravitational force to attract surrounding stars into orbit, forming a system that represents the primordial model of our cosmic structures. In the galactic core, stars are densely packed, massive, and possess relatively short lifespans, rendering them prone to collisions and mergers that may evolve into black holes, which in turn can consume other stars, leading to the creation of even more massive black holes. As life unfolds, so too does the fate of the Milky Way and the universe. At this moment, Yunja remains within the Temple of Light, unburdened by worries of sustenance, though prolonged isolation undoubtedly weighs on his spirit. Once a wanderer, having relinquished his phone was no small feat. Now, he is but a drifting soul yearning for home. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light pierces the air, and Yunja is taken aback. Could it be? Indeed, it is not an illusion. At that moment, Kai Linglong materializes before him, and Yunja, overwhelmed with emotion, rushes forward to embrace her tightly. Why did you make me wait so long? You have inherited the legacy of the light god. You must be ageless now. Kai Linglong does not resist, even though there are no strong emotional ties between them. Yet, this chosen one serves a pivotal role in her future companionship. Thank you, she replies silently, retreating once more into the depths of the Temple of Light. This visit holds profound significance, as the colorful star deity returns to her former sanctuary, the Temple of Light. This grand edifice was once the site of her guardian statue, and a place she called home. However, the temple is no longer the vision etched in her memory. The statue lies shattered, and the once radiant walls are now marred by cracks, their brightness overtaken by darkness. Witnessing this, Kai Linglong is engulfed by profound sorrow and grief. Memories of her time guarding the statue flood back, vivid yet distant, akin to a yesterday that feels like an eternity ago. As she traverses the familiar corridor, each step evokes recollections of joyful moments. She glimpses former companions, their silhouettes flickering faintly in her heart. Yet, these memories now belong to an immutable past. Reaching the center of the temple, she beholds the statue she once revered. Now, it lies in ruin, and an overwhelming sorrow wells up within her. She recalls the statue's former glory, a beacon of light and hope. In this familiar yet alien place, the colorful star deity cannot contain her grief. Tears stream down her cheeks, falling upon the shattered statue as she whispers, "Great light god, you once saved me at all costs. I am unable to repay your kindness. I can only hope to fulfill my vengeance before departing." In that moment, a profound sense of loss envelopes her. The temple has transformed into a relic of her past, and the cherished moments are irrevocably gone. Yet, she understands that even in losing her home, she must remain resolute for the light god who once aided her. Amidst her sorrow, the colorful star deity exits the Temple of Light, aware that her journey is far from over. She must continue onward, fueled by the memory of the light god who once supported her. Yunja, remaining silent behind her, contemplates the beauty of the memories this place holds for him. Now in ruins, he silently vows to seek vengeance for her. Let us explore the divine realm, Kai Linglong suggests. After a lengthy pause, she rises, gently caressing Yunja's cheek. Though both exist as ethereal beings, they now experience the sensation of touch, as if fate has orchestrated this moment. Under the illumination of the light god, guided by Kai Linglong, the two are reborn into corporeal forms. Together, they embark toward the ancient divine realm. Following Kai Linglong, Yunja traverses the void, arriving at the once resplendent divine realm, now reduced to ruins. They land upon a crumbling peak, surrounded by remnants of devastation. Yunja cannot suppress his sorrow, gazing silently at the desolate landscape. Kai Linglong stands beside him, her eyes glistening with tears, an echo of nostalgia for the former divine realm and the pain of its current desolation. Kai Linglong slowly raises her hand, pointing forward. Yunja, behold the divine realm of yore. Here, we once forged countless miracles. It was a place brimming with vitality, where the gods looked down upon mortals, occasionally bestowing the order of justice. Yunja follows her gesture, witnessing an expanse of ruins where magnificent structures now lie in decay. Amidst this desolation, he can almost sense the echoes of past glory, juxtaposed with the weight of present sorrow. Kai Linglong continues. Until the dark abyssal demon invaded, everything was destroyed. Our homeland was ravaged, and the divine beings suffered immensely. I barely escaped due to the light god and amp. Apos' intervention. Yunja gazes at Kai Linglong, filled with admiration. He reflects on the light god and Apos' sacrifices to protect their domain and feels a surge of anger and disdain for the dark abyssal demon and Apos' atrocities. Is it not true that after annihilation, these demons cannot create life? Do they merely exist to destroy? Perhaps their purpose lies solely in devastation. And thus my purpose now is to obliterate them. Tears spill from Kai Linglong and Apos' eyes, a testament to her nostalgia and helplessness in the face of the present. She softly implores, Yunja, in the days to come, I will reside in your consciousness, guiding you and wielding the power of light. Will you promise me to seek vengeance? Without hesitation, Yunja replies, you birthed our earth. It is my honor and duty to assist you. I shall devote myself to restoring the divine realm and Apos' former glory and ensuring the dark abyss vanishes completely. Behind them, the stars twinkle in the night sky. As if responding to their pledge, Kai Linglong wipes her tears, offering Yunja a gentle smile, one filled with trust and hope. Their journey is not at an end, but rather a new beginning. Together, they shall reconstruct a new divine realm upon this desolate ground, a world infused with light and hope. Before departing the ruins, Kai Linglong casts a final glance at her former homeland, her eyes brimming with deep nostalgia and unwavering resolve. She knew that one day, upon these ruins would rise anew a divine realm that belonged to them. Beside her, Yunja silently gazed upon the desolation, his heart steeled with determination to fulfill this promise. Drawing a deep breath, he felt an invigorating surge of power and resolve coursing through his veins. Their eyes met briefly before they turned together toward the future, a new world awaiting their creation. Behind them, the night sky shimmered with starlight, as if illuminating the path of their journey. Kai Linglong and Yunja embarked anew, destined to forge a fresh pantheon upon these shattered remnants. Yet before that, they must first vanquish the malevolent force known as the abyssal demon god. The divine realm now stood barren, devoid of the abyss and Apos' presence. The goddess of life, in her pursuit of the creator, had vanished without a trace. Nothing remained, no relics, no divine artifacts, not even the celestial laws that once governed immortality. Mortals who ventured here could no longer bask in the realm and Apos' eternal blessings. After lingering fruitlessly, Kai Linglong and Yunja found no remnants of the past. Let us depart. Agreed. By now, the Milky Way had unified under the returned deities. The once mighty Thunder Empire yielded without resistance, for the Frost God, a sovereign deity, had descended upon the galaxy. No nation dared defy. All stood ready to aid the divine in their crusade against the abyss. Save for Earth, the technological leaps of other civilizations owed their rapid advancement to divine guidance. Thus, the Frost God reigned supreme across the cosmos. Yet the final reckoning would come when Yunja, wielding the power of radiant divinity with Kai Linglong and Apos' aid, returned, and when the abyssal demon god, bereft of his two greatest lieutenants, the Scythe King and the abyssal fiend, faced his doom. That day arrived. Yunja returned at last to the Milky Way and beheld his younger sister, Xiaoling brother. Even across the vast expanse of space, he recognized her, unchanged in appearance, yet now capable of surviving the void. Clearly, the angel god had bestowed abundant blessings upon her. From her, Yunja learned that the angel god intended to pass on his legacy once the divine realm was restored. Let us go home. Yes. As he turned his gaze toward the solar system, a flicker of apprehension stirred within him. Would Earth, after all these years in distant starfields, still be the home he remembered? Don't worry, brother, Xiaoling reassured him. With the angel star domain's aid, Earth has flourished. Truly? Hand in hand, they sped toward their homeworld. The Earth of today bore little resemblance to its former self, though the initial agreement with the angel star domain had allowed independent development. Their contributions had propelled human technology to unprecedented heights. In recent years, Earth had entered an era of exponential advancement, mastering interstellar travel and birthing what was now called the stellar epoch. No longer a solitary blue orb, Earth had expanded into a vast stellar empire known as the Human Federation. Its dominion stretched beyond the home planet, encompassing other worlds within the solar system and even distant stars. Interstellar travel had become mundane. Anti-gravity technology was perfected, and starships served as commonplace vessels. People traversed the cosmos effortlessly, trading, exploring, and even studying abroad among the stars. Human existence had transformed utterly. Towering sky cities soared above Earth, capable of shifting orbits to evade cosmic hazards. On Mercury and Venus, atmospheric and thermal engineering had birthed habitable enclaves tailored to each world's harsh conditions. Technology reshaped not only living standards, but societal bonds. Earth's fragmented nations had melded into a unified interstellar civilization, where interactions between humans and extraterrestrials were routine. Breakthroughs in medicine and life sciences elevated quality of life. Genetic editing eradicated hereditary ailments and extended lifespans, while artificial intelligence and robotics streamlined daily existence. Though Yunji's return was no triumphant parade, his parents cared only for his safe homecoming. "Mother, father, you've endured much. Your return is all that matters." At home, he learned that the state had continued supporting his family during his absence. None had forgotten his unseen sacrifices. Initially, Earth had bristled at the Angel Star Domain's arrival, until Yunji's name revealed their alliance. His role in humanity's technological renaissance was common knowledge. As the family reunited over a meal, sharing stories of the intervening years, knock, knock, knock. The sound at the door was expected. Though Yunji had returned discreetly, he had not concealed his presence. In this age of advanced surveillance, detection was inevitable. Undoubtedly, the National Security Agency had arrived. Chapter 60. A battle between light and darkness this time. The personnel from the National Security Bureau were all familiar faces. Director Yu Tao, upon seeing Yunji, patted him on the shoulder, and through their exchanged glances, they understood one another perfectly. Yu Tao produced the token that Yunji had given him, which, although it symbolized Earth and Apos' affiliation with the angelic civilization, did not imply subservience. In this era, being a subordinate civilization did not necessitate a position of inferiority. After all, they were all human, and with deities overseeing them, sovereignty was theirs to determine. Even in the future, with Yunji and Apos' assurances, Earth would remain secure. Soon, they gathered around, and Yunji informed them about the events that had transpired in the universe over the years. He also advised that Earth should refrain from expanding beyond the solar system, as the protective barrier around it would soon be restored. While some might yearn for the realms beyond the solar system, such encounters between civilizations could lead to conflicts arising from differing ideologies or objectives, potentially culminating in catastrophic clashes. Yu Tao expressed his concerns regarding the impending war against the demon gods and the forthcoming fierce battles. After all, the angelic civilization was already formidable. Yet due to divine interference, the entire Milky Way was bound together. Thus, the question of whether to participate in the interstellar war against the abyss was of utmost importance. Yunji had noticed the absence of Tang Xintong among the National Security Bureau personnel. After conversing with Yu Tao for a while, he found himself at a loss for words and hoped to find her soon. Although Earth was rapidly advancing and undergoing daily transformations, thankfully, there were no signs of war. Yu Tao and Apos' implication was unmistakable. If they were to lose, would it jeopardize Earth and Apos' safety? To this end, Yunji felt compelled to reassure him. Rest assured, even in defeat, I will ensure Earth and Apos' safety by relocating it to another star system. This is precisely why I do not recommend pursuing expansion beyond the solar system. Drifting Earth? Yunji smiled enigmatically, contemplating that since the members of the National Security Bureau had not yet departed, he would take his leave. My sister has learned much from the outside world. Should you require assistance, I shall step out for a moment. With that, he soared out through the window. The sight left everyone utterly astonished. Could this Yunji still be regarded as a mere earthling? Such an occurrence lacked any scientific basis. How could a corporeal being transform into light? Initially, Yunji intended to visit Tang Xintong and Apos' residence, but an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly engulfed him. He sensed the ominous presence of the abyss lurking nearby. A voice, vibrant and melodious, resonated within his consciousness, delivering news that struck him like a thunderclap. What to do? Even if the entire Milky Way were to perish, I refuse to let Earth become a battlefield. Let us depart. Yunji swiftly ascended into space, approaching Mars. At that moment, a dark mist began to materialize. Is this your home? The mist gradually coalesced into a shadowy figure of the abyss. Its voice was androgynous. Yet the aura of terror it exuded left Yunji breathless. Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? The The shadow laughed heartily. So, this is your Achilles and Apos heel? Upon first encountering this terrifying creature, Yunja instinctively recognized that it was an entity he could not contend with, even having gained divine inheritance. Indeed, this is my weakness. At that moment, he realized he was utterly immobilized, as if even his connection to Kai Linggong had been severed. He pondered how such a fearsome being had escaped the notice of the ice deities. Was this truly the sovereign of the abyss? The shadow declared, "You possess the power of light, which the abyss fears. Thus, I have come to offer you a simple choice. First, take your own life here, and I assure you that I will no longer interfere with the solar system. For Earth poses no threat to the abyss and may even become one of its subjects in the future. Alternatively, you may choose to battle me here. Tell me your choice. Exceed my patience, and the destruction of this star system would merely require a flick of my finger. How can you guarantee that you will not interfere with the solar system or harm Earth?" Yunja felt panic rising within him. At this juncture, he could only opt for the first choice, with no time for further contemplation. Setting aside the question of victory, any conflict here would result in utter annihilation. This is the leverage of the strong. You possess the right to choose, but no room for negotiation. The shadow gazed toward Earth, pointing a finger at a star, compelling Yunja to respond instantly. Then let it be a battle. Ha, ha, ha. The shadow laughed once more. Are you not afraid that Earth will be obliterated due to this conflict? You stated that I have the right to choose, with no room for negotiation, did you not? Yunja concentrated his energy, gradually regaining his mental fortitude, and continued, "If I were to perish, who would hold you accountable should you renege on your word? Do you truly think me a fool, willing to end my life on mere words? Or are you simply naive, believing that possessing Earth grants you the power to threaten me?" With that, he launched an offensive. Yet, in an instant, he discovered that his light-speed assault pierced through the void, transporting him to an unfamiliar expanse of stars. "Ah, as expected, you have not disappointed me." The shadow reappeared, stating, "Since you possess such courage, I shall ensure you have no worries. Come forth." A grand battle was imminent. This was a clash between light and darkness, a decisive confrontation between righteousness and malevolence. As Yunja faced the shadow, golden radiance intertwined with black mist, creating a surreal spectacle. With every collision, it felt as though light and darkness were colliding, causing the surrounding space to tremble in response. Yunja wielded the power bestowed upon him by the god of light. Gathering intense luminance in his palm, the sword of light, he swung the sword, unleashing dazzling beams toward the shadow. Each ray was akin to sunlight piercing through darkness, imbued with hope and the force of justice. The shadow retaliated using its dark power, conjuring a sword of darkness that surged toward Yunja. The force of darkness warped the space around them, as if striving to devour all light. This battle raged on for an extended period, with Yunja and the shadow entangled in fierce combat deep within the divine realm. Their powers were evenly matched, preventing either from easily overpowering the other. The surrounding space was torn apart by the force of their conflict, only to be reconstituted moments later. The entire universe trembled under the weight of their struggle. Suddenly, Yunja let out a powerful roar, unleashing an even mightier force of light from within. This energy, akin to the blazing sun, instantaneously shattered the shackles of darkness. The shadow staggered back, briefly enveloped in golden brilliance. The shadow's expression shifted. It seemed taken aback by the magnitude of Yunja's power. Coldly, it regarded him, darkness coalescing in its hand to form an even denser sword of shadows. Then, the shadow launched a fierce assault. Its dark sword, infused with overwhelming power, cleaved toward Yunja, as if consolidating the entirety of the universe's darkness. The speed of the strike was breathtaking, arriving before Yunja in the blink of an eye. Unfazed, Yunja countered with his own sword of light. The two formidable forces collided once more, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force shattered the surrounding space, threatening to engulf everything into the abyss. Both Yunja and the shadow trembled under the immense power, pain etched on their faces. However, they did not waver but continued to persevere. This battle endured for a considerable duration, yet no victor emerged. Yunja and the shadow were evenly matched in strength, their wills equally unwavering. The confrontation seemed to evolve into a contest of resolve between them. Ultimately, Yunja and the shadow unleashed their final attacks simultaneously. The power contained within their bodies erupted in an instant, their assaults colliding once more. This explosion was more potent than any preceding one, as if it sought to annihilate the entire universe. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an even greater force surged forth from Yunja's being. This power descended like a deity of light, instantly shattering the bonds of darkness. The shadow was completely repelled by this force, his form vanishing in a flash of golden light. Gasping for breath, Yunja felt he had reached his limits. Nevertheless, the shadow re-emerged, his strength seemingly inexhaustible, impervious to death. Indeed, it was astonishing that a life created by the deity of light could give rise to a valiant soul such as yourself. Come forth. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle between Yunja and the shadow reached its zenith, the entire universe trembled. Their strikes transcended the comprehension of time, shattering the limits of space. As if their conflict sought to engulf the cosmos itself. Radiating with brilliance, Yunja was bathed in divine light, akin to the dawn sun dispelling endless darkness. His form grew translucent, luminous energy flowing like a river across his skin, the intense force warping the surrounding space. His eyes sparkled like brilliant stars, brimming with boundless power and determination. The shadow, in stark contrast, resembled an abyss, dark and profound, as if even light could not escape his grasp. Around him, dark energy coalesced into terrifying claws, sharp enough to rend space itself, exuding an aura of dread. A cunning glint flickered in his eyes, hinting at some insidious plot. When the two collided, the universe quaked. The clash of light and darkness unleashed a formidable energy storm, obliterating nearby planets and galaxies in an instant. At the core, light and darkness merged, erupting into a splendid radiance, reminiscent of the sun in daylight and the profound night sky. Then, everything began to disintegrate. The planets caught in the collision of light and darkness shattered into fragments, vanishing into the abyss. The galaxy twisted before collapsing, giving rise to terrifying black holes. These black holes, akin to ravenous beasts, devoured all in their vicinity. The entire universe trembled, as if at that moment, everything began to unravel. The conflict between light and darkness heralded an unimaginable catastrophe. Yet, Yunja did not retreat. He fixed his gaze upon the shadow, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. Clasping his hands together, a surge of potent light energy erupted from his palms, forming a colossal beam that soared into the heavens. The shadow, undeterred, roared as dark energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. Once again, they clashed, causing the universe to tremble anew. The confrontation between light and darkness reached its apex, as if the cosmos held its breath. Then, silence enveloped everything. The collapsing galaxies, the vanishing planets, the terrifying black holes, all fell into quietude. The universe seemed to enter a state of stasis at that moment. Thus, Yunja could no longer withstand it. Surrounded by chaotic black holes, his body was increasingly torn apart by their gravitational pull. He was unwilling to concede, but when the shadow appeared unscathed beside him, unaffected by the black holes, he found himself utterly drained. What could possibly exist that even black holes feared not? If the abyss were truly like this, it could only signify that the continuity of life ultimately leads to tragedy. The dichotomy of justice and evil, light and darkness, exists in a state of mutual coexistence. Since you have chosen the path of light, becoming a bastion of justice, darkness shall accompany you for eternity. At that moment, the shadow produced a staff, obliterating the surrounding black holes with a mere gesture. This spectacle left Yunja utterly astonished. It turned out that such power existed within this universe. Those in high positions who remained inactive deserve no sympathy for their eventual downfall. I am not the abyss, but a deity who cannot abide the creation and subsequent abandonment of life, living a life of retirement. Thus, I once aided the abyss. The shadow began to transform, its form shifting into a radiant light, exuding an essence of purity, contrasting starkly with its previous malevolence. However, the abyss, due to excessive destruction, wielded such overwhelming power that it threatened to disrupt the balance of the universe. Therefore, I have decided to return to the divine realm, offering no further assistance to the abyss. Whether you can fulfill your mission henceforth relies entirely upon you. The staff was delivered to Yunja, before fracturing the void and vanishing. Sensing the staff's sacred aura, Yunja gradually regained his composure, dispelling the earlier sensation of impending death. He understood that the creature's words were those of a being striving to maintain cosmic equilibrium, filled with profound truth. Indeed, in any nation or organization, those who occupy high positions without action are akin to a malignant tumor. Even if they do nothing, their power, wealth, and influence monopolize resources, indulging in life's pleasures. It would be better for them to perish sooner. Thus, Yunja regarded the staff before him. He comprehended that it symbolized both power and wealth, as well as the burdensome responsibility that accompanies inaction. Once touched, it would signify an eternal obligation, from which there would be no turning back. Chapter 61. Interstellar Traversing. At this juncture, Yunja harbored no reservations. He had once pledged to the God of Light that if good and evil must coexist in this world, he would invariably choose the path of righteousness and combat malevolence to the end. The instant he grasped the scepter, he comprehended the essence of the light scepter's might. It was a power both immensely sacred and pure, akin to the first rays of dawn cascading upon the earth, warming and illuminating all within its embrace. As he made contact with the scepter, an overwhelming radiance illuminated his soul, as if the entirety of the universe's light converged within him at that moment. He felt his being suffused with an unprecedented strength, dazzling like the sun, capable of illuminating the boundless void. His spirit appeared to be cleansed by this brilliance, filling his heart with an unwavering commitment to justice and compassion for all existence. The key to the treasury of the God of Light emerged quietly within the depths of his soul, a key imbued with infinite wisdom and power. With but a thought, he could unlock the treasury and access the formidable powers of the past incarnations of the God of Light. This power encompassed not only the God of Light's wisdom and might, but also the profound understanding of the cosmos, reverence for life, and dedication to justice that the previous deity embodied. Yuan sensed a tremendous elevation of his inner realm. His soul felt as though it had undergone a baptism, and his consciousness ascended to new heights. He understood that from this moment forward, he would assume the mantle of the new God of Light, succeeding his predecessor in spreading justice throughout the cosmos. His heart brimmed with a sense of responsibility and mission, infused with anticipation and confidence for the future. Deep within, a voice resonated. You have inherited the power of the God of Light. You must cast the light of justice across the universe, allowing all life to bask in its glow. Yuan inhaled deeply. It was unmistakably the voice of Kai Ling Long. Why? Kai Ling Long elucidated. The God of Light rescued me at any cost because I am not only the guardian of the God of Light's image, but also the spirit of the Light Scepter itself. Are you not the colorful star god? To become the spirit of a supreme deity, even if merely a gatekeeper, is a tremendous honor, one that surpasses the status of the current master deity. Yuan grasped that the ancient divine realm was a hierarchically structured domain. Through the treasury of the God of Light, he finally gleaned the events of yore, understanding how, amidst the cataclysmic upheavals, the once tranquil divine realm had become fragmented. A cascade of vivid memories surged forth, each scene etched distinctly in his mind. In those days, the Dark Abyss demon god led his infernal legions, a tempest of darkness sweeping through the divine realm. Their invasion struck like thunder, inciting boundless chaos and dread, ravaging countless star systems. The borders of the divine realm were swiftly breached by the relentless onslaught of the Dark Abyss army, transforming once quiet territories into battlegrounds drenched in blood and fire. The valiant god of war, Tyr, wielded his colossal sword time and again, his strikes radiant, yet ultimately succumbed to the Dark Abyss demon god's might. His massive blade caught barehanded and shattered by dark forces. His heroic visage remained frozen in that moment, immortalized as one of the most poignant chapters in divine history. The god of wisdom, Phoenix, whose unparalleled intellect had illuminated countless quandaries, found himself bereft of answers before the Dark Abyss demon god. Beneath the towering tree of wisdom, he gazed forward, determination in his eyes, yet was inexorably approached by the demon, leaving only resolute despair in his wake. The goddess of love, Elovia, whose compassion could heal all wounds and warm every heart, resisted the encroachment of darkness with her love upon the battlefield. However, the ruthless cruelty of the Dark Abyss demon god gradually depleted her affection. As she witnessed her beloved comrades fall one by one, her heart, like a blade, was cleaved, ultimately sacrificing her life to awaken the world's love and hope. As the war spread, the divine realm's landscape was irrevocably altered. Once serene temples lay in ruins, and the majestic statues of deities were left shattered by the Dark Abyss army's destruction. The colors of the divine realm dimmed, as if the world lamented this irretrievable calamity. The fallen deities left behind a legacy of indomitable spirit and unending regret. Their images and tales were indelibly imprinted in the hearts of the survivors, becoming eternal memories within the divine realm. Those once exalted deities now existed merely as faint shadows in the annals of history, their power and wisdom lost to the encroachment of the Dark Abyss. The might of the Dark Abyss demon god was unparalleled. He could manifest darkness into substance, each strike unleashing tempestuous energy storms that obliterated all in his path. His legion surged like a tide of shadows, relentless and insatiable, causing both tangible beings and intangible spirits to tremble under their onslaught. Before the overwhelming power of the Dark Abyss demon god, the divine realm seemed destined for annihilation. Yet, in this moment of utmost despair, an ancient and formidable force awakened deep within the divine realm. It was the power of the Creator God, the foundation of the divine realm and the source of all life. Witnessing his creation ravaged and his children struggling in darkness, he could not remain passive. The Creator God's power surged throughout the divine realm, clashing with the Dark Abyss demon god, igniting a cataclysmic confrontation that reverberated across the cosmos. The heavens trembled, stars fell, and all life quaked in the wake of this titanic struggle. However, the Dark Abyss merely retreated. In the grand tapestry of the universe, where there is a God, There must be a demon. As the creator god fashioned this universe, he could effortlessly recalibrate its balance or even obliterate it entirely. To him, it was as simple as crushing an ant. Reflecting on the words previously spoken by that shadowy figure, Yunja finally comprehended that the entity he had battled was merely probing. It sought a new universe, one that could flawlessly realize the evolution of life, rather than a passive cosmic overseer. For the next 10 days, Yunja remained in this uncharted expanse of starry skies, pondering the essence of existence while absorbing the memories contained within the treasury of the God of Light. Indeed, the divine realm had once been ineffectual. However, the God of Light was not. She was a benevolent deity, yet her kindness, lacking constraints upon other divine beings, inadvertently catalyzed the calamity. Yunja refrained from excessive critique of past events, choosing instead to learn from them. Having accepted the scepter, he understood it signified a commitment to responsibility. It was time to return. Utilizing the power of the God of Light, Yunja swiftly discerned his location, only to realize he was unimaginably distant from Earth. Too far. Even at the speed of light, it would take millennia. Kailing Long suggested, let us first head toward the great gravitational source. Very well. Deep within the cosmos lay a mysterious and colossal entity known as the Great Gravitational Source. It transcended time and space, attracting all matter and energy, serving as the origin and terminus of the universe. Under the influence of the Great Gravitational Source's pull, Yunja traversed countless star systems, crossing an endless void. He passed through dark nebulae, radiant stars, and those enigmatic celestial bodies yet undiscovered by humanity. Throughout this journey, he felt the distortion of time and the expansion of space, as if the power of the Great Gravitational Source was guiding him toward the very heart of the universe. At last, Yunja approached the Great Gravitational Source. He beheld an unimaginable spectacle, a manifestation that transcended all his understanding. The Great Source was no longer merely a reservoir of matter and energy, but an eternal cycle of creation and destruction within the cosmos. He witnessed the birth of the universe, the emergence and demise of stars and galaxies, and the fleeting yet resplendent existence of life within it. Throughout this process, Yunja also perceived the intricate interplay of light and darkness. The Great Source served not only as a fountain of matter, but also as the ultimate destination for all life. He observed the struggle between light and darkness, and how they coexisted in mutual dependence within this universe. Light and darkness, akin to the yin and yang of the cosmos, stood in opposition yet were interdependent. In this revelation, Yunja experienced profound awe and deep understanding. The Great Source was not merely the origin of the universe, but also the origin of his own existence. He realized that he was one with the universe. It was the Great Source that created them and would ultimately lead to their demise. During this experience, Yunja not only glimpsed the universe's inception and conclusion, but also discerned the beginning and end of his own life. He comprehended that all life is equal, each possessing its own value and significance. His existence was not meant to dominate the universe, but to coexist harmoniously with it, respecting and cherishing every form of life. Yunja felt deeply that, despite his powers as a deity of light, endowed with immense strength and wisdom, he appeared insignificant before the Great Source. He came to understand that true divinity lies not in the magnitude of power, but in the respect and understanding of life. Only by recognizing and honoring every form of life can one truly experience the value and meaning of existence. He further realized that each life is a fragment of the Great Source, each holding its intrinsic value and significance. Whether light or darkness, human or other forms of life, they are all creations and expressions of the Great Source. They are equal and deserving of respect and care. In this experience, Yunja felt an overwhelming sense of reverence and respect. Both the universe and life are extraordinarily wondrous and complex phenomena. After much contemplation, Yunja understood that this was both the origin and the terminus of the universe. As the radiance intensified, Yunja harnessed the power of the deity of light, utilizing the strength of the Great Source to embark on a reverse journey, instantly traversing billions of light years to arrive within the Milky Way. Indeed, the universe is filled with peculiarities. At that moment, Kailing Long appeared and remarked, such an interstellar journey across vast distances is a unique power of the deity of light. Back then, the deity of light could have evaded a calamity, yet still, she deemed it unnecessary to revisit past events. Yunja reassured Kailing Long. If such a day were to come again, I would certainly take you away. You dare? She retorted playfully. What is there to fear? If I fulfill my responsibilities yet cannot escape fate, then I shall run. Kailing Long tapped Yunja's forehead and teased, what about your little sweetheart? Shouldn't she be taken along as well? Little sweetheart? Instantly, 3 images surfaced in Yunja's mind: Tang Xintong, whom he met on Earth, Ning Xian from the land of Earth, and the elven Ling Long. However, Ling Long, being a manifestation of ice deity's power, would eventually withdraw. She could not be forcibly claimed. Linglong, in truth, was sent by me to seek you out, Kai Linglong revealed. What? Yunja's mouth fell agape, realizing the temporal alignment. When he first entered the Seven Divine Star domain and later encountered Linglong, she had been in the land of ice, alongside the ice deity. Did you not consider me when naming her Linglong? At that moment, Kai Linglong appeared exceptionally adorable. Her purple pleated skirt revealing her small legs draped over Yunja as she continued. Actually, her thoughts and everything she perceives are transmitted to me. You. Yunja wished to find a hole to hide in, contemplating the clinginess of that entity, which sent chills down his spine, recalling their time at the treasure heist camp. However, the ice deity was already aware of her arrival. Turning his gaze, Yunja spotted a middle-aged woman not far away, holding Linglong and observing them. Through the eye of light, he quickly discerned her visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Linglong's. Were it not for Linglong's petite stature, they could have been carved from the same mold. At that moment, they appeared more like mother and daughter standing together. Yunja hurriedly set Kai Linglong down and soared towards the ice deity. I have come to meet the ice deity. This marked Yunja's inaugural formal encounter with the ice deity, representing a meeting of the two highest representatives of the divine realm. Since you have acquired the power of the deity of light, your strength should surpass mine, thus there is no need for such formalities, the ice deity remarked, gracefully handing Linglong over to him. Although Yunja felt a tinge of embarrassment, he accepted Linglong into his arms. She resembled a well-behaved child, wide-eyed and silent. Upon grasping these revelations, Yunja found himself somewhat disoriented, as Linglong was a being created through the guidance of the two standing before him. The ice deity continued. Should you find the time, do visit the land of ice. We still need to discuss the specifics of our counter-offensive against the abyss. Understood. She shall stay with you henceforth. I shall not intrude upon your family, the ice deity concluded before departing. Yunja wished to explain something. Yet it all felt rather peculiar. As Linglong gazed upon Yunja, her smile could no longer be contained. Hey, we meet again. Chapter 62, The Warmth Before the War. We meet again. Yunja smiled joyfully, for who could resist such an adorable little sprite? With the anticipation of other matters to attend to, he gently placed her within his consciousness. This time, Linglong was not hindered by spatial constraints within the consciousness realm. As Yunja had now acquired full authority over the divine light consciousness repository, allowing him to freely synchronize the inner realm with the outer world. Stay here for a while, and come out once everything is settled, he suggested. But there is nothing to eat in here. Linglong protested, unable to find a solution. Yunja decided to take her back to Earth. In the capital of Earth, since Yunja and Apos' deeds had become widely known, it was heralded as the heart of Earth. The city retained the vibrant splendor etched in Yunja's memories from his university days. Towering skyscrapers, ancient historical buildings, and bustling streets all exemplified the prosperity of Earth's civilization. As Yunja wandered through the crowd with Linglong, they held hands like an ordinary father and daughter. His mask concealed his unusual appearance, while Linglong's lively charm drew the admiring gazes of passers-by. They strolled along the bustling commercial streets, enjoying street performers' acts and savoring authentic Earth cuisine, immersing themselves in the lively atmosphere. Eventually, they arrived at an ancient park in the capital, where a historic fountain stood beside a small stream, Yunja's favorite from childhood. He reminisced about visiting this place with his parents, and now he was here again with Linglong. They played on the grass, and Yunja taught Linglong how to craft a tiny crown from leaves, which she wore with delight. Together, they danced as if to bestow blessings upon this beautiful planet. Their next destination was the capital's museum, where they explored exhibitions on Earth's history. As Yunja gazed at the familiar artifacts, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Time had indeed passed, transforming civilization from feudalism to republicanism, and now to interstellar existence. As humanity underwent countless evolutions. After leaving the museum, they paused at a CAF on the corner of the street. Yunja ordered a latte and a slice of cake for Linglong, and they settled into a quiet corner, cherishing the tranquility of the moment. Gazing out at the vibrant streets, Yunja felt a profound sense of reflection. As the sun began to set, they ventured to the most picturesque park in the capital, where an ancient castle, the city's iconic structure, stood majestically. They walked along the castle's corridors, reveling in the beauty of the sunset. As night fell, they found a secluded corner in the park to sit quietly. At that moment, Linglong's voice chimed in. Humph. Have you two had enough fun without thinking of taking me along? Well, you can see everything she sees and feel everything she feels, right? Yunja replied, glancing at Linglong, who was still munching on barbecue, her little feet swinging joyfully, melting Yunja's heart. What I mean is, you've played enough. It's time to return her to the consciousness realm. No, I haven't taken you to the Ice Kingdom yet. Linglong's reaction was vehement as she leaped onto Yunji's chest. Just 2 more days in the Ice Kingdom, please? All right. With that, they departed Earth at lightning speed. The Ice Kingdom, formed from the merger of the once mighty Water Kingdom and Snow Kingdom in the 7 God-star domain, had achieved a level of technological advancement that could be deemed cosmic elite under the guidance of the Ice God. The once dominant technologies that had once looked down upon the universe had been destroyed in the divine conflict. Now, the Ice Kingdom stood as the only nation established under the guidance of the primary deity, thus its technology was far superior to that of the original Angel Star domain, though its scale was not as vast. After the planets of the original 7 God-star domain returned to the Milky Way, they formed a unique realm, a temporary abode for the deities. Upon arriving, Yunji was soon approached by the deities who had participated in the siege against the Black Sickle King. I'll go ahead, you explain things to them, he said. Linglong, appearing in her true form, chimed in. They are certainly here to discuss preparing a counterattack against the divine realm. Have you made up your mind about this? When will it be? Yunji glanced at Linglong in his arms, feeling a mix of emotions. He had significant responsibilities, and with another fierce battle looming. It seemed irresponsible to indulge in leisure at such a time. I can be ready at any time, he replied. With this affirmation, Linglong continued, go relax properly. Once the demon god war ignites, the uncertainties will be overwhelming. I will come back to find you in a month. Thank you. Yunji felt a pang of guilt. Though he knew this gratitude was unnecessary, it stemmed from his apprehension about the war, not from fear for himself, but from concern for those he cherished. Fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. There's no need for pleasantries. This is my duty, she replied. Hearing this, Yunji embraced Linglong tightly and planted a passionate kiss on her cheek. With that, they journeyed to the Ice Kingdom. Thanks to Linglong's assistance, Yunji smoothly entered the Ice Kingdom. With the Ice God and Linglong having established a communication channel, Yunji quickly obtained a temporary residency permit. Upon arriving, he was astonished to find that the country, which he had envisioned as a land of perpetual ice and snow, was strikingly different. The Ice Kingdom was not devoid of elemental power. Rather, they utilized it primarily as a tool for scientific exploration. Here, there were no skyscrapers, but rather meticulously planned zones designated for education, technology, finance, residential areas, parks, and entertainment, all interconnected by efficient underground transit, eliminating the need for cars. Is this what elite technology looks like? Yunji mused, momentarily taken aback. Linglong, arms crossed and brimming with confidence, responded, of course. This is the realm established by the Ice Empress. Even the air is a delight. Can and Oppos, do you sense the fragrant atmosphere? Indeed, it is quite fragrant. Under Linglong's guidance, Yunji began to explore this harmonious world of technology and elemental forces. They first visited the heart of the Ice Kingdom, where the Ice Goddess Temple, an enormous ice sculpture glimmering like cold moonlight, illuminated the entire area. The temple was filled with mysterious technology, where cold machinery intertwined with elemental forces, creating a unique harmony. Next, Linglong led Yunji to the educational sector, where children learned in front of advanced technological devices while also receiving training in sprite magic. Yunji observed the glimmer of knowledge and hope shining in each child and Oppos' eyes. Afterward, they toured the Ice Kingdom's research institutions, where scientists were innovating astonishing technologies that enhanced daily life and established the Ice Kingdom and Oppos' dominance in the universe. As Yunji witnessed this marvel, he felt a deep reverence for knowledge and a longing for the future. Under Linglong and Oppos' guidance, he also explored the realms of agriculture, architecture, and art within the Ice Kingdom. He observed how the citizens combined technology and elemental forces to create results beyond human imagination. Throughout this journey, Yunji profoundly experienced the pinnacle of human technological advancement, a relentless pursuit of knowledge, an exploration of the unknown, and an anticipation of the future. He witnessed the fusion of technology and magic, the harmony of machinery and nature, and the coexistence of humanity and sprites. In his heart, the Ice Kingdom had transcended the simplicity of a mere nation. It had evolved into a realm where technology and magic intertwined, where humanity coexisted with nature, and where the past and future converged. He witnessed the brilliance and valor of humankind, as well as the enigmatic grandeur of the natural world. Ultimately, Linglong guided Yunji to the very edge of the Ice Kingdom. There, they beheld the snow-capped mountains, which served as the abode of the elven race. Although Yunji had encountered numerous elves within the city, most were in prominent positions, serving as moving sentinels or billboards, starkly contrasting with Linglong's incomparable presence. After all, Linglong embodied the power of the ice goddess, while the other elves were manifestations of the water and snow gods and Apos, strength. The most significant distinction, however, stemmed from the unique nature of Kai Linglong, setting her apart from her kin. Upon reaching the entrance of the ice mountain, the presence of human explorers and elves acting as guides remained abundant. Soon, a small elf approached them, inquiring, "Hello, are you here for an adventure in the ice mountain?" Linglong replied, "We are here for enjoyment. With me around, you need not worry." She then handed a treat to the elf. Knowing the elves and Apos, penchant for delicious morsels, Yunja had meticulously stored an array of snacks in his consciousness, readily accessible whenever needed. "Thank you, big brother," exclaimed the little elf, departing in high spirits. With that, Linglong shed her restraints and soared ahead, with Yunja closely following. After a prolonged flight, Yunja was finally greeted by a breathtaking vista resembling a kingdom of ice and snow, where glistening glaciers sprawled across the landscape, exuding a chilling yet mysterious aura. This was the elven habitat, a pristine sanctuary far removed from the clamor of the mundane world. They arrived at a majestic ice waterfall, formed from centuries of accumulated snow and ice, resembling a grand ice citadel. Against this frosty backdrop, Linglong appeared even more delicate, her gaze brimming with determination and passion. "This is our home, the dwelling place of the elves," she gently proclaimed. Yunja found himself captivated by the scene before him, feeling as though he were frozen in awe by the waterfall and Apos' austere allure. He noticed intricate elven motifs carved into the ice, seemingly imbued with life, as if the elves themselves were recounting their tales. Under Linglong and Apos' guidance, Yunja explored the elven residence, a cozy and warm ice cave. He witnessed elves in various forms, some dancing upon the snow, others crafting ice sculptures, and some narrating ancient legends. Their lives unfolded in harmonious beauty, like a vivid tapestry. Yunja also forged friendships with many elves, each possessing unique traits: humor, wisdom, bravery, or gentleness. Every elf had their own distinct story and personality, allowing Yunja to appreciate the depth of elven wisdom and strength. On this day, he beheld a world unlike any he had known. He witnessed the elves and Apos' mystery and beauty, and felt their profound love for life and respect for nature. From the depths of his heart, he developed a sense of awe and admiration for the elven race, gaining a deeper understanding of Linglong and her kin. As the day drew to a close, Yunja gathered a wealth of knowledge and experience, his spirit profoundly moved. He discovered a realm brimming with harmony and beauty, unveiling the intricate relationship between humanity, nature, and life. When night fell and the stars scattered across the sky, Linglong led Yunja to the pinnacle of the waterfall. There, they could survey the entirety of the elven habitat, bathed in the starlight. The icy expanse appeared even more enchanting and mysterious. Linglong softly remarked, "Though I am the embodiment of the ice goddess and Apos' power, I too lived here as a child." Yunja gazed into Linglong and Apos' eyes, deeply sensing her nostalgia. "In the future, we shall return when given the chance." In that moment, they sat quietly, savoring the tranquility and beauty of their surroundings. Their souls were purified and elevated in this icy realm, while their friendship deepened and strengthened within the mystical abode of the elves. This was an unforgettable journey, a pilgrimage of the spirit. Through this expedition, Yunja discovered a brand new world, as well as the depths of his own heart. He learned to respect nature and life, while cherishing friendship and valuing existence. Having enjoyed their time, it was now time to attend to more pressing matters. Although Yunja longed to meet Ning Xian and Tang Xintong, he pondered the futility of such a meeting, for they could not pledge their futures to one another. The impending war loomed, a conflict fraught with uncertainty. "I have conferred with the deities, and we shall dispatch the finest warships of the banking faction to the divine realm. Do make your presence known when you can." Kai Linglong and Apos' voice resonated. Yunja was taken aback, asking, "What? Are we to confront the abyss with warships? You witnessed the battle in the land of Earth. The energy emitted by advanced weaponry is sufficient to collapse a planet. Previously, the conflict was between gods and demons. Now it is a dialogue between warships and the abyss. Your abilities are essential for our expedition to the divine realm, and your presence will not require much time." "Very well." The ancient era was defined by the war between gods and demons, but this time, the surviving deities had resolved to alter their strategy, planning to employ advanced weaponry and the might of technology to contend with the abyss. At that moment, Yunji's heart surged with fervor, recalling the imitation gamma rays. If they could indeed obliterate a planet in an instant, then the future of the universe would no longer be dictated by gods and demons, but by the power of technology.